Tyro come through. He hits a high drive to left. Merrifield going back. Still going back. It is off the wall. Jock in to score. Here comes J.D. Davis. The relay home. He slides safely into second with a booming double. Tyro Estrada.
What a win for the Giants. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Up in Toronto at the Rogers Center. Packed house. The Giants, for the first time since 1952, have won 10 straight road games.
Crazy.
10 straight road games. And they do it. Look, Ryan Walker didn't blow it in the first inning. He gets out of a jam by striking out the side, striking out Vlad Jr., striking out Brandon Belt, striking out Matt Chapman. Alex Wood comes in and throws 5 gutty innings, striking out 7. Tyler Rogers, boy, do we owe him an apology. 1.79 ERA so far. You know what? Get his ass in the All-Star game, too, because he's dealing right now with his 17th hold, goes 1 2/3, and then, my God, 4-out save. Just becoming routine for Camilo Duvall, his 23rd save, and the Giants. As Patrick Bailey continues to show out, winning 3-0 in Toronto. And we're to talk about him. We're to talk about these Giants. But we also got a lot of stuff on the Warriors. Oh, boy, it's going to be a fun show. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, let's go, baby. Let's go. Get that shower. Get that coffee. It's a big-time Wednesday here on the Roast. Good morning to Spadoni, Lawman, Shasky. What a win last night for the Gigantes. The Bay Area's on fire right now. And these Giants, they continue to impress us as they improve to 11 games over 500.
Ty Rogers, the 17th hold, which is basically I've got the lead, and I'm going to bridge it to the closer. I mean, you look at Duvall, he's got 23 saves. This bullpen is a weapon right now. And Alex Wood finally having a great start. That was huge. Absolutely huge.
Shasky, you know what this bullpen is? It's a World Series bullpen. I know what World Series bullpens look like. This has the makings of a World Series. If you get to a postseason, I can't believe
you're saying that.
I can't believe I'm saying it either. But the Rogers brothers, Camilo Duvall, I know. When that game was 1-0, and we got to the 7th inning, I said, it's perfect. It's setting up perfectly. This is money time. It's money time. They get out of jams. They strike guys out. And the calmness of Duvall and Rogers, the twins, you get one more arm in that bullpen. Maybe you slot Ryan Walker back. Maybe you get Brebbia back. I don't know how you do it. But I know what World Series bullpens look like. This has the makings of a World Series bullpen.
Well, and they have timely hitting right now in terms of like the complementary baseball that they're playing. So the defense yesterday, I mean, that throw from Patrick Bailey, do people realize the degree of difficulty on that throw?
That was sick.
Now, look, Buster Posey's an all-timer, right? But in terms of athleticism, like we can all admit, there's very few things on the diamond that Bailey does better than Posey. But that athleticism on a play like that, we watched a damn near, I don't know, some people say, not Hall of Famer, but Hall of Fame-like career from Buster Posey. I never seen him throw a guy out from that. Where he's like literally coming out of his crouch, jumping into the other batter's box, throwing down that way. Dude, he's sick.
He is.
Patrick Bailey is sick.
Dude, that throw to get out Whit Merrifield when he did it, and they had to challenge it. And they review it, and it was like, oh, he got him.
Yeah, he did.
He got him. The way he got up from the crouch, it was a hell of a throw. And then what he does to get the Giants to lead at 1-0. Just another professional at bat for Patrick Bailey, batting .320 to 2 strikeouts. I thought he immediately, as soon as he hit it through the hole. As soon as he hit it through the hole, I said, damn, Shasky is all over this guy. Now, Casey Smith's not playing much. Matos in the 9-hole, I don't like it. I don't like it. But you know what? He had some damn good at-bats last night.
And here's what I would say. Get Jock out of the 2-hole. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't.
Jock's not a 2-hitter. I'm sorry. Get him out. I know you want to play around with Estrada right now, and I get that. Put Matos in that 2-hole, and let's just see where it goes for a couple of games.
Yeah, please, dear
God. Tell the young man, hey, you're going to play here for 2 or 3 days in a row. We're just going to stick with it. You know, Estrada's kind of been going through some stuff right now, and so we're going to bump him down in the order. We're going to move you back up. Get Jock in the middle of the order.
Yeah, no,
I want him driving in runs. I don't want him running the. Has anyone seen him run the bases?
No, it's awful. It's awful.
On,
he struck out 3 times yesterday.
And then
Luis Matos, by the way, we'll get to Conforto in a second. Luis Matos, 15 pitches he saw in those first 2 at-bats against Gosman, driving up that pitch count as Gosman was looking good. Real quick on Gosman, really good pitcher. But I don't remember Giants fans clamoring to have him back on the roster after the way his second half of 2021 went. Very good pitcher.
No one wanted to pay him $5 for 120.
Exactly.
The
That's all I'm
Giants fans
saying.
that I know.
The Giants fans I know, and from all the calls we took on Kevin Gausman, nobody wanted him for 5 years for $100 million. And we thought with him signing to Toronto and the Blue Jays, boy, it's not going to be pretty for him. He's their ace in the AL East. But you know what? He's found something up there. Mm-hmm. He was dealing yesterday, but the Giants did just enough to stay in that baseball game. And again, get no hit through 4. Like it was nothing, and then you scratch a run against Kevin Gausman. You do what you got to do.
Well, the Gausman thing's interesting because it's funny. Like I wanted to keep him, but I didn't want to keep him at $5 for 120. I thought that was a little steep for them. I just didn't think the time was right to do it. But looking back, it's like, oh man, boy, he would have been really nice in our ballpark with the split finger. Mm-hmm. Next to Logan Webb for a long time. But then they brought in Rodon last year, Bonte, and you forgot about Gausman altogether because Rodon was a power arm. But then you lost Rodon as well, and so. As much as I love those kind of like prove it 1-year deals for pitchers, they stuck with DeSclafani and that ended up being not so hot. They've stuck with Alex Wood. And, yesterday he was really good, but that hasn't been so great.
It hasn't been
I understand in retrospect going, man, maybe we should have kept Gausman, but you're 100% right. In real time, most Giants fans said 120 for him? No way, sir.
Real time. So Gausman, he dealt, but the Giants did get him. Giants for Life here with a strong statement.
What's
Giants
that?
for Life on YouTube. Good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line. Giants for Life. Patrick Bailey is a better defensive catcher than Posey, and it isn't really close. That's saying something. Kid is here to stay.
Okay. So, in my estimation, Patrick Bailey does some things athletically that Buster can't do behind the plate.
Right.
But he's prone to the occasional like gaff where like he'll miss a ball.
Yep.
He
Pass ball.
He won't set himself up properly. There's some little rookie things. Buster Posey was like a 30-year-old at 23 years old.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
They're just very different. Yeah. But Buster Posey's athleticism behind the dish was not as good as Bailey's. I do believe Buster was a better blocker earlier on than what I've seen from Bailey.
All right, Michael Conforto.
It's too early to tell, though.
Yeah,
it's
just too early to tell.
Look at. I watched Buster's entire career. He's the gold. For me, he's the gold standard at catcher in a Giants uniform.
We all watch his career.
Yeah, exactly.
We know
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
We know what he brings to the table. Patrick Bailey. Hey, look, let's wait a minute, but he's locked in. He's locked in, and for some reason, he stole all the buzz that Casey Schmidt brought. He stole a little bit of buzz from Luis Matos. He's been a rock back there.
Clutch.
Joey Bart is gone.
Oh,
Joey Bart is gone.
Joey Bart, to me, is a part of whatever trade package to go get yourself an arm for the now.
Right, no doubt. I mean, Joey Bart is... it's unfortunate what happened there. So Farhan and company gets credit for that. Patrick Bailey playing really well. Big professional win for them. 3-0 win against the Toronto Blue Jays. Game 2 today up in the Rogers Center, and the lighting was great. Everybody got all sentimental over Brandon Belt. I don't understand the Belt slobbering.
I get it from Crawford. I get it from
Crawford, but everybody, like the Brandon Belt stuff, it's just
why? Why does it? Why does it?
I just don't get it. I never got it. I never got it. Even in 2012, 2013, 2014. It's not that he's a bad player. I don't hate Brandon Belt, but it's like we put this guy on a pedestal.
We elevated him.
Even over Posey. He was like at certain times, I felt like he was getting more love than Posey, more love than Pablo, more love than Pence. And I'm thinking to myself, he's okay. He's okay. He's a solid first baseman.
It does feel like there's a certain segment of the fans that holds him in higher Bay Area regard than like Frank Gore.
Yeah.
Which is like, what?
I just never got the over. It was like an obsession.
Yeah.
And I was just like, hey, let's just relax a little bit. He's a good player. He's a good Giant. Anyway, that's out of the way. Michael Conforto's going to join us at 8:30. Michael Conforto, and I thought after those 2 plays in right field, I said, maybe we should cancel.
Conforto's going to be on this show?
On this show.
Lubman. Great work, buddy. I guess Belt wasn't available.
Belt wasn't available.
Just call me the Brandon Belt of producers.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Laugh.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
It's a really good thing, actually. It's a championship producer right there.
Well, how many times are you going to strike out on guests? What's your hit percentage?
I mean, hey, if I got those 2 rings, though, I'm not really going to care about it.
Oh, boy. Well, hopefully the show is going on for a while because we want to win championships.
Don't sleep on his war, guys. It's up there.
It does feel like a lot of people, and Giants for Life just keeps tagging me in the YouTube chat. Here's what I would say about anything, right? Like, this is the same thing I'm saying about Shohei, because Shohei's putting on a show right now.
Oh, my gosh.
anybody who's making sweeping indictments on what a player isn't, whether they sign a big contract, whether they're a rookie coming up, a month is not a career. Okay, in baseball, we've seen Brandon Belt's a great example. You could pluck 2 weeks here and 3 weeks there, and you go, man, he looks like one of the greatest first basemen we've ever seen. Yeah. You can also pluck 3 weeks and say, he looks like one of the worst first basemen we've ever seen, because baseball tends to be very, very streaky for all players across the board. To put together, even remotely, a Buster Posey-like impact, give me a year first before we start having those conversations. That's all I'm saying for Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, let's get through the season here. 925 Comcast Business text line, because the Giants they're rolling right now, man. They are legit. Again, they've won 10 straight road games.
So much fun.
10 straight road games for the first time since 1952. They're making some history here, folks. 925 Comcast Business text line. Reporters Max Scherzer is willing to waive his no-trade clause, which would give up some prospect for him, Eddie and Brentwood. See, I don't think it's going to cost all that much for Max Scherzer. With the money that he has on the table, I'm not sure he's going to be able to get a top prospect. And I wouldn't give up a top prospect for Max Scherzer.
Are the Mets ready to sell?
Did you see Steve Cohen today? He's going to hold a presser today before the game.
But he also said he will pay for anyone's contract, right? So, he's basically admitting that he will pay for crap players that other teams don't want.
So he's got a 3-year, $130 million contract.
I would take him in a heartbeat.
That's a lot of money for a 38-year-old.
Yeah, but he's a hog, though.
He is a hog.
He's a hog. And he's had some blister issues. He's had some issues with MLB regarding the pitch clock and him coming set.
He's kind of a wild card.
But he's a hell of a player. You want to talk about a proven playoff stud? I mean, B, you get him around Logan Webb, you get him around Harrison and Wisenhunt as they come through the system. That's got Randy Johnson 2009 vibes when he kind of laced up the Matt Cains and the Sanchez's and the Lincecum. I think a lot of people have forgotten Brad Penny and Randy Johnson did a lot for those young guys.
No doubt.
I think we haven't given Randy Johnson enough credit because I really do think he had a positive impact on work ethic for a lot of those younger pitchers.
I mean, we saw gassed Scherzer closing out the Giants in that last game of the NLDS.
Yeah, 2021. Yeah, no doubt about that.
He was sick.
This guy's legit. This guy's legit. I'm all in for Scherzer. What will it cost? Well, I'll tell you what, Jock Peterson's a guy that could go. Now, I do worry about Mike Yastrzemski and the hamstring injury because you already see it. His right field defense was missed last night. He makes those plays that Conforto didn't make.
Agreed.
So that could be a problem there for the Giants here in the short term. But boy, they're rolling in the month of June. They beat the Blue Jays yesterday.
10 in a row on the road.
10 in a row on
First
the road.
time since the 50s.
1952.
That feels unbelievable. All the great Giants teams we've seen. But isn't that surprising?
Tyrell Estrada coming through with 2 RBIs, clutch, the 2-run double to break it open, some insurance there, the 9th inning. But the way the pitching is set it up, the way that, because the hitting again, I'm going to say this over and over. I'm not worried too much about the hitting.
No.
They're going to scratch runs away. They're going to find a way to get the hit for some power. It's the pitching. What can you do with the pitching? You know what? For one day, we've crushed Alex Wood. That's a big boy performance yesterday by Alex Wood. To come in that game up in Toronto, gets that lineup, and pitch 5 shutout innings, which is, we know he's a 5-inning pitcher, but you know what? You got the first inning out of the way. I'm not mad at Alex Wood. He deserves credit today on the Morning Roast.
Well, no, he absolutely deserves credit. But when I hear him in postgame basically say, I think I figured something out. Again, like I was talking about with Patrick Bailey, yo, Alex, you've been in this game a long time. You could figure something out for one start. Can I get back-to-back appearances that look good? Because your last outing, you gave up 6 runs.
Right.
But before the game even started. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm happy he had a nice performance. They desperately need him.
He gets credit for that. We crush him when he's bad. He deserves praise when he's good, and that's what we don't do in sports anymore. We always crush people whenever, you know what I'm saying?
No,
give them their praise, give them their credit. Alex Wood, in a performance like that, now he's going to have another good performance at Citi Field this weekend.
Yes.
That's fine, but he picked up the slack yesterday, and to beat Kevin Gausman, you get credit for that. It's set up perfectly for them, and now you got Logan Webb, and what did he start in Toronto? That's a must-win game for Logan Webb in Toronto. It's a lot of pressure.
But that's how it is now.
That's how it is now. It's June.
I agree.
We're going into July. The big boys are stepping up. You see Shohei Ohtani and the show he's putting on. By the way, last offseason, I said I give Shohei $70 million a season, and I was dead serious, and people said, you're crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
as in Mark.
Yeah, well, Mark Willard said that. Well, hey, Mark Willard, if you're listening out there, give Shohei $100 million a season, and I wouldn't even care. 6 years, $600 million. It's your Shohei Ohtani, and I wouldn't even think twice about it. He's got a 3.304 ERA. He's got a 302 ERA, 304 batting average. I mean, 2 jacks last night. He's striking out double digits. He's the best player on the planet, and it's not even close. The jerseys, the revenue, you're already getting $35,000 a night right now.
I know.
In the last homestand.
I know.
Imagine Shohei. You're back in the 40s. You're back in the 40s, and you're getting standing room only, and all of a sudden Sam Lubman's applying for a credential, and he's getting denied because of Shohei Ohtani. 6 years, $600 million right now.
Well, here's okay. This is just bear with me on this sentence. The Dodgers will always have the allure. They will always have the sex appeal. They'll always have a lot of the buzz. But if you just look at the rosters and the minor league system, dare I say the Giants are in a better place than the Dodgers moving forward?
It feels like they are.
No,
on paper.
On paper. Now, I know LA has its own allure that the Giants cannot, they just can't compete on that allure. I will acknowledge that to the fullest. But if we're talking situations moving forward, as great as Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman are, and Freddie Freeman's getting up there in age, as great as those players are, I think the Giants are positioned better long-term than the Dodgers. So if there was an argument, you got to bring the money, though, B. You've got to overpay.
You got to overpay. And you know what?
You got to overpay.
You know what? That's fine. If you can overpay for guys like Jock Peterson, Mitch Haniger, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, you can overpay for Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
The best player in baseball. So I think the Giants are in a great spot right now in the National League. Look, man, you got some big... The Marlins go out there and beat Boston. The Braves do their thing. It's starting to separate itself. The pack in the National League, you're starting to see the cream of the crop here. It's the Diamondbacks, it's the Giants, it's the Dodgers.
Well, they're not going to go
the Braves and the Marlins.
Yeah.
And in the NL Central, you got the Reds and Brewers battling out. Listen, man, I don't know what's going on with San Diego, but the Giants are a top 5 team in the National League. They have a legit shot, if they get the right pieces to add to this team, to represent the National League in the World Series. They can go play with the Braves.
What is it that makes you believe into them?
It's the chemistry. It's the cohesion. I really believe in that mojo stuff.
Yeah.
The momentum and the mojo that the Giants have right now is something that the Warriors didn't have last season. And that the Warriors are still somehow... That's why it's remarkable to me that they made the second round. The Warriors were an absolute mess behind the scenes last season. Yet they were able to say, you know what? We can put it together, get to the playoffs here. The Giants got the nice... They got the nice mix of youth... synergy, but the veterans, the youth, the pitching, it's all coming together here, and they all seem like they're getting along here. Gabe Kapler's out there with the team, doing a great job managing his team.
See him at first base?
I see him at first base in the Yeezys, man.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing up there. There's a vibe with this team, and they're just picking each other up left and right. Tyro Estrada, we talked about him struggling. Well, he picks up Lamont Wade Jr. yesterday from striking out 3 times. Tyro was good yesterday. Jock Peterson, not so good, but you get a nice at-bat from Luis Matos, even though he didn't get a hit. Patrick Bailey commanding that infield.
I'm so excited.
They've got something here, man.
This is the most excited you've been about the Giants in a long time.
Well, 2021.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I could feel the genuine excitement.
Yes. There's some swagger here.
Genuine excitement.
They got some swagger.
I'm pumped.
No, I'm telling you, man, when they did what they did last week against the Padres, and again, for me, I was all in when I seen that day game in St. Louis. That's a game they usually lose.
Yes.
It's a game teams usually lose. For Strumsky to win that game and to go to St. Louis and sweep them at Busch Stadium. I don't think people realize how hard that is.
It really
Then you go
is.
to Dodger Stadium and tattoo them?
When you're on the face of the sun at that stadium because it's
kidding me?
literally 140 degrees.
Are you kidding me? This team's legit.
I'm feeling really good about where they're at right now. And, I'm looking at Camilo Duval's season B. I mean, 2 years ago, he was the guy we kind of identified, and we're like, can he get to that point? The fact that we're here, now you're watching one of the elite players in the game, and when you watch him hone his craft, is there any doubt in your mind that he's getting a save?
No doubt. Did you see Steve Berman last night from the Athletic Suite?
No.
He tweeted, he goes, I watch Rob Beck, I watch Rob Nin. Shooter.
Smoke on the water.
Brian Wilson. He
Weezy.
goes, Camilo Duval has filthier stuff.
Yeah.
He has filthier stuff. And I'm telling you, man, he has a chance to be the guy. I'm talking about not just the guy. One day, maybe I'm getting premature here. I'm feeling myself right now. But one day, he has the capability of one day having a statue. That's how good this guy is at the closer spot. This guy, I'm dead serious, man. I don't know. Maybe it's too early in the morning. He has a chance to be a statue guy.
I mean, it's going to take a long time.
It's going to take a long time
for an arm,
no doubt.
Especially coming out of the bullpen. Very few guys can have 10-year careers as closers.
No doubt. I understand that.
Even Papelbon's career, that some people might scoff at, he was freaking awesome for a decade.
Listen, man,
Jansen's been awesome for 15 years.
So Berman's tweet: the Giants have had some top tier closers over the past 30 years. Beck, Nin, Brian Wilson, plus strong runs from Casilla and Sergio Romo. Camilo Duvall is filthier than all of them. Filthier. And he's strong, he's big, he's young. I don't know, man. I think of the Orleans kid, and he shut things down. And you know what? The other thing, too, is some people, I was talking to some buddies off the side, and they're like, what are the Giants going to do when the games get bigger? Well, they're going on the road here. There's a sellout crowd at Rogers Center. You got sellouts at Dodger Stadium. You got sellouts at Busch Stadium. This team is playing in front of big crowds on the road and now at home.
Yes.
And they're not rattled at all. So Camilo Duvall, 25 years old, 23 saves this year. He's on his way to another 30-save season. Let's see if he can get to 40 because the Giants seem to be playing in close games. I don't know, man. This kid is unbelievable. We'll talk more about him. Brought to you by Go to State Lumber. Serve the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And also Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Kenny Caraway, 8 o'clock, to talk about what the Kings may do. Will they steal away Draymond Green? Kuzma. Will they sign Kyle Kuzma? And then, of course, Michael Conforto.
We got the King.
Michael Conforto, 8:30 live from Toronto. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop?
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? We'll see you at the match tomorrow
Are you
in
excited
Vegas. I will be watching. I'm excited. Wow. I am excited. Barkley's going to be on the broadcast, right?
Of course.
He'll be asking about Chris Paul.
He's lost a lot of weight.
Barkley?
He looks really good.
He looks good. He does look
really
good.
good.
By the way, our YouTube poll question of the day, should the Warriors extend Steve Kerr? We talk a lot about Draymond Green. We talk a lot about Clay. We talked a lot about Jordan Poole, CP3, you name it. But what should the Warriors do with Steve Kerr? Do Warrior fans want to see him extended? How you feeling about Coach? 888-957. 888-957-9570. Speaking of Curry and Clay, they spoke out about the Chris Paul trade, something we will dive into. Trust me on that. We will dive into that. They spoke about it. So far, thumbs up on that. Can't tell me Curry didn't give the thumbs up on that trade. Something we'll get into, but let's continue to roll on this Giants.
Well, before we get to the Giants, I want to ask you about Shohei Ohtani here. I know that you and I have kind of basically been on record as saying, like, hey, greatest baseball player of all time. What are we talking about, resume? Because resume, there's a lot of guys that have had 20-something year careers. Willie Mays played 25 years in the bigs.
Yeah.
Okay, he was a 24-time All-Star. Hank Aaron, 24-time All-Star. Stan Musial, 24. So, like, look, okay, in terms of what we're seeing, it's completely unprecedented. But, and I know the big league guys that are big leaguers, you got to specialize. There's no way you can do both. Outside of the minors and the majors, in every other level of baseball, from college to high school and on down, 9 times out of 10, your best player pitches and plays somewhere in the field and bats somewhere in the middle of your order. The guy for LSU the other day who came in the 8th inning, Bonte, he was a pitcher. He's a freshman, okay? And they go, he's a pitcher this year. What position do you think he's going to play next year? They go, he'll be your starting shortstop next year on LSU. Right? Great baseball players at a young age play all over the diamond. And yes, they typically pitch for you as well. Now, there's a variety of reasons why. But, like, I have long hypothesized that this was coming to the bigs. And I wanted someone to experiment. I didn't think it'd look like this.
Yeah.
Bonte, I didn't think it would look like this. We've got a kid on, again, it's a 12-year-old team. We got a kid on our team. He's our best hitter in terms of batting average and home runs and stuff like that. Not the greatest defensive player, at third base, but he's our ace pitcher, and he's a hog, and he shoves, and he's a great player. And I'm looking at someone like Shohei Ohtani, and all of the high schools, every high school in the Bay Area has somebody on their team right now who's one of their top 1 or 2 pitchers and plays in the field somewhere and is one of your top 1, 2, 3, or 4 hitters. And so, am I surprised? On some level, no. Am I surprised he's this good at the highest level? Hell yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Hell yeah, I am.
Because when he came in as a 23-year-old, pardon me, 22 home runs, 61 RBIs, batted .285. I said, okay, there's something here. I didn't think 46 home runs.
No one did.
I didn't think 34 home runs. I didn't think 28 home runs, and it's not even July yet. 28 home runs, 64 RBIs, batting over 300. He's got Barry Bonds-like numbers. Now, he's even got 11 solo bases. So he's going to get to 20 before the season's over. He might be a 40-20 guy. Like, this guy's legit. And oh, by the way, as a pitcher, what he's doing, he's going to be able to get whatever check he wants next season. And the big boys are going to be after him. What's too much for Shohei? Is it 125? Could this guy be the first $100 million a year player? Will baseball go that route?
I mean, B, if you're asking me right now, there are 3 guys in sports, to me, that whatever they're doing, I'm watching. It's Steph Curry.
Yep.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And it's Shohei Ohtani. Now, I'm not going to ask you to choose between the 3 which one you're going to see, but, like, it's a very small list.
It's a very small list.
And I'm looking at guys, the reason why I picked those 3, they are revolutionizing how that sport is being viewed, how it's being played, and how it's being evaluated from the top on down.
Do you think people are running to the TV to go watch Ohtani now?
I feel like they are. Like, for example.
Because I know they are for Mahomes. I know they are for Stephen Curry. But have they caught on to Shohei Ohtani? Has a casual, because baseball is an acquired taste.
Oh, totally.
Has the football/basketball fan who wants that instant gratification. Have they warmed up and been patient to say, you know what? We got to watch Shohei at bat.
But this is what I think has happened. I think because of TikTok and because of Instagram Reels and Twitter, I think it is more consumable to find Ohtani stuff than ever before. So I don't know if people are running to the television, but I do know this. It's a social media movement. I mean, Bonte, he's all over TikTok. Every time I open the thing up, ding, ding, here's a strikeout. Watch this slider into the ground. He's all over. I mean, and he's every kid's favorite player. I have kids who play in all these leagues and stuff. They're all wearing the T-shirt jersey, the red Angels Ohtani jersey.
That's unbelievable. He's already got an MVP, already got a Rookie of the Year, Silver Slugger,
and been robbed
2-time All-Star. Yeah, been robbed of an MVP.
By Aaron Judge.
Yeah, but Aaron Judge, you know what? He deserved that.
Look,
Judge deserved that.
We can argue about it.
Judge deserved that.
We can argue about it.
Judge deserved it. No doubt about it. You can make the argument Shohei stole his first one over Vlad Jr. Vlad Jr. was unbelievable that year, and he made the playoffs.
And what he did in the World Baseball Classic with his team, I mean, I think a lot of people were like, damn. Like, him versus Mike Trout was pretty freaking incredible.
Well, Flynn mentioned that when I asked him yesterday about the year of baseball. Because I feel like baseball's having a banner season. And he goes, it really started with the World Baseball Classic, that momentum. And I had forgotten about the WBC. And I was like, you know what? We were locked in for that.
Yeah.
And it was the crowds were great down in Miami. The crowds were great in Phoenix. The crowds were great in Japan. Yeah. The crowds were great in Puerto Rico. He was right about that. And it set the tone that Shohei had that spotlight to himself to strike out Mike Trout to end that baseball game. And now you see what he's doing for the Angels. Boy, you talk about a contract year. Well, it's one of the best contract years of all time. Aaron Judge has had a great contract year with the New York Yankees, and he cashed in. And Ohtani's like, hold up, Judge. Hold my beer.
Oh, this might be the greatest contract season of all time. Pick a sport. I mean, I think Flacco, Aaron Judge, like when Flacco won the Super Bowl, okay, and went on that playoff run that he went on, there's like a small list of guys where I'm like, oh, yeah, all-time contract year.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Doubt.
And I'm thinking
Did Debo have one of those?
Debo's up there.
He had a great contract year.
That's a good point.
You know,
that's a good point.
Think about it. His contract year was sick.
But I'm looking at Ohtani. Not only is he having a great contract year, if you were to write a script for how the Giants would entice an Ohtani to come, or at least consider them, wouldn't this season be the script? Couple of young guys come up. We look really infused. We've got great energy. They've got an ace in his prime at the top of the rotation. You've got an all-time closer. Well, hopefully a Giants all-time type
maybe we're
of closer.
praising him too much.
We might be. But, like, isn't this the template that the Giants were praying to God that they could put out on a year to kind of entice someone like an Ohtani to want to come there?
Well, there's a couple things here. One, I didn't like Farhan Zaidi coming out and saying on John Heyman's podcast that I never believed we were getting Aaron Judge. And I don't want to kill the vibes today, but just
say it?
Farhan, just please.
Some things that you could think internally don't need to be said out loud.
If I'm the owner, I'm like, dude, you never believed it, so we just wasted our time. I need a GM who believes. Or you imagine Joe Lacob and Bob Myers like, I don't really believe we could get Kevin Durant. He would have been fired on the spot. He wouldn't have made it to 2023. So I don't want to hear that. But I do wonder if free agents have watched the Giants over the past couple seasons really be aggressive on the free agent market and fall short and say, you know what? They're trying, and now they have something cooking. Now they have a base. They have a good base. They got a good catcher. They've got some good talent in the outfield with Luis Matos. Lamont Wade Jr. is playing well. But you know what? They're cooking something up there in San Francisco. And that's a place I could go win.
Right.
And go look at the crowds.
Right.
Baseball's buzzing up in the Bay Area. I could be the guy up there in that market. Now, he could be the guy in any single market. Any market at all. But I'm looking at the Giants.
Around them.
Right. You want to have players around them, and you want to have a good formula. It feels like the Giants right now have a good formula here. So I think the Giants are putting themselves in good spots. Even though they're striking out, still the Giants, they are a player in big-time free agency. They're linked to these names here, and I think that's the start of something special.
Well, and here's the other part that I'm looking around the division. Man, that Padres situation doesn't look anywhere as jolly as we thought it would be.
Boy.
And then I look at the Dodgers, and I know they're still humming along. But, man, doesn't it feel like they're aging quickly? Doesn't it feel like their cupboard's running dry? Am I tripping?
I'm not going to write them off yet.
They're still a great team.
I'm not going to write them off yet. That'd be silly because they just got the new young stud Miller. They've got Outman.
I know, they got another young pitcher.
They got the shortstop coming up. You still got Mookie. All right, Mookie's a baller. Freddie Freeman's playing well.
But is it as
Will Smith?
But is it as
talk about
fruitful
catchers.
as it was 2 years ago?
Because 2 years ago, 2 years ago was great.
Okay,
they look like an all-star team.
That's all I'm saying. It's a tick down. It's still high.
Tick down. But JD Martinez, we just watched him hit 2 home runs at Coors Field.
They're a top 8 franchise for everyone in baseball.
Let's not write the Dodgers
off. But they were top 2 for many years.
The Dodgers still have the number 4 farm system in baseball, so they still got a pretty stacked cupboard. And that's after all the trades they've made over the last few years.
But quite honestly, I think that we've overrated a lot of their prospects. Verdugo's not that great, and we overrated him.
He's having a nice couple season.
Fine. They made him out
Boston.
to be like an absolute stud. They made him out to be as good as Mookie Betts. Gavin Lux is fine. Gavin Lux is he's a solid Major League Baseball player. I'll take Cronenworth over Gavin Lux.
What you just said here is why I don't get caught up in prospects. Number 4 prospects, and you're talking about, it's a little overhyped. I think we do that with prospects in general, with everybody's farm system.
Maybe, but then you get guys like Adderley, Rushman, and then you get guys like Jackson Holiday, who look like the real deal.
Yeah, no doubt. You do.
Gunnar Henderson looks like the real deal.
They're all like Andrew Jones' son can't bat over 200 right now.
Well, he's 18.
Yeah, I get it, but still, he's struggling right now. All right, what's coming up in the game?
I still like
Sponsored
him.
by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. A little more baseball talk. We got some sound. We will get into the Golden State Warriors, man. And there's a lot going on with the Dubs right now, and it has me fired up about next season. We'll get into that right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Turn your home into restricted airspace.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Michael Conforto, 8:30. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, 8 o'clock. We're going to D-Lo on soon. Sorry, D-Lo. We went Kenny.
We got the king.
Who? We got the Kings. Kings.
Mm-hmm.
They get Kyle Kuzma. Oh, Spinoni, stop it. That's NBA world champion Kyle Kuzma.
He is a champion. He's solid.
I like Kuzma.
Notion, though, that he's this guy that's going to put any team over the top is laughable.
No. But he's a nice piece off the bench. Would you guys agree?
He's better than Harrison Barnes.
Comparable.
No. I think he's a better basketball player than Harrison Barnes, but I think there are some things that he brings to the table that Harrison Barnes doesn't in terms of locker room dynamics.
Yeah.
Because, look, there's a reason he's kind of bounced around a little, and I think he's got a little stigma around him, whether fair or not. That's the perception. Wouldn't you agree with that?
LeBron James did that.
Okay.
They all did.
So you don't think it's fair?
I don't think it's fair at all. I actually, he's only been on 2 teams, Lakers, and then he got traded in the Russell Westbrook deal, correct? And so, this is a guy who scored 21 a game last year.
I like
17
him.
a game. I think he fits it perfectly.
He's a great
he played with
stretch.
DeLon Wright at Utah, so I got to know Kuzma a little bit in the locker room. And talking to D, right? Like the guy, he's eccentric. He wears the crazy outfits, but the guy's a baller. The guy wants to win.
So he's like Sam Lubman.
It's not a good comp. Not a good comp. I mean, Sam Lubman's more Brennan Belt. Kyle Kuzma's no Brennan Belt.
I kind of wanted the Warriors to be in on someone like Kyle Kuzma, but it's just not going to fit financially.
You wanted somebody.
Well, no, I mean, because he can knock down a three. He can play some positional versatility. I think he can be a guy that you can play a little bit in the post on defense and a little bit out on the wing. Like, I think he's a nice body as we're looking at positionless basketball who can run the floor with this team. Like, those are the kind of guys you're looking for, but I'm sure his price point is too high from where the Warriors are slotted.
Boy, Kyle Kuzma going from L.A. to D.C. to Sacramento.
Is that so? That's locked in. He's going there.
No, it's not locked in.
Oh,
there's rumors. Rumors are flying off the table right now.
Look at all these rumors surrounding me every day.
A lot of rumors. Need
some time to get away.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. Early morning baseball talk is great for night shift workers. Absolutely.
Did you see Victor Wembanyama's video that went viral?
Of him breaking all the shots?
Yes.
That was. And then they took it down. They took it down.
Are we doing too much?
There's a lot of hype with this kid, man.
I think it's a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron James, the hype there.
But LeBron, okay, here's the thing with LeBron. You watched one NBA game against the Kings, and everyone's like, yep, he can play.
Well, I watched one high school game, and I was like, oh, this is different.
Yeah, we all did.
This is different.
That was the Dickie V game.
I mean, the Dickie V, St. Mary, St. Vincent against Oak Hill.
He passed the ball.
Exactly.
It's the floor vision. Like, there are certain things that you could just tell. The chest. Like, I looked at his chest, and I was like, oh, yeah, the guy's got a man's body.
Will Victor be able to dribble in front of a guard or a big man?
Skinny.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Jay Billis.
Well, Jay Billis is breaking it down, saying, he doesn't allow people to get into their body. Well, the NBA, they're going to get into your body.
Kevin Durant's an outlier. I don't think people realize being that skinny is an outlier. And I think the thing with Kevin Durant that people sleep on is the athleticism. Right. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
And his footwork is elite for how big he is.
Like, the NBA is a fast game.
Yes,
he's going to be able to stay with some of these guys. I know he's long and he's athletic, but, boy,
I'm very skeptical. And I hope I'm wrong. I'm very skeptical.
Like, the Scoot Henderson kid, I was like, damn, this little point guard's good. This little joker's going to be legit.
So you like Scoot over Wemby?
You can't make that pick.
Well, you like Paolo Banchero over Chet last year. You were very specific on that.
Well, and it was funny because
he didn't play.
He didn't play, but I went out to March Madness. Remember we were talking about March Madness, how the city just popped. Chase Center was popping.
Yeah.
He had Duke, Texas Tech, and he had Arkansas and Gonzaga. So Hef and I get there for the second half of Gonzaga and Arkansas. And Chet's in that game. And you had Jalen Williams, the long-haired Jalen Williams from Arkansas with LKC. Obviously, they have 2 Jalen Williams. And Chet got knocked to the ground so much, Shasky, on just box outs.
Yeah.
Simple box outs. He was on the ground.
Yeah.
And he fouled out of that basketball game. Now, a couple of those fouls were very little suspect. But I was like, gosh, this guy is skinny. And if you just put a body on
I
him,
know.
he's falling over. Remember talking to Bully when he went out to the Gonzaga St. Mary's game at St. Mary's that season, and Gonzaga lost. Chet had like 4 or 6 points or something like that. It was getting bullied in the post. I'm skeptical of Chet, and he's a big.
Don't talk about him.
Not really. But Chet's on the 3-point line a lot, and I was like, give me Paulo. In those 2 games, I was like, this dude's a grown man.
Well,
and he had an NBA game. He was smooth. He was composed. He knew when to play fast. He knew when to pass the ball.
Yeah.
He was crashing the glass. He was locking up on D. I was like, he's got an NBA body.
I agree with you.
I don't know if Chet has an NBA body.
Well,
Same thing with Wemby. I don't know if he's got an NBA body.
Well, so you always hear this like, well, when Giannis came into the league, he was skinny. Can we at least acknowledge pointing to outlier situations?
Right.
They're outliers for a reason. They're very rare. Drew Brees was accurate and small in the middle of the pocket. Yeah, that's an outlier. All these people, you're going to be the next Drew Brees. We're still waiting on that.
Right. We're still
all right, Kevin Durant is an outlier. To be a skinny guy and to be able that tall and that explosive is very rare. And look, here's the thing with Kevin Durant. He's had a lot of injuries.
A lot.
No, he's had a Hall of
injuries.
Fame career, but he's had a lot of injuries. I look at someone like Giannis and bulking up the way he did. That's also an outlier. Now, I understand when you draft someone who's 18 years old, they have to grow into their body. I mean, we all have family members that are 18 years old, and then you look at them at 26, and they fill out, and they look totally different than when they're 18.
And Giannis had the frame to fill out. KD, though, even though KD didn't have that frame and he was only benching 165, he got a little thicker, but I remember
It's a cardio league.
I thought with the way the league was shifting, it was shifting towards having guys like him handle the ball and pull up from 3. Remember they had the guy Thon Maker who had the great highlight tape. We thought Thon Maker was going to be sick.
I think he was a South Florida guy.
Yeah, well, it did not work out. Did not work out for Thon Maker at all. I thought he was going to be KD, but KD, I was thinking, man, I want him over Olden. It all depends on the basketball skill to handle the shot-making ability. And I get Wemby's going to have that. But, boy, he was throwing up those bricks, man. I was like, is he trying to brick? What's going on here? Well, it looked flat, didn't it?
It's just the whole thing. When I saw him in the uniform, I was like, he looks really skinny.
Really skinny.
He looks really skinny. And, again, maybe he'll be able to cook a Kevon Looney off the dribble. I don't know how he's going to box out in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know. We shall see about that.
I mean, Bull is out there struggling.
But Bull balled out last year.
I'm just saying at the beginning.
Struggling at the beginning. But you know what? Bull had a good season last year.
And by balled out, as a role
double-doubles,
player.
double-doubles
This is the number
here and
one
there.
pick in the draft.
Right,
That's all
no
I'm
doubt.
saying.
No
there's
doubt.
a big difference.
You better be better than Bull. You better be better than Bull.
That's all I'm saying.
Would I take Bull and the Warriors?
When
Probably.
people say he's the greatest prospect
ever, yeah, that's
too much.
Well, it's like we didn't see LeBron James. We didn't see Kevin Durant. We didn't see Carmelo Anthony. All right? What other prospect? Joel Embiid. Andrew Wiggins. Do you remember the hype on Andrew Wiggins?
I mean, we just watched James Wiseman, whose body is a lot bigger, thick-wise, than Wemby, and he got bodied in every game.
Right. So I'm not this whole.
I'm really interested to see him in summer league.
Yeah, and that he may play Monday, July 3rd. It may go up there. Not sure though. Not sure if I want to make that trip to Sacramento.
Benny and I are. We already got our tickets.
Really?
We're going. Yep, young Benjamin and I. Because the Lakers play the Heat right before it, and then we're watching right after.
When you bought tickets,
that's cool.
Can you sit anywhere? Is it like first come, first serve?
No. They have legit seats you have
really?
to buy. Yeah, they're this thing's gonna be sold out pretty damn quick.
Wow.
Because they're expecting Wembanyama to be there and Brandon Miller to be playing him.
Oh, that's
cool.
right,
Brandon. When do the Warriors play? Do they play Monday too?
They do. They play the Monday night game against Sac right after Wembanyama.
Are you gonna do the photo? The Aaron Judge Altuve photo and bring little Benny over.
I was thinking about it. I was like, if Wemby's there, I was like, Wemby, hold my kid.
Might have to hold him. I don't think they could stand next to
Gotta go
each
like
other.
Simba and Lion King. Hold him up. Let me take this picture real quick.
That's a long day of summer league. It's a long day.
We'll just be going probably even till halftime of that Spurs one. Whenever Wemben's out, all right, bud, let's go.
It's Spurs Hornets in that first one?
It's the second one. So Lakers, Heat at 3, 5 o'clock,
We'll skip that
Spurs,
game.
Hornets, and then 7, I believe, is Kings, Warriors.
So the guy for the Miami Heat that we watched in summer league, Yurtseven, is that how you pronounce it?
Yurtseven, yeah. Remember he was going at it with Kuminga?
He's humongous.
He's humongous.
So
Remember he hit Kuminga with an elbow to the ribs and Kuminga didn't even flinch?
I mean, just think about that. Victor's that's a backup,
right,
who barely gets off the bench for the Miami Heat. I don't know, man. This Wemby thing is very interesting.
I'm
very intrigued. Maybe I'm tripping because I saw that video and I was like, red flag.
Bigger prospect
I'm
than
probably
Magic.
making too much of it.
Bigger prospect than Magic. Bigger prospect than
No,
Bird.
he's not a bigger
prospect than Kareem.
Magic at 19
Wilt.
years old took his team to the NCAA finals
won it.
and was dominating.
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
We keep talking about the biggest prospect in the history, like bigger prospect than Shaq. Than Shaquille
That's a
O'Neal,
great point.
Chris Webber, like, come on, like we got to stop with this stuff. We got to stop. Oh, it's the greatest thing ever.
And remember, this is like whenever I hear people like, well, he dominated against big guys, adult, grown men in the French league. Yeah, so did Mikael Petrus.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And I'm not saying he's going to be Mikael Petrus, but like that was the big argument. French Jordan. Remember Mikael Petrus?
Oh yeah, they called him Air France. We called him Air France. Remember that?
How's the guy like to enjoy himself at Club Milk on
Oh man, Club Milk. Hey, Reggae Night used to be popping at Milk. Reggae Night was sick. Shout out to Milk right across the street from Amoeba Records.
All I'm saying is, can we see it before we like put the cart before the horse?
But that's why we're saying prospect. We're not saying this guy's gonna be next. Like as a prospect, like this guy's so hyped.
LeBron.
Well, okay, that's fine. That's probably the only other guy then, right? Like for me, like we've never even with Shaq, we've never seen handles like this. And Shaq was legit with this size, Shasky. Shaq's not even this tall. Did you see Wembanyama against Tim Duncan, David Robinson? Do you see him standing next to those guys?
It's
he dwarfs
ridiculous.
them.
No, I know,
dwarfs them, and he's supposed to be a point guard type.
But Shaq at LSU.
Yes, he was
did handle
awesome.
the rock.
He still didn't get this
He
hype.
was young Shaq.
No.
Was
I
so
know.
athletic.
I was 3 years old, so I
Go
can't
watch the
speak on
Shaq
it
doc
totally.
when he was like a young Ernie Johnson. Dick Vitale was like, "This Shaquille O'Neal." Ernie Johnson was talking about him when he was still in college.
Young Shaq was so sick.
Young Shaq should have been on the Dream Team. Let's keep it a buck.
You're 100% correct.
Over Christian Laettner. All right.
I hear you, but I'm telling you, I remember young Shaq at LSU, and I remember going, oh, dear God, there's no one ever built like him. He could run like a deer and was built like an ox.
Even Chris Webber, because Chris Webber always talks about that practice. So remember, we watched the Dream Team doc where they played Bobby Hurley, Chris Webber, Jamal Mashburn in that practice in San Diego, and the Dream Team got their ass kicked. Chuck Daly was like, oh boy, this is bad. And then the next day they ended up. But Chris Webber said, Chris Wallace said, Webber was the best player on the floor. He goes, there was Jordan, there was Barkley. Chris Webber was the best player on the floor that day at 19 years old against all those Hall of Famers. And even Larry Bird was like, thank God I'm getting out the league right now. That's what's coming in the league. Chris Webber, we forget how dominant he was at Michigan. He wanted to play like Magic.
And he was a lot thicker and a lot more skilled in terms of passing than Wemby was. Like this, I've watched the videos, and we'll see if it translates. All I'm saying is, I think it's going to be a really rough year for him.
I got a question for you guys. So these are probably going to be the two most hyped athletes this next year. It's Wembanyama and this guy
Caleb?
over at USC. Which stock you buying into? Caleb Williams or Victor Wembanyama?
Oh, that's
because Caleb's getting Mahomes comps. Like Caleb's getting Mahomes comps.
So Aaron Murray, I believe, is the former Georgia quarterback.
Yeah.
So he's doing podcasts now, and he came out and basically said, as a prospect heading into the draft, he is going to be highly regarded than when Mahomes came into the draft.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
Is he Is he more highly regarded than Deshaun Watson?
Because
Watson was the guy.
I would say he is.
Watson was the guy.
Because this guy's the unanimous first-round pick
Andrew
already
Luck,
going into this year.
I still think Andrew Luck is the...
That's a comp. Trevor Lawrence as well. Those are the two.
To me, Trevor Lawrence, as prospects, because of their size, I think Luck and Trevor Lawrence... And I don't know. I think those guys would be better, quote unquote, prospects than Caleb.
We forget Eli,
Caleb's pretty damn
Peyton,
awesome. Yeah,
Vic.
That's what I'm saying.
Ben Roethlisberger even was. I remember they showed his game when he was at Miami of Ohio. He struggled against Iowa, but they were still like, this guy's going to be a top 15 pick.
If he went to Ohio State, he would have been a top 3 pick.
Yeah, no doubt. It would have been
there's not even
Eli, Phillips,
6'5",
Ben Pickens. Yeah, no doubt. So I don't want to do that to Caleb. I would say Victor. Because of hype. Now we'll see what happens next season. Because now Caleb has another year of college in that LA market, and going into the season, it's going to be the cream of the crop in the Pac-12, USC that is. So, and they got some big boy. They got a nice little schedule, I believe, this year.
I'll say this too: it's also easier for a guy on a crappy basketball team to succeed and put up numbers than a quarterback on a crappy football team. And that's what Caleb's going to go. Caleb's going to be going into it. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is a great comp. Yeah. He went into a dumpster fire of his situation, one of the worst coaching situations in the history of the league. What's going to happen with Caleb? Is it going to be, I don't know, is Arizona going to move on from Kyler? That's going to be interesting. Is it going to be the Raiders with Josh McDaniel? Like, there's interesting little things to go on there. I'm hoping so, God. I'm praying. He might not even play. He might even be on the team. Brian Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. I was going to throw the number out here real quick. Forgot the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitter groups. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. At our new studio, I want to have kind of like a PTI set.
Why?
Because I want Jimmy's face.
Yeah.
I want like faces of all the
that.
mediocre players
Yes, I like
and the
that.
polarized. It's like Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Get Debo up there.
John
Brebbia.
Or no, who was the one? Zach Littall.
Zach Littall.
Zach Littall was the one who didn't want to give the ball to Gabe Kapler.
I want Farhan's face. I want Shanahan. I want Trey Lance.
I kind of am with this.
You know, I want that right in the background. It's just all those faces right there.
I like
it.
it.
Who else could we get?
Antonio Brown in a Raiders jersey. There you go.
Oh, my gosh. Not going to do that. Not going to do that one. Not going to do that.
Every time I see someone say Mitty G instead of Jimmy G, it makes me smile. It's just funny.
Why does it make it?
Because it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Porn star
Jimmy. Because it's the most accurate description of Jimmy.
The pick eight.
The pick eight. I watched that. I was circulating the other day, that play. There was like 6 things wrong with that play.
Dude,
and a lot of them from the quarterback.
And it got worse. And it got worse in that game. Remember the Texas route?
The throw, it was so bad.
What about when he had Debo wide open and he threw it up like a pop-up? And then, you know the funny part about that, as we go down to Jimmy Garoppolo trade, and we played all his, maybe we need to run that back. Jimmy Garoppolo and the miscues. We're talking about all the plays, overthrowing the guy on the goal line in Jacksonville. Remember that? And he was wide. And Fox did the screech. I was like, look, he's got him wide open right here.
Jeff Wilson
and he
Jr.
overthrew him.
Yeah.
But like, everything. I remember when they scored a touchdown in Chicago, the game where he basically took over the job again. And Shasky had a tweet. I don't know why I thought about this. He had a tweet. Look at the receivers. They don't even rock with Jimmy. They're not even high-fiving them. Every little thing we critique with Jimmy Garoppolo. Poor guy. But that Denver game, but it was right after Seattle. Oh, boy, Jimmy came in. That looked like 49er football. And then the next week, he throws the pick 8. And he overthrows Deebo Samuel on the Texas route, throws a pick. And then it was like, well, he really didn't have a training camp, so... Like, the excuses for Jimmy, it's just, I quit on him, man. It was like...
Well, my lasting image is you elbowing me at the NFC Championship game going, look at them Chase he's got on.
Oh, my God.
He's looking fresh.
He's looking fresh walking on the field.
Hella happy.
He looked like he could have played that game, but I'm not going to go there. Not going to go there.
So he could
smile
play
on
in
the
the
sideline.
NFC Championship game, but he won't be available for the Raiders week 1.
Oh, man.
It was if that sentence... is the Jimmy G story.
Listen, the Jimmy Garoppolo from Guru with the Ray-Bans and I got caught up in Garoppolo mania. SF Bay Drummer, spent at $4.99. Thank you, SF Bay Drummer. Can't wait to see you back in the Bay.
Like some damn mosquitoes.
Y'all had us filling out apologies for us for Mitty G. We ain't forgot Ponte and Shasky. We all drunk the Kool-Aid, man. Because the Garoppolo stands, who's worse? The belt stands or the Garoppolo stands? Because that was the Garoppolo stand at one point.
Well, got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
I mean, I guess Jimmy G at the bare minimum was the quarterback, so I get being, caped up for the quarterback. Speaking of quarterbacks, did you see the other day Florio talking about there's going to be a tug of war for Kirk Cousins?
I saw Mike Grant.
Florio is obsessed.
Shout out to the 415ers podcast. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy, my guys, the 415ers podcast. You can find it right here at 957thegame.com, the Odyssey app, whatever you get your podcasts. Evan Giddings brought it up to Mark Grandy. I didn't think Mark Grandy could get mad. I'd never seen him get angry, raise his voice or nothing. The guy's just an innocent kid.
What'd he say?
He went crazy. He said, please, for the love of God, no. He went crazy. I'd never seen a Grandy man go crazy.
Kirk Cousins. We're still doing this.
If Kirk Cousins was on the Niners this year, be Super Bowl favorites easily. How about that?
Over Brock Purdy.
Yes.
No.
I absolutely think so. Kirk had a great year last year with the Vikings.
I don't
Are we sleeping on that?
I don't give a damn.
So when did that crack come into play for you?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the cocaine was happening. The cocaine's happening right now.
Are you a sausage guy?
Dude,
I'm taking Brock Purdy over Kirk Cousins. I don't care if Brock Purdy turns back into a pumpkin and regresses to whatever. No, I am taking Brock Purdy over. I'm so out on Kirk Cousins.
Boy.
No.
So Big John, shout out to Big John out here at the Comcast Business Text Line, DC Water Department. Shout out to all those guys over there. I always see Big John at the Starbucks right before him. He's like, don't you got a show in 20 minutes? He's like, yeah. I'll get there. Don't trip. We'll get from San Bruno to the city in 10 minutes. Listen, maybe the football gods just want us cursed for having Joe Montana and Steve Young back-to-back. Maybe the football gods are just laughing at us. And Garcia. Maybe they're just laughing at us saying, yeah, you know what? This fan base deserves Kirk Cousins. I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go. A tug of war over Kirk Cousins.
Would you rather have Jimmy G or Kirk Cousins?
Jimmy Garoppolo. You like that? I'd rather have Jimmy G, man. Oh, gosh. Why do I really have to answer that?
A tug of war.
Say what you will. Kirk Cousins plays in all his games. He'll be healthy.
Yeah,
now when he puts on that red and gold, he might immediately get injured because there's just a curse. But he suits up.
And he also turns right into a pumpkin come playoff time.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan is the key to Kirk Cousins. All right? We all know that.
Shanahan coached him for like a second.
No, he's just trying to start stuff right now.
Jay Gruden had him the majority of his time in Washington. Shanahan was there for like a second, and we have been linking Shanahan and Kirk Cousins like they are lovers. It's unreal.
Hey, listen.
It's unreal.
They've been showing all these classic games on NFL Network and having Hulu Plus. And I have Xfinity in one room and Hulu Plus on my iPad.
He's the Jeff Samardzija of quarterbacks. Oh, he eats 200 innings. I don't give a damn if they 200 sucky innings. I don't want no part of you.
Listen. Training camp this year.
It's gonna
be off the chain.
It's gonna be incredible.
I don't know what I'm more eager for. The three quarterbacks on the field, or the moment Shanahan walks on that field with the football in his hands, and he's got the Adidas, and he's got the slick back here. I will never forget that image. When Shasky first came to training camp, we go to training camp that Saturday practice, and Shasky's like, look at Shanahan. He's just tripping with swagger right now. He was in his element that day.
After a 2020 terrible season.
He was smiling
so much swagger.
He was smiling so much in Trey Lance. That was the greatest display of practice I've ever seen from a quarterback. It was the greatest throwing practice I've ever seen in my life. Well, hey, Pop, you've been around the Raiders franchise for a long, long time. You haven't necessarily seen great
Jason Campbell
play.
had some good years. Bruce Gradkowski, that comeback in Pittsburgh, Bonte.
Andrew Walters. I have an admission about training camp on the other side.
Oh, boy.
A tough conversation that needs to be had in the Shasky household.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And we're having it on air before we have it in person.
That's coming up.
Find the Tom.
Listen, we got Steve Kerr Sal coming up, or Steve Kerr conversation. We will get into the Golden State Warriors. This big Warriors hour here. 888-957-9570. Our YouTube poll question of the day. Do you want to see Steve Kerr extended? Do you want to see Steve Kerr for another 3 years as your coach of the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. That's our poll question of the day on YouTube. We'll get to the Golden State Warriors, but boy, I gotta hear from Shaska and his training camp team. That's coming up. Sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day,
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Oh, we're having a good time today. Nobody's mad. Not when you get a Steph Curry rejoin. Come on. Welcome back to the morning roast. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports Talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free, and free is me. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music news the Bay Area needs, and follow your favorite team stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, Kenny Caraway is going to join us via Zoom, ESPN 1320 Sacramento. He'll tell us about what's going on with Sac. Will they actually go after Draymond Green? Will they actually make a play for Draymond Green? And if Draymond Green did sign with the Kings, how would Kenny Caraway feel about that? Because he's been on record to not liking Draymond Green whatsoever. And then Michael Conforto, 8:30. That's right, Giants right fielder. He didn't make the best plays yesterday, but he's having a damn good season for the San Francisco Giants. Of course, they have a player option after the year, a 2-year, $36 million contract. He could opt out again. 12 home runs so far this season, and he was an All-Star in 2017. So Michael Conforto will join the morning roast. We got Uncle Diesel in Vegas. I want him to hang on tight here, 888-957-9570. Question we asked before the break was, do you want to see Steve Kerr extended? We know how you feel about Draymond Green, and a lot of people want Draymond Green back. A lot of people don't want Draymond Green back. But what about Steve Kerr, who's entering a contract season? Do you want that hovering over the Golden State Warriors all year long? 888-957-9570. What about the coach, Steve Kerr? But I got to hear about this training camp. What's going on with training camp? You need to make it sound good.
You know, this is a safe space, right, guys?
Not really.
I know. I'm probably going to get blasted for this by my wife, but look, your boy's been kind of selfish for the last couple months. I've been doing a lot of coaching, playing a lot of ball, right? And so, I owe my wife. Straight up, I owe her a lot of things. And
does anyone really have a choice?
Exactly. She works really long, hard, difficult hours.
And she usually punks you every day.
Well, yeah, I truly admit that. But hey, look, I admit she's in control. I just go with the flow, all right? I admit that. I have no problem admitting that. In fact, I think it makes life a lot easier.
It kind of does.
Here's the thing. Training camp's what week?
I think it starts the last week of July.
I know.
Usually.
Okay.
Usually starts the last week of July. Trust me, I know from last year.
My wife has a very demanding job in terms of her availability. She needs to be available all the time, right? And so there are only a few times on the calendar where she's got it off, and she gives me a heads up well ahead of time. And it's about the last week of July, first week of August, where she's like, I've got X amount of days off, and we're going to do X, Y, and Z as a family.
Did you bring up training camp?
I did.
And how did that go?
She looked at me like, I don't give a damn about training camp. And I said, but Bonte. And she said, but Bonte what? Bonte doesn't live in this house. And I was like, damn it.
So
I have a feeling my availability, like Jimmy G's, might not be till week 1.
Oh my gosh.
I'm on like a Brock Purdy time.
So who's coming to the damn, so no Shasket to Hilton this year.
I want to be there. I want to be there.
No, but
I'm admitting ahead of time it's going to be difficult with my schedule.
Well,
I feel like I'm Owen Wilson in whatever that movie was, or Luke Wilson when he's like, we got a busy Saturday, Bed Bath and Beyond and Home Depot, and I might have to go to the Russian River, a cabin, maybe some golfing.
Yeah. I kind of went through this last year when I went on the European extravaganza.
She's going to kill me for saying this on the air.
Well, no, the European extravaganza last year. Remember, I missed basically most of training camp.
No, all of it.
Yeah, I was gone 17 days.
You were living vicariously through me.
Yeah, it was. I was waking up in the morning and watching all the highlights of the videos. Like, damn, I'm not at training camp, and I missed it. And I remember a few months before we went to Europe, I was like, hey, can we push the Europe trip up? And I don't. I was.
How did that go?
Well, I was just training camp starts at. She goes. So you mean to tell me, after working 2 jobs, working through June to go to State Warriors, all these basketball games,
flying back,
all these baseball games, going back and forth to football games, and you want to hit me with some training camp stuff? She goes, shove it. She goes, I don't give a damn about training camp. She goes, you can miss training camp. You can miss it. And I was like, I don't know if I could miss it. She goes, trust me, you can miss it. We're going to Europe, and we're going on these dates. Things are already booked, so live with it. That's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow.
It is. And I tried to throw you in front of the bus as a meat shield. Like,
Right.
well, it's part of the show and content, and it's
yeah.
very important. And, Bonte's going to be disappointed. And she looked at me. She looked at me like Rod Beck in the 9th inning of a save, where she was just staring in, almost like Dave Stewart in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like, I dare you, because here comes one up at your neck.
Yeah. Nah, you made a mistake by mentioning me. See, I didn't mention you at all. I just said trading camp.
Well,
and she goes, please don't be selfish. I want to go to Europe for 17 days. So this year, I'm
kind of screwed.
So my vacation this year, boy, you missed a trading camp, because I think this trading camp might be bigger than last year's trading camp. Because now we don't know what the hell's going to happen with Trey and Sam Darnold.
Maybe you FaceTime me when you're there? Maybe.
No, we're going to hit up Coyote Creek with Ralph. Boy, we're going to have to love me to be there.
I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
I'll FaceTime you.
She's already made it very clear. She's planted her flag down, and she said, these are the days that we have off, as in we, you and me.
Yeah. You were desperate. You brought me
Otherwise,
into
we
it.
won't be married.
That was your last shot. You brought me into it, and I don't know why you brought me into it.
Well, I was very desperate.
Yeah, I mean, it was the
Pivot,
last
don't
resort.
panic.
Yeah, and I mean, you were rattled. I know that moment when you're in front of the wifey and you're trying to explain it, and they're looking right through you.
Yeah.
You're searching for anything,
I know.
and they're watching you, thinking, "You really think I'm a dummy?"
I feel like
I remember a few years. I tell you a true story, real quick. There was a Saturday night, and I wanted to go out, and I was like, well, "Babe, Warriors are playing the Kings that night," and she goes, and this was when Sacramento was no factor. She goes, "Babe, look, I don't follow the NBA. We're talking about the Kings, dude. Don't nobody give a damn about the Sacramento Kings. You could miss a game against the Sacramento Kings." And I tried to bring up, like, well, last time I missed a game against the Warriors and Kings, Clay dropped 37 in a quarter. She goes, "Babe, the Kings are no factor. You'll live." So that's that.
Does anyone really have a choice?
So yeah, you're screwed, buddy. You're screwed.
I know. God, it sucks.
It does suck.
And then, you know what? Honestly,
it does suck.
Can I be honestly real?
Hey, McCaffrey's first trading camp.
Don't even. Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, my God.
Debo's actually going to be there this year?
Yeah, Debo's going to be there. Drake Jackson put up more
Bosa's
weight.
going to get paid.
Yeah, Drake Jackson put up more weight.
Why you
added
gotta
more
do this?
muscle. Oh, it's the first trading camp for Javon Hargrave. Got Trey Lance, Sam Darnold.
Brock might be throwing a towel.
Brendan Allen.
You think they're going to use the junior field?
Oh, they're going to use all the fields. They're going to use all the baby field, the little baby field.
Yeah, the baby field.
Baby field.
So I'm in trouble, and I'm probably not going to be able to go. But you know what?
They might bring Boombox guy back. He just got fired in Houston.
Did he?
Or yeah, he's already gone. The Boombox guy's gone.
Wow. Damn, I didn't know that. It just sucks because the
she's
guy
from
made
Penn
so many
State.
concessions for me that I have to buy in.
Yeah.
So then I'm looking at the NFL schedule. Can I be honest? Regular season home schedule for the Niners, kind of weak.
I don't like the road schedule. Like, I'm punting on Pittsburgh.
Really?
Just that this year it's Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Cleveland. The big game. Like LA in week 2 actually seems more attractive, a regular season game. Week 2 LA, and you can make the quick trip. It's going to be not that expensive. It's not going to be that expensive. I do like Lamar on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I like Joe Burrow.
Hot ticket.
Joe Burrow, Cincinnati. But
Yeah, that's a
even
Sunday
in
nighter.
the schedule, now I'm going to be squirming when the NBA schedule comes out.
Why's that?
Because the Warriors last year had like 5 Sunday games. And the first game on the network, I always got to do that. First game on NBC Network, the introduction for the new pregame show. Remember, I had to miss Mahomes game in person.
Oh, that's
I
right.
didn't get that ticket away.
Yeah, Grandpa went and saw that. He loved that. Pat, my brother, and my dad came. Yeah.
So I know I got to travel to Kansas City now. That gives me the excuse to travel to Kansas City when the Niners go to Kansas City in 3 years.
Well, you guys saw the latest reports as regards to NBC and sports that they may be looking to get some more NBA basketball games and pairing them with Sunday Night Football. So you'd have a Sunday Night Football game and then right after a Sunday Night basketball game. Could you imagine that?
That actually I could because the gamblers of America would be all in on that.
NBC, the NBA.
Bonte Hill here for Sunday Night Basketball.
Him and Peter Vesey.
Not gonna lie, I saw that, and I said
He hit that retweet.
Dude,
He was like, "Yeah."
you saw that retweet. You saw that retweet.
I saw it.
You saw that retweet. But I know that job's going to Kerr, so it ain't going to me, man. Come on, that's 2 bit time.
I'm Kate Scott, and it's NBC on the NBA.
Dude, what's I call it?
Gareth Burke on courtside.
Dude, I do Sunday Night Basketball for NBC. Your boy's calling in on all the Mondays. Fly me out to New York, Times Square. Let's go.
You and Nick Friedel smiling.
Oh my God,
Times Square.
Nick Friedel will leave ESPN so quick. He's getting a lot of run on ESPN right now.
Yeah, why would he leave?
I don't know.
Oh boy,
God, I list that guy.
I don't agree with that, Nick.
Oh, speaking of this guy,
NBC. Listen, they want professionals. All right, Kerr Burke, Kate Scott, Zeta Cada. I got no shot. I got no shot at that.
Maybe
game.
we could do the equivalent of Summer Sundays, and they let me in for basketball. Call it Thirsty Thursdays.
Who would you team up with? You, Guru?
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Oh my God,
that would be hilarious.
Who else?
Steiny. Bring him back to the NBC studios.
I think Steiny's time is up. I don't know.
Apology not accepted.
Steiny on a Summer Sunday show.
Well, I'll do this. We get Sam Lubman, and the way he starts every podcast for Garlic Fries. Well, hello there, and we'll have that exact same open. Well, hello there. It's Sam Lubman alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson and Joe Shasky.
Oh my God!
It's going to Obi-Wan. Hello there.
Yeah, he always. Every single podcast he now opens. Well, hello there. Give it to me, Lubman.
Hello there.
Now, that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
So yeah, I took away the well lately, so it's just hello there now.
You asked a question about Steve Kerr.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that NBC. I wouldn't leave, man. But
I knew I was planting a seed there. Sorry.
Dude, I retweeted that bad boy yesterday and said, And I swear, when I put my clothes out at night and I had the NBC locks, I said, I can't wear that today. That's not a good look. I can't do that.
Are you going to be like Dwight Howard, where you want to work out of state so that you get paid those state commissions versus the California commissions?
Yeah. Do they have a
tax free?
Yeah. Do they have headquarters in Nevada, Arizona?
Bonte starts renting out a PO box in Reno,
Connecticut. Would you fly me out there first class?
I'm good off Connecticut.
Yeah, but that's where the headquarters.
Yeah,
are,
that's true. That's true.
You could get the first class flight. Lay in bed. Let's go to Uncle Diesel in Vegas.
Hey,
Let's
Diesel.
get this show. Get it back. Boobie's guy got fired, man. I swear to look it up. Boobie's guy, Houston. Love it. Look it up. I want you to report on that. That's coming up. Boobie's guy. Uncle Diesel, Las Vegas. What's happening?
Hey, man, it's a beautiful thing to be on the radio show. I really appreciate hearing you guys. You guys really inspired us as audience.
Thank you.
I want to speak about the first thing is the referee system of the NBA. And it's real crappy the way the commissioner is letting referees who so be professionals as all the players, but yet he turns around, they never get fined. How can you make 20 bad calls and alterate, dictate, and direct the outcome of the game, and yet you pay no price, but the players who make the NBA, who we pay to see, not the referees, how can they get charged and fined if they say anything negative or the truth, actually, about things that's going on in the NBA? The commission turns around. I really think he needs to lighten up on that, man.
All right. I didn't expect to get official talk this morning, but what you got of Steve Kerr? Oh, man, Uncle Diesel's on a roll.
This is the downside of screening calls. So he gets on and he starts talking about how he can't believe the Warriors lost to LeBron. I was like, okay, Uncle Diesel, we're going to have a conversation about Steve Kerr right here. So do you have anything to say about that? Oh, yeah, no, he's got to step down. He's done. The Warriors got to move on from Steve Kerr. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, we can get into that conversation. Let's talk about that. All right, cool. I'm going to put you on hold. Then we bring him on, and there we go.
Official talk. Steve Kerr, what do you think? Think Joe Lacob should extend him? Because you got two guys right now, Klay Thompson. Now, we don't know what happened with Klay Thompson. I highly doubt they're trading Klay Thompson. Remember, back on, what day was that? November 10th of 2021? Whenever we had Joe Lacob in, and we were playing this out a couple weeks ago from Joe Lacob's coming to the studio. Remember that same day, we asked him about Klay Thompson. He goes, Klay Thompson will be a Golden State Warrior for the rest of his career. I will make sure that happens. He is a Warrior for life. And Joe Lacob really, he hasn't told no lies. You know what I'm saying? He's honest. Sometimes abrasive, but he's honest. I don't see him going back on his word. So that's why I think Klay Thompson's coming back. But if he does come back, he's got the 1-year expiring contract. So now we're going to go through it again. Klay Thompson, what do you think? You going to resign? Do you want an extension? Well, Steve Kerr, too. as head coach. And you don't usually see head coaches come into a season with just 1 year left on their deal, going into that lame duck season. So what do Warrior fans want? Because we know how you feel about Draymond Green. And we got some sound from Bobby Marks, ESPN, who joined the afternoon show yesterday with Dan Dibley about Draymond Green's potential contract. But what about Steve Kerr, Shasky? Do we want to see him extended? Does he need to be extended, or does he have to earn it this season?
Man, this is always I look at resume, right? His resume is clearly established as an all-time great coach. 4 championships. He obviously was very instrumental in them becoming one of the trendy ways of playing basketball in the modern era, right? Ball movement, passing it around. You could say he got a lot of that philosophy from Popovich, no doubt. But I think that he even furthered that cause, right? In the way that like Mike Holmgren furthered the Bill Walsh cause.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But like I do understand them being slightly reluctant to want to give the guy a 4 or 5 year extension because now you're going to be here 15 years. And I kind of subscribe to the 10 years or so with one core,
right?
With one organization, and maybe the voice gets a little stale. I'm not saying in every situation, right? Like clearly it's worked with Spoelstra in Miami, but they've turned that roster over a lot over the years. So, Andy Reid felt like he had his run in Philadelphia and needed to move on for both parties. And then, now in Kansas City, we'll see how long he lasts in Kansas City. And clearly he feels married to Patrick Mahomes. To me, I would probably sync it up with Steph Curry because Steph Curry clearly likes Steve. But I understand being reluctant to want to give him a 5 or 6 year extension, but then you feel disrespectful to what he accomplished and what he means and his status and all those things. But I can also make the argument, I'd be frustrated too with the handling of the roster that you were given.
By the way, breaking news here, Mark Spears and Scape/ESPN.com say that number 1 pick Victor Wembanyama will not be traveling to Sacramento with the Summer League team for 2 games, but will join the team in Las Vegas.
I gotta get a refund.
And there goes my July 3rd. It just opened up. I'm not going to Sacramento. I do want to see Pajimski and Trace Jackson Davis, but sorry, D-Lo KC. I don't know if I'm going to make that trip now.
It feels like to me they've kind of already made their decision on this.
On Steve Kerr?
Yeah, because...
In terms of what?
Well, it just feels like to me they've really catered the roster in his direction. It feels like they've made a big philosophical pivot from raw projects, which he refused to play.
Right.
For a variety of reasons, some justified, some that I would argue with. And I feel like they're trying to cater the roster to his actual likings. And I always kind of hesitate a little because I do think you get in a weird spot when the head coach also has a lot of say on the roster. You end up catering that roster to win now.
Right.
And you can be short-sighted at times. I'm not saying all the time. You got to like the guys that are on your roster. But it's hard to do both jobs simultaneously. Belichick being the GM and the head coach, it's really hard. I feel like Belichick, the GM, has actually done in Belichick, the head coach.
Right, he has.
At times.
He really has, especially with the hiring of his coaches. To have Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling plays last season was malpractice towards Mac Jones. He set the young kid up to fail. You didn't help him get better. So
and the personnel that he put alongside of him as weapons.
The wide receivers, I wasn't feeling that at all. Steve Kerr, should he get an extension? Well, I think Joe Lacob is in a spot where he's saying, look, you didn't play the kids last year. The rotations were inconsistent.
Yes.
Now, I get all the injuries. I get Andrew Wiggins stepped away for 2 months. I get what you had to deal with. But I think a lot of people will say Steve Kerr didn't have his best season as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. It was a very flawed season.
Yes.
It was very flawed from the top down.
He did just win a championship with, I believe, one of his better seasons.
And I thought he made some nice little moves during that championship run.
Absolutely.
Starting, benching, 1 big lineup, 2 big lineup, whatever he had to do.
Empowering career years
exactly.
out of GP2, Looney, Jordan Poole up to that point, Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
It's almost a tale of 2 seasons.
No doubt. So
at least recently.
Absolutely. So Nick Cray is the boombox guy's name. Thanks 510 Comcast Business text line. Nick Cray. And the Niners bring back Nick Cray in that boombox. Already lost a job in Houston. I wonder what happened down there. I doubt Steve Kerr is going to get that extension before the season. I'm sure he wants it. And what would that extension look like? Like you said, marrying him to Stephen Curry for the next 3 years. You know, Steph Curry probably doesn't want to go through another coaching change at this point of his career. Klay Thompson, if he's here, probably doesn't want to go with a different coach. He doesn't want to play for a different coach. Draymond Green, would he want to play for a different coach, knowing that Steve Kerr allows Draymond Green to be Draymond Green? Would another coach allow some of those antics to happen? Not even antics, just some of the things that happen on the floor. Would a new coach be able to handle that? So I wonder how fans feel about Steve Kerr. 888-957-9570.
He's the third longest tenured NBA coach.
Yeah, Pop Spoelstra,
him.
Kerr.
Nah.
Pop Spoelstra, Kerr.
Look, on some level, given his accolades and what he has done to the franchise, he deserves to write his own ticket. But people say that. They say that a lot. But if you're the owner, you're not giving anyone a blank ticket, a blank check. Like it's just It's easy to say. Right. I think it's much harder to execute when you're the actual owner, because then, well, you know what happens when you give somebody an opportunity to run things their way. Yep. Usually, there's a little slack off.
No doubt about that. Now, Bobby Marks joined in on the afternoon show with Dan Dibley, and talked about Draymond Green, but he also talked about Klay Thompson's future and potential contract extension. Let's hear from Bobby Marks.
Klay is eligible for 4 for $223. I think that's what the number is. Listen, he's not getting 4 for $223. I think you're going to see James Harden and Kyrie Irving. I think that those two guys in free agency kind of sets the tone a little bit here. It's hard to pay a player $55-60 million in this new day and age here, and I think there's an extension there, and I think there's going to be a compromise here. Certainly it's going to be from Klay. What a new deal looks like, the pool money coming off certainly helps. I mean, that gives you more flexibility as far as to, maybe add a little bit more money to that. But yeah, I mean, we're in a new day and age. I mean, everyone is not Phoenix, who can just basically go out and, have 4 more max guys and then basically just kind of build your roster on minimums and not have draft assets and go in that direction.
And then Bobby Marks also added on how the Warriors could go about a Klay trade if they decided on that.
It's almost like the situation Portland potentially could face with Damian Lillard if he ever, wanted out there, where Klay doesn't have a no-trade clause, but man, has he built up some equity with that organization here, where you're not just going to ship Klay Thompson to somewhere that he does not want to be. It might be a destination he wants to, re-sign with here. So that's challenging. I mean, yeah, you can ship him anywhere, and you can send him to Cleveland, and you can get, 2 guys and a draft pick or whatever for it. But I do think you have to I think there is certainly a balancing act, and there's some sensitivity here as far as if you ever wanted to kind of go down that direction.
It's interesting when we're talking about who should stay, who should go. Can we just talk about Lakeup for a second here in regards to we always talk about luxury tax. Let's talk about like the staff and stuff. Right now, Phoenix, they have a new owner, and that new owner is spending a ton of money at every angle. And he just hired an assistant coach.
Yeah.
For multiple millions of dollars, okay? This is just my setting, okay? I would have a difficult time paying a GM $20 million a year, which is about what like a Daryl Morey or Bob's going to make it.
Daryl Morey's making what, $15 million a year?
Okay, so let's say it's 15. Yeah. Plus the rest of your front office, they're not cheap, right? You're looking at, like, after you do all the math, and then you got another head coach making $50 million. I mean, what do you got, $50 million a year logged into just your coaching staff in front office? Now, maybe that's the norm moving forward. Maybe that becomes the norm for the high-end organizations. That's just a lot of money.
You know what? I don't want to get into the money because this guy talks that Joe Lacob said it, and once you put it on record, there's no going back.
No, I agree. But there's
going to be a lot of pushback. He says he would do what it takes to build the best staff, the best organization possible. And money will not be enough. Money just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's going to spend it.
I'm not saying that like he hasn't said those things.
It costs to be the boss. You know what I'm saying?
Would you agree, though? That's a lot. And I think we don't think about those things.
I don't know what's a lot. I guess it's a lot.
Everyone's pointing to, for example, everyone's pointing to they made $700 million the year they won the championship. Well, yeah, they had a $350 million payroll, and they were probably playing, I don't know, what do you think, $30+ million for their staff and their front office? Like, these things start to add up, and you start to look at what things cost. You're paying down the debt on the building. look, I'm not here to say that they're broke. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I do believe, and they've made roster constraints. They got rid of Patrick Baldwin Jr. because of two reasons. They think they can upgrade for right now with the more proven player, and they're saving a couple million bucks.
They're saving $10 million on the tax.
So
they're saving $10 million on the tax for a player they believe is a better fit for what they have. Tim Kawakami actually just had a tweet about that from The Athletic saying that the Warriors brass was down on Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Interesting.
There's some of the things I've heard as well. Even though I like the kid, they were a little down on him, saying, you know what, we could find another
What
Patrick
were they
Baldwin
down
Jr.
on?
Maybe the footwork defensively, a big who's not going to rebound as well. You know, he's on a three-point line. Trace Jackson Davis seems like somebody that gives them something they don't have. All right, okay, he can't shoot on the perimeter, but he can do things on the block, and he's a good passer. That's a plus. What do the Warriors want from their bigs? They want a bruiser. They want a guy who can set good screens. They want a guy who could pass out of that low block, out of that split action or whatnot. Looks like Trace Jackson Davis can do that, and he can finish at the rim. And that's what they need. They don't. I don't think they need another shooter right now. They need a guy who can go down there and bang, get me a layup.
Well, I think the argument that I was saying was that I would just hang on to him, and because the other guy, Davis, was the 57th pick.
Right.
Trade something else, a future, whatever, and just get that 57th pick and keep both players. But you're making good points.
Yeah, so we'll see what PBJ. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. But, I'm not going to worry about the money too much with the Golden State Warriors right now, what they're paying, who they're paying, how much they're paying out of pocket now. They're getting cheaper now with Mike Dunleavy Jr. They've got a lot cheaper there.
I agree.
With that move. So they're saving money there as well. And then the coaching staff, how much is Kenny Atkinson making? I'm not sure, but they can't be paying a lot for this staff.
Well, they're not doing what Phoenix did in terms of paying another, not your top assistant, another assistant, multiples of millions of dollars.
No doubt. So Joe Lacob's going to be fine. Look, the money thing, I would not, if the owner's going to spend, we shouldn't worry about it.
Who is the top paid head coach in the NBA right now? Is it Pop?
Probably Pop or Spo.
Do they disclose those things? I know Kyle Shanahan, we haven't had a concrete amount of money that he's making.
Same thing with Kerr. So, look, man, they're going to be fine.
Do you think he gets an extension before?
Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get an extension. Maybe it could happen during the season if things go well. But right now, I think they're in a wait-and-see mode. And is that a good business? Does Kerr deserve that? Does he deserve an extension right now?
I'll answer that in a second. You have the highest paid head coaches?
Yeah, so number one, it's Monty Williams, the Detroit Pistons. He's got that $78 million deal over 16 years, so that's about $13 million a year. Then
6 years.
Then you got Pop.
$13 million a year.
Pop coming in second at $11.5 million a year. And then Steve Kerr is the third highest paid coach at $9.5 million. Spoelstra next at $8.5. And then Rick Carlisle at fifth with $7.25 million.
The Monty thing really, wow.
That's why Steve Kerr's sitting back and maybe he's being hesitant now and saying, Monty Williams, $13 million a year? What has he done? And then Steve Kerr walks into Joe Lakers' office and just throws him 4 rings saying,
yeah.
How about these apples?
Well, and just look around the league. How many people would pay Steve Kerr right now if Monty Williams is getting 13? How many other
They might go to 15.
The Orlando Magic
might go to 15.
That's what might.
The New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks. There are a lot of teams that would bring him in for $15 million a year. So yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, but again, this is where I'm going. I feel like they're gonna have to sign him before this. No. I would probably sign him so I can have a stable locker room, because the last thing I want to do is go through what I did with Bob Myers, where everybody's being asked about it all year long.
I do want to do something. Maybe it's not this week. Maybe it's not next week. But at some point, I want to get somebody in from business.com. What is it? BusinessInsider.com or something like that, or Forbes. I want to know how much money that organization makes, not only with his basketball games, but concerts, comedy acts, all the shows. They have monster trucks go to Chase Center. Monster trucks. They are raking in money every single day, every single weekend. Now I get property tax and you're paying for the building, but I want to know how much they're actually expensing there at Chase Center, because you look at the other side of it, I'm saying, boy, we say the same thing with the Niners. Boy, they're printing money down there at Levi Stadium. Boy, look at that team store. Boy, look at the concession stands. You could say the same thing with the Golden State Warriors. They're sold-out shows, concerts. They get the biggest acts in the Dave Chappelle's going to Chase Center. Those tickets aren't cheap. I want to know how much they're expensing and how much they're actually making it, because it's a very interesting conversation. Because it looks like they're making money.
Well, but I think it's easy for everyone to say that when we don't know what their debt is.
Well, that's why Exactly. I want to know what the property tax is. I want to know how much they're, the roster.
You have a $2 billion mortgage that you're paying off. Nobody has $2 billion to just give to build a venue. You pull out money.
Is it $2 billion per year for the mortgage?
No. $2 billion was I think it was $2 billion was the cost
to build
of the
venue, stadium, right?
To build the stadium. So you're paying off whatever that mortgage is, whatever that balance is, plus obviously the interest, and then yes, you're gonna have your property tax. One of the things it's
Godfather in 1978 said the Warriors made $2 billion off of Chase Center tickets before the arena opened. Now, I'm not sure if that's the case. I don't know. I don't know.
Open their books for a variety of reasons.
I don't know. That's why I don't want to assume whether or not they're making money or if they're in debt. I don't think it's fair to assume that.
But it's interesting because I've listened to David Sampson talk about this. Now, the Niners do not, quote unquote, individually own Levi Stadium. So they're not paying property tax.
Right.
There's the Santa Clara Joint Authority. Right. And so there's a couple of new stadiums that want to get built right now. Chicago Bears are trying to build a new stadium. And a lot of these owners have now figured out the loophole. Why would I want to have to pay property tax? Right. Let the county own it or let someone else own it, and then I don't have to pay anything because that's just another thing that I owe money to, another debt. And so,
but the Warriors own Chase.
I know. And like the Giants, they pay property tax. Right? And so that's another, deductible. That's another thing that's coming off their ledger.
But they own that bad boy. They owned it. Owning it, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get into it again because I don't think it's fair to assume whether or not they're in debt or they're making income. I just want to get somebody inside on there who's in the know and knows what the staff is making, knows what the expenses are, knows how much they're making per gate, and then you got to factor in again all the Drake's coming to Chase Center. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Chappelle's been there. They've had the Killer. They've had everything. Sold out shows.
I mean, the Niners and the city of Santa Clara were arguing over the amount of money that they were making on game day, the amount of money they were making on events and things like that, because the Niners had to pay a stipend back to the county and to the joint authority. So this is nothing new. Like, pro teams never want to show their books for a variety of reasons.
I wonder, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to say the Warriors are not making money right now. It's hard to say that. It's very hard to say that from what I see on a day-to-day basis, seeing what's happening around there, hosting other events like March Madness. I don't know. I don't know, man. We'll see. I want to get somebody on, though, a Business Insider. Maybe that's in a couple weeks here as we talk about the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570.
Can I ask
Injury
a question
report
on Kerr?
coming up. Injury report coming up in 3 minutes.
Are you 100% sure? Because, Bochy, when he got to the end, he was ready to go for the Giants. He was ready to leave. When Harbaugh got to the end, I think he wanted an extension, but then the impasse happened, and I think he wanted to go as well. He wanted to stay originally, but then he wanted to go. Are we sure Kerr wants to stay?
Don't know.
Is that just an assumed?
Don't know.
Am I foolish for even asking that?
Well, Steve Kerr did say it on record with Willard Dibs a few months ago that he wants to coach for a very long time. He's into it. He's loving it. He's healthy. Remember, we don't even talk about his back injury anymore.
No.
Or some of the things that was going on the sideline. Yeah. Remember, he had to take time off with the back and, when he was in the arena getting migraines or whatnot. Now he's saying he feels great. And you know what? He's going to coach for a long time. And I'm sure he would love to coach Steph Curry into his twilight. So I think he is motivated. I know for sure he wants to coach. Now, does he want to coach here? He loves the Bay Area. His son is in the organization. He's a California kid. I think Kerr wants to coach for a very long time. Very long time.
I don't know. I'm just asking, because, you never know. People are motivated by different things. And I thought Bob was going to be here for a very long time. And I thought he had roots here. And, things change over time. Your desires, your wishes, whatever. I think a lot of us, when the second Bochy stepped down, we're like, oh, he's done. And then I was like, are we sure? Are we sure? And then he comes back a couple of years later, and it feels like he's reinvigorated. So I don't know.
Yeah. Back in 2019, to your point, I just pulled this up. Bleacher Report, Rick Welch. Remember Rick Welch?
Yeah.
The CEO of the Golden State Warriors, a guy who came up with the All-Star Weekend, All-Star Saturday. Rick Welch said the Chase Center, the team's new arena set to replace Oracle, had already generated $2 billion in revenue. That was back in 2019. Now, take that for what it is, but Metallica played concerts there. They're making money, man. How can they not be making money at this place?
Okay, there's a difference between revenue and then, obviously
Right.
the profit and what you're keeping, and then what are you reinvesting. So, like, for example, when David Luria bought the Montreal Expos for whatever $18 million and then transferred organizations, and he gets the Marlins, he sold the Marlins 20 years later for $1.2 billion. But he had investors he had to pay off. He was reinvesting hundreds of millions of dollars into the organization. And so to think that he sold the team for $1.2 billion and he got a check or a deposit for $1.2 billion doesn't account for all of the different debt that they incurred over that 20 years, right? It's the same thing with your house. If you buy a house for $100,000 and you reinvest, let's say $50,000 into upgrading the kitchen and the bathroom, I don't know who's doing a kitchen and a bathroom for $50,000, you now owe $150,000 as opposed to the original $100,000 that you paid. So even if you're you have all this revenue, we don't know what their debt is.
Oh, no, that's going to be a very interesting conversation. 888-957-9570. Let's get to the injury report before Kenny Caraway. Kenny Caraway coming up.
Are you a sausage guy?
Arizona Diamondbacks announced starting pitcher Merrill Kelly, fresh off a rough start against the Giants, will be placed on a 15-day IL due to calf inflammation. The move is retroactive to June 25th. It is unclear exactly how long Kelly will be out, but the early indication is that Kelly could be out through the All-Star break. Calf injuries of this nature can take anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks to fully heal. The Diamondbacks also going to be in the market for a pitcher. We had Tony Gwynn Jr. on, who does radio for the San Diego Padres radio broadcast. He said there's going to be a lot more buyers than sellers. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. ESPN 1320's our brother from another mother, Kenny Caraway, coming up on the Roast.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
That meeting could have been an email.
Things you missed when you were tired suddenly come to light.
Good morning, everybody out there on a Wednesday morning. A little drizzly, a little cloudy, but hopefully everybody is having a great, great morning. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, if you're at work, what is happening? To all the professional dancers. I know it's been a little slow week here in the summer. Keep your head up. All the kids who just got out of school, graduates, all that stuff. And good morning, everybody up in the 916, the Chatty House up in Sacramento, who are about to invade our Morning Roast YouTube chat. We got ESPN 1320's Kenny Caraway. As we say, good morning to everybody out there on YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, Spadone, Lutman, Shasky, and KC, baby. Are you ready for Draymond Green to sign with the Sacramento Kings? KC, you ready for that? You want some day-day in your life?
First of all, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? We don't need none of that. I don't need you guys pulling up my old tweets like we did for Vontae with Chris Paul. We don't need that. But that's like, you can pull my own tweets. I don't care. I'll say it. I'll talk to Draymond. If he's as real as he's supposed to be, I can tell him how I feel and be like, all right, look, now we together. So what are we going to do about this? But it ain't happening. I ain't worried about that. Hey, by the way, y'all got all the pool over there at 95.7 again. Can y'all get the updated picture of me? Y'all got me out there pre-Invisalign. You know what I'm saying? The beard ain't even full. I spent a lot of money on this Invisalign, man. Y'all got to give me the pictures, man, with the Invisalign on there, man.
Oh, man.
Hey, you know what's funny is those photos, those horrible stock photos.
My gosh.
I weighed 20 pounds heavier than I weigh now.
And they did not age well.
I hate looking at it. Trust me, I know all about the old photos.
You see the photo of Matt Barrows that we put up there, man. We got him looking like a kid. You got Grant Cohn looking like he's 11. Matt Kinney looking like a senior at Loyola College in Chicago. I mean, they do y'all dirty with these pictures, man. That's Sam Lubman is
Spadone. Man, I'm telling you, just update me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I got a new lid on. Like I said, I got the Invisalign, man. I need to update.
You might be the first person to ever come on the show to talk about the picture that they have up there. Kenny pays attention to everything, man. Hey, can you believe this guy, Shasky, complain about the picture?
I'm not mad at him.
All right,
I feel you. You know why? Because deep down inside, all of us, KC, we're all a little insecure, and that's the butcher is strong within you.
What did y'all been talking about, Jay-Z? What did he say the one time he said, the ladies told me, I heard your vein. Well, guess what, mommy? I heard the same. That's what's going on, man.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's why I had Casey on. What's going up in Sacramento, man?
Has he ever heard what I've told him and Damien?
No.
I think your show, of all the shows in America, takes the most time to get ready before they get ready to go into the studio. And I think you're power rank number one.
No doubt.
Hands down. I'd like to see a show that takes longer. You know what I mean? I got to get the shower. I got to get the beard balm on. I got to brush the beard, comb the beard. He's got to make sure the line is straight. It's a lot that goes into it.
Got to puff those capri pants just right.
Oh, man. Look, hey, D-Lo, D-Lo must be making some serious coin up there, man. He's got Gucci's, Dior's, Louis Vuittons. He's got Hermes, which you just heard about.
Yeah.
D-Lo's on another level.
So
you see it. I'm just trying to catch up, man. I got me a couple pair of shoes, couple shorts. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing special over here, man. He the one, man.
Let's talk on finance. You've been a strong Draymond critic over the years, and I think some of the things you say are extremely fair, and some are, part of the shtick. What do you think his value is to other teams besides the Warriors here? Because it feels like they're kind of negotiating with themselves, and he's trying to find teams to gain leverage to squeeze more money out, which is the smart business tactic.
Well, so there's a couple things at play. What I believe, and you guys know this, what I believe his value is and what I would pay him to come to my team is irrelevant, because all he needs is one team to pay him what $1 more than what the Warriors are willing to pay, and he's good. So, in all reality, I don't think Draymond Green is a good fit for the Sacramento Kings offensively. I've said a number of different times. Offensively is what made them special. That's their identity. You have to play defense in this league. We get that. I understand that. But I'm not willing to sacrifice everything that the offense built last year for the hope that it makes them better on defense, for the fact that it will make them better on defense, marginally or something like that. I'm not willing to sacrifice what they do on offense. So what I mean by that is, if you bring Draymond in, that puts 3 non-shooters out there. And maybe you say 2.5 because I'm looking at Draymond, I'm looking at Sabonis, and De'Aaron Fox. Well, he stepped his game up. He's phenomenal. He's one of the top point guards in the game. From distance, I wouldn't say he's a knockdown shooter. I wouldn't say that's his game. He's capable. You got to guard him and respect him. But I wouldn't say he's Dame Lillard or Steph Curry where he's just on fire back there. Mid-range, he's perfect. Mid-range, he's absolutely stuck on automatic. But from beyond the arc, it gets a little hit or miss. So I can't imagine that offense being anywhere near as good as it was last year with 3 non-shooters out there. The fact that you had 4 shooters around Sabonis or 3.5 shooters around Sabonis and giving space for Fox is what made them so special. So I wouldn't be willing to bring in Draymond to kind of mess up that situation. I know he's a good defender. I know he's a good team defender and a high IQ guy. But I wouldn't do it in general. But then you're talking about $30 million. I'm not interested. My value for him and what I think the value probably should be around the league, $10, maybe $15 million a year, considering where he's at in his career. I know it sounds like a diss, but
Looney's making 8-9, right?
Looney's
PJ
making
Tucker's
7.5.
making 8-9.
No, Looney's making $7.5 million this year. So I believe KC, Draymond's not.
Playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean,
sounds like a knock. I know it sounds disrespectful, and I would never expect him to take $10, $15 million. He's going to get $20 million. He's probably going to get another $100 million. This guy's going to get another bag. I know what he's going to get.
Right.
But you talking about Looney made $8 million. You're going to give Draymond $25 million? Who'll just play better in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I've been saying the same thing.
I'm with you. I don't believe Draymond Green is $20 million better than Kevon Looney right now. But Rich Paul, Clutch Porsche, they're going to get that back because they're going to sell all the things Draymond Green has done. He did make second team all defense last year. So, and you get the leverage when Steve Kerr comes out right after the season saying, hey, we're not a contender without Draymond Green. Draymond Green and Rich Paul, they heard that, said, dollar signs, baby. We know what we're getting this all season.
$90 to $100 million on deck. I ain't no fool. I read the tea leaves. I know what's coming.
Could be wild. Could be wild.
I think he should have not. It don't even matter. He's about to get the bag, man. And hey, shout out to him. I'm never going to be mad at anybody getting that bag, man. So you get another $90 to $100 million, more power to him, man. The ultimate finesse guy.
Hey, I hope Draymond Green's not listening to Kitty said $10 to $15 million. Probably just turn the radio off.
What did you think of the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade from afar?
I've always said I thought the Warriors were crazy for looking to move on from Jordan Poole. I think he's that skilled of a ball player. He's a young dude. Is he perfect? Did he have a good playoffs? Absolutely not. But another thing that people forget about that playoffs is he rolled his ankle pretty bad in Game 1 of that Kings series. That never gets talked about. And for a guy that's as shifty as him and does as much off the bounce, that could have affected the way he played in the playoffs as well. But I would not have moved on from Jordan Poole. I'm not necessarily saying I would have moved on from Draymond. Maybe I would have sat down and said, hey, I got to figure this out. Y'all on the contract, we got to figure this out. So I wouldn't have moved on from Jordan Poole. Now, when you talk about getting CP3 back, it does help out financially in the future, what they're able to do and their flexibility. I never really got confirmation. I'm trying to then figure out, would that give them cap space moving forward, or would that just keep them out of the luxury tax?
Keep them out of the tax. Yeah, keep them out of tax, but it could create some slots in the future.
Exactly.
If you let Klay Thompson move on and some of these expiring contracts, signing trades or whatnot. So I went on the show with you guys that day, and I was still in shock. I've kind of talked myself into Chris Paul, believing that he could run the second unit. There are some benefits to having Chris Paul. It's still going to be strange to see CP3 in a Warriors uniform. And the worst part, KC, I thought Jordan Poole got a raw deal from a lot of the media and a lot of fans down here in the Bay Area. He got ridiculed. He got pointed at as to blame for a lot of the shortcomings that are going to say Warriors this past season. And that, to me, is just not fair considering what happened right before the season.
I agree. No, I agree 100%, man. I think he's a hell of a ball player. Butcher, I remember going on the draft show with you when he was drafted. And you guys asked me about Jordan Poole. I'm a big Michigan fan. I watched him all the way over there. And I said, he's probably not ready to come out, but give this guy some time. And that's exactly what happened. I didn't think it would happen at this level. He's a lot better than I thought he was going to be. But obviously the first year he struggled. He wasn't ready. He had to come out because that's what the the business side of basketball said it was time for him to come out and collect that money, but he needed a year or two of seasoning. And once he got that seasoning, he exploded onto the scene, man. And he's a heck of a talented ball player. Does he have warts? Absolutely. Absolutely he does. But he's young enough and he's talented enough where you want to work with that and see if he can get better. But when you talk about Chris Paul coming to the Warriors, I keep asking the question, everybody and to myself, I said, did the Warriors get better? And I don't know. I think they stayed about the same. Chris Paul, I love Chris Paul. I love Chris Paul as a ball player. He's clearly not what he used to be, but he's got a basketball mind that allows him to be super effective out there on the floor. So I like Chris Paul, the player, still, but it reminds me of how I felt about Bradley Beal going to Phoenix. I love Bradley Beal as a ball player. That fit, I just don't know. I know you guys are saying Chris Paul is coming off the bench.
Are we sure?
That's fine. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But here's another thing that I think about. It's the closing lineup.
Right.
Going to be in Golden State to sit on the bench at the end of the game?
Yeah,
I don't think so. Is Draymond Green going to re-sign to sit on the bench?
Exactly.
At the end of the game? I don't think so.
Exactly.
So when you talk about this closing lineup, you're looking at Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green as really small going up against a Jokic, going up against
flat-footed
Davis. Hell, I know you don't want to hear this, Bonte Hill, but going up against a Sabonis, that's pretty small. Going up against guys like that, that's my concern basketball-wise.
We know Draymond has Sabonis in his right pocket. That's for sure. But that was settled in the first round. Sabonis is nobody's worried about Sabonis down here. And you know what? I hope the Kings don't commit organizational suicide by giving Sabonis a max deal. I'm telling you. So with you guys, hold on, with you guys, and we're talking to Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. We love KC. You guys just created $38 million in cap space. There's rumors of Kyle Kuzma joining up with the Sacramento Kings, which I think will be a great move for you guys.
38 fits Draymond perfectly. He'll take 37 and a half of that.
You give Draymond 30?
Don't play like that. Don't play like that.
Well, first of all, what are you guys going to do with Harrison Barnes? And two, is the Kuzma rumors real? Is Kuzma the guy that Monty McNair, the GM of the Sacramento Kings, is looking at saying, we want to make him part of our big three here up in Sacramento? One, HB, you guys moving on from him, and then Kyle Kuzma. Address those two things, Kenny.
They're intertwined really within the last 24 hours. I was going to say I am. I'm not on the same page anymore. I was convinced that all that was to get Kuzma. I thought Kuzma was coming to Sacramento. We did a whole show, ironically, organically, yesterday on Kyle Kuzma coming to Sacramento. It's planned to be one segment, and it happened to be like the entire show. And then at around 3 o'clock, the third hour of our show, we heard, we're hearing something different about Kyle Kuzma from some people that we trust. And later in the night, James Ham did some reporting and said after about 2.5 weeks of dead silence with Harrison Barnes, all of a sudden they've all come back to the table and they're talking again. And it's starting to sound like Harrison Barnes is coming back to Sacramento. And
I feel sorry for you.
I thought we had some guys that we were thinking about: OG Anunoby, Kyle Kuzma, and Jeremy Grant. I think they're all better than Harrison Barnes. I'm not going to shy away from that. I think they're better ball players than Harrison Barnes. But I don't look at Harrison Barnes the way a lot of you guys in the Bay Area do. I think he's fine.
He's solid.
Points,
he's solid.
5 rebounds. He's fine. Now here's the deal with Harrison Barnes, and I'll talk about this later.
Shasky over here, Captain.
No, he is
Go ahead,
solid.
Kitty. Finish up.
He's solid. He's not great. He's just solid. He's a rotation. He's a top 8 player on a team. Right. That's what I would say.
I feel about Harrison Barnes coming back. So I'll take this back. With Kyle Kuzma there, I think Kyle Kuzma is going to elevate your team slightly. Not a whole lot. He's not going to take it to a crazy level. But Harrison's 15. I thought Kuzma could come in and give you 17, 18, and be a little better rebounder. That would take a little pressure off of everybody else. With Harrison coming back, I think Sabonis needs to make a slight jump. He was 19 and 12. I need him to be probably 20 and 13 next year. De'Aaron Fox was 25 and 5.5, I think. Probably need him to get to 27 a night. And Keegan Murray, he's got to turn into your third best player. Last year, Harrison Barnes was probably your third best player. Keegan Murray has to now assume that role of being your third best player. So Harrison Barnes coming back, it doesn't necessarily hurt anything. I expect him to win 48-plus games again with Harrison Barnes. But what it does do, and I really do believe this, is it puts a little heat on everybody else to step their game up. Harrison's not going to be anything other than what he's been. He's going to be 15 points, 5 rebounds. Right. We saw that last year. That got you 48 wins in a 3 seed or whatever the case may be. If you want to improve on that, other people have to step their game up. Right. Because I'm not counting on Harrison Barnes to step his game to it.
Well, they're still saying that Harrison Barnes' brick in Game 4 is still heard around the Bay Area at the dental office. Novocaine hit him hard on that last shot, KC. Novocaine hit him hard.
That was the series right there, man. Harrison Barnes knocked that down. He got a great look. I think we won that series of 5. He didn't hit that. It gave all the life the Warriors needed to go ahead and take that in 7. You know, the thing that concerns me also about Harrison Barnes is in, I would say, games 5, 6, and 7, this is a weird dynamic. If you look at the minutes log, it felt like Mike Brown was like, we can't go to this guy.
Yeah.
He played like 16 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes or something like that in the final 3 games of the series when your season was on the line. How does he rebound from that? Like that tells you everything you need to know about how Mike Brown felt going into those final 3 games. And I think it sounds like he's coming back.
Oh,
so I need to.
If you can't play him in the last 3 important games in the series against the Golden State Warriors, why bring him back, Casey? He just told the story.
He's good. He's good. He's good. He's a good, solid starting small forward. He's not spectacular. I don't.
All right, guys. Too much time on Harrison Barnes. Dear God.
You just cap for him. What are you talking about? He's a solid
7
player.
7 minutes on Harrison Barnes. Nobody cares. It's the most amount of talk Harrison Barnes has gotten outside of bricking shots.
Just called him solid.
All right. Very succinctly.
No, stop. Y'all need to leave Harrison alone. I'm not going to stop.
He sucks.
Oh, now he sucks.
Now he does. Now he does.
Now he does.
Don't panic.
All right.
If the Warriors stay pat, and they bring Draymond Green back with Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, Steph Curry, do you fear that? Is that good enough?
Absolutely not. I don't fear that. Now, I will say this. 44 wins last year for the Warriors. I'm assuming they're going to be better than that. I mean, they had an all-time terrible road team. Wiggins was gone half the year. Steph Curry got hurt. They still got 44 games. So I look at the situation where, let's just assume Curry's not out as much. Maybe he's out, 15 games this year. Wiggins should be there all year. I don't think they're going to play the way they played on the road next year. So, I mean, that alone is going to get them 48 to 50 wins.
Thank you.
So I expect them to.
You said over 50.
But when you talk about like looking at the Warriors, like damn, I don't know how we're going to do that. Looking at them like we look at Denver.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't look at the Warriors like that. I look at them as an equal to the Warriors, or to the Kings. I look at the Suns the same way as equal. To be honest with you, there's a lot of. I understand why Denver is the favorite for everybody, but after that, can you guys say definitively what Team X is the second best team in the West?
No,
I don't think there's not one team out there that you can talk about. I think they all got their own question marks, and we're really going to have to see how it plays out throughout the season. But they all are going to have their question marks coming through the season. So
I'm with you.
I look at a jumbled, mess of Kings, Warriors. I'll throw the Clippers in there. I guess for the sake of argument, I'll throw the Lakers and Grizzlies in there. Lakers more than the Grizzlies, but all those guys, they're kind of about the same to me.
KC, listen to him up there in Sacramento on ESPN 1320, our sister station, Odyssey, of course, 12 to 4 p.m. with Damian Barley and Kenny Kerr. They do a great job up there in Sac. It is the show in Sacramento. I actually was at a Costco in Folsom, and the guys were like Sports Talk Radio junkies, and they're like, oh, yeah, we listen. I said, y'all listen to the wrong station. I let them know up at Folsom Costco on the way to Lake Tahoe last weekend. You're listening to the wrong show.
Folsom Costco.
Hey, real quick, Joe, you coming to the California Classic?
You know what?
They said he's going up.
Yeah. You know what? We just got the news that Wemby's not playing.
Oh, me?
So y'all don't want to?
I'm going to Carmel.
Y'all don't want to see what's your boy's name? Podaransky?
No.
Oh,
I'm going to Carmel this weekend
Podziemski?
for Little League, and then I got to go up to the Russian River. Come on,
man.
I
was looking forward to going up to Sacramento. I had some things set up.
Come on, man.
No Wemby, no Bonte, man. I'm sorry, Casey. I can't. I don't know. I can't do it. I don't know if I can do it. I'm 75% out. I'm 75% out, 25% still in. Depends how the weekend goes in Monterey with the family. Maybe they get on my damn nerves and I want to get the hell away from them and go to Sacramento, which sounds like even more torture, but whatever. It is what it is.
You do come up here, we expect the 105, man. It's Sacramento somewhere started.
Hey,
it's 105?
Yeah,
I
was in Elk Grove for a baseball tournament. We stopped by Jim Boy's Tacos, as always, and it was sneaky hot.
What was that? Was that Morris Park?
I don't know the name of the park. Really cool. There's like 5 fields there. There's a big soccer turf field. Really nice. We had a big tournament. We came in second place.
Yeah, I know exactly. Man, you got to holler at me next time you're out here.
I told Guru to come, and Guru ghosted me on Sunday.
Well, that's what Guru does. Guru the Ghost.
It's beautiful, though. It's really clean and really nice up there. I had a good time.
All right, Casey. Get out of here, man. See you later, man.
Yeah, I'll try to give. Hey, man, update my profile picture, man. Come on, man. Stop playing me like that.
Yeah.
Stop playing me like that, man. Update your profile picture, man. Come on.
Maybe we'll put Harrison Barnes' face on your turtleneck next time. All right, Casey, get out of here. Kenny Caraway. A lot of fun there. 105 Monday at Sac. No Wemby.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
California Classic is fun, though. Tell me, we had a great time there.
If I made you choose between the two, and I'm not talking about for a day, I'm talking about for a month straight, 55 or 105?
Oh, 55 all day long. That's why it's on Sunday.
Feel me?
55, throw a hoodie on, some peacoats. What? Come on, I'm a city kid.
Always easier to get warmer than it is to cool down.
Feel me?
Yes,
Always.
Exactly. Guru the Ghost. Got a new name for him.
Who said that?
I just did.
Oh.
Guru the Ghost. He's always ghosting people.
You know when you send someone a text message and you could see the bubbles start to pop?
Yeah. And then it just disappears.
And then it disappears, never to be heard from again?
Now, I sent the tweet out yesterday. I threw out the lineups. And we got Michael Conforto coming up at 8:30. Then we'll come back into the Warriors. Hey, Curry, Clay, Wiggs, Draymond, Looney. CP3, Kuminga, Moody, GP2 off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
TJD out of Indiana, of course, Trace Jackson Davis. And Pajimski. And we'll see how they fill out the roster. I'll put my name on it. If healthy. It's a big F, but if healthy, it's a 50-win roster.
Okay.
It's a 50-win roster. So why are we freaking out about the Warriors? They're right there.
What?
They're right there. They're right there.
So the year before, when they had perfect synergy and guys got hurt to the appropriate amount that they are accustomed to getting hurt over the last 5 years, like if you look at the ratios,
they won 53 games.
53. And they started off 18-2.
Yeah, but you got to realize Clay's coming back. He's not playing back-to-backs. Draymond Green misses 36 games. Steph misses 18. You're trying to work a new rotation in. You don't have James Wiseman. I mean, you scoff at 53. 53 is pretty damn impressive.
They're 2 years older. I don't know. I'm not scoffing at 53. I think they're about 50 wins.
Yeah, 50 wins.
They're about.
So why are we freaking out? 50 wins? And if they add something and they have better synergy, look out for the Golden State Warriors. I'm feeling really good about the Warriors this morning. I'm feeling really good.
I don't think that's good enough.
Yeah, if Draymond Green comes back.
They're not like the Giants. Like, just get into the playoffs.
No.
Like, they're in the
championship or bust.
Exactly. So, I don't know, man. And I just think getting into the playoffs is going to take a physical toll. And when you look at their roster, they've just got a lot of older guys. I mean, last year, to end the year, Steph had a shoulder thing, a knee thing. I'm talking about, like, the compression things that he's wearing. Draymond Green, obviously, had certain smaller injuries. Clay looked exhausted by year's end. Wiggins had finally had that first adductor strain. Chris Paul's always hurt.
Chris Paul's he played more games than Steph Curry last year. I'm telling you, it's a dangerous team. They're healthy. It's a dangerous team. I'm pivoting. I think the Warriors are going to be back in championship contention next year.
I don't think
back,
they're a true quote unquote contender.
Are there 5 teams better than them right now?
Right
the answer
now,
is no.
I mean, I don't think they're better than the top 5 teams or whatever. They're like in the mix. They can win and lose versus anyone.
5 teams better. Denver.
Yes. I think the Lakers are better. Anthony Davis and LeBron are better
Lakers, that's 2.
Okay.
Who else?
I don't know about Phoenix. Time will tell.
Sacramento,
I do think is better.
Stop the cap
What do you mean?
now.
They just took them to the brink. They could have easily beaten the Warriors in 5 games.
Sacramento's better. Stop it.
They're going to be a year older with that young nucleus.
There's not a team in the Eastern Conference better than the Warriors.
Philadelphia was a really good regular season
Harden's
team.
gone. All right, we got Michael Conforto. We don't know what we'll talk about this at 9 o'clock hour. What's coming up in the game? Michael Conforto, member of the San Francisco Giants, live from Toronto. He's joining the Morning Roast next, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
He nutted that thing. Cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwiches are made with 2 buttermilk.
Doval, little skip. Tyro Estrada right in the middle of everything tonight. The Giants pitch a shutout to start the road trip.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! You know, Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions. It's a perfect song right now. Summertime's rolling. We're in late June. July's coming. The dog days are coming in August. And the San Francisco Giants are freaking rolling right now. And I'm all the way in. I'm back like the boy in Major League with the shirt on. I'm there. You're right, Rodfather. I'm there in the second row. Right, or R_Q. Bonte said he wouldn't spend a dime this season. Well, I haven't spent a dime yet. But your boy will be in the second row.
I have.
I have not spent a dime yet.
And you know who I've spent money to go see?
Who?
Michael Conforto.
That's all cap. He's not on the line yet. You don't have to lie yet. You don't have to.
Are you a sausage guy?
You don't have to start kissing ass for another minute, Shasky. I do that. Capping out here, man. Harrison Barnes is solid. What is wrong with you, man?
Well, as like a seventh, eighth man off the bench?
Don't be punking out the kitty care way, man. We know here. We know who Harrison Barnes is. You guys did a 4-minute
segment on Harrison that was 3 minutes and 55 seconds too long.
Well, you said he was good, so you got KC to open up about him. But Camilo Duvall, Dave Flynn, by the way, which you could tell the intensity in Flynn's voice. He could feel it. He can feel it. The synergy with this baseball team. I can feel it. You can feel it. The whole damn Bay Area can feel it right now. There's a buzz with these Giants, with Montes and Estrada. That was a professional baseball win yesterday. To go up there to the Rogers Center, it's sold out. You're going to see Brandon Belt. You're in that freaking bandbox up there.
Give me a break.
And you know
You're
what?
You're going to go see Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr. You're not seeing Brandon Belt.
Yeah,
Can you feel
Well, Loveman was posting pictures of Brandon Belt.
Tonight?
The Brandons. He's tweeting about Brandon.
No, he was not.
Oh, you're going to see him?
Brandons?
He was a riot. He was an absolute riot. But the Giants win 3-0. They get a shutout. Alex Wood, tipping the cap to him. He deserves credit. Camilo Duvall deserves credit.
Show me how you
the
tip
Rogers
your cap.
brothers. I take off my headphones and I just boom.
Oh, like that.
Or I do the Jeter kid, the Jeter nephew.
Yeah.
He's just,
salute.
And the tip of the cap to Michael Conforto. Look, Mike. Good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game. We would have understood if you said, you know what, I'm not doing no interviews. I need to go out there and work. I'm down on myself. But you know what? You're a true professional. You're a true trooper. And we're enjoying you right now here in the Bay Area, Mike. So welcome to the show here at 95.7 The Game. A big-time win for you guys. You guys are red hot right now. 10 straight road wins. The first time the Giants have done that since 1952. But first and foremost, man, have you enjoyed your time in the Bay Area? You were in New York City with the New York Mets in that bandbox, and we love New York, but how's your time in the Bay been so far?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. I've enjoyed myself quite a bit being in the Bay Area. We're getting settled. We love where we're living. The team is awesome. I mean, this group of guys has been really fun. I think you can see it on the field. We just mesh well together. We've gotten really close, and we're kind of hitting our stride here. So even with a bunch of injuries, we've been able to continue to just find ways to win games. And like you said, I mean, we've been kind of road warriors a little bit. 10 games straight on the road is a special thing. Actually, this is our family trip. So
nice.
Having the families here with us has been really fun. We got a big group, and so far it's been great. I've really enjoyed my time here in the Bay Area.
I think we've really enjoyed you. The fan base is loving your comeback story this year after some shoulder injuries and whatnot. And now I got to ask you though, because you say you're getting yourself settled in. I mean, what's better, late night New York pizza or maybe like some late night burritos here in the Bay?
Well, you know what? We're actually staying out in East Bay, so there's not a whole lot of late night stuff going on.
Yeah. That's all right. Have you found that go-to spot though on the low?
We have. Yeah, we definitely have our spots, and we've had some dinners in the city. And obviously, I mean, New York's great with food, but San Francisco's no slouch either. I mean, there's great food out there, and I'm an Italian guy.
Original Joe's
spots as well. So
Michael, Original Joe's.
Yeah, Original Joe's is great.
I like that. I like that.
Someone of the Dugan family is nodding in approval.
The Dugan family, clip this right now. Now, we won't bust you out at Original Joe's. Just kind of sneak in there. We'll make sure you get you a backdoor entrance there. Top 2 restaurants, other 2 restaurants that you've enjoyed in San Francisco so far.
Oh, shoot, man. I might have to ask my wife what the name of
it's all good. You're on the spot.
I don't know. I'm not good with names either, especially when it comes to music. I'm not good with titles of songs either. So you're all good, Michael.
Take me into these youngsters, man, because like you've been around the game for quite some time, and I'm looking at Patrick Bailey, and I know their personalities are all very different, but like Bailey has just been a jolt behind the plate for this team defensively, and I feel like he's just been so clutch at the plate. Matos in center has been awesome. You've been playing alongside of him. Obviously, Schmidt isn't playing as much right now, but he's a goofy dude, and I feel like the energy of the team has shifted. Have you guys kind of felt that as one of the veterans on this team?
Absolutely. Obviously, the first one to come up was Schmitty. Him setting the world on fire right away, and like you said, he's got personality to him. He's a funny kid. He's got all this energy. He was the first one to kind of bring that boost of energy. We got to give him credit. Coming in and giving us that jolt. He's gonna continue to play well. I mean, he's got a great swing. I love that swing. I love watching it. He's just kind of going through that cat and mouse game a little bit of pitchers starting to adjust to him, but he'll be just fine. Patty Bailey's been awesome. I mean, he's so calm. He's so, for a young kid, being as calm and collected and confident. Coming in a switch hitting catcher, meshing with the pitching staff right away. It's been super impressive. He's been amazing, and then Matos coming up and kind of more of the same. Just he's got a really good approach at the plate. He's looking for his pitch. He's not missing it. And then obviously he's a great center fielder as well. So these guys have been awesome. Ryan Walker coming up, doing his thing. Really all the guys that we brought up have just been prepared. Keaton Wynn as well. Mm-hmm. The list goes on and on. So I think we got to give some credit to the guys, in the minor leagues. Getting these guys ready. They're really doing a great job of preparing these guys to come up and having an impact right away.
Michael Conforto here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Giants right fielder, 12 home runs, 42 RBIs. They didn't even play last season. And I think that's why a lot of people slept on you. When you're 24, 25, 26, you had a 3-year stretch with the New York Mets where you hit 88 home runs, had 242 RBIs, and a lot of fantasy baseball heads are like, this Michael Conforto could play, especially when he's on the field. Now, you dealt with some injuries here. When did the Giants come into play? When did they show interest in you? And were they the only team to show interest in you, considering the fact that you came off those injuries?
They were actually they were reaching out, before I originally got injured in the 21 off season. Mm-hmm. They had sent over a nice video, kind of just they kind of summarized my career all the way back to the Little League World Series and then the College World Series, and then kind of made this big video of, we want to be the one to bring you back to the World Series. So that was kind of my first introduction to them. They separated themselves in that way. Then coming back, missing the 22 season and not having as many teams involved, but there were some other teams out there, who contacted me, and then, but the Giants had sent out, they sent out Dave Greshner to come see me. They sent out, Justin Veal, our hitting coach, to come see me. Mm-hmm. I meshed really well with those guys right away. I had heard great things from guys who had played in the organization. I played with Joe Panic. Matt Boyd is a good friend of mine. I know he didn't play much or at all for the Giants, but he had great things to say about the organization, and really just everything that I had heard was very positive, and so it just kind of felt like the right move, for me and my family, and boy, did I make the right decision. I feel like everything has been so good up to this point, and they've obviously helped me in my journey back to being healthy, and now we're just now we're just riding that wave. The team's playing great. And I'm contributing when I can, and still working out the kinks at the plate a little bit. But I feel like we're on our way.
No, I think Giants fans are really loving you. I want to see you stay with the team, for much longer. You talked about the Little League World Series that's coming up here, and B knows I'm coaching pony baseball right now, 12-year-olds, and so it's a little different. You can take leads. It's a little different than Little League. But I was telling him, like, hey, every single team we're facing's got 2 or 3 guys in the middle of that order who play shortstop and they pitch and they bat the middle. But to see a guy do it at the big league level like Shohei Ohtani is doing right now, Are you as surprised, are baseball players, guys that are out there playing, are you as surprised as we are? Like, I know that normally, going all the way through Little League, high school, and sometimes into college, you'll see guys that can play the field and pitch. But to do it at the big league level, I mean, this feels like we're watching something that's unicorn-like.
That was the first thing. That was the first name to pop into my mind. Like, it really is like a unicorn. It's something. It's something you don't see. He's really doing something special. I think it was last night he pitched a shutout and hit 2 homers. I mean, that's one of those things that just doesn't happen in our game. You're supposed to do one or the other. At least that's what we've been told. But you know what? I do think it's kind of like that 4-minute mile situation where young players are going to start to see that it can be done. You're already starting to see some guys. I think we have a guy in our organization that's doing both.
Reggie Crawford.
Yeah. And, you see how valuable that is, and you see how, it can be done by, obviously Shohei's is otherworldly, but, I think teams are going to start to recognize that that's a pretty valuable thing. And if guys can do it, I say go for it, if you're having success and you're able to do it, why not? So, pretty cool. I mean, as far as what the players say, we're in just as much awe as the fans are, watching him do what he does, on both sides, pitchers and hitters, just wondering how the heck he can be so good at both. Yeah. It's pretty incredible.
He's going to make a lot of money. I've been saying, last offseason, I said, man, he could demand $70 million a year, but if he wanted, he'd probably get $100 million a year. And I don't even think it'd be overpaid what you're getting from both positions from Shohei Ohtani. We're talking to Michael Conforto here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Now, you played with Edwin Diaz, a very good closer to New York Mets. Now he's out, unfortunately, due to that injury in the World Baseball Classic. You knew when he came into the game, it was basically a done deal. You're getting that win, and you're going home to have a good night with the family. Camilo Duvall, 25 years old. He's making 4-out saves look routine.
Yeah.
Discuss what you guys are feeling when he toes that rubber there in the 8th or the 9th inning, Michael.
I mean, it's exactly that. It's the same feeling you would get when Edwin came into the game. It's the stuff is so good, and he's not up there just throwing. He knows where the ball is going. 100-mile-an-hour cutter, and then a sinker, at the same speed going the other direction, and then a nasty slider. You have to be perfect to put the ball in play against him. So it's a good feeling when he comes into the game. I mean, that's for sure. And I've faced him. It's not a fun at bat. So very similar to Edwin. Young guys who come up and already have that mentality, that closer mentality. And the 4-out saves are not easy. I mean, from what I've seen, it's not natural for a guy to come in, get 1 out, and then sit down, and then go back out there. And he's done it multiple times for us. So the fact that he can always be ready, even in a 4-out save situation, sit down, get cold, and come back out there and be the same guy. You just can't say enough about him. At the age that he's at, I mean. I think Edwin set a pretty cool market for him too. So
yeah. Hell yeah! I mean, that intro is so sick.
He's got a bright future.
Yeah, that intro is so sick. We need to get Camilo some sort of an intro. Let's rat-a-tat-tat a couple here so that people can get a better feel for you. Every time you step to the plate, Fleming's like, I used to play football. He was a quarterback and a safety. Who's your favorite NFL team?
Come on. Don't say it, Michael.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't say it.
I gotta say, I gotta be true to my
be real.
my roots. I'm a big Seahawks guy.
Oh, man.
So probably.
If you hear boos in the
not the
outfield
best,
next homestand, Michael, it's from us. I'm kidding.
Steve Largent or Jerry Rice?
Through the radio right now.
Steve Largent or Jerry Rice?
Steve Largent.
Oh my God!
See,
Xbox or PS5?
What's that?
Xbox or PS5?
I got to be the Xbox guy. I got to be the Microsoft Seattle guy.
Ooh, I like that. What's your favorite movie of all time, Michael? Godfather, right? You're an Italian.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the Godfather movies, or maybe Goodfellas, or one of those.
It's my type of guy. You're redeeming yourself a little bit here. All right. Here we go. This is true. Dave Craig or Joe Montana?
Oh my God.
I mean, I like watching. I used to watch Joe Montana highlights. He's one of the best ever.
All right. I was messing with you there.
If you weren't a football player, if you weren't a baseball player, what would you be doing?
And that's a good question. I always thought, I used to love to build things. I always thought I would be maybe some kind of architect or something. Pretty out of practice in my math and my, my engineering type stuff. So it's hard for me to say, but I used to love, all that kind of stuff, building stuff with my dad, and so I don't know. I'd say probably something in that field.
You're recruited by Ivy League school, so you got to be a smart customer.
Hell yeah,
I wouldn't know what that's like. I got accepted to a state school, and you end up going to Oregon State, going to a College World Series. But you seem like a pretty bright guy there, growing up in Seattle. So, favorite Mariner?
Ooh,
was it because obviously you had to be a Mariners fan growing up? Jay Buhner, Edgar Martinez, King Griffey, A-Rod, Ichiro?
Edgar Martinez. He was definitely my favorite swing to watch. Aside from Ken Griffey Jr., I used to try to swing like him, obviously, but he was gone, pretty quickly into my Seattle fandom. So I'd have to say Edgar Martinez. I really love Jay Buhner as well. I got to meet Jay Buhner growing up in Seattle. I played baseball with his son as well. So those guys, those classic Mariners. I mean, Ichiro, Dan Wilson. Just those classic Mariners back in the day. There wasn't a lot to root for growing up, past the 2001, 2002 seasons. But obviously, I was always a diehard fan. With we brought in Adrian Beltre and we brought in Robinson Cano, and so there was still some guys to root for back in the day, and growing up through college and all that. So, those are my guys.
All right, a couple quick ones here. Gabe Kapler or Jock Peterson, who's quirkier? Who's got weirder tendencies? Because we know Gabe's diet is very weird.
Gabe's got swagger.
I know, but Jock can also be a little weird. So who's the quirkier guy?
That's a tough question, guys. Gabe is certainly quirky. I feel like I learned something new about him every day. But man, I mean, I just spent so much time with Jock. He is off the wall. I mean, if you guys could spend a day in our clubhouse, he's absolutely crazy. So,
Michael, when he puts his uniform on, how long does it take for him to get ready? Because I swear to God, the way he wears the uniform just cracks me up every time.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got his own style, and you said Gabe has swagger. I mean, Jock has his own swagger as well.
Who's the quietest guy?
It definitely doesn't take him long though. I mean, he'll be in his warm up stuff, right up,
right,
20 minutes before game time. So,
who's the quietest guy in that clubhouse, Michael?
Yeah, who is?
Quietest guy. I don't know, man. I mean, everyone's pretty upbeat. Everyone's pretty pretty vocal. It's got to be one of the rookie pitchers. I mean, Ryan Walker is pretty quiet. keep winning. But I think those guys are just, they'll come out of their shell as they get a little comfortable in the big leagues.
All right, last one here, Mike, and we really appreciate you coming on. If you only had one album to play for the rest of your life, who's the artist? What's the album?
Oof. That's a tough question.
I know. We got the hard hitters. I'm like Barbara Walters here.
Get the hard hitters. Yeah, it might have to be. Oof.
Bob Marley?
You want it? Yeah, it might have to be.
West Coast guy from Seattle.
It better not be Macklemore. Yeah. Come on, dog. Don't be Macklemore.
I've always been a big Drake fan. We're out here in Toronto.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Safe bet. Safe.
It's acceptable.
I'm surprised it wasn't in New York City. You were in New York
Frank
for so long.
Sinatra, because he's Italian. You're going to go in that direction?
I was thinking more Jay-Z, Biggie Smalls.
A lot of directions I could have taken.
Cameron, New York City, Dipset, Jadakiss. Anyway.
I'm enjoying your season, Mike. You're doing some great things for this team.
You've been a good Giant, man, and best of luck today. As you guys are rolling 10 straight on a roll. First time the Giants have done that since 1952. 11 games over 500, and we're feeling the vibe with you guys right now, man. You guys are playing some damn good baseball right now. So best of luck today in Toronto, and best of luck on this road trip. We'll see you when you get back at home, and we would definitely boo you for a couple innings for that Seahawks win.
That's all right.
We'll be all right.
Hey, I deserve it.
Michael, good stuff, man.
Good stuff, Mike.
All right, guys. I appreciate you having me on. Just keep showing up. We're playing well. And
hell yeah.
We're going to take this thing as far as we can.
Let's go. I like to hear that. Michael Conforto, everybody on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Give him a nice little round of applause. Round of applause. Michael Conforto, 12 home runs on the season so far, hitting. I like Blaine. There you go. He knows.
So let me ask you that question.
What?
If you had one album and one artist to play for the rest of your life, who's it going to be? I already know what my answer is, and I'm going to kind of cheat a little because I'm going with an Essentials album.
I'm going to go Jay-Z Blueprint 1.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Jay-Z Blueprint 1.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Got to roll with that.
It's very acceptable.
Yeah. It's tough.
It really is tough.
I love it.
It really is tough.
Yeah. Who are you going with?
I'm kind of torn between Huey Lewis and Paul Simon.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mike Dre.
No, because you have to listen to it forever.
I'm going Jay-Z, Take Over, Girls, Girls, Girls.
Song Cry?
Song Cry.
The song where Eminem destroyed him on?
Renegade. Yeah. That's the song right there. It's got the one with Too Short doing the cameo.
I think that was the one.
Oh, no. That was
it was all good just a week ago.
That was S.I. Carter Volume 3.
Yeah.
Or Volume 1.
How about the Jock Peterson is an interesting guy? Duh. We all knew that one.
Well, you see his new drip?
What
he's got the gold chains.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the eyes. He's got the big fat. I'm like, okay, Jock.
I know. He's
must be nice to make $20 million per season.
I think Jock really enjoys being a Giant.
I mean, he had to grow up a Giants fan, right?
Of course.
He had to. He is something else, man. Is he going to be traded? Is he the guy to be traded?
Who wants a platoon DH for $9 million, $8 million the rest of the way?
By the way, reports are the Houston Rockets, are preparing a 2-year, $85 million max offer to Fred VanVleet.
What? Max? Take that money, Fred.
You already heard what he said a few years ago when he got the bag. He said, I won a championship. Now it's time to get the bag.
Yeah, Wichita State?
Wichita State, shocker. By the way, our poll question, 458 votes so far.
Wow,
a poll
that's a lot of
question on
votes.
YouTube. Should the Warriors extend Steve Kerr? 81% says yes. 19% says no. Should the Warriors extend Steve Kerr? That's our poll question on YouTube right now, 95.7 The Game. Michael Conforto, have you come around to him?
I'm a big Conforto fan after watching all year. Ask Lubman. I talk about it all the time.
I know, but we were having a conversation about guys flipping left and right. And
what do you mean flipping?
At the deadline, you were saying, because he has to play.
Well, that was early on.
Yeah.
And because of the option. In my heart of hearts, I've been saying it for about 2 months now. Boy, I really wish they would have flip-flopped the contracts and given Conforto a multi-year deal and Haniger the 1-year deal.
I like Conforto, man. He's a professional.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Easy going. Look. He made the plays yesterday in right field.
Okay, fine.
We kind of joked about it.
He's been good defensively.
Whatever.
This year.
I think he'll be fine, and he'll
not
DH
great,
at times.
Yeah,
he could be your
he's
DH.
Not
you could
a
put
right
Yaz.
fielder. To me, he's a left fielder.
You put Yaz in right field, you'll be fine. I like Michael Conforto a lot, man. And look, man, during those times with the Mets, People forget that he was a really good player. Now, I know a lot of people, baseball's tough. It's a regional sport.
Yes.
Not a lot of people are tapped in on New York Mets baseball. Conforto was really good for the Mets for a few years there. And he had that 3-year stretch again where he hit 88 home runs, 27, 28, 33. Now, his batting average, 279, 243, 257. All right, a lot of people downplay
his
the batting
on-base
average,
percentage is good enough compared to where his batting average is. Yeah, he's fine.
938.
He's a solid professional hitter who's very clutch. And to me, if you have him in the 6-7 hole, like if they can get a traditional, real cleanup hitter, you put him in the 6-7 hole, teams would be salivating to have Michael Conforto as their 6-7 hitter.
Yeah, so
most teams.
Yeah, so he's Michael Conforto's playing well coming off the injury there, and if he could just stay healthy, he's going to have that thump in the lineup. 42 RBI so far in the season, 12 home runs, 236 batting average. You want to see that bumped up a little bit, but if he could just stay on the field and continue to get the Giants that presence there in the middle of the lineup, that's a big boost for the.
He's been one of the better bargains in free agency. If you look at a lot of these free agent deals that were signed this year, there's been a lot of blah. Like just production overall. You see, obviously, the Mets, you're talking about them. Scherzer and Verlander haven't been great, for the amount of money that they've been given. And you look at someone like Conforto, who it was a flyer to a degree, and some people thought that even at the price point that Farhan paid, that he overpaid. It's been a good deal. They've needed an extra outfielder who's been healthy, and he's been healthier than Haniger the whole way through.
Logan Webb today versus TBD for the Toronto Blue Jays. TBD.
I'm telling you.
All-star from last year. What's his name? Alex
Manoah.
I want to say Manoah.
He was.
Did you see him down in the minors the other day?
Yikes.
He just rocked.
Yeah, well,
he's lost all his mojo.
2/3 of an inning, 11 runs. I think it was.
So okay, the couple of things here with this one. They were talking about why they didn't demote him to AAA, and the reason why they didn't demote him to AAA is because they have a better technical facility in their single and double A facilities, which are in Florida. And so they sent him there because there's more people to work with him because he literally needs to be reworked from scratch. Right. These are not tinkers. These are from scratch. Now, he was a guy that they mic'd up in the All-Star game, and a lot of people...
Awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people like myself are like, oh, didn't know he had this kind of personality.
No, he was great.
He was amazing.
He was awesome. So the Blue Jays pitching staff is really, outside of Gosman, really struggling here. And they don't know who they're going to go with today. And Logan Webb, this feels like if there is a must-win in the month of June 28th, this feels like one the Giants got to have.
You looking at Sam?
Yeah, I'm looking at Sam. Must-win last Thursday. That was hilarious. But this one, you got to win Logan Webb days. You have to win Logan Webb days. And especially if you want him in the All-Star game, he's 7-6 right now. If you could get him up to 9-6 before the break, and that ERA drops under 3 right now, it's at 3.16. He's coming off another solid performance. That is what gets you in the All-Star game.
Yes.
Winning on the East Coast is what gets you in the All-Star game in that market because now all eyes are watching him on the East Coast right now. This is a big game for Logan.
Have you been paying attention to what's been going on with Clayton Kershaw?
The way he's dominating?
He's he's on pace to win another Cy Young.
Yeah, he's dominant.
A decade removed from his last Cy Young win. He's already got 3. This would be his 4th. I mean, if you had an opportunity, like regular season, because I know the playoffs is a whole nother thing. Verlander or Kershaw in terms of career? Because those to me are the right-handed and left-handed. I would say they are the signature players of the last 15 years. Pitching.
That's tough.
Isn't it?
I lean Verlander because of the postseason success.
And I think
he was just a hog. I mean, Kershaw's
an all-timer.
Kershaw is,
he's having one of the greatest left-handed careers
There's
ever.
no wrong answer. You had the first pick. Whoever you take, and I'm taking the other guy.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Boy, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, live on the Odyssey app. All that good stuff. Giants in Toronto for Game 2. Download that Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. I do want to get back into the Golden State Warriors. We'll do that after the break. We can talk some Giants here, but I do want to get back into the Warriors here because I think they are a better team than last season. I'm starting to warm up to what they're doing right now.
The last thing I'll say about the Kershaw thing and why it relates to Logan Webb, it feels like to me everything's setting up for Kershaw to start the All-Star game. It feels like that. Now, we'll see how the rotations, shake down. He might pitch on a Sunday before, and then he would make himself ineligible. But you would feel like they're going to try to get him out there, and even though they did it a couple of years ago, and give him that ceremonious, last kind of hoorah, because you don't know if you're going to be in a position like that again.
He's still going strong.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I thought he was finished 2 years ago.
He's really been the savior for the Dodgers this year.
Hell yeah.
No Walker Buehler. Urias has been on the IL.
Yeah.
Gonsolin has kind of taken a step back from last season. Tony Gonsolin, that is.
They lose
so far,
Trevor Bauer.
Trevor Bauer, of course. Clayton Kershaw this year, 2.55 ERA, 10-4. He's got the strikeouts, 105 strikeouts in 95 innings. I mean, the guy's all-time dominant. Again, 3 Cy Youngs. He's got an MVP award. He's got the Triple Crown.
It's ridiculous.
He's got his World Series title. I mean, this is an all-time season for Clayton Kershaw. So he'll be in that All-Star game. And look, the Dodgers aren't going anywhere. The thing is with the Giants, they've got to continue to win. They have to, because the Dodgers now have the Dodgers' attention. Dodgers have stepped it up over the last 5 days. The Diamondbacks, they could fade. But you want to continue to win here.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, the Merrill Kelly injury is huge.
Yes, it is.
That's a big injury.
Yes, it is.
And they don't have Bumgarner. They got rid of him, which has been better for them. By the way, our boy Kyle Nelson pitched 2 innings Saturday in his hometown here.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Kyle Nelson. That was pretty cool. Two shutout innings, 4 strikeouts. But then you look at the landscape of the National League, and the Braves are trying to run away with things in the NL East. The Marlins are scrappy.
Are people paying attention to your boy?
Who?
Your boy.
Ronald Acuna Jr.?
He is having a monster season.
I mean, he's got over 30 steals already.
He's having a monster year.
I mean,
a monster year. And then your boy Matt Olson, what did you say to me at the break
He might
today?
hit 50 this year.
That's crazy.
He might hit to 50 home runs this year.
Can you imagine having cornerstones like Matt Olson and Sean Murphy on a team? Man, I'd love to build around those guys.
Did you see who was in town over the weekend?
Who?
At Baseball Academy?
Who?
SF Baseball Academy?
Who was?
Donaldson.
Josh Donaldson?
Yeah, he was hitting over
with
there.
the Yankee? Oh, yeah.
He was hitting over there.
Hit a home run yesterday in a loss.
What is going on with Giancarlo Stanton?
Well, he basically ran into the cement part of the base of the wall, and he tore his toe.
No, Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh,
not Aaron
Giancarlo
Judge.
Stanton. Well, he's having a horrible year. He's under 200.
That's what I'm saying. What's going on?
I thought you were talking about
Under
Aaron Judge.
200.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, Aaron Judge is balling.
But he had come out, Aaron Judge did, and I guess they didn't want him to explain what the injury was. And he's like, well, when you tear your toe, and he like totally slipped.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, whoa. I guess any sprain of the ligament is a tear. So even if he sprained the toe, there's a slight tear.
So the Yankees lose 2-1 last night to the Oakland Athletics. Paul Blackburn dealing.
Future Giant.
Dealing Paul Black. That's kind of underwhelming to me, Paul Blackburn.
Yeah, those are the moves that Farhan makes at the deadline. That's the thing.
Yeah,
if you're not giving up anything, why not? Right?
That's not winning. That's not winning in the World Series.
Okay, he's an all-star. Let's relax here. He's not like a scrub.
No, he's not a scrub.
He's not a scrub.
You're acting like he is. Like that's, I think, would be a solid addition to the rotation.
He's okay.
He would be a solid addition at this point. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's all you're asking.
Giancarlo Stanton batting 184 on the season.
Well, what do you think of my pitching theory that I've been floating all week? And I'll lay it out a little better here. It feels like to me the way baseball's going. Why would you ever pay for these 3rd starters and these 4th starters and these 5th starters?
You could just go bullpenning and
I'd be bullpenning everything from here on out. It feels like I'm going to pay 2 studs and everything else is going to be patchwork.
It's the way baseball's going. Farhan doesn't do it. He just, the past 2 off seasons, said no to Kevin Gausman and said no to Carlos Rodon. He just told you. I know Farhan's philosophy. I don't know everybody else's.
Well, he did.
Farhan, he gave Logan Webb the money.
But
he
gave DeSclafani a 3-year deal.
Yeah, but it wasn't, what was it, 12 a year?
Yeah, but that's where I'm going.
That's not 30.
I think teams are going to be reluctant to pay $15 million for a 3rd starter, 4th starter.
They may go 10
and
to
12.
Go
bullpenning.
They'll
like,
go
you're
10 to
getting
12.
more value out of Minaya in this way than if you started him in an expected normal starter production.
But it looked like DeSclafani was a good find after his 2021. It felt like he got him on a discount deal. You know what I'm saying?
Like Gausman,
right.
He faded against the Dodgers down the stretch.
But he did have the good start against the Dodgers Labor Day weekend.
Yeah,
remember that?
That's true.
Remember that? He had the Friday night start against the Dodgers, and he
did you
pitched his
trust
ass
him?
off.
Because I didn't.
As a 3rd, 4th starter, I said, you could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse.
It just feels like to me, because you're seeing, I think Toronto today will probably go bullpenning. It feels like to me, bullpenning was such a negative word, and now I'm coming around on it where it's like, nah, now it's just like, can I get 2 good innings from you, and 2 good innings from you, and 3 good innings from you, and maybe Wood or whoever, give me 4 or 5, right? And I'm just going to kind of play the numbers and not allow anyone to go through the lineup 3 times unless you're Logan Webb.
Well, I think what we're doing in baseball is we're going to put more emphasis on the bullpen.
Yes.
And I think, in a way, the Giants' 3 World Series teams, and maybe even the Yankees. The Yankees teams were really good with their bullpens
Yeah, they were.
as well, setting it up for Mariano
Absolutely.
Rivera. They had to set up guys. They had their Jeff Nelsons here and there, so like that. So the Giants kind of took that formula. I think that's the formula. Can you get to the 6th or 7th inning? Because then you get to the power arms and you shut things down. The Kansas City Royals, the Kansas City Royals, when they had those 3 relievers, and I was like, boy, if you're down, who was it?
Or was it Perez?
I think one of them, Greg Holland was one.
Holland was one, yep.
Wade Davis.
Wade Davis, he was. And there was...
they had another guy who threw 100.
Yeah. Herrera. So if you get to
they were good.
You get to the 7th inning, game's over.
Yeah.
And I think that's the Tampa Bay Rays are the same way.
You know what I've noticed with the Giants this year, for example? From the eyeball, you're like, man, their bullpen's pitching a lot. But if you look at the individual numbers of usage, they're actually using these guys less than they would in conventional spots. Meaning you're not taxing them the way we think they're taxing them because they're going to the bullpen. Like Tyler Rogers is an example, or Taylor Rogers. If you look at their usage rate, it's actually lower than what you think it is.
Right.
And they've gotten the best out of them. I mean, the one Rogers brother has like a 1.79 ERA.
Yeah, Tyler Rogers, I think we all apologize. Well, I know I do.
Well, they're using him better.
They're using him better, but he's automatic.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, he went 1 2/3 yesterday, and those are some big time innings. Big times inning picks to come in and clean up Alex Wood when he gave up the leadoff double. Now Conforto should have made the play, but Rogers comes in, gets a 17th hold. He's got a 1.79 ERA. And when you talk about Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers and the Giants winning games here, those may be your 2 all-stars. Those 2 guys may be your all-stars on the San Francisco Giants. Offensively, could you go Tyro Estrada? He's down to 280.
I think
but he
he's
had 2
fading.
for 4.
Yeah.
He had 2 for 4 yesterday. They need to get Matos up higher in the order.
I don't like Jock as a 2-hitter. I think you're going to move Matos up. That's what I want to see.
But
and they need Lamont Wade back.
Yeah, but your all-stars may be Tyler Rogers or Camilo Duvall.
I think
it's appropriate.
I think you're right.
I think it's appropriate. All right, we got
Could Patrick Bailey sneak in there? No.
He's had a month, Shasky. A month.
Yeah, I know.
Will Smith with the Dodgers. You see what he's doing?
Well, no, he's the guy.
I mean, Sean Murphy.
Yeah, you're right. I was just asking. I was just asking.
You got some big boys. You got some big boys playing the catchers.
Are you excited to see the Futures game with Carson Wisenhunt and Harrison?
I'll check it out.
No, you're not going to like Jackson Holiday?
Yeah, I'll check it out. I don't know if I'm going to watch the full 9 innings.
I think
when is that game?
Watch it. It'll be on the background.
Yeah, I mean, that's a slow weekend. Well, WNBA maybe.
Well, I could send you the Game Changer link, and you can watch the San Francisco 12U team play in Carmel.
Could do that too.
Or you could just come to the game.
Were you guys playing at Carmel High?
No. Let me look it up.
Carmel is past Monterey, correct?
Correct. It's right on the coast, right before Big Sur.
Probably won't be coming to Carmel. I like Carmel. Probably won't be coming down.
Nice beach. Nice big beach down there.
Yeah.
You see it a lot in Pebble Beach when they're broadcasting matches over there.
So we're playing the LAMV Mavericks 12U team, and the game's at Larson Field in Carmel by the Sea. Larson Field, right off of Rio Road, near Mission Ranch Hotel.
Is Mrs. Shasky coming down?
Yes, she is. We're making a weekend of it.
Wow. So when you coming back up?
Sunday after the games.
Wow.
And then
so
going
you'll
straight
be in
to
Carmel,
the cabin.
We'll be in Monterey.
Yeah.
Do not call me.
Okay. Love you too, bro.
Do not bother me. No, seriously. Take Michelle out to a nice steak dinner.
She doesn't eat steak, so we're going to go seafood.
She vegetarian. Oh, seafood. So we're going to come up to Monterey to the pier?
Pescatarian.
Are you going up to the pier in Monterey?
Probably. Well, he sent me Joey Spadoni because he's from the area. Yeah. Sent me a bunch of places. I got the Fish House as a lunch spot.
Grottos. All right, we got
the Cannery.
Yeah, the Cannery. We're going to be around there. We'll be there. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Our poll question, should the Warriors extend Steve Kerr? 888-957-9570. How's Dub Nation feeling about the head coach of the Golden State Warriors? And then we have some sound about Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, as free agency nears. Larry Harris also got a good clip of him on draft night. So we'll get into the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions.
when does that crack come into play for you?
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
If you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. It is really good. Joe Shasky and Sam Lutman.
I love it.
Oh, he's talking Tyler Rogers. He's ready to roll. He's flexing. He's feeling himself. They bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. 888-957-9570. Been a fun and quick, fast Wednesday morning roast.
If you missed the Michael Conforto interview that we just conducted, you can go back on the Odyssey app right now and rewind, or you can find it on YouTube. It's posted on our YouTube page. Search 957 The Game. That's our @ handle, and go check out the Michael Conforto interview.
Conforto was really cool there. Good sport. Giants win 3-0 yesterday. Logan Webb day. Logan Webb today for the Giants. Can he eat up some innings? You shut out the Blue Jays, man, in that lineup. That's impressive. The Blue Jays are going to come back. Vlad Jr., they're scary. George Springer, they got the uniforms. They're going crazy up there in Toronto, and they got to win. They're fourth in the AL East despite being 6 games over 500. So the Blue Jays got to figure some things out quickly. Giants win 10 straight road games. First time they've done that since 1952. Warrior stuff here, because we got a couple days. What is Draymond Green going to do? What is his contract going to look like? Here's Bobby Marks, who joined Dan Dibble yesterday on 95.7 The Game. Here's what he thinks Draymond Green's contract will look like.
I can't see how they can let him walk. And I know there's probably a price point, but you lose. Let's just say you lose him for nothing. It's not like all of a sudden you got a $30 million slot to go sign a player here. You are still $12 million over the luxury tax. You got the veteran minimum exception. You're going to lose DiVincenzo likely here. What are your options here? Especially, hey, if Steph would have had a year left on his contract, I'd say, you know what, maybe this is the end, and you just start looking for. But when Steph Curry has 3 years left on his contract, you do everything in your power to put the best players around him. And I think, if it's Draymond, you're going to have to probably pay a little bit because there is a market for him.
So what does that look like? 3 years, 90, 3 years to 100. I think we can all agree, though, that the Warriors and Draymond Green don't come to an agreement and he just walks. Now, you don't get to replace that salary slot. You lose that salary slot. And you're a worse team without Draymond Green at this point. You need Draymond Green back right now. Now, the money's going to make people go crazy, but are you better with Draymond or better without him? And right now, you're better with him. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and what's their long-term... How much of this luxury tax are they willing to pay for how long? I think that's the question that I don't know the answer to. Because if they do retain, we agree, like losing Draymond Green and not getting anything in return is a double loss, right? Because you lose the slots, you can't replenish, you lose the player in Draymond Green, you get no upgrades, you get no assets back in return. But that might be one of the financial avenues they have to go, because they might feel like it's unsustainable. I don't know that. I'm just saying that could be one of their justifications. I doubt it, but who knows? But
who knows?
Like the other thing, B, is you do gain back if you can get under the apron. You get back that mid-level exception, which is pretty valuable.
No doubt.
It's not the end-all, be-all. I mean, it's not a max player, but it is valuable in terms of roster construction.
No doubt. I want to hear from Larry Harris here. Larry Harris, been with the Warriors for a long time. Currently serves as the assistant GM and director of player personnel for the Golden State Warriors. A really good dude, man. He's got the slick back hair. He's a smooth talker. He's been with the organization since 2008. Now, he discussed some things with Monty Poole and our boy Dalton Johnson, Petaluma's Finest, on the Dubs Talk podcast. And this was on draft night, which was last Thursday. And Larry Harris did discuss the Warriors' payroll. Here's what he had to say about that.
I just want the fans to really, truly realize that the ownership group of this organization, it'll come out eventually, but the payroll that these owners are throwing out this year is unlike anything I've ever seen. And, it's one of those things, words are words, but your actions, what are you backing them up with? And you just sit in that room and you're thinking to yourself, I'm looking at 29 other teams in the league and I'm going, we're adding payroll and things that we're going to be doing, that we will have done or going to do after July 1st, adding more payroll. And yet Yes, it's a concern, and yes, it's a conversation, but it's never stopped Joe and Peter from saying, "No, we can't do that." If it, he'll say to us, "Is it going to help us win a championship?" And we're like, "Yes." If we think it puts us back in that trajectory and in that conversation, he goes, "Well, then let's do it."
It must be nice to have an owner like that who says, "Let's just do it." That's why I tell you, Shasky, don't worry about the money, man. Lacob has been on record multiple times. We will spin. Now, at some point, you're going to have to reset your books.
That's all out, yeah.
But I'm not going to concern. If I'm a fan, I'm not going to concern myself and get caught up in the finances when the owner says, "Look, as long as we're competing for championships and I think we can win the championship, I'm going to spend whatever the case is. I'm going to spin.
Let me ask you this question. Draymond, if you retain Draymond and you're stuck as is for a variety of reasons, you're stuck as is, can you sell that to Joe Lacob that you're going to win a championship?
You can sell it to Joe Lacob that you will be in championship contention.
Okay.
There's never a guarantee.
Yeah, whatever the phrase Larry
championship
Harris
contention.
Said. Okay.
They felt like they made the top 8, the last 8 last year, and let's be real. The chemistry and the synergy that we're seeing with the Giants was not there with the Golden State Warriors. We heard from Sean Livingston on the All the Smoke podcast. When that locker room's not in order, how are you going to win big games?
Yeah.
And the Warriors, despite all that, they advanced to the second round and they got humbled, but you got to have that synergy. And maybe you get it back by just removing Jordan Poole. I'm not blaming Jordan Poole.
You're also going to lose Dante DiVincenzo, it seems like
he's
right
opting
now.
out. Yeah. And Dante got a little, he wasn't too thrilled with Gary Payton II coming back because that cut into his minutes. Yeah. That cut into his position. And I can't blame him there. All of a sudden, his rotation spot. And let's be real, Dante looked a little overwhelmed in that Sacramento series in the first round.
Yeah,
he couldn't stay in front of Malik Monk. He couldn't hit anything. He couldn't stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. But I like Dante DiVincenzo. I think it's an underrated loss for the Golden State Warriors.
Well, he was really good this year. Like, if we're talking about players who had really, really good years, wouldn't he be on a short list?
Yep. He would be. But then again, it took that dip in the month of March where he couldn't hit a 3.
Well, the playoffs were really bad. But I think that goes to my point about we're talking about how many wins are they going to get next year? I don't know. Like I thought they'd be a lot better heading into this year, and I ended up not being right. I thought the bench would be better. I thought the rookies would play more, more meaningful minutes, which didn't come to fruition. There was a lot of things that didn't come to fruition. But not only are you losing JP and his health and what he means, but you're also losing DiVincenzo. That's a lot. It's a lot that you're losing out on in the regular season.
You gain Chris Paul, a guy who doesn't turn the ball over.
Oh no, you're gaining stuff.
Right.
There's no doubt. You're gaining stuff.
You're gaining IQ. You're getting, and Loveman said something. We could get into this later in the week about measuring IQ. How do you do that? Just Chris Paul knows what to do. He knows what a good shot is, what a bad shot is. He knows how to run an offense. Jordan Poole's still learning how to run an offense. He can do it at times, but he's still learning. And the Warriors feel like, you know what? We can't wait on the development after what happened last year. He turned the ball over. He had the fourth most turnovers in all the NBA. That's incredible. So that's what they're looking for. So you may have gotten a little bit better. DiVincenzo is a big loss. More from Larry Harris with Monty Paul Johnson on the Dubs Talk podcast in terms of changes. He talked about changes that the Warriors may make.
I just want the fans to know there's going to be some changes. It's going to be all right. It's going to work itself out because change is sometimes a little scary. But I think in the end, the goal is to win another championship, and I think we're headed back in that right direction. I truly believe that.
So did the change already happen, or are there more changes coming?
Oh, that's a great question.
I don't know.
Do you think another move's coming? It sure feels like it.
The Warriors want to make a splash, I feel like. Maybe there is. Maybe there's a sign and trade coming. Maybe there's.
They're trading Steph Curry.
Do you think fans would be disappointed if there's not another move coming? Like if they just bring Draymond Green back and you lost Jordan Poole, you got Chris Paul now. Granted, Chris Paul's
that's a great question.
It's a big move, but I think fans would be a little disappointed to see that's it.
That's a great question to end the show with.
I would be deflated.
That's a great question to end the show with. Would fans be disappointed if there was not another move made by the Golden State Warriors? Boy, I've seen some of the names like Torrey Craig and Gallinari, and I'm just like, ew.
Well, I like Saric, but is Saric moving the needle for their championship contention?
10 to 15 minutes, but he is another body.
No, he's really solid. I like Saric.
I think Saric could be your Bielitsa, if not a better Bielitsa. I actually like that. I'm not counting on Saric to win me big playoff games, but a guy who can eat up 15 minutes and provide some muscle inside. I like Dario Saric a lot. Let's go to
I agree.
Let's go to our boy Robert Cerebruto. Robert Cerebruto,
hey, Rob.
what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man,
If the Warriors are smart, they'll let Draymond walk. Prime example. Every time a new player comes and Draymond becomes the fourth option, he turns to a little a-hole. Jordan Poole, Kevin Durant. Let the market see what he's worth. If he's worth anything, let him get his $30 million. And then we'll see what he's really worth. But I'm not giving that guy that much money for his actions. And the way he be acting to certain players, he get away with too much. He's not that great of a player. I'm tired, y'all, but he's not that great of a player.
What are you doing, Rob?
To get the leeway he's gotten.
Running up a hill? You getting ready for training camp?
No. I was on the treadmill.
I was going to say, I hope you're not in the bedroom.
Big Rob. Hey, you going to training camp this year?
Of course, I got to be up there. They doing my boy Trey bad, so I'm have to go up there and show some support to my guy. But
you know who won't be there, man? You know who won't be there, right?
I'll let Draymond walk.
You know who won't be there?
Who won't be there?
Joe Shasky the Butcher.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Brock Purdy.
Oh, I know that Shasky not going to be there?
Well, I don't know. I feel like I'm not going to be there because my wife's making me.
I think you jogging, Shasky. You going to be there, man. Come on, man.
No, the wifey's got to check.
Rob, you know how it goes. Sometimes you got to take one for the team.
That's right.
Big Rob, man.
I miss my guy.
Oh, man. Trading camps won't be off the chain, man.
Nick Bosa deal?
At least you won't miss all the training camp like I did. I mean, at least you'll be back for week 2 when they really start hitting.
I might wear pads that day.
Will you come in with eye black?
Yeah. You know what did I tell you what the new thing is for the little leaguers?
Yeah, they do the swag lines.
No. They use the stuff that you would make your chalk thing, and instead of smearing it, they now draw mustaches and goatees. It's hilarious. No, it's pretty funny.
All right.
It's pretty funny.
You know what I was thinking? If we go to Philadelphia next season, and it's either the late regular season game or the NFC Championship game, I may wear eye black.
There's a 650 text that is the funniest one I've heard in a while. Rob from San Bruno has to get in shape because he's about to sit next to Jesus during 49er season.
That's what he always says. Where you sitting at, Big Rob? Oh, I'm sitting next to Jesus. That was the first time I ever heard that.
The best.
And I use it all the time.
Those
are the Jesus seats. The 400s up at Levi Stadium. Boy, you are up there.
It's toasty up there, too.
Yeah, I have never walked up those stairs before, and I don't plan on walking up those stairs.
Did you see that Ty Jerome workout video?
Ty Jerome workout video?
Oh, yeah. He had a workout video.
Saw the Russell Wilson one. You guys see that one?
No.
It was like ice. I don't know what he was doing. He was like sliding back and forth on this, it looked like it was ice skating. It was
finger drills?
Anything Russ does just looks unserious at this point. I just can't take him seriously. I can't.
I actually think him and Sean Payton's going to be a disaster. Everybody says it's going to be awesome. I don't.
Jimmy G, Russell Wilson, week 1. Get after it.
I kind of like Sean Payton and Russell Wilson together.
Yeah, I'm actually fading them.
I actually think, what's the Denver Broncos win total? Over under win total.
Give it to me 7.5.
If it's 7.5, I'm taking the over.
I'm just guessing. I'll go right
8.5.
There you go.
Oh. If it was 7.5, I'm taking the over.
Vegas knows what they're doing with that
They
one.
just paid Mike McGlinchey $50 million of guaranteed money.
What division are they playing?
50.
AFC West? Are they playing the NFC North? Is it the Bears, Packers, Vikings, Lions this year?
Yes.
So I got 2 wins for the Broncos against the NFC North. I've got at least 2 wins in the AFC West. That's 4.
Against who?
They'll beat the Raiders.
Twice?
They'll beat the Chargers once.
So are the Raiders going to lose every game? Because they'll win a division game.
The Broncos
have put money on that.
The Broncos have not beaten the Raiders since the Raiders moved to Vegas.
Yeah,
that's not a foregone conclusion.
No, I'm saying they will beat them once.
Okay.
They'll beat them once this year.
And they're going to beat the Chiefs? Nope.
No, they're going to beat the Chargers once. Listen to me now. 2 wins against the AFC West. 2 wins against the NFC North. That's 4. Let me see if I can find another win here for them. Washington Commanders at home? That's a toss-up game.
I like the Commanders' defense, but their offense is...
Yeah, I'm not feeling that.
As a Terry McLaurin's fantasy owner, I'm like fall down 2 touchdowns so we can start throwing here.
Minnesota.
Ron Rivera allergic to the forward pass.
AFC East and NFC North.
Yeah, so I got 2 wins against the North, 1 against Chicago, 1 against Minnesota at home on Sunday Night Football.
Okay, so
that's 2 wins, 2 against the AFC West. They'll beat the Patriots at home. That's 5 wins. Cleveland at home. That's 6. I'll give them 6. They play Green Bay at home. It could be 7. Oh, no. That over-under is nasty. I'm going to lay off of that.
Thank you.
I'll lay off of that one.
Thank you.
7.5, I was taking it over. By the way, the Cavaliers are open to trading Darius Garland.
So Sexton and Garland both going to be gone in consecutive off seasons.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would see what they could get for Donovan Mitchell.
Would you take Donovan Mitchell?
On the Warriors, no.
Why?
They don't need another guard. Unless you're flipping Clay. And he's a small guard who gets cooked defense.
Yeah.
We saw him in Utah. I like Donovan a lot.
But that 5-guard lineup that we all want is going to come to fruition. Clay playing the small ball 5.
So we haven't even what are we doing? We spent 3.5 hours talking Giants and Warriors. We haven't even gotten to the big news from yesterday.
What's that?
What the hell are we doing here on the morning roast? What is going on? We didn't get into what Klay Thompson and Steph Curry said yesterday.
What's going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here? So Steph Curry and Klay Thompson spoke right before the match. And what are the quotes from Steph Curry? And I want to get everybody's thoughts on how did we do that? Oh, my God, what a blunder. You hate losing Jordan Poole.
Be better at your job.
I need to be better. That's a tough part of the business. It's a great opportunity for him. It's just you get to know someone like that, build a friendship, build a bond, but we're trying to win next year, and CP can help us do that. Again, he said at the last line, we're trying to win next year, and CP can help us do that. Do you perceive that as a shot at Jordan Poole saying, you know what? I love Jordan Poole, but I don't know if we can win with him. With Chris Paul, we're trying to win, and he can help us do that. What did you think of that quote from Steph yesterday?
I just think it's just a cliche thing you say whenever someone gets traded who's younger or whatever in any situation. Like, Steph doesn't give you fodder just for fodder. I don't know. I think we're all reading way too much into every single tweet and every single comment and every single thing that anyone says. I don't know. I just think it's a cliche thing that you're saying. Like, of course, you bring in CP3, you're trying to win a championship. Isn't that what their setting is? Right?
I think so.
Why, you think it's something like...
I mean, it's just interesting. He said, he didn't have to say that. He goes, hey, we welcome CP3. We're trying to win another championship. But CP3 can help us do that, and we're trying to win. So there's some underlying things there.
The Darius Garland thing, now that he's available, do you wish that maybe Jordan Poole was dealt for him?
Nah, because he's more of a scorer. I mean...
I'm just asking.
It's been interesting to see what his market would have been. Darius Garland, what's his numbers look like?
Because I think my biggest issue with the trade is that I don't think the return was great at all.
Well,
and that might be more of an indication of Poole's value, and I'm in denial.
And the contract kicking in. There's maybe some teams I don't think Jordan Poole's worth $28 million a season.
That could be fair.
You know, like that's a very strong consideration there. Darius Garland, 21 points last year, 8 assists, shot 46% from the floor, 41% from 3. Damn.
I mean, he was really good. Cavs were a fun
old.
team last year.
No, they were a fun team. They got bounced in the first round. Garland's interesting. Now his contract kicks in. Think about what he's going to make.
What's he going to make?
Oh, my gosh. He signed an extension July 8th, 2022. So next season, Darius Garland's going to make $33.5 million.
Which is already $5 million more than what approximately.
The year after that, $36 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
38.8 the next year. 41.5. Then it goes up to $44.2 million. It's a lot of money for Darius Garland.
It is.
Who's 6'1" and a very small guard.
Who's a flawed player.
Yeah, Now,
I'm just asking.
Klay Thompson spoke about Chris Paul as well. Klay Thompson said, anytime you get to play with a player who's one of the best of your generation, it's an honor. It's a little weird because we have so many battles in the past with Chris, and he's led so many teams that nearly knocked us off or did knock us off all the way back in 2014. I think he's just going to add such a calming presence and leadership component that we need. I know Steph and him have a long history together, being both from North Carolina. For me, it's going to be a smooth transition playing with such a passer and playmaker. I'm just excited.
I think it's exactly what I'm thinking. If I'm envisioning the scenario for Klay Thompson and this team to have their maximum best version, it's someone like Klay really benefiting from someone like CP3 on the floor.
It sounds like the Splash Brothers are excited about having Chris Paul.
Hell yeah.
And having a guy who should I say, stabilize your second unit.
You don't like
slow things down.
That term?
I always use stabilize. I love stabilize.
Oh.
Stabilizing things.
It's just, I think we're all underselling what they're expecting from CP3. This whole, he'll only play 20 minutes a game. He's going to be a second unit guy. He's not going to close games. I think some of that's got to give a little. I think he's going to play more than people expect.
He'll close some games. The Raptors, according to Tim Kawakami, reportedly rejected a Jordan Poole for OG Anunoby trade offer from the Warriors.
Straight up?
Yeah.
Wow.
They said no. That's according to Tim Kawakami.
Interesting.
So they were after OG Anunoby.
Why does the Toronto feels like they overvalue their guys too?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing up there.
AJ Anunoby.
I love the way he says it like he knew, like, that guy.
AJ Anunoby.
So no big deal with what Curry said at the end there with that quote.
No, why? You do?
I don't think it's a big deal, but it kind of lets me into Curry's mind and how they felt about Jordan Poole. And look, they said, he said, you hate losing JP. I know it's not all the way official yet, so I don't want to talk too much before.
Clearly, Curry wasn't.
That's a tough part of the business, seeing a young guy come into his own and then get traded. It's a great opportunity for him. It's just you get to know someone like that, build a friendship, build a bond. It's tough to see him go. But, we're trying to win next year, and CP can help us do that. That to me is like, wow. They just need someone to run that second unit, come in and close games. Because that's the thing. Poole did close with them. And at times they felt like Poole didn't make the greatest decisions. Now you can say the same thing about Clay, say the same thing about Draymond Green, you can say the same thing about Steph at times. But Chris Paul's efficient. He's not going to turn the ball over. It feels like the head honcho here, Steph Curry, is on board with this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would have made the move if Steph didn't, at some level, nod his head, right? So, I mean, I kind of had that working assumption to begin with.
Yeah. Wow. So, Steph, and we'll see them on the match tomorrow. Again, according to Tim Kawakami, the Raptors, the Warriors, were trying to look for OG Anunoby, but the Raptors were not interested. And also the Warriors had talks with the Celtics and had interest from the Spurs. But it was tough to match up a trade for that. So the Warriors were shopping Poole the whole time. They were shopping Poole. And is that disappointing that they just said, you know what? We know who we're rolling with. We want Draymond Green back. We're going to shop our 23-year-old who just turned 24. We're going to shop him after the season. It feels like the Warriors maybe they're admitting that, you know what? Maybe we prematurely paid him. Is there any of that?
I'm sure there's a part. Yeah, that's baked into it. There's no doubt. But I know you keep rolling your eyes at me because I keep bringing up the money. I do think that the money moving forward, because of the way the CBA is really set up. I mean, every person we've talked to.
I'm rolling my eyes when it comes to how much money they're making, how much they're giving up,
but
revenue
I think
and all that stuff.
Their ability to field a team based on the rules of the CBA, I think, is a big part of how they're viewing certain contracts.
No doubt.
Right? And so dipping into the luxury tax is one element, and then literally fielding the team around them based on the rules that are set in place,
no doubt,
I think is another part. And I do think that's a huge part of the Jordan Poole thing.
So according to Tim Kawakami's article here in The Athletic, the Warriors are aiming to drop below the second payroll apron by next July, which is when the most punitive aspects of the new CBA start hitting. They want their taxpayer mid-level exception back.
Yes.
They used part of that to sign DiVincenzo last summer, of course, but the new CBA is taking their mid-level exception away. They don't want to be banned from being able to aggregate salaries and trades, and they don't want their future first-round picks frozen. They simply don't want to get stuck in second apron hell without many of the tools they've used in the past to add talent. So now the Warriors have two ways out next July. They can let Chris Paul go after the season. They can let Clay go after the season, or they can re-sign one or both for much less money. If they let both go, the Warriors could even get all the way out of the luxury tax and reset their repeater tax count.
So the way I've interpreted it is that you lose X amount of years in a row first round picks to trade. Mm-hmm. You cannot trade them if you are so over the tax, which is where they're at currently. So you see a deal, and I'm just using an example. Paul George got traded for how many first rounders?
Right.
4 or 5 or whatever, staggered over a 10-year period. You couldn't even execute a trade like that given where they are financially right now. So if you want to get hypotheticals, you want to get a Giannis, you want to trade for whoever, and you got to throw in a bunch of first-round draft picks, you can't even do that right now.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. So they're all in on Chris Paul for this season. They're going to reset their books here. The big question is, what do you do with Klay Thompson? It's one thing to extend Steve Kerr, but what do you do with Klay Thompson after the season?
And then
big year for him.
And what do you do with Klay Thompson if you retain Draymond Green at a certain price point? How does he view that? How does that fit?
Well, Kawakami's he's reported this, assuming that Draymond's going to sign his deal. He's assuming that Draymond will sign his deal. So if Klay goes and Paul goes, they could get all the way out of the luxury tax.
So we're sticking with Steph and Dre, and we're letting Klay go? Damn.
I don't know if they are. Or maybe they re-sign Klay Thompson to a cheaper deal.
Okay.
Now, you're still going to be in the tax, but you get below that second apron. And you get some of those assets back that you could use. So
I don't know if I would bank on Draymond over Klay going forward. I think I'd bank on Klay over Dre going forward.
Interesting.
That's me. If we're talking about who's going to be more effective as they start to age and as they get older and who helps the team in a variety of ways offensively, I think I'm leaning Klay over Dre. If you made me choose between the two.
Yeah, no doubt. Boy, I don't think they're going to give Klay an extension. And that's going to be a question that looms large.
How does he react to that?
Yeah, I don't know. Kawakami also mentioning Watanabe, Dario Saric. He's a potential candidate.
I like Saric.
I like Saric a lot.
I like Saric
a lot. But, boy, I'm starting to warm up to the CP3 and Jonathan Kuminga pick and roll.
I mean, we have
to. No. I'm thinking just from a basketball sense. We don't have to. We can be like, yo, this is not going to work.
Well, we gave D'Lo a chance, and we're going to give CP3 a chance because that's what Warrior fans is. What any fan of any team does. You give your guy the opportunity, and you let it play out a little. Doesn't mean you got to love the trade on the front end.
Yeah,
you know.
I hear you.
I mean, even the Wiggins trade, like, okay, let's see it. A lot of people were skeptical.
Yeah,
a lot of people were skeptical. And so let's let it play out.
Let it play out. 888-957-9570 before we end the show. What do you do with Draymond Green? Judgment Day. It does feel like Draymond. You still feel like Draymond's going to walk?
I still do. And I feel like everybody is saying and I'm wrong. So we'll see.
Nah, who cares about that? But why do you feel like that? Who cares if you're right or wrong? Who cares? You're stating
because I think because you keep talking about the money in terms of getting under this apron. I feel like allowing Dre to move on, it accomplishes two things. It sheds that burden of that luxury tax, and then it opens up flexibility. Because if you're worried about flexibility, it opens up flexibility to acquire a disgruntled superstar down the line
next year.
Yeah, and I think having those multiple first-round picks to be able to attach, if those are frozen in carbonite and you can't move them, that really limits your trade package.
Well, I say it would be asinine to let them just walk for nothing.
Well, that
to me, I don't see Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry agreeing to saying, hey, no, it's cool if Draymond's walk. We'll take a step back this year to try to get a superstar next year that's not even guaranteed. I think that would be foolish.
What if he just says that we can't afford it? And in terms of building a team, like we think that building the team.
It depends what Draymond gets, right? What if he gets 27 per year?
You're still going to pay $100 million in tax. Even if he's over 25, it's $100 million.
Yeah, see,
okay, and then you're losing your first round picks in terms of trades.
It's about building
and
winner.
The mid level.
It's about building a winner. And if you let Draymond Green walk and you don't match any deal, you're a worse basketball team without Draymond Green.
For right now,
you might not even be in a play-in.
For right now, I think you're in the mix.
You get Draymond Green back. And all of a sudden, we're talking, if they're in a final eight last year with all the shenanigans that was going on with this team, and now I'm banking on this. One reason why I put the tweet out about them winning 50 games, I'm banking on Andrew Wiggins to get back into the 70 to 75 game range. And if he does that, yeah, this is a 50-win team, but we're talking about a top 4 team in the Western Conference that's going to be humming going into the playoffs. That's what I'm banking on. So the whole money thing, you cannot let Draymond Green walk for nothing. Sign and trade, I'll listen to. But if you want to let him walk for nothing to try to save money here, that's a bad proposition. That's a bad situation for the Golden State Warriors.
There's a reason these NBA teams are hiring 5 and 6 guys each to work these salary caps because it's the most difficult. Like filing your taxes is very difficult. They're saying that this is the most difficult of all the major sports of trying to thread the needle when it comes to this NBA salary cap. It's really difficult to create movement. So I don't know. I don't think they know exactly what they're willing to do.
Clark the Shark, Myrtle Beach, what's happening?
Hey, brothers, how you guys doing?
Good, Clark the Shark, man. Long time no talk.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I love the show as usual. Hey, you want to? Anyway, I got a take, and here it is that I think they should only offer Draymond one more year and do a last dance thing. If they give Draymond a long-term deal, and especially if they and then give Clay a long-term deal, their future is done. I mean, how many times have we seen old, aging stars all of a sudden end up not winning it, and then for years after that, they end up, pretty bad. And, even if Draymond walked, you could probably get Brooke Lopez. Lopez, I think it is, and maybe a good power forward to come in, and they would be probably just as good defensively, and Lopez could offer that stretch 5, and I think they'd be better. And then the books are cleared, and think what they could do if they had Clay, CP3, Draymond off the books. They could make a run at somebody like what's his name
Brooke Lopez
in Milwaukee.
Yeah, they're saying Brooke Lopez may. Thanks for the call, Clark the Shark. They're saying Brooke Lopez may resign with the Bucks. Looks likely that he'll resign with the Bucks. So there goes that one. And how much money is he gonna,
I don't know.
So that's where that is. That's where that is with that one.
I just the CP3 move. The more and more you read about it and you start contextualizing it, having the flexibility moving forward is very important. That was one of the big things. And so along with that flexibility, you're clearly trying to get under a certain number financially. And I just keep coming back to the ability to have those first rounders to trade is extremely important if you value the flexibility, the financial flexibility.
Maybe something we get into tomorrow. You have a Steph Curry, and he's one of the top 3, top 4 players in the league, and he's playing at this level. Why should we be worried about draft picks? Why should we just be
it's the draft pick is you need the draft pick to trade for Giannis.
Yeah, no doubt.
Or Zion or something like that.
And that's probably not happening.
Well, but you're completely out of the mix if you are over the threshold and you can't trade any of your picks.
Yeah, because you're frozen. Your picks are frozen.
Yeah. Which, again, this CBA, this literally was baked up by all the other owners because they don't want Joe Lacob to continue doing what he's doing.
Right. It's the Golden State Warrior year. There was Golden State Warrior rule, I should say, like the ADD rule in the NFL.
Yeah. It's got a dead salary cap feel to it in the sense that it's going to weigh the team down.
But as Joe Lacob has said many times, does not matter. New CBA, money, luxury tax. I will spend and I will win. And I believe the Warriors have a good damn team right now. I think they're better than last year right now with this roster. Now, hopefully you get Draymond Green back and you get a couple nice little pieces on the outside for the cheap, and you're back in contention. You're back in contention. You cannot let – I'm sorry. I have my issues with Draymond Green, but they would be foolish to let him walk.
You can't be a playing team without Dre? I'm asking sincerely.
Why would you want to be a playing team? Why would you want to be a championship contender?
Because I'm saying you saw a playing team get all the way to the final.
The hell with that. You want to go through that road in the Western Conference?
Team beat you.
You got it. Well, the Lakers were not really a playing team once the trade deadline came in. They had LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
I know. I'm just asking.
I don't know. Absolutely not.
So you think that Steph Curry can't get you to the play-in?
He can get you to the play-in, but what's the goal here?
No, the goal is to win it all.
Yeah. Get Draymond Green back in a Warrior uniform. Come on.
Okay.
Let's not be foolish here. Let's put down the haterade for just a second with Draymond Green. You need Draymond Green. You let Draymond Green walk, and it's going to be empty seats in Chase Center by February. He's important to this team, whether we like it or not.
I don't think they're going to be one of the bottom teams in the league, though.
We shall see. All right, Fast Five. Fast five. What you got, Shasky? Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are this. The San Francisco Giants are just on a heater right now. Anytime we mention the 1950 San Francisco Giants in terms of wins in a row, on the road, it's pretty incredible. I mean, that's 70-something years ago. The Giants are having a hell of a year this year, and I didn't see it coming.
Spadoni,
Shohei Ohtani is the greatest athlete currently today in team sports and is having the greatest 3-year stretch in the history of baseball.
Patrick Mahomes. Love him.
Could Patrick Mahomes tackle anyone too? Is he picking off passes?
If he was Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
He could. I wouldn't put it past him. You want to doubt Patrick Mahomes, Fidodia?
That fake ankle injury. That fake ankle injury in the Super Bowl. Please, miss me with that. Oh, the gritty performance of Pat. He was faking.
How many times has he lost to the Raiders? Once?
Yeah, they did a circle around the arena.
Yeah, I remember that. Loved it, man. Loved it. What you got?
The more I think about it, the more I think Draymond is going to be back. I just don't think any team's going to want to give him the money that he wants, and so he's going to come back to the Warriors, and they're going to do what they always do and just give him what he wants.
There it is. My final thought is I'm excited for Warriors basketball, man. Science got me excited. The Warriors going to be back next year. Hey, think with Draymond Green, I was thinking about this last night, Shasky. How many times have we doubted that guy? And I get it. He drives us crazy. He drives us insane. But I'm done doubting the guy. I'm done. If he comes back, I'm not going to doubt him anymore. I like the Warriors to do some things here. I do. By the way, Chris Paul was asked, how do you think you'll fit in with the Warriors? Chris Paul said, I don't know yet, but I've been fortunate to play 18 years, and I figured it out that long. I'm excited, but I know I've been the enemy for a long, long time. Going to be very interesting.
Well, I'm glad that he's aware of that, and so I think he'll be playing nice.
Yeah, I think he will, too. Final thought from the 209 Comcast Business Text line. I believe Jimmy G will flourish with Adams and Renfro with all the quick passes and the yaks.
He has to get on the field to flourish.
That was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now for us, which means show meeting time on a Wednesday.
We don't have no show meeting now.
No, we don't?
No, we have a show meeting.
Now I gotta go.
It's a big holiday weekend. There's nothing to talk about. Tell the boss to chill.
We can ask him what sausage he likes the
Tell
most.
him to do one of those corner office videos.
That was Joe Shasky. I'm Bonte Hill. Steiny Guru next. See you tomorrow.
Are you a sausage guy?
My cheddar.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. What is going on? We got a lot to get into today, Goo.
Yeah, baby, but the only question I'm going to start with, because this will tell me what mood you're in, Evan Ian Spadoni, it's Wednesday. Is my man golfing?
Oh, yes.
There we go.
Yeah,
you're in a good mood.
I took last Wednesday off
for
golf, so I'm going to treat myself to some golf today. A lot to get into. I was listening to the morning roast, and we'll talk some Warriors for sure. Question about whether they're better or not. I think it's a good question. I think it's a good question. I'll tell you who is better. Giants. Giants are better than they were last year.
Man.
They win again last night, 3-0 against the
You get 107 vibes? I ain't.
No.
Every time there's a close game.
No, 107 is once in a generation.
Well, I'm saying that you can get 97. And it'll
that's not 107.
But the feel.
No.
Yeah, I do.
There's only one feel when you win 107.
No.
That's the feeling of 107.
But when you were at 68 on your way to 107, you were like, we got something special.
Right, but you were at 68 earlier in the season because you were winning so much. Basically, what I'm saying is you're getting 96 win vibes.
All right.
How's that? No. Actually, I'm getting like 92 win vibes.
All right,
92 and 70.
Let's go.
Something like that.
No, that wouldn't be. Yeah, 162. No. Yeah, not there you go. Yeah, baby. Wednesday. What you got?
Here's what I got. I got Mike Florio. Can I play something for you? This is Mike Florio on the Rich Eisen show.
I have not heard this.
Oh, yeah, it's good stuff. It's about the 49ers, and I don't know if you know this, but the 49ers quarterback position is always one of interest. Take a listen.
They've been cursed at the quarterback position. And, Rich, let's play it out to March of next year. I think you're going to see, unless the Vikings re-sign him by then, and they can't use the franchise tag on him the way his contract is structured, you're going to see a potential tug-of-war between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay for Kirk Cousins next March.
How about that?
Mark that down.
So
I said what I said.
So the bottom line
You're smiling,
is
too,
this.
ear to ear.
Oh, I love it. Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
They have 3.
Do they? Right now, it looks like Brock Purdy's going to be their starter if he's healthy. He's throwing in Jacksonville right now. And they have Sam Darnold, and
I hate that you
they
said
have
him
Trey
before
Lance.
Trey Lance, but go ahead.
Sure. Let me just ask this. If you just dropped Kirk Cousins, and everybody likes to say this, if you just dropped Kirk Cousins into that quarterback room, isn't he the best quarterback of the 4? Kirk Cousins is better than any of the quarterbacks the 49ers have right now.
Okay, I see where you're going, and I want to throw up in my mouth.
Why?
But you're right. He's the most accomplished quarterback. But, Steiny, don't you understand the thing about Kirk Cousins is not his arm strength? It's just he'll mess it up. He lost to Danny Dimes at home. It wasn't just him. But again, another opportunity for Minnesota to win a playoff game, and for whatever reason, the offense short circuits.
Well, he was 31 for 39.
Yeah, he put up some numbers.
2 touchdowns, no picks in that game. 31 for 39.
What don't you like about Brock Purdy? And I'm
just a little inexperience.
Okay, and what are you saying about Shanahan? You're telling the masses right now on 95.7 The Game, Steiny and Goo, you're saying they got Trey Lance wrong. How can you not be excited about seeing what you got with that, too? Because that's going to manifest. This season will not go by without Niner fans and the public finding out who can do what. You bring in Kirk Cousins, Steiny.
What?
You can get the biggest nugget carrot wedding ring, and he'll blow the proposal.
Oh, you don't know that.
Yeah, that's how I feel. He's his biggest game.
Why?
He beat the New Orleans in New Orleans.
You know how many
hit Thielen?
You know how many Evan and Spadone? You know how many interceptions Kirk Cousins has thrown in the postseason? Just one. Only one.
If they wanted him, they would already had him. How about that?
I don't know about that.
See, that's where I'm at.
Because he's been under contract.
As many picks as wins.
Wow. Evan, get him!
5 touchdowns, one pick.
I know.
31. Wow, he was great.
But are you being serious?
Here's what I am being serious about.
Kirk is
Kyle
better.
Shanahan has mentioned Kirk Cousins since the day he was hired here. Kirk Cousins has been linked to the 49ers from the first day Kyle Shanahan was the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. And now here it is, the most recent day, 7 years later, and Mike Florio saying on the Rich Eisen show, next year, Kyle Shanahan's probably going to go after Kirk Cousins, along with the Rams. There's going to be a tug of war.
I get that from their standpoint.
All I'm saying is this, is if Brock Purdy doesn't have a good year, why wouldn't you? Like if Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback and he's just average and the Niners win a playoff game, then lose, why wouldn't you be at square one for the quarterback position again if Trey Lance can't beat out Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's not good enough?
Wow.
Then what do you do?
And that's what I'm not going to do is disrespect Cousins to the point to where I know what he's done in this league. He's the most accomplished of the, 5 now, 3 quarterbacks, however many the Niners got. Steiny, you owe everything to that quarterback room to not have those youngsters, because that's what they are, looking over their shoulder. Now, somehow Brock Purdy just wet the bed, and it was ugly. It was bad. Michael Jackson bad. I get it. But I just feel like if this relationship, he could have saved all those, talking about Kyle, he could have saved those draft picks and got Cousins in here for way cheaper. But I just feel like you owe it to yourself, talking about Kyle, the organization, to find out what you have with 2 quarterbacks. That's Brock Purdy and Trey Lance.
Listen to Adam Schefter.
There really was never a lot of interest in Trey Lance for what they gave up and what they get back, which is not very much at all. It doesn't make sense to trade him. There was no trade market, and Kyle Shanahan has said that they didn't have any trade talks with teams. He's not going there. He's not going anywhere right now. He's there. Now, I will say this. Sam Darnold signed with the 49ers on the first day of free agency. And if there's a player signing with the team on the first day, that tells you that the team really liked that guy. And they really did like Sam Darnold. He was looking at a couple of different options. He chose the 49ers. But let's also be very clear that Brock Purdy, if he's healthy, he's the guy on opening day. He's the starting quarterback. He's the number one. If he's not, if for some reason he can't go, we'll see how Darnold and Trey Lance do in camp this summer. My guess would be Darnold has a chance to really shine and excel, but there's a lot of preseason football left for those 2 guys to distinguish.
This thing's a mess.
Well, you just were in the NFC Championship game. He's making the most of youth, inexperience, and I'll tell you what, for Kirk Cousins, if you're listening, if you somehow get here to San Francisco, you would be the best version of yourself since the inception of your career, because what Kyle can do with quarterbacks. So, again, I don't think it'll ever happen, Steiny, but it will signify that it's effed up, the quarterback room, if they brought in Kirk Cousins. Because that means you failed on your draft pick, Mr. Irrelevant, that returned the glass slippers, and Sam Darnold, for whatever, couldn't take advantage of the opportunity. I just don't see it happening. I hope it doesn't happen for 49er fans. When's this guy going to get his quarterback? When's he going to have the next Montana or Young?
Never.
Or the next 5-year starter?
Never. There's never going to be another Montana or Young. Never. There's never going to be another Steph Curry. Never. There's never going to be another Barry Bonds. Never. You might be able to get a real good quarterback. Maybe somebody that'll develop his own legacy.
Because all you want to do is win a Super Bowl, right?
But you just named 2 of the best 5 quarterbacks in the history of the game. But they're not out there.
The word that I named, if you could forget the last names, what they represent is stability, confidence, and Hall of Famers, obviously. So I just don't get why, and I do understand Trey got hurt week 2. But damn it, Steiny, I'm as excited to see if Brock Purdy is the real deal, along with if Trey Lance does get his opportunity, can he seize it? Because I would tell the youngster, time's running out for you. He's here, I believe.
Mike Florio's talking about next year. And to me, that's the important part about this. It completely makes sense if things don't go right this year. So you have Brock Purdy, who's started 8 games. What if he comes back to earth a little bit?
It could happen.
What if he's was better last year than this year? Not outside the realm of possibility.
Nope.
All right. Then you got Trey Lance, who we got a lot of questions about. A lot of questions about Trey Lance. And then Sam Darnold is a journeyman, essentially.
But talented.
Yeah. So if Brock Purdy is not the quarterback you thought he was, and then Trey Lance, you're convinced might not be the guy, and you go 10-7 and you win a wild card game and then you lose, why wouldn't you look at Kirk Cousins if he's a free agent at that point? Like, that's just common sense.
Well, I'm going to ask you, Stoney, and I'll ask the listeners. I'm strictly Trey Lance here. When you draft a young quarterback, an experienced quarterback like they have, how many years is enough to where you say, you know what, he doesn't have the goods?
Well, how many years did the Warriors take to trade Wiseman? Got traded in his third year,
and I'm still on the side of the street that says he didn't get that was too soon.
It might have been too soon. I just, to me, Kirk Cousins, people think that I'm gung-ho about Kirk Cousins, and I do play the game. But Kirk Cousins would be the best quarterback on the 49ers right now.
And if we're being real, Sam Darnold may be.
Well,
I get that.
He better not be better than Brock Purdy.
But coming out of college, what was he supposed to be? Sam Darnold was supposed to be it. Now he's in a penthouse with a plethora of weapons and a smart-ass coach calling plays. Bonte left out of here off air and said it's been umpteen years with Kyle. We don't have a quarterback.
Right.
I'm wondering how many 49er fans feel that same way because you talk to me about Goo, your goalposts are too high. You're spoiled. You think it's all about the championships. But my God, if Kyle doesn't have a quarterback and you've gotten to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games, 3 NFC championship games, I'll sign up for that all day. So has he really not had a quarterback? You don't get to the Super Bowl with nothing at the quarterback position, Stoney.
Well, he's had different quarterbacks.
Well, he's had Jimmy. And Jimmy got you to 3 NFC championship games, 1 Super Bowl. So I think we're disrespecting Jimmy just from the stance that, he was he was chopped liver. Was he? There was a whole lot of winning. That's all.
Maybe this is, the funny thing is maybe this is how Kyle Shanahan manages a quarterback situation.
So he likes this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, he's
because if he brought in Darnold, they're bringing in Cousins did.
Why didn't he stick with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Because it worked.
No. Why?
Why didn't he? Because availability. I believe Jimmy got that. Then he broke their heart too many times. That's just me.
Okay.
/
I'm just saying, how many guys have started under Kyle Shanahan? Quarterbacks have started under Kyle Shanahan.
Jimmy.
And look, let's also be honest. Does anybody think there's going to be just one guy who starts at quarterback for the Niners?
I don't, and I hate that.
And you know what? Every quarterback gets hurt for a couple games. Does anybody out there think that one 49er quarterback will quarterback 15 games?
I don't.
15 of the 17.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
And the track record, the DMV history is there. Somehow, quarterbacks and running backs get hurt in the red and gold. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, you haven't been wrong so far. You haven't been wrong so far.
I think I have been, Stoney.
I guess my question is how when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, is it a coincidence, or is it just the way things have worked out that they're 7 years in? And can we acknowledge they don't have a franchise quarterback yet?
Can we?
They might, but they don't yet.
What if I said they had one?
Who?
Jimmy. And maybe you are right. Maybe you solved the mystery. He doesn't need a top-tier franchise quarterback. As crazy as that sounds. Look what he did with Mr. Irrelevant. And look what he did with Jimmy. I mean, getting damn close is better than not even being invited to the party. So I hear how your premise, but Steiny, if you look at what they've done, maybe we have, not me, we've disrespected Jimmy Garoppolo's tenure here.
I don't know if we have or we haven't, but the question is, was he good enough to, if maybe Kyle Shanahan thought he was good enough to be a franchise quarterback, but he couldn't stay healthy. Why isn't Jimmy Garoppolo the franchise quarterback for the Niners? Is it because he wasn't good enough or because he couldn't stay healthy? Or is the answer yes to both those?
Could it be both?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you just said
So it's year 7 of Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, man.
And I don't understand. How do you look at it? How do you look at it? That Kyle Shanahan has gotten deep into the playoffs without a real good quarterback, and so he's proven he can do it without a real good quarterback, and so that's where we're at? Or do you look at Kyle Shanahan and say, you know what? He's such a perfectionist. He's such a demanding coach for a quarterback that they have not had one guy come through this system where he's been comfortable enough to say, that's our quarterback. If this guy can stay healthy, he's our quarterback. Question is Purdy that guy? Is Purdy that guy right now? Do you think Brock Purdy, Darryl the Guru Johnson,
I love how you say it,
is Brock Purdy the 49ers franchise quarterback right now?
I can't say yes to that. No. I'm going to say no because we got to see more, and we got to see if the league's figured him out.
Because I would agree. I don't think he is either. He has a chance to be. Like, if he has a good year, let's say the Niners go 12-5. What?
15-2.
How's that going to happen?
They play 17 games. It was 3 more than the stuff that you stop at, but go ahead.
The 49ers are not going 15-2.
And I wouldn't bet that. I just threw it for the sake of the conversation.
They're not going 15-2.
Okay, 13-4. Does that make you feel?
No. I'm not. I don't want Brock Purdy to have a That's right. Because if they go 15-2, that's a great year.
Right.
I want to have a solid year. 11-6.
All right, there you go.
12-5. If they go 12-5, win a playoff game, maybe even lose another playoff game, then I think Brock Purdy's probably the franchise quarterback at that point. But they have to, he's got to have a good year.
Let me throw something at you and
the
listeners.
Can I also say another thing?
We got 4 hours.
And this is the 8:05, and I had written this
Bakersfield.
down. I had written this down. Kirk Cousins does not get hurt. He does not get hurt. 8 straight
Eli
seasons.
Manning, that's who he is.
8 straight seasons of complete health.
You got to give him
Cousins.
that. Got to give him that. And he takes some
shots. I wonder
shots.
if that would be attractive to Kyle Shanahan. A quarterback he can count on who doesn't get hurt.
Well, then what if he gets hurt week 3 in the red and gold? You'd be like, oh, now is really something going on. Yeah. Let me throw something at you. Dude, sometimes the computer and the Wi-Fi can be special. So let's just say the owner called Kyle Shanahan up to his office and said, let's see what you've done since you've been here. Now, the Minnesota Vikings, for the most part, and I'm using your boy Kirk Cousins as an example, he's a franchise quarterback. They haven't sniffed the NFC Championship game. They've made the playoffs, but yet, Steiny, they've never really been a factor. Would you rather have that title of, hey, we got a franchise quarterback, we ain't winning diddly squat, or would you like the Kyle portfolio to where I got Jimmy Garoppolo. He was 6 minutes away from a Super Bowl. We've gotten to 3 NFC Championship games. Yeah, we technically don't have our franchise quarterback, but boss, we're doing a whole hell of a lot of winning. I would take that over saying I had a franchise quarterback, but not going the Tannehills.
The
Dak Prescott. Well, yeah, they got kind of. So I would love to be in Kyle's shoes to say, oh, boss, what the F are you talking about? Yeah, technically we don't have one, a household name, but I think Jimmy was that. But look how close we've gotten to the prize.
Okay, well then we're fine at quarterback. That way,
we are. I believe you are.
If Brock Purdy goes 11-6, 12-5, they get to the NFC Championship and lose again.
Now, what if Trey Lance does that? Let's just say Purdy wins it, gets hurt.
How?
gosh. But what if he can't what?
So under that scenario, Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Your boy
Sam
takes over.
Sam Darnold gets hurt.
No, Steiny Lance is going to be ahead of Darnold.
He's a third stringer.
No, that's what Darnold is. Even if they know Darnold will beat him, Lance will mess it up. You can't make Lance your third string.
You can do whatever you want if he's not the best quarterback on the roster.
But you ruin him.
He might be ruined already.
Or he might not be good enough.
Thank you.
But we didn't see that manifest. We saw him get hurt. We can have all our preconceived notions about him, and I get it, his accuracy, everything. But Steiny, Niner fans have not seen Trey Lance fail.
No, but Kyle Shanahan may have, and multiple times in practice.
That's fascinating. If you're right. I just don't believe you're right.
Kirk Cousins is just a less handsome Jimmy G. He's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Please.
Who's won more?
Kirk Cousins is better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, they played in the playoffs, and I know.
And who had a better team?
See it.
Please, Goo. This is the other thing, the revisionist history. Everybody says the 49ers, well, they're so good.
All right.
They can win without a franchise quarterback, but then nobody can understand why the Vikings can't beat them. It's like because they're good. Because the 49ers are good.
I can't wait for this season for the Niners, man.
Oh boy, there we go.
So
now you can't. You can't wait for the Giants game tonight. You can't wait for free agency in the NBA. That starts tomorrow.
Right.
There was a couple other things.
Friday it starts.
Friday.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
Can I be honest with you? It's gone off the beaten path.
I don't.
Starting, I wake up this morning. Lucas gave me this T-shirt. Bet 95.7 a game. I'm feeling good. And now people saying I'm wearing Alan Styles T-shirts. Like, just give a brother a break.
Styles is in better shape than you.
I don't think his arms are bigger than
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Steiny, that's a dynamite. That's thunder.
Styles is on the IL right now.
It's on the IL. Guru, get in the game. I called him.
I just don't. The vanity is the thing I have a problem with. The vanity. You just made a muscle.
Yeah.
You just went like that. It's like
you looked at
the only who does that?
Right.
You know who does that?
I felt like Bosa.
You know the kind of person who does that? Draymond Green. Draymond,
yeah. Both of them. And then misses the free throw on the ad one. But go ahead. My bad. Muscles never forget. Speedy, what you got? Let's get it, Steiny.
I got a question for Warrior fans.
He's been in the lab. You got it.
Right now, because I've heard both. If you look at the Golden State Warriors, right now, are they better than they were at the end of the season? The Golden State Warriors, they've traded Chris Paul. I'm sorry, they traded Jordan Poole. They got back Chris Paul. They drafted two guys. They got rid of Patrick Baldwin Jr. If you look at the landscape of the league and the landscape of the Golden State Warriors roster, there may not be a lot more they could do. So my question is simple, because I've heard both. Are the Warriors better right now? Right now, are they better than they were last year? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll talk about it on the other.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm tired of that. That ain't me.
No, it is.
Turn the page.
It's absolutely who
sounds
you
like
are.
Prince Father in Purple Rain. I mean, that is just. I'm telling you, Steiny, we got the 4th coming up. I'm in a good mood. Let's get to it. I got to lay low on that. It's a new day. That's rage.
I know. It is. Really, real quick, I want you to.
Nothing about my shirt.
So, let me get this straight. You put some sound up on my board, and then you took some off.
Oh, no, they playing with you.
Which sound?
I want the Draymond quitting sound.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Day-Day.
messing around. Golden State Warriors. So, Goo. Chris Paul.
I'm being real. Okay.
Your starting point guard.
We don't know that.
Oh, yeah. You can't ask him to come off the bench.
Oh, so you're going to – go ahead.
Yeah.
No DiVincenzo. It looks like
Bye-bye.
no Jordan Poole.
Nope.
I saw Bonte.
Oh.
The 50 wins is great, B.
Yeah.
I was going to respond. I fell asleep. We're trying to win banners. We're trying to hang banners. I don't care about 50, 55. Can you beat Denver?
No, you need
Can
to
you
figure
beat the
out.
Lakers?
No, you need to win 50 because you ain't winning a title as a 42-win team, Goo. They're not good enough to run the table in the postseason.
Miami did it from the AC.
Mm-hmm. You want to rely on that?
No, I don't.
So 3 teams have done it in the history of the NBA. You want to rely on that? I don't think you do.
All right, answer your own question. They better. Stoney, how can you say yes right now? Draymond.
Well, how can you say
great.
how can you say yes in 2 months? They're what do they have no moves?
You read the vet. You got to tell the. So can you help us?
Of course.
I give you the Hubie Brown. I'm the Mark Jackson. The people on Twitter, their heart's in the right place, but fans think if Dre were to bounce, Joe Lacob could use that money and go get some more honey. He can't do that.
No.
All they can do is the vet minimum.
I think Warrior fans know that.
You think there's a lot on Twitter thinking, just go use this for that. That's the problem.
The Warriors
financial
right now
prison
cannot sign a free agent other than somebody for the veteran minimum.
Damn. And you had a good list.
You think?
Read it if you can for me one more time.
So here's what I'm looking at. Warriors,
Let's go shopping.
The Warriors starting lineup is Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Draymond. Looney comes off the bench along with Kuminga and Gary Payton II. That's your top 8.
Wow.
And then we have Pajinski at 9, I guess, and the guy from Indiana is 10. Okay? So you have nothing else you can do other than veteran minimums or trading Kuminga. And so this team we're looking at, can somebody out there tell me how it's not essentially a finished product? Like, this may be it.
Oh, no doubt.
So,
and they're smaller.
As of right now, they're smaller. I'm sure they'll sign somebody to the veteran minimum, get bigger. Jock Londale.
Who else we got?
Mason Plumlee. Won't be able to afford him, though. Trey Lyles. You want Trey Lyles?
Sacramento, he ain't going nowhere.
Why?
He was balling. Steiny, come on, a stretch kick. He was
He's their
shooting.
9th man we're talking about.
Dude,
Jeff Green? You want Jeff Green?
I wouldn't be mad at that. He ain't leaving Denver.
Yeah.
Man, oh, man.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll ask Chris Biederman. He's Sacramento Bee, covers the Kings, but he also covered the 49ers for a while. So we're going to hit a couple. We're going to hit a couple teams with Chris Biederman. That's for sure. But listen to Bobby Marks. This is about Draymond's contract. Take a listen.
I think the end number, so he opts out at 27.6. You don't leave that on the table. I'm going to say 3 for 100. That's the number. Don't quote me on it. But I think that's kind of what you're looking at as far as with Draymond, as far as this is his last big bite of the apple, and that there are suitors out there besides Golden State.
So that would be basically 30, 33 million, 36 million for Draymond Green. If and when they do that, that means they're going to be, again, they're going to be
running it back.
Well, not only running it back, but that's going to bite into all their flexibility. And then you got to figure out, what about Klay Thompson?
It's almost like the situation Portland potentially could face with Damian Lillard if he ever, wanted out there, where Klay doesn't have a no-trade clause, but man, has he built up some equity with that organization here, where you're not just going to ship Klay Thompson to somewhere that he does not want to be. It might be a destination he wants to, re-sign with here. So that's challenging. I mean, yeah, you can ship him anywhere, and you can send him to Cleveland, and you can get, 2 guys and a draft pick or whatever for it. But I do think you have to I think there is certainly a balancing act, and there's some sensitivity here as far as if you ever wanted to kind of go down that direction.
So now you can't. So now you can't trade Klay unless you send him somewhere he wants to go,
like the Lakers.
Duh.
I gotta believe
do that, can you? I mean, the Warriors can't send Klay Thompson to a rival just because he wants to go to a rival.
No, I'm saying if you decide that you can't pay him or you don't want to pay him, this is where the decisions get harder. And this is where I'm asking you right now, point blank range, Steiny. Do you think Klay Thompson has better basketball ahead of him than what we've seen since injury? I do. I personally do.
No, maybe in stretches, short stretches he might, but no, I don't think he's in the process of getting better.
Okay, so how much of the equity and the loyalty and what he's meant, how much does that bridge the gap or close it to where, hey, Klay, what do you want? What you looking for?
Well, if Draymond gets 30, 33, 36, is Klay worth more than Draymond or less? What do you think?
I think more.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm taking offense all day.
Well, then it sounds to me like the next 3 years are all about the big three making more money than they should be making. And that's going to put you in a tough spot as you kick the can down the road. Brian's in the city. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, Matt. How you doing?
Doing well.
All right, so here's what happens. The Warriors trade for Chris Paul, and now LeBron James's 2 best friends in the NBA are currently on the Warriors. The Warriors are going to restructure Klay Thompson's deal and trade Klay Thompson for LeBron James in a double sign-in trade.
All right.
Well.
Free agents expected to sign vet minimum. By the way, Robin Lopez.
That's the crazy one. Yeah, not
Brooke Lopez.
Yeah, Brooke is the man.
He's going back. Kevin Love. He could get older. Kevin Love.
He's got more gray than you. You don't have any. You're twice as
Dario Saric.
I kind of like him.
Yeah, I did too about 4 years ago.
That's what
he
was on Philly.
He's been on a lot of teams now. Phoenix. He's been on Philly. Brooke Lopez is leaning toward going back to the Milwaukee.
So we don't know. Well, I know you don't. I can't speak for you. I don't have a personal relationship with Klay Thompson, but what I know of him and all athletes of his caliber, Steiny, the contract is a sign of respect the older you get. And I just feel like he'll have some self-reflection to where he'll try to work with the Warriors knowing that they had his back when he was hurt. But this is where Mike Dunleavy Jr. and company got to make some hard-ass decisions. When is enough enough? Do you implement the Bill Walsh? Like, I ain't paying you for what you did. We saw the Giants do it and kind of pay for it. Now they're getting up out of it, but I can't wait to. Well, I'm not wishing problems on the Warriors because I want them to win, but that is a big domino. Is Klay coming to camp on the one and done?
Yes. I think so. I think that's, the other thing is if
is that a good thing for him?
If it's true that Draymond Green's going to get 3 for 100, so let's say that's 30, 33, 36. Then can we all acknowledge he's getting paid for what he's done?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay. So if you're paying Draymond Green 30, 33, 36 for what he's done, well, Klay's going to be wanting At least that.
Even with the 2 years missed that Drake does not have on his ledger, you don't think Clay will be like...
That's irrelevant to me. It's totally irrelevant. Clay got hurt and worked his ass off. It wasn't like he was on a beach for 2 years. He's in rehab for 2 years. Yeah. Joe's in Alameda. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
What's up, gentlemen? Thanks for taking my call. I just kind of have a question. Are we allowed to use Chris Paul's contract in a sign and trade, kind of like we did with Kelly Oubre Jr.?
In January. That's the earliest you can trade Chris Paul.
Okay, because I was just kind of wondering, and did you say that Clay has a no trade in his contract?
No, he does not. He does not have a no trade. Joe Lacob doesn't give out no trades.
And I just, between them, it's like $70 million in cap space right there, right? So,
yep.
I mean, I love Clay, my favorite Warrior maybe of all time, but he was the number one reason we didn't move on in the playoffs, And I got to think that Moody's going to come into camp right on his tail. So, I mean, it's really, as much as I love Clay, and I know the organization does, I just got to think this is a prove-it year for him. Because if he comes back and he's shooting like he did in the playoffs, then he's going to be movable, I think. So that's all I got to say.
Appreciate the call, Joe. I mean, I don't like the idea of obviously Clay coming back without a contract extension if the other two guys have one.
Me neither.
How's that going to work? I mean, we know Clay can sometimes get inside his own head.
Well, you did it with Dre.
What do you mean?
You didn't fix it. You let him play it out. He opted out. He was on the last year of it. We never won. I mean, because he had a good season. But come on, Draymond had a good season.
I guess.
Steiner, he was available and he played.
Okay.
All right. That's all we can. That's more than half the battle. See, here we go, man. You and I are different. Loyalty matters. And if you're going to do the giant thing with Draymond and give him 300-400, he's earned that. I get it. But now, are you going to subject Clay to not the same respect? And what's Clay want?
I mean,
I got to believe he knows where this team is at, man.
So does Draymond, and he's trying to milk him for everything he can. Why do you think these other teams are coming out of the woodwork, apparently with interest in Draymond?
Now, how many? Speaking of that, and I'm not saying, how many are there really? We got sacked.
Two. Detroit.
I don't think he would even. I know that's where he's from, Michigan, but he would never. Come on.
Okay.
Money talks.
Andrew's in Berkeley. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question, actually, two. Why is it that, unlike football, where they create contracts where the base pay is guaranteed, regardless of injury and everything else, why they don't do enhancements for performance-based add-ons? For Draymond, it would mean how many rebounds, offensive, defensive, how many points, how many technical fouls, how many ejections, and the whole gamut of performance-based equity. It just doesn't seem to make sense that doesn't occur in basketball or for Draymond and or Clay. The second question I have is, how come NBA doesn't post the height of every player in the NBA? They don't do it anymore. Why is that? That's my questions.
Okay.
Basketball reference.
They do.
Yeah.
You can find out the players' height. As for incentives, basically the way they do incentives is if an incentive is likely to be met, then it goes against the salary cap. So you can't really, if they say, hey, Draymond, if you average 8 rebounds a game, we'll give you an extra $1 million. Well, that $1 million's that's going on your cap because it's
put it in the cap.
It's a likely incentive that gets made.
These rules stink, man.
Quit it. They've been the highest payroll team for 3 years.
Okay, and
Quit
I'm just
crying.
But if I choose to reinvest my money into my team, why are these cockamamie and we're winning?
You're not.
Well, now I can't. I can't because you guys are hating the monopoly board. That's what sucks.
Jordan Poole. They didn't have to get rid of Jordan Poole.
No, I'm just saying the penalty of being over the tax is getting so severe now that they had to do that. Well, it doesn't help the team. Yeah, but it helps the money, behind the scenes. Let Joe be Joe. He was winning.
He wasn't going to be Joe anymore. I don't like.
What is that? What you mean?
He was already starting to tighten the belt.
They're a cash cow, Steiny, the Warriors. Tell me what I'm missing.
You're missing that they have the highest payroll in the NBA and they're ready to get it under control because they're not a championship team anymore. How can you justify being the highest payroll team in the league and win 44 games and lose in the second round?
Well,
Dre to Detroit. Hey, Steiny, you do realize Wiseman is in Detroit, don't you?
Oh.
San Jose Jazz fan, you do realize that that's irrelevant, don't you? Like, it means nothing that Wiseman's in Detroit. But Dre's not going to take the most money he's offered. Oh, James Wiseman's in Detroit. So what? Who cares? And Chris Paul can't stand the Warriors.
Well,
and he's on the Warriors.
Yeah. Dude, I'm getting excited about Clay and Steph in this golf tournament. See what they do.
You looking forward to it?
Oh, Lord. What we had number 11? We had 11, Steiny, 11 things your boy's excited for. Number 12, Monday, Spadoni and Evan filling in for Butch and Bonte. They're doing a show.
Who is?
Whatever I'll probably be at the gym. Evan and our own Spadoni. It's not always about you, Steiny. Start finding out and caring about your brethren.
No. There's no reason
All you worry about is damn golf.
That's right. What was that?
They're coming at me on my T-shirts, Steiny.
What is your T-shirt?
It's a little small. It's
can you
best 95.7 the game. And it says,
it's too small.
It's a large.
Your shirt's too small.
You're laughing.
Your shirt's too small.
I got it on. Then I feel good. I like the guns, but it might be it's a large, Steiny. I'm getting overzealous.
Yeah,
extra large maybe.
Nice job.
At least. I can't wear tight clothing. I just don't like it. I don't like. It looks good on you, Goo.
Stop.
My man. It looks good on you. The one thing about the Golden State Warriors that they're trying to avoid here is the second apron. That's why they had to come off Jordan Poole. Now they got to decide if they're going to pay Draymond Green, which it looks like they are, and then what do you do with Klay Thompson? What do you do with Klay Thompson?
And what does Klay want? That's the key. We know what what does Klay want?
Who's paying Klay?
The Lakers.
How much?
40?
Really?
They need, if they had that type of shooter, I'm going to stop. I won't even go Denver. Boston could use that, Steiny. All the contenders.
But they're not going to have that kind of money. I don't know. I don't know what Klay's going to get. I don't know what he wants. I don't know if he wants to be here. I just know this. If Klay Thompson is coming back on the last year of his contract, and Steph and Draymond have 3 more years left on their deal, I don't like it. I don't like it. You know what that smells of, Goo?
The Giants.
No. And I used it last year, and I was right on the money. You know what that smells like?
Loyalty.
More Agenda City.
How? When everybody got paid?
Klay didn't.
Oh.
So Klay's going to come into training camp on the last year of his deal. Draymond just got paid, so he's back in control, totally in control.
Of everything. Yes, sir.
So now you got Steph. Who knows what's going on with Wiggins? By the way, somebody better check with Wiggins because you traded his best friend.
But he's not that type of guy that causes stink, Stoney.
He's not going to cause a stink, but
he can't.
But he's not going to cause a stink, but you know what? Maybe he'll float.
No, he ain't floating after. He floated last year.
He's floated his entire career.
Yeah, but no, the year they won against Boston, Steiny, and I still think he's the Warriors' second best all-around player right now. And, I mean, I'm just not going to come down his road for what he had to deal with. I mean, that is a major part of them winning 44 games, even though you keep citing, hey, Gooey, he exactly wasn't lighting it on fire.
Well, then I don't understand why you don't think they can win it. If you think they're going to get better next year, why can't they win it?
Because, one, this bothers me. And I know it's early, but it bothers me. Mark Spears coming out of nowhere with the 360 windmill dunk about Poole starting when we all thought, oh, okay, he's coming off the bench. Okay, right now that's not a big deal. I want to see how that plays out because if you start small just because you're afraid to tell an older player his first time on the team, he can't come off the bench or that's kind of fuddy-duddy to me. It's kind of not a problem, but it can be. And now you're not telling me who's replacing Dante DiVincenzo. Maybe that's Moses Moody. Okay, you could sell me on that. But Jordan Poole, if Chris Paul is starting, Looney is not giving you that point production. Looney is not giving you those shots from the outside. That's what. So, and I'm getting over the Poole trade, but I need people to tell me who's going to do the things that he had in his tool belt.
Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Draymond Green.
Looney just goes to the bench, huh?
Yes. Well, you can't play with two non-shooters anyway, I thought.
Well, that was just against Zach.
Oh.
Because
nobody else is going to.
You went back traditional against the Lakers.
Okay.
Yeah. Every team don't have a De'Aaron Fox and what's my boy's name that was in Sack at Chris Haynes' podcast? Davion Mitchell.
We'll see. Chris Biederman coming up at 11 o'clock. He works for the Sacramento Bee. Covers the San Francisco 49ers, or had. Now he covers the Sacramento Kings. See if Draymond Green is interested in Sacramento. I don't know why he wouldn't be. I mean, it's all about driving the price up.
That I get.
Oh, wait,
But driving it up knowing you're going to stay home.
Oh. Hmm. We'll see.
Well, dude, it starts do you think when I see you Wednesday or we get back in the saddle, we'll know what Dre's doing? Like, how long do you think this is going?
Well, it hasn't started yet.
Well, technically, stuff starts floating out, tomorrow, midday, late evening?
Well, I mean, we've been hearing like Brooke Lopez is leaning toward going back to Milwaukee. Chris Middleton is leaning toward going back to Milwaukee.
Steiny is golfing at Eureka Club today. That was bad.
It was awful. Really was.
Might have been my Reverend Jesse Jackson. That was bad. Thank you, Evan.
I'm not really sure who it was. But yeah, so we can talk about that on the other side with Chris Biederman. I like it. I love the idea of Chris Paul on the Warriors and Kirk Cousins on the 49ers.
As you sip your water like
Let me see. And then who do I want on the Giants? Oh.
You said they don't need anybody.
No, I want that
Stroman.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the Cubs.
Yeah, I want Stroman or
Bieber.
No.
From Cleveland.
No, I don't want him.
Why?
Because I don't like him.
He might be the best.
He's not as good as the other guy. He's not as good as the Stroh show.
Look, I love
He's not.
Dude, the damn Giants are incredible, man.
They're not incredible. They're just 10 games over 500.
Okay, how about we do this?
They were incredible when they won 107 games.
Open mic for the first person that predicted the Giants being these many games over 500 at this juncture in the season.
That'd probably be me. Me.
I cannot. What just happened? Your arm, you raised your hand. What happened? You had a twitch?
No, you said,
yeah,
raise your hand or first caller for the guy who thought the Giants could be this good. And that would be me.
Oh, my goodness, Evan.
Because it's baseball. And I've been around long enough to know that things happen in baseball.
Yeah.
It's not, there are things called trends that you can follow in baseball. No, I'm not going to shut it, True Blue, Eva. Because I said, the San Francisco Giants, let's wait to see them be bad until we think they're bad. All right. On the other side, we got Sacramento Bees, Chris Biederman. He's coming up. He covers the Sacramento Kings, and he's also quite knowledgeable about the San Francisco 49ers. Kirk Cousins make them a legit Super Bowl team? We'll see.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you.
You like that?
Nice.
That's Kirk Cousins, by the way. Let's go right to it. He's a senior sports reporter for the Sacramento Bee, covering the Sacramento Kings. He's also the co-host of the Candlestick Chronicles on Blue Wire Pods. He knows a lot about the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to get into both subjects with him. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing well. I guess the first question I'll ask is how serious do you think the Sacramento Kings are about acquiring Draymond Green?
You know, I'm pretty certain they'll look into it. And obviously you can connect the dots. Vivek Ranadive, the Kings owner, used to be part of the Warriors ownership group. I think there's a feeling out there that he would love to stick it to the Warriors by way of signing Draymond Green. Obviously there are a lot of connections on the coaching staff with Mike Brown and Luke Locke. But, you know, when you look at how the Kings can improve, and this is just my opinion, but I don't know that, you know, say if they do end up trying to get Draymond Green at which would be at the cost of Harrison Barnes or any other perimeter shooting, I don't know that the Kings offense is gonna be anywhere near as effective as it was last year. I know Draymond is obviously an elite playmaker, and certainly the defense would improve a lot. But one of the reasons why the Kings had the best offense in the NBA throughout the regular season last year was because they could play 4 out and have 4 shooters surrounding Domantas Sabonis. With Draymond Green, there's a little bit of overlap in with Sabonis in terms of having a non-shooter on the floor, and I think that might be a wrinkle that the Kings would have a hard time trying to figure out, right? Because if you remember in Game 7, it oddly enough, I mean, Steph Curry scored 50 points, obviously, but the Kings couldn't really buy a bucket in the second half of that Game 7 against the Warriors, and a lot of that was because the Warriors were pressing up on the Kings' outside shooters and daring Domantas Sabonis to beat them from mid-range, and he couldn't. And so I would have to think that that's going to be the approach of teams going against the Kings next year. So if you add Draymond Green into that mix, obviously somebody who's not a three-point shooter, replacing Harrison Barnes, who shot 37% from 3 last year, I think that's going to be something that's very different. So, you know, would Draymond Green give the Kings a small ball backup 5 that could make a lot of sense and fit what they want to do? Absolutely. But in terms of what it's going to cost, I have a hard time seeing the Kings wanting to give somebody like Draymond Green $30 million a year potentially when they could go try to get somebody like Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma, who could stretch the floor in a similar way that Harrison Barnes did. So, yeah, I think emotionally, you know, given all the connections you can make between Vivek and the Warriors and how competitive he would love to be with the Warriors, I think while it would make sense if the Kings are spending that type of money, in my opinion, it would make more sense to go get another shooter and floor spacer as opposed to Draymond.
Yeah, Chris, that makes perfect sense. And speaking of Draymond, I told Steiny, you know, he would be a perfect fit for Sacramento. But I've also heard a guy you mentioned. I envision him with the Kings, Kyle Kuzma. My goodness. But also, I've heard OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam, like the Kings were going to be aggressive. Now, my question to you, if you had to bet, do you think Harrison Barnes won't be in a King uniform next year?
Yeah, you know, I would say if the Kings are really trying to improve and particularly improve in the playoffs, I think it might be time to move on from Harrison Barnes and get maybe a more explosive offensive player and more explosive playmaker. I think Harrison Barnes, his value to the Kings, and Mike Brown last year called Harrison Barnes irreplaceable. So I think if, you know, he called him irreplaceable over and over again. If it came down to it, I think it would be a tough decision internally for the Kings to move on from Harrison Barnes. But I think you can make a case that he served his purpose in getting the Kings being sort of the respected veteran in the locker room, sort of a tone setter, a professional who helped turn around the culture and you know, get the Kings from being a regular cellar dweller to a team that earned the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. But ultimately, I think when you look at where the Kings can upgrade and particularly get better in the playoffs, I think it's at that 3 or 4 spot. They need more athleticism. They could obviously use more youth, given Harrison Barnes is upwards of 30. And I think that, when it comes to Kyle Kuzma or Cam Johnson or somebody like that, just somebody who can, score 25 points in a playoff game. And obviously Harrison Barnes was unable to do that for the Kings last year. So I think the main goal for the Kings this year has to be, how can we become a better playoff team? And I think potentially moving on from Harrison Barnes and getting a more dynamic and explosive scorer on the wing to complement the Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis would be the best way to do that.
Chris Biederman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a senior sports writer for the Sacramento Bee, eminently familiar with the Sacramento Kings and the San Francisco 49ers. Let's jump to the 49ers because there's obviously some things going around with their quarterback position. Mike Florio said he expects a tug of war between the Rams and the 49ers for Kirk Cousins next year. Let's put that off to the side for a second and just talk about Brock Purdy being in Jacksonville. And how do you, if assuming Brock Purdy is ready opening day, who's the backup and who's 3?
Yeah, I guess that'll come down to training camp. I think right now, from everything you hear, based on, I guess, sort of experience within the league, I think people are pointing towards Sam Darnold maybe having an edge up on Trey Lance, but I think obviously people view Trey Lance as having the higher ceiling. So I think it's looking like a situation that Trey Lance is going to have to snatch that job from Sam Darnold, the backup job, and whether that's fair or not, that's obviously up for debate. But I think when it comes to Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan, he really his whole goal is to win the Super Bowl, obviously, and he's tired of coming up short, and it doesn't feel like the 49ers have much of a tolerance for letting an inexperienced guy take their lumps, which could potentially cost them games, which could potentially cost them seeding in the playoffs, which could potentially cost them, whether a home game in January versus a trip to Philadelphia in January, right? So I think Kyle Shanahan is going to lean towards the more experienced guy in Sam Darnold. If it comes down to it, if it's a wash in training camp and both guys, neither one is really differentiating themselves from the other, I think the 49ers are looking at Trey Lance like, he doesn't have the equity of being a guy that they invested 3 first-round picks in anymore. They're trying to win the Super Bowl, and they're not gonna look at it like they're pot committed on Trey Lance anymore. They're gonna try to find whoever the best backup quarterback is. And so I think because Trey Lance is so inexperienced, he's really gonna have to prove that he's at a different level than Sam Darnold. I don't know. That's just how I think Kyle Shanahan is looking at it. In my opinion, I think Trey Lance clearly has a higher ceiling, and if you were to ask me, I think if Trey Lance did have a full season as a starter, you would see him get incrementally better, like we saw with Jimmy Garoppolo over and over again. When he was healthy, he played his much better football in November and December than he did in September and October over the years. And I think the same would be true about Trey Lance. And so, it's an interesting situation to be sure, but I think ultimately we're not going to have that answer until we see these guys battle it out in training camp in the preseason. And for the first time, really, we're going to have a true quarterback competition because Kyle Shanahan sort of shied away from having a quarterback competition in the past, but we might actually see it between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance this summer.
Good stuff, Chris. And my partner, I'm excited about it. He's making fun of me because I'm excited about everything, but that's going to play itself out. I can't wait. Let me ask you this because I need your help. We were having a fascinating conversation about Kyle Shanahan, his 7 years, and yet not that franchise quarterback like a Dak, a Cousins, a Tannehill, or a Josh Allen, all who have not won as much as Jimmy as a Niner. And then we saw what Kyle did with Brock Purdy. How do you look at it? Because I want to celebrate Kyle on one hand for doing all that winning without your prototypical non-franchise quarterback, but yet is there any merit to they don't have their franchise quarterback? How do you see it? Where do you stand?
Yeah, it's really confounding, right? I think Kyle Shanahan deserves credit for being self-aware to the point as an offensive coach, he can say, you know what, I really need an elite defense if we're going to win a Super Bowl. I think there are a lot of offensive coaches who would just say, yeah, let me pour all my resources into the offensive side of the ball, and if we just have a mediocre defense, we'll be good enough to win because I'm smart enough to build a really good offense, and that'll be enough. But Kyle Shanahan looked at it, and him and John Lynch, the first decision they made, and this sort of goes back to Kirk Cousins, was like, let's build out the roster, let's try to load up our defense, and then eventually get the quarterback, which at the time, in 2017, they were looking at adding Kirk Cousins in free agency in 2018 before the Jimmy Garoppolo trade landed in their lap. But I think Kyle Shanahan deserves credit for saying, I need an elite defense. No matter how good I am schematically as a play caller, as an offensive designer, we need to have an elite defense if we're going to contend. But, it goes back. It's sort of the long-standing conflict when it comes to NFL roster construction. It's should the head coach be the one who has final say on all the roster decisions? And I think it's fair to say that it's confounding given that how good of an offensive coach Kyle Shanahan is and how well he works with quarterbacks, identifying quarterbacks and maybe picking quarterbacks or choosing their strategy when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks has probably been his biggest downfall, right? Because in 2017, when they first got here, they could have taken Patrick Mahomes, they could have taken Deshaun Watson, but they were set on going to get Kirk Cousins in free agency in 2018, so they didn't really do a whole lot of work on those quarterbacks. And obviously Patrick Mahomes has turned into, arguably the best quarterback in the league and someone who's on a Hall of Fame trajectory who beat the 49ers in a Super Bowl, right? So as good as Kyle Shanahan is offensively, he deserves a ton of credit for building the 49ers offense the way he has and acquiring all the skill position guys. And being able to lure Trent Williams in a pretty team-friendly trade from Washington. But at the same time, you can look at it and say, well, if you were better at evaluating quarterbacks and being a guy who had a better plan when it came to choosing quarterbacks, then maybe the 49ers would have won a Super Bowl by now. But, you can look back on 2017 in hindsight and say, man, if they took a harder look at Pat Mahomes or Deshaun Watson, obviously the Deshaun Watson off-the-field stuff happened way later and and is not endearing to him at all. But if you look at just passing on Patrick Mahomes and not even considering him in the draft and what a sliding doors moment that could have been for the 49ers, that's a huge deal. But I still think, all of that said, Kyle Shanahan's probably one of the 5 best coaches in the league, and a lot of teams would love to have him. But when you coach the 49ers and the expectation is win a Super Bowl, or being contend for Super Bowls year after year, it's going to be tough when you come close and you ultimately end up not winning because of your quarterback play.
Right. Hey, Chris, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. Good stuff on both the Kings and the Niners, and we'll see how it all plays out.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Yes, sir. That's Chris Biederman, senior reporter for the Sacramento Bee. And let me tell you what, you ever get clarity on something that comes out of nowhere, or you put 2 and 2 together and then you feel like, oh, that's what's going on. Here's what I heard out of Chris Biederman. Trey Lance is essentially done here. Believe it or not. That's kind of what I heard.
Oh, wow, I didn't.
And I think
he said he had an upside higher than Brock Purdy.
Yeah, you
didn't hear that part?
No, I didn't. What I heard is the 49ers are not pot committed to Trey Lance. That means the goal is to win the Super Bowl this year, and whoever gives them the best chance is who's playing. And I think it's pretty obvious that Lance does not give them the best chance to win a Super Bowl. And I do believe there's something to this. I think that last year, I do think the 49ers might have been okay. Now, hear me out here. I think last year the 49ers might have been okay with struggling a little, with maybe even taking a step back with Trey Lance as their quarterback for the entire season. That went awry because Trey Lance got hurt. Well, now they got to win. Now they got to the NFC title game again. They realized that this roster's good enough, at least outside the quarterback. So I don't see Trey Lance playing. Trey Lance isn't going to get a chance. That's what Biederman's saying. Trey Lance has to earn the position. If he doesn't, he ain't playing. If he's not the best quarterback on the roster, he's not playing. Biederman essentially said the fact that trade is ancient history, he's just a quarterback on the roster right now.
Okay, I'm not mad at how you feel. You explain yourself thoroughly, but I will tell you this. It's about who's the healthiest quarterback, because I don't think right now anybody would be smart to say one of the quarterbacks might not go down. It just happens. It keeps happening. And who the hell saw Brock Purdy getting his opportunity? He wasn't going to get one from a football standpoint, but injuries got him there in the saddle. So when you say Trey doesn't have a chance or he won't get his shot, Steiny, I feel like, we don't know what the ill effects of the elbow, if any. I just feel like from what we've seen from 49er football over the years, the quarterback's going to get hurt.
Well, that's fair.
It could be Darnold, it could be Lance, but like I answered your question, who would bet the over on one quarterback starting 15 or 14 games?
No, and I didn't. Yeah, I was only considering talent or beating somebody out, but you're absolutely right.
But as far as the trade, you said something that kind of tickled me. You think it's stale now about, he's got to play now because we did this. We're getting further and further away from that.
Well, I don't believe.
He did say he had a higher ceiling. He felt like Trey did. So if the coaches feel that way, don't you find a way to not fadangle to make this a competition?
You can't make it a competition if it's not.
Well, you don't believe Brock's
prop the kid up.
Yeah, but you don't believe Brock's that better. I mean, he's coming
Brock's
out
better than Trey Lance.
You might be right, but he's not that better to where
he's the number one
Joe
quarterback.
Montana, go out there. I'm not buying that.
What aren't you buying?
That he's the number one quarterback.
Who?
Brock Purdy.
Why
Until
not?
we get full clearance on that elbow and he can take hits, I still think.
Well, he's the number one when everybody's healthy.
Trey
He's the
don't
number
want
one
him to be
quarterback.
hurt, but I think Trey, you got action.
No, but he's the number one quarterback if everybody's healthy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know it's early, but they have not come out and said he's our starter. It's way early for that. So, if I'm Trey Lance, so you're saying there's a chance, I'm not giving up until the end. And if somehow Brock Purdy is not going to be in preseason week 1 or 2, I mean, I know it's preseason, Steiny, go kill it, go get him. It's the same for Sam Darnold, but still, I don't think it's as over like you think it is.
Yeah, I think it's kind of over. It's just there's just too much out there. This guy
he came out of nowhere and shocked the world, man. And Purdy in the game he lost, he was hurt.
Let me ask 49er fans this, and I got James Wiseman vibes. It's now we're in year 3. I've got James Wiseman vibes.
But you still don't know if that was the right choice.
It wasn't. No, okay. I'm saying it wasn't the right choice.
Oh, the pick itself.
There's too much. There's too much smoke to me right now with Trey Lance. I'm not calling him a bust, but I don't think he's going to be the quarterback of the 49ers.
You ain't by yourself. I don't feel that way, but there are red flags, Donnie. And I'm going to say this. The day Bonte and Shasky went out a few years ago to that Saturday practice, the video went viral. They weren't the only two raving about Trey Lance. I'm really starting to think in my corner, if that kid had been further just naturally along, he could have took that job from Jimmy G.
No.
I do believe that.
No.
If they felt like the chest, the head, the mind game, the mental was where it was supposed to be, I think he could have took that job.
No.
So we didn't give him a demerit when he didn't take the job. We just went with conventional wisdom. Rookies never start. Oh, Jimmy's got it. But Jimmy wasn't exactly Y.A. Tittle at that time. Shout out Rick. But you know where I'm going.
Trey Lance was not going to beat out Jimmy Garoppolo after not playing at North Dakota State. Come on, Goo. Please.
Think about it.
I will. And I know that Jimmy Garoppolo sat in back of Tom Brady for 2 years. What was Trey Lance doing? The Warriors.
What did
and
he
the
do in the
49ers,
workout to get drafted then? And I
don't
hate
know.
going down here. Only Kyle can answer
I know,
that.
but
was
no
he
shade.
there?
No shade.
Do we know he really was there?
No shade at Kyle, though, right?
Dude,
no shade
I
at, no
retired
shade
that
at Kyle.
line. You keep using that. No, it's total. It's shade. Hey, no umbrella. It's all shade. What did you see? But you see, you got selective hearing. Biederman did say, I think Trey has the highest ceiling.
Of course he does. He's a better athlete than Purdy. That's all that means. He's a better athlete.
Quarterback?
No, he's not even close. Sorry, not even close. It's a shame. It's a shame, but no more scholarship for Trey Lance.
You just watch.
He got the job handed to him.
I see
last
a bet
year.
in there somewhere as we get closer to week 1 or the preseason.
What's the bet?
Well, the one that nobody will take, the 15. One quarterback will start 15. I mean, you could do that for any team, and that'd be a bad bet.
What do you think the odds are that all 3 quarterbacks start a game next season?
Oh, my goodness.
I would bet on that.
Oh my.
I would absolutely bet on that.
But that's not what you want, Evan and Steiny.
Well, I don't care.
That means, but that's not idea.
Actually, you know what? I would like that.
Kyle's brilliant.
I would like that.
Oh, then all hell would break loose.
What does that mean? What
All
if you're
depending
14-3?
Well, who did? They played the sorry
Brock Purdy,
team.
Brock Purdy starts the season. He goes 5-1, gets hurt. Darnold comes in, goes 3-1, gets hurt, and then Trey Lance comes in and goes 6-1, and they're 14-3, and now they're all healthy for the first week of the playoffs. What do you do? That's the kind of chaos I'll sign up for. And you know who else would sign up for that? 49er fans. Because if you go 14-3, who gives a rat's behind who's quarterbacking? Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's be honest, though. Put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. Are Niner fans tired of the quarterback controversy? Alex Smith cap. Jimmy Trey. I think they're tired, Sonny. They want that one.
Okay, who is it?
It could be Brock.
No, you know who it could be?
Darnold.
Kirk Cousins is who it could be.
Then that means this year didn't go well.
That is true. I would sign on to that. That if Kirk Cousins is here next year, something didn't go right. I will.
When did we decide that when you read something, when people try to slander us, when we read it, it's like spraying Raid in their face because we're letting them know it ain't getting to us. Yo, change your guru loses 15 pounds of water weight and thinks he can fit into a medium. Now I just sprayed him with Raid. That bothered me, but it don't now. Because I read it. Yeah. You stand it up. You see what I'm saying?
There's no
they tried to cut me,
no
but I read
publicity
it.
is bad publicity. So
I don't know if Little Richard was right with that.
I'm just saying. Oh, thank you, Drew Down.
Drew, man.
Steiny, you look good in the sweater, my man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Get you in.
I appreciate it. I heard the Warriors offered Jordan Poole for OG Anunoby, and I heard that too.
And what? Finish the rest.
For OG Anunoby.
And what did Toronto do?
Hit the pike.
Well, he did. He hit the pike off.
By the way,
Anunoby.
On the other side, I get to your calls. We got some calls, but I also want to get to do I want to chastise fans? Nah, that sounds too negative. But
That's what you do.
What I do, well, because they deserve it. And they're going to deserve it again, too. It may be the case. We're talking about what do you do with Clay? What do you do with Draymond Green? Yeah. This damn sentimental attachment. You just can't do it. You can't do it. And it works. If you can implement some tough love, it works. I'll prove it to you on the other side. You just can't be afraid. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Bye-bye.
They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why do you guys even bring that worthless stuff to my attention during the break?
That bothered me.
It doesn't even bother me.
It was reverse racism.
You know what? I hate to use it's so stupid.
How you going to say one of the best dudes to ever do it, but Isaiah...
Set it up.
Yeah, there you go. Goo, they don't know what you're talking about.
Set it up, Evan.
Okay. So apparently Dennis Rodman did an interview with Vlad TV. I don't have his whole name. But in the interview, he said that if Larry Bird played today in 2023, that the 3-time in a row MVP would be, quote, playing in Europe.
Well, he is 62 now.
How about not as good? But Europe, Dennis? But he knows what he's doing. The Little Richard thing. You say something outlandish, and you get it. First Take was talking about it. Come on, ask Magic about that. Ask Jordan.
Well, the original question was, Dennis Rodman was asked if Larry Bird would beat LeBron one-on-one. And then it was just turned into this whole other thing. He couldn't even play today? Like Larry Bird versus LeBron? Like, it's a weird matchup anyways, but...
Exactly. Oh, boy.
They'd both pass.
Yeah, don't let it get to you, Stoney.
Oh, no, it's not getting to me. There's only one thing getting to me right now. I feel like you leave your... Sometimes it feels like you leave your best outside that door.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is you and Lucas, and I didn't even look in who else was in that room.
So you're being nosy. Just ask me what we were talking about.
No, I know it was entertaining.
To your partner.
I know it was entertaining.
And I come back
I
in
know
here
it was
and
one-liner
you look like
after
your dog
one-liner.
died.
Langford was in there, too.
Langford, yeah.
I didn't want you to tell him. But yeah. God, just some old pals reliving some old times.
You know,
it's not always about you, partner.
When they do plays on Broadway, nobody saves their best performance for rehearsal. You know what I'm saying?
You have never, ever had a practice and said, "Goo, you didn't bring it."
All I'm saying is I'm hearing cackling out of that office.
Well,
Lucas is laughing.
Pull up a chair.
No, it's about what you say. Say something now that's like that.
It was about little Daryl Pazinski trying to get in the California Classic. Steiny, I'm yours, bud.
No.
I'm yours.
No, you're not.
You don't have to share, boy.
No, you're not.
And I got a private text I want to say from who?
Phil Handy.
No, it's football.
Mario Ellie.
That's basketball.
Lionel B. Is it from Relaford? Is it 49er Frankie?
Dude, your friend is pretty
good. Is it Norm?
Shanny also said there was going to be a quarterback competition. They alternated plays during last preseason game. Remember that fiasco. Shanny also said he almost benched Garoppolo after the Colts game in the monsoon, but Trey had the knee injury.
What's his point?
That it's closer than what you think about it just being Purdy.
Tell you what,
I appreciate that to my folks.
Tell you what, Goo. Yeah, you
out there listening.
Go ahead and make believe it's really close.
Well, no, stop.
Go ahead.
No, I'm going Dr. Dina Dale. That elbow is going to make it closer than it would be had he not been injured. Come on, give me
Michael in Oakland. This guy.
This
guy. Stand-up routine in Lucas's office. Meanwhile, I'm out here flailing. Hey, what's going on, Michael? How you doing?
Hey, look, I'm doing all right today, man. I'm doing all right. Hey, look, so I'm tired of the whole Kyle Shanahan genius narrative. This is the same dude who couldn't get one first down in the Super Bowl after being up 25 points and could not seal the deal with one first down, to seal the deal. That would have sealed the deal. Anyway, so about the 49ers, they got gassed last year in the playoffs, the defense. The defense is mediocre at best. They just get gassed in the playoffs when somebody's really playing. And Kyle Shanahan is not a genius, man. Please stop saying that. Please change the narrative on that. I'm tired of hearing people say that about Kyle Shanahan. He's not a genius. He reminds me of the guy, Guru. You ever known the guy who was really yoked, but he got beat up by a little skinny guy?
A bunch of them. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Somebody, he real yoked, but he got the blenders put on him by a little skinny guy. That's what Kyle Shanahan reminds me of, man.
he's over.
But he's got him to the Super Bowl and the NFC championships, though. You got to give him that.
Yeah, whatever.
Huh.
He got the blender's foot on it.
Appreciate it, Michael. Yeah, careful, Goo.
They call that a glass chin.
People might think that you don't like Shanahan. Make sure you say a no shade there.
Dude, stop.
Can somebody hang up on Michael, please? Thank you.
Get around.
Appreciate it.
Kim Johnson on YouTube. Guru, that's how you know Stoney loves you.
How?
With what you just said, I won't go in Lucas's office no more. I'm yours, bud. Dude, Stoney, I'm yours, bud. Boy.
By the way, now.
What was that?
I can't wait till this show's over.
Dude, we just getting started, baby. Let's go.
Now we're almost halfway there. Brandon Belt.
Right.
This was great.
Brandon Belt has how many titles he win with the Giants? 3? 2. He wasn't around for the first one.
Yeah.
So Giants got rid of Brandon Belt and they survived, right?
Yeah.
So quit being sentimentally attached to these dudes because when you get rid of them, it turns out okay anyway.
Well, what if you got something to play?
Yeah, I'm going to start playing a lot of this stuff. It's good. It's good. Brandon Belt, take a listen.
Probably Webby. I mean, as a competitor in the big leagues, you want to face the best, and I consider him one of the best in the game. So I think that's going to be a fun matchup. I can't let Longo down either, So I gotta keep that going. I don't want to hurt his feelings, but I just want to embarrass his whole family.
Oh, you don't want to hear more? The boss said it was funny.
I've definitely been keeping up with Lamont. I've always been a really big believer in Lamont because I've seen his approach. I've seen the physical tools he has, and he's going to be able to do what he's been doing this year for a long time. So first base in San Francisco is definitely in good hands, and I've loved seeing it because the guy is so humble, and he cares about his teammates, and his teammates care about him. So I know everybody's excited to see him do that.
All right, now here's the money. Here's the money quote.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon Belt left in free agency, now with the Toronto Blue Jays, lifetime Giant. Dare I say forever Giant, but for this year. Take a listen, Brandon Belt, on getting the hell out of here.
I thought there would always a chance that I'd be going back there. I think, really up until the day that I signed with Toronto. So it was definitely a weird offseason to say the least. But, I'm happy the way things turned out. It's baseball. I've played with a lot of guys that have moved on. I've had a lot of my friends go to other teams. And so you always know that there's a chance that you're not going to. And in fact, it's likely you won't be with the same team your whole career. Strange, but, I've had a lot of fun over here. And I was fortunate enough to get with a really good team with a bunch of really good guys. So, I think that's made the transition a lot easier.
Sentimentality is for suckers. It's for suckers.
Bye-bye.
But there's a two-time champion right there. They let him walk. He's in Toronto. No harm, no foul. We're 10 over. We're the Giants.
I think that's a bad example, though, because he really hit rock bottom here. And I don't think there's a lot of sentimentality about, Brandon Belt left, even when he announced. It was almost like people wanted him gone. And up until he hit that double, the ball is still like, have you improved at all? The ball's right there. Bap it, the baby giraffe. And for whatever reason, there's just a little, more than a little hole in his swing. But it was like, this dude ain't changed. And now I know Lamont Wade Jr. didn't have his best night last night, but I don't hear a lot of, we miss Brandon. Draymond would be different. Why? Because there's still more left in the tank. And there's only one of him.
But Draymond Green has worn out his welcome more than Brandon Belt. Brandon Belt, by the end of his career, sure, he was losing it or he was, declining, but he never had an abrasive personality. Draymond Green has 30% of the fan base saying, get him out of here.
But 100% of the Warrior management saying that's Dre being Dre.
Okay.
So he's got a license to do it.
Right. So you're going to hang on to him a little too long when it doesn't have to be that way. What about Clay?
Now that's the
Now, what about Clay as it relates to Brandon Belt?
He's a lifer, man.
Or Bumgarner. How about this? Isn't Klay Thompson essentially at the same place that Bumgarner was at his last year with the San Francisco Giants?
I ain't mad at that. I could say worse because of the injuries.
What happened?
They said night-night.
Yeah. Now, do you think the Warriors are going to let Klay Thompson walk for nothing?
No.
Nope. I don't think so.
They can't afford a lot right now. They can't afford to do that.
I don't think so either.
But I don't know, and I'm just giving you my thoughts down in my feel. I really think he would love Klay Thompson to play or finish his career in L.A. And the Clippers, the Lakers, they need guys like Klay Thompson that made the most three-pointers in the league. I'll wait for the people to say he took the most. He still is lethal. Okay, he had a bad shooting series against the Lakers. That's not the only reason they lost to the L.A. Lakers. They got punked inside.
Klay was terrible.
So was Wiggins. So was Poole. Curry didn't have his best shooting series against the Lakers.
Exactly. So why you want to bring that team back?
What else can you do?
Well, they could let Draymond go.
Who's a replacement? I love Kuminga.
They could have started to
ready?
come off him if they wanted. More people wanted Belt gone for years more than Green. No.
Yep.
No way. I don't believe
because Green rubs people the wrong way.
That's right.
That's why you can rub people the wrong way when you're still doing some stuff, when you're still being nasty. So he had that going
Who's
for
being
him.
nasty?
Draymond on the court.
Please.
The New Orleans Pelicans game.
What did he do?
When Myers came and had to calm him down.
How about the Lakers series?
The Minnesota.
How about when he supplicated himself to LeBron James?
I did hate that. Well, he's about to get rewarded, Stoney. Get ready for it, bud.
Oh, I'm
3-4.
Good for Draymond.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I'm glad for Draymond. I just don't.
So
I just don't understand the. I mean, again, I don't understand this
love
attachment to guys.
Steiny they're like family.
Well, no, they're not because Brandon Belt's on another team. And no harm, no foul.
Well, the Giants had hit rock bottom, and he was just a part of like you got to go because there's nothing left. Just like Mad Bum, and I think when Mad Bum left, it was anybody can go at that point. Steiny, I'm just telling you as a fan, and you got that cockamamie drop. You got too many attachments. That's when you're living your life right. You want attachments. You're attached to the people you care about, your family, and the team, athletes. That's why you want autographs. The big three, people are invested. It's been since 2009. Come on, Steiny. This ain't easy. And I got to tell you.
It's actually not as hard as
if you had to poll, I can't speak for all the Dub Nation, break up the core three and you go to the conference semifinals, or you keep the core three and you lose in first round, some would say I'd rather ride out losing in the first round with the core three.
That's dumb.
But it's real.
But it's dumb.
Love is dumb.
No. Love's not
Love
dumb.
is blind.
Okay. So
be dumb too.
So you know what? Those are the fans that aren't fans.
Oh my God.
Those are the fans of players, not the team. If there's any and
everybody's not a GM,
Steiny. The bottom line is this: is if I said to you, we're going to trade Steph Curry this offseason, but we're going to win one more title, or we're going to keep Steph for the next 3 years and we're never winning another title. I'm sorry. Nobody's saying let's keep Steph and not win any more titles. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It is, but damn. I got to take the title. I got to take the title, but there's a bunch of people that would say F that title.
Right. And you know why? Because it would diminish Steph. Not because it would diminish the Warriors, because it would diminish Steph. Because they're fans of Steph. And I get it. But any Warrior fan worth his salt would take another title, and it's not even a debate. A debate.
That was pretty heavy.
Just saying. Rafi's in Berkeley.
But they ain't winning without Steph.
What's up, Rafi? In Berkeley.
Oh, right.
Probably not.
I got a really good one for you guys. You ready?
Sounds
for
like Kapler. Go ahead.
Oh.
Okay, it's about the NBA draft and how I actually think that the draft has almost no value. You ready for this? How many players picked 1, 2, 3, 4 in the last 25 years have won a championship with the team that picked them.
All right.
Wow. You know my job.
Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
Tim Duncan, I don't.
Or was that before?
Years, that's 1997, I think. Okay. Yeah.
So after Tim Duncan is what we're saying. Oh,
Sure.
let me think.
I mean, you can include Tim Duncan. It doesn't change the math much.
LeBron.
Just let me spoil it for. Let me spoil it for you.
Yeah, do that.
You got Kyrie and LeBron and Tristan Thompson all with the Cavaliers and nobody else. Top 4 picks. It just, the draft is like, everyone makes such a hype about the draft and draft picks and this and that. But being a top pick almost guarantees you won't win a championship. And that's all I got.
Appreciate it. Wow, Rafi. Hey, Rafi.
Wow, Ralphie with the
Rafi, Jonathan Stromberg saying Wade wasn't a top 4 pick. Yeah, he was top 3.
James Wiseman was too. He won a chip.
Damn, Spadoni's right. Get Ralphie back.
That's what's known as that's not in the spirit of the question.
No, but it's the truth, though.
Darko Milicic also.
Wow.
It's a kind of answer I would have given.
Dude, wow.
Oh, Khaled's in Clayton.
Our guy.
What's up, Khaled? How you doing, man?
I'm good, gentlemen. So, look, I'm about to say something controversial.
Uh-oh.
Because I know people will kill me on this. But, attachment is a good thing. You got to love your guys and everything else, but you also got to know when the time's right, to make a move and if it's right for the organization. And I wouldn't just say consider letting go of one of the core 3. I wouldn't consider just letting 2 go. If the offer's right, I'd consider letting go of all 3 of the core 3. And I love Steph. I love them all. But there comes a time where the ship's towards the end, and I'd love to see Steph end his career here. But I also don't want him wallowing in just mediocrity over here. He's done enough for us to be able to consider, hey, he deserves being able to make a couple of more runs if we're not going to be able to supply it to him. And if the new CBA is the way that it is, they're going to make it very difficult for us because we hit a point in the salary cap where I don't think we're going to be able to do it. Maybe this year, maybe if everything falls right, injuries to other teams fall right, we may be able to have a run. But I'm telling you, if a team comes to us with the right offer for any of them, I would have to say you have to consider it, and you have to consider it very seriously if you're thinking about the future and being good in the future.
Dude, you're... Khaled, I love the thought process.
Khaled, don't scare people.
It would never. You want to talk about Chase being burnt down? Please, you move the chef. Oh my goodness!
It would be with his blessing and the fan base's blessing, is what Khaled's saying. And I've seen stranger things happen.
Give me one example, like that, something like a heavyweight like Steph.
Okay, here's what happens: the Warriors stink next year because they're not very good, and they miss the playoffs. And they have the 5th pick in the draft. Uh-oh. That means they don't have a pick in the draft.
Oh, wow.
Now Draymond, for the following years, like, oh, you know what? Draymond may not even start the season healthy. We're in big trouble. Steph, it looks like we're not going to be good for the next year and a half. While you're under contract here, what do you want to do? It's not the craziest thing in the world. What's crazy is that some people don't get why it could possibly happen.
But those, we get it. We don't want to hear. Those are like horror stories. Write me a love story. Like,
you've been
we want.
We've just read a love story for 12 years, right, and here it is again. You want 5 more because you're greedy. It's not the way it works.
When has, since you're a historian, obviously, Stunny, when has a cornerstone franchise player
That's what I was asking.
ever been traded at the end of their career?
Well, I'm just thinking of a guy like Chris Mullin. Now, Chris Mullin never won tie here, and then we're going to go through Mullin's not Curry, and Mullin not this. I get all that, but you just asked, and Chris Mullin got traded to the Indiana Pacers the last 3 years of his deal for Eric Dampier. Because the Indiana Pacers were contending, and I want to say they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Mullin was 35. So Chris Mullin did.
What about Garnett?
How old was he? But what about Karl Malone and Peyton?
Well, they were at the Brandon Belt stage. But they were still, they were really over the hill.
I think Joe Montana might be a good comp.
Joe Montana, night. Bye.
Well, what do you always say when I bring that up? They had another Montana in place.
They sure do. Well, the Warriors had a Jordan Poole in place for Curry.
No, this would be a reset. My goodness.
The audacity of fans even thinking of trading Steph Curry, you're tripping. So let me.
That's
Malone was a free agent, by the way.
That's the reality.
What's reality?
Did people? I know you don't like it.
I mean, the Sixers traded Charles Barkley. Well, he wasn't a champion. Okay, well,
4 times.
Didn't he want to get out though?
Probably because he'd run out of space there. I mean, like he ran out of. They were done by that point. What? You know what? If for everybody out there saying this is a dumb topic, you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. It happens.
But it goes to your tweet before I
if
came
the Golden State
about Curry.
Warriors, if the Golden State, if things what is wrong with people? The scenario would be if the Golden State Warriors fall apart. And they re-signed Draymond, and they re-signed Clay, but now all of a sudden they're old, and they're not winning. What would be wrong? Like you know what, Warrior fans? You're naive if you think Steph would want to stay here on a 35-win team. That's where where the Golden State Warriors.
Well, the whole thing is that'll
Steph
never happen.
Kerr, what won't?
Them being a 35, like that can't happen.
Well, it did already.
Well,
when he was hurt.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when him playing. It's worse.
Well, they were 39 and 33.
Reality's hitting you in the face, like, oh my God, Superman's playing, and it ain't enough.
Well, what if Draymond gets hurt? What if Draymond gets hurt and he's never going to really be the same player? So the title shot is probably out the window.
Then everything's on the table.
Right, including Steph saying, I'm open to getting moved so that you guys can jumpstart your rebuild. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking Golden State Warriors. We're also talking Brandon Belt. I see people on the phone lines.
Because you talk about your love. I know we're up against it, but you talk about your love, for baseball and the Yankees coming up as a kid. I feel like if we channeled that in, and I know you're a grown-ass man now, but if we channeled that inner Steiny when you were watching the games nightly, I feel like that guy could understand the attachments to the stars from fans.
We moved Reggie Jackson.
Well, he
was my favorite Yankee of all time.
That was volatile.
My second favorite Yankee of all time was Bobby Mercer.
But they were fighting each other. The coach and him were fighting like somebody had to go.
I'm just saying. Ron Guidry traded to the Angels, I believe, late in his career. You hate to see it.
Curry's Derek Jeter and Kobe. He'll be in one uniform.
Well, let's hope that he doesn't leave the Warriors like Kobe left the Lakers. I actually think Steph Curry's got more of a conscience than Kobe Bryant, and he would be open to not allowing the Warriors to flounder once he's retired. We'll talk more about it on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
are you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I know John McCabe. I made a mistake. Ron Guidry never played for the Angels. In fact, he only played for the Yankees. You know who I was thinking of? Ed Figueroa.
Oh.
Eddie Figueroa.
Yeah.
Who won 20 games with the Yankees. What? What, Evan? When you pull the mic down near your mouth, it usually means that you want to jump in. Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. Yes, I was the one that brought that to your attention before the break. But what I really wanted to do was
the break that I stayed in the studio. Huh? Yeah.
What?
I stayed in the studio for you.
I didn't even notice.
I bet you didn't.
I
My buddy
notice.
Vince said he's turning the channel. If he hears another grown man tell another grown man, I'm all yours. So I'm going to retire that one. There you go, Vince.
Oh, man.
People don't want to hear about, breakups.
Well, that's because they don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying, it makes no sense that why would you trade Curry right now? Nobody's saying trade Curry right now.
You saying if it got all bad?
I'm saying he could be, if things get ugly, he could be a lifeline. Not now. Another couple years.
Turn the page.
Exactly. Exactly.
Who is that? Damn.
And all I'm saying is, you remember how when Kevin Durant left the Warriors, Bob Myers said, any chance we can do a sign and trade and we can get D'Angelo Russell back?
Incredible.
And Durant said, yeah, I'll do that. No harm, no foul. And then you turned...
he don't get a lot of credit for that, too.
Who?
KD. Like, if he didn't like Myers, he probably would have been like, F off.
Well, that did give him the opportunity to get a fifth year.
Well,
so he was kind of doing... He was doing Kevin Durant a solid, too. You know what, Filmo, Mike?
I've been missing them.
What's up, Filmo, Mike? You called in just to be negative about a guy, didn't you? Just to be negative.
Mike.
I mean, Brandon Bell's trash, bro. Trash. He's known for Gilligan Island hacks, bruh. Like, come on, bruh. He ain't celebrating Brandon Bell one time in San Francisco. We don't lose no sleep over him leaving. I don't even know where he at, in Toronto. Who cares? Draymond Green is much more beloved than Brandon Bell.
He's also much more. He's also much more. He's also more hated than Brandon Belt. Mm-hmm.
That don't matter. That don't matter. That's because he's not even a blip on the radar of Draymond Green's success. It's like
Got
saying
2 rings.
It's like saying black people
Careful.
percentage wise is on food stamps more on food stamps. Well, it's more white people on food stamps than black people.
Hey,
that's the same.
Look at Mike.
I'm gonna need. You're gonna need to cite a source there.
What are you talking about?
Well, that's true, but listen, they say Kaminga grew 3 inches.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Come on,
he fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
Filmo, now give him one more fantasy.
Kendrick Perkins fell for it too.
Let me know. I got sources. I got my sources.
Your sources are those guys that work at the liquor store that can't stand when you're taping them.
That was the greatest, man. You got something.
Steiny, I got a party on Saturday. I need you in the building. It's in the middle of Filmo. I need you and Guru in there. Guru, you lost some weight. I ain't gonna let you drink any alcohol. No day drinking.
Oh, it's a day party.
No, it's a night party, but don't be drinking during the day.
Oh, okay, right.
Party.
Yeah.
All right, Filmo.
I love Mike.
Thanks, Filmo. I like it.
I didn't get the Dre, but the food stamps. Whoa, I didn't know that.
He didn't eat it.
I thought it could be something to it.
I mean, I get food stamps mixed up with green stamps. Remember green stamps?
You can use EBT everywhere. I was into all right, I get it, but damn, everybody taking them.
Last time I was on unemployment, I was so pissed because they give you the card. You can't get money out.
Can I tell you
It sucks.
Can I tell you my story about EDD?
Of course.
And the card? I went on a first date, and I didn't know everybody knew that they had switched to the cards. So I'm thinking I'm Big Willie. Didn't talk about me being unemployed. Didn't come up for some reason. And I threw the card out, and the young lady goes, So you're not working? And I look at her like, why would you say that? Steiny, it was the most want to get away moment. Nothing wrong with being out of work, but I was down on my luck. But oh, man. That sounded like it was yesterday, huh?
Did you go in with a backup plan in case she asked what the card meant?
No, I just was like, yes, it's been a couple weeks they laying off. But, man. Anyway.
Let me send out that, what are they called?
PSA?
No, Filmo. Those postcards, right? With the party. Yeah.
The flyer.
Yeah, put it under my windshield.
I don't
put it under my windshield wiper. That's where I usually find out about those Saturday parties.
We should go to one party.
Well,
Steiny. We saw Rudy Ortiz perform. He got a big butt. Now, where'd that come
I need give me a chauffeur.
You going Bonte on us? Dude has a driver.
Who does?
We went to the Classic, which is this Monday, the California Classic, where the Warriors. I'm going to see Podinski and Davis. Tell me, I'm messing his name up, but
both of them. The one guy's name's hyphenated, so you didn't use all of that, and then you mispronounced the guy's name from Santa Clara.
Yeah, Trace. And I meet up with Nash. Remember Nash, Phoenix Suns Nash, our own Nash?
Another guy nobody knows, but
Nash Solomon, who's now in Arizona.
Right, but
he's living. And Shafsky, Bonte, Lil Durrell, and I were all at the game. And Bonte and Shafsky had a driver. So I'm saying that for somebody. Well, I'll be around the corner. I won't need one for that one. But go ahead, man. I'm throwing you out.
Well,
you threw us off with the Steph. Not here.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on.
We need to get Fitz on. He's probably in France.
For what?
To get the State of the Union. Oh. No Jordan Poole.
We're better.
No Wiseman.
I can do a Fitz show. It's about fit. It's about fit with Chris Paul. Chris Paul's a better fit than Jordan Poole.
Speaking of which, is he
selfishness didn't fit into our culture.
Well,
Jordan
be better
Poole.
at your job.
Thank you. Thank you, Fitz. Appreciate that. Answer me a serious question.
I got a stat. This is a crazy ass stat.
Right.
Listening to the Giants, it blew me away, knocked me out of the lab. So I could give it to you now or before we all get out of here, but I don't think Spadoni, the young whippersnappers, will get it, nor you. So tell me when you're ready. We'll play the music.
We got nothing else to do. Let's do it right now.
You didn't have to tell the people that, but we always have something to do. Okay, this blew me away. In the history of baseball, what's the percentage of runners that have scored or teams that have scored a run on a leadoff double? A leadoff double in Major League Baseball, what are the percentages that run has come home to score? I could not believe this, and I believe it was Javi Lopez on the call last night.
Well,
Evan, if you guys know, please let me know so you won't cheat.
My guess would be 60%.
I'd say lower. I'd say 48.
Okay, Spadoni?
I listen to the broadcast, so I know what it is.
Oh, wow. You got to love me for remembering, though. I love the game. 70%. 30% have scored. 70% of the time, the runner's been stranded. I was like, holy hell. That's because everybody's swinging for the fences.
Well, and I also think you could just look at what the extra inning rules are right now, or look at you know what I mean? How many, because now they're putting a runner at second base. And
I didn't even
think
if that went in the formula. I was just thinking, but you could be onto something.
Well, it sounds like it was after a double, not just a runner on second.
Yeah, it was a leadoff double.
What's the difference between a leadoff double and starting a guy at second base?
Because there's a ghost runner. That's what it's called. So, like, if that run scores, that run's not earned against the pitcher because it started there.
Get it?
You know?
I understand that. But what the question, you didn't say unearned runs. You said
leadoff double.
Leadoff double.
Yeah. What percentage of those runners score?
First inning of the game, Ricky Henderson doubles.
Yeah.
Okay?
And it could be the eighth inning.
He scores a certain percentage of the time.
We got it now.
Okay. How's that different than we're putting a runner at second as if he's doubled.
Well, that runner doesn't get a hit.
Right.
Well, the runner doesn't get a hit,
not a double,
but it's got nothing to do with the hitter's batting average. That's not what we're talking about.
But I think the numbers that Javi gave they weren't taking in this new rule, which has been implemented, 3 years?
The numbers should align, is what I'm saying.
Well, that was a lot. I couldn't believe it. 30%? God, dog it.
Evan, don't do this.
And Spadoni, I love that you listened to that. Did that
What?
stay? Yeah, me and Spadone tuned in.
Evan's got this little thing he's got.
Dude, he's got it. He's
What do I do?
yeah, go ahead.
Please explain.
No, I won't.
And he's got a thing when you're doing
And
the
you
show
know
with
it.
him.
Oh.
And you're looking. I'm trying to look at him.
Right.
And I think he's learning from you, and he's got like this, but he ain't doing it on purpose. But you're like, does he not like what I'm saying? I was gonna talk to him, but I didn't bring it up because you know how you do it. You just almost quit.
With what?
When I'm talking and making a great point.
Zeke's in San Jose. What's up, Zeke? How you doing, man? Hey, there's Trouty.
Yeah, man. How are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that you guys are talking about, Steph and his, longevity.
Move his ass.
Career.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think you guys just didn't talk about, what's it gonna look like, in Curry when he's end of career, last 1 or 2 years. The man can shoot, and he's gonna be the type that, he doesn't, even if his body, break down athletically, the main thing he does is shoot the ball. He's going to be like that Ray Allen type, end of career. They just need him to shoot.
No, he's not.
They can still build around him. He can go on minimum salary, end of the year type thing. And he can still shoot the ball no matter what. He's not going to lose that as he gets.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, the one fundamental difference that anybody who's played the game knows is Ray Allen shot a jump shot. Steph shoots a set shot.
Which is easier.
Not easier to get off.
D3. Oh, well, that.
Steph's fine. I'm just kidding.
No, but for his age, we should see slippage. We have not. They're getting older. I get that. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? Dude is top 5. You look at the All-Star game. If that doesn't tickle your fancy, that's fine. Everybody still covets Curry. They know he's still on point. It's what's around him that's eroding. I am not worried. Curry can play till he's 40. And that ain't even a stretch. Brandon Bell, that's not even a stretch. Curry's the least of the Warrior problems. How you going to – we talking about Poole? Dante's leaving.
Keep going.
No, I'm
waiting for you to say something that I disagree
and if Chris
with.
Paul's starting.
Oh, he's starting.
Give me that second unit.
By the way.
Kuminga, Paul. You're going to keep Dre or Clay in. Oh,
by the way.
Uh-oh.
Here, I got a trivia question for you.
I like that one. So
Here you go.
Knew it.
Give me the music. Da, 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 da. Of the 3 Warriors aging guards, who's the only one who has come off the bench?
Hi, Jerome.
Steph Curry, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, and Steph becomes the most lethal third guard in NBA history.
That was really easy. That wasn't very fun.
No, it was fun for me. It's fun for me.
You let us down a little bit.
Look, it's obvious you can't send Klay Thompson to the bench.
Never.
He'll be useless.
Gotcha.
You can't. Chris Paul's 38 years old. You must defer to his age
But you said
and to his
25
expertise.
minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Steph. How much of a team player are you, Steph?
Please.
Seriously, you ready to come off the bench?
How
much you love our organization?
He's showing you he's not by playing 32, 33 minutes.
All I'm
a
saying
game.
is Chris Paul's never come off the bench. Klay's never come off the bench. So maybe we need a guy who's got experience coming off the bench. Not only that, who's done well. Remember that game he came off the bench against Portland?
I don't want to remember it right now.
He had like 25.
Steph is starting.
Da 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 da. 3-guard lineup though. Da 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 da. What are you doing? You're reading something about yourself.
No, I'm not.
Guaranteed.
Well, I am.
Of course you are.
It was such a great stat that Spadoni and I heard on the telecast last night, but the 408 says using the Guru computer matches 300 batting average equals 30%. What the?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're trying to be smart.
Oh.
Yeah.
LOL, Chris Paul is a better fit than Poole until either Curry or Thompson is hurt and Paul has to either play. That's a good point.
What about the one I made about Bonte's tweet that you talked about, the 50?
So Bonte made
wins.
a good point.
No, you responded to it.
I didn't respond to Bonte's tweet.
No, you brought it up in the green room. You said, Bonte, I've been hearing
I didn't know he tweeted that. I just heard his radio show.
Oh, okay. You know what? You're right. You did, but he tweeted it too.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Who cares about 50 wins? Who cares about 55? Now, you did have a good point where you're like, boo, but we don't know that. I want banners.
Well, you're
Shout
done
out
getting
Bruce.
banners.
Well, you don't know that. You
yes,
feel
I
that.
do. They're done.
Okay, if they just went
First
to
of
the
all, you
conference
can't win
semifinals.
You can't.
Hold on, they went to the conference semifinals.
I'm not doing the hair. I'm not doing.
In 6.
I'm not getting into the past.
And you're telling me
I'm sick of talking about the
so
past.
So if they gotten better from that,
I'm sick of talking about the past.
Then where's the conference finals?
They're not better. Who said they're better?
Oh, I thought that's where you were putting your flag at.
Of course not.
I'm not. I don't.
You don't what?
Believe they gotten better.
Well, the other
thing
is
Dante's out. It looks like
he's not out. He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, Kuiper.
But Guru, 50. Listen, if the Warriors win 50 if they get 50 wins next year, they are a championship contender. Period. Like, how could they not be? If they win 50 games and they're going into the playoffs as a 50-win team. Sack was 3 last year at 48.
That's
if they
6 more than they won last year, and we weren't having. That's 6 with all the extenuating circumstances. They won 44.
I don't know what you're getting at here.
Like the jump to 6 games.
What if they win 60? You don't care?
No, if they win 60, then something's
Well, they're not going to win 50, first of all, but if they win 50 next year, that's a hell of a year.
To be honest with you, Matt, I feel like 44 is 50. Like we just poo-pooed their regular season and how bad and tragic they were on the road. They had 44 wins. I guess I'm just saying 6 more games to 50, that's not enough for me to say, put all your money on the Warriors.
You're never going to put all your money in the Warriors. Yeah. They're like one of 8 teams that can win it. Maybe.
Or were.
But I'm more concerned with, so they won 44 games last year.
With Wiggins being gone for umpteen months.
Okay, so they're going to win 50 this year, and they're a third seed.
Well, you can be whatever seed you want. I'm judging you.
Well, what would you rather go into the postseason?
The highest seed,
okay. Because if you win 44 games again, you ain't winning it.
Well, I gave you the Miami model.
Again, 3 teams have done what they've done.
And I gave you the Laker model, what were they, 7th?
Okay, go do it. Go. I don't understand.
Like, I understand the regular season is precious, but it's not precious to me anymore because you need guys that need time off. I get it. The league-wide's doing the load management, but can you finesse it enough to where you give yourself a chance? 5th, 6th seed, 4th, 3rd. Obviously, you're like 1st or 2nd. But I'm like, this Warrior team, it's about when you get to that tournament, do you have another level?
What would make you think that the Golden State Warriors could win? How many games are they winning?
Just 53. Let's just say 53.
Well, that's different. I was going to say, how do you think they could win a title with 53 wins? Well, they can. They win 53 games. What I'm saying is they ain't winning a title. Like, if they have another year where they win 45 games, they're not going to win a title. You're not going to win 45 games, go in as a 6 seed, and then with 38-year-old Chris Paul and 36-year-old Steph Curry and 35-year-old Klay Thompson and 34-year-old Draymond Green and play your 10 best weeks of basketball. They have no depth either. That's the other thing. They have no depth. Who's playing for the Warriors?
Well, I keep going to my boy's tweet. He had who was on the team that we know: Kuminga, Paul, GP2, the rookies. If both of them are on the big club, I don't know if they're going to be on the big club. I imagine Trace will be on the big club. He has more of a chance than.
When's the last time a 57th pick in the draft helped right away? This is the other thing. Like, everyone loves this guy. Everyone loves this guy from Indiana. I'll be honest, I've never seen him play. When's the last time a second-round pick helped year one? Not even Draymond helped year one, did he?
You're right.
So...
But I feel like Steiny, because they're so small, he's going to get an opportunity.
Okay, he can get an opportunity, but he's still the 57th pick in the draft. I mean...
But he's got some, athletic
so
stuff.
he can be the sixth man on a championship team.
I would never put that jacket
on him. But see,
him.
all these things are going to happen for the Warriors to make a run. Steph's going to have to maintain his level of play.
And stay healthy.
And he hasn't. How many games you want out of Steph Curry next year?
I know you think I'm playing. Give me 58, 60, I'm fine. Give me 55. Well, give me the 55 when you had Jordan Poole. Now you don't got Jordan Poole.
Then what's your record then?
Well, I tell you, you had a good chance of winning games when you had Jordan Poole and Steph or Clay were out. That's why he was so vital.
Well, they only won 44 last year. I know I'm talking in circles, but I'm not doing it to you. What I'm saying is...
Well, I'm sleeping on Moody. I'm talking about... I got to remember Moody.
If they have three old guys, and you're going to load management them, and they may get hurt...
So Moody's got to
They're going to be coming into the postseason as a 6th seed. I think. Dublin Marge. I'm down on you, Dublin Marge.
We were in love with her the other day.
She never acknowledged. So Dublin Marge just said, tread lightly on...
food stamps?
No, Davis. Trace...
he's going to...
I can't think of his name now. The hyphenated.
Jackson Davis.
Jackson Davis.
He's going to get a chance. And boss, if you're listening, I'm not throwing you under the bus, but dude, I agree with you. He put out some video clips of Jackson Davis. It looks like that's what the Warriors need, like a more athletic Looney, and with a little more offense. Not a big shooter, but he knows what he's supposed to do in the paint.
I can't stand this. And
the boss
4 hours before Patrick Baldwin Jr. got traded, you said you thought he was going to be there.
That still is on the I don't understand. Warrior fan Dubs, on the under, that's the street term for shh. People are whispering about the PBJ, but I can't get attached to them. So I just let that one go because the Poole one blew me. I just don't understand how you just said night-night to that kid and what I believe is PBJ.
They did it to save
size. Money. Oh, Lord.
They saved $10 million.
They can't go back into the team.
No. You can go to the minority owners. Goes to the minority owners.
And that's why the monopoly board is tainted and poisoned, because the NBA said enough of Joe Lacob winning because he's investing all his money in the team, blowing past the tax. That's how we got 4 chips. Now you're going to tell that man, oh, you know what? You're on a budget. Because that's essentially what it is. You're on a budget.
You are.
It's not fair.
You're on a guru budget. Oh. Belt is tight.
Literally.
I can't sit here as a 58-year-old man.
You look damn good.
Who's watched basketball for 40 plus years. I can't sit here and listen after everything I've seen in the game.
Oh, wow.
And play into the fact that
you're standing
Trace Davis. What's his name?
Trace Jackson Davis.
Trace Jackson Davis. Yeah. The 57th pick in the draft.
Some saying a steal.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are saying he's a steal.
Where's the loaded gun? What do you want Warrior fans to do?
No. I get it. The 57th pick in the draft. A steal from Indiana.
He
gets the Golden State Warriors back.
I'll see now
in championship contention.
That's not what we're saying.
No,
Can he make contributions?
I don't know. Did Patrick Baldwin Jr. make a contribution? Did Ryan Rollins Jr. make a contribution? Did Jordan Poole make a contribution as a rookie? Did Jonathan Kuminga make a contribution as a rookie? So why are we expecting the 57th pick?
Because now they have nothing in the cupboard, Steiny. It's almost like by default they have to see what that kid can do. The days of saying, "Hey, we're not messing with you," those are over. You got a jersey. We got to see what you can do. The Iguodala stuff, that fiasco, that blew up in everybody's face.
Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis. You know who's better than him right now? Anthony Lamb.
And I'm not mad at that.
888-957-9570.
I'm not mad at that.
9570. What, Evan? I have nothing else to say. It's all sponsored by Cars.com. handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. So you were disappointed during the break because you wanted to. What did you want to do?
Steiny, I'm yours. Oh, I wanted to talk to Dibs.
Right.
Yeah.
But he was occupied.
Yeah, you're.
So then you didn't. So who'd you talk to?
Evan.
Oh.
Well, I kind of said something to him about my sodaweightloss.com journey. But enough about, we're talking too much about me.
I know.
And I'm playing. We'll talk about you all day, every day.
Well, I'm more interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. Did y'all hear that? I'm sorry. Go ahead, you are. Go ahead, Steiny.
Guru. Jackson Davis is going to be a key contributor on the floor next season for the Warriors.
I'm sorry.
The Santa Cruz Warriors.
Oh, man. You got me.
Chung.
All right.
Listen.
Okay.
This is what, and I'm dead serious.
No, I'm
This
serious
is the
with
biggest problem that you have.
Okay.
No, not that you have. But this is the problem. This guy was the 57th pick in the draft, and we're already saying he's going to be in the rotation. So what that means is if he's not, then something's wrong. The reality of the situation is how many 57 picks?
I get it.
So, but
I would not come
we've
in
done
here.
that.
Things have changed.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
You're still doing it with Kuminga, who's 20 years old and playing 21 minutes a game, but it's not enough. Wiseman wasn't enough. They end up traded him. Moody is not why? We do this every year. They draft a guy. Wiseman's going to be the second coming. Kuminga's going to be this. Well, they're young, but we're going to now do it again with this 57 pick.
Right.
We're going to say, I think he's going to be in the rotation next year.
See, this is when I think you don't know me because I heard everything you just said, but you missed the mark with me. I'm the guy that told you, Goo, cheer. You were saying this to me. Cheer up, bud. Cheer up. I'm not excited about the draft, Steiny. I told you and explained why. You just mentioned the last 3 or 4 draft picks from the Golden State Warriors, and I won't call anybody out, but I will the coaching staff. For whatever reason, these youngsters don't get the opportunity to fail. And if you're going to take a step back to take 2 forward later, then you let these guys play more than the way you've been doing it, the Warriors coaching staff. Because at every turn, everything is blown up in your face. So now here we are. We're making more moves. We're bringing 2 new kids to the nucleus. And I'm thinking finally, maybe Steve Kerr and company will say, you know what? We handled Kuminga wrong. We saw that Moses Moody could handle it. Not that there won't be turbulence in the regular season, but that's the rough draft. It's the regular season. If you know you're going to be greater later, every rookie has got their feet kicked out from underneath them, and Kuminga is Exhibit A when you think he's showing signs. Then he's back in no man's land. So I'm hoping because Jackson Davis has natural size, the Warriors need that'll push him up to the front of the line, as crazy as that sounds. But I want to tell him and Podzinski that if they don't, I'm not going to come down their road, Steiny, because it's been par for the course with youngsters here in Golden State. 2 that are no longer here. 1 that I feel like he didn't even get a right chance, James Wiseman.
There's a perception that Jonathan Kuminga is not living up to expectations, and I think that's wrong.
Wow, I've never heard you say that.
Of course, because I have an understanding of how virtually impossible it is for a kid. When did he move out of Africa?
Oh, wow.
15? 15, 14? No college basketball. You draft him at 18 years old, and you're an NBA title contender. To me, we have spent so much time talking about that, And I think it's the biggest waste that I've ever heard in my entire life.
So was the pick a waste?
I'm not there yet. I'm not at that point yet. What I'm saying is, anybody who thought Jonathan Kuminga at 18 was going to play for the Golden State Warriors, that's just crazy. And I don't believe Myers or Lacob could have thought that either, because they have a sense of history at least too. Very seldom does a guy with no experience who's 18 years old come onto a championship team and be a factor. So now he's 2 years. He's only 2 years into his career.
20.
1 year. 1 year, the team he got drafted on won a title. The next year, they got to the second round of the playoffs. He's 20 years old. He played 67 games, and he averaged 21 minutes a game during those 67 he played. I challenge anybody to come up with a 20-year-old who could have played more than Jonathan Kuminga on a team that you think's going to win a title.
So where did he go wrong?
There's nothing wrong. That's my point.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with Kuminga.
Well,
nothing.
Okay. Well,
he's coming along fine.
Steiny, okay, I didn't know you felt that way, but a lot of people feel like it could have been finer. Well, and it could have been finer sooner because he showed some stretches. And I keep talking to you about, let me finish.
But this is an old argument. We do this all the time. You wanted him to play and play through mistakes. Kerr doesn't do that. What I'm saying is we can argue that until the cows come home. You think people think he should have played more up until 2 years. I think he played just fine in these 2 years, and I think he's getting better. But what I'm getting at is, like, Kuminga to me has not been a negative. He's not been a negative
and I
for
feel the
who he
same
is,
way.
where you drafted him.
Okay, I get that, but I feel like he could give you the part of the scenario to where I am not disappointed is what Jonathan Kuminga, 6'7", 230, has shown. Okay, he's shown his rawness. He's shown he ain't seasoned. But, Steiny, I've seen enough to where every damn telecast, not home,
well, Steve
Warrior
Kerr
telecast.
disagrees. Steve Kerr disagrees.
Okay. All right.
He disagrees.
So Steve Kerr can do no wrong?
No, but
okay,
he disagrees with you.
All right.
He disagrees with you.
And then what about Wiseman? What about Poole? All of a sudden,
I'm just talking about Kuminga.
Okay, I got you.
Just talking about Kuminga.
Yeah. 6'7", 2. I look at Kuminga like he could have did more.
How? This is a championship team.
Yeah, well,
he needs to learn the game. He needs to learn how to play basketball because he hasn't played. You expected a guy who didn't play organized basketball to then play at a championship NBA level.
So what's the goal this year, Steiny?
Oh, take another step up. Take that step up in your third year, which the
team takes a step back.
Why? Why would the team take a step back?
I'm asking because they need size, and he has it.
Okay, Kuminga maybe gets better, and they can get better.
See, Steiny, I'm gonna just go music. I feel like you're slow dancing, and you got to speed it up, bud.
How?
Because they ain't playing no slow records. Curry's time is running out.
Well, you're
because Wiseman would still be here if it was about we got all kind of time.
You think they're a championship team? I don't. So. If you want to keep mortgaging the future,
for Kuminga to be playing if they're not if you feel like they're not a championship team.
I'm saying playing this year.
Well, I hadn't heard you say that.
On his third year,
man.
I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. It's like how many times? Hey, Bay Area. How many times did we have to get punched in the face? Trey Lance was not leading the 49ers to a Super Bowl because he had no experience, but they had Super Bowl expectations. Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman were not going to play for the Golden State Warriors at 19 and 20 years old as long as the Warriors had championship expectations. It's like not that hard. Sorry. It just isn't.
But the expectations for the Warriors are still there. Kuminga has to.
For you. For you,
for a lot of people, Steiny, look at Vegas, the odds. The Warriors they're top 5.
Great. Play. I'm saying.
The stakes are heavy still. You got to put them in the fire.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. In fact, I'm saying I expect Kuminga to play more next year than this past year. But I tell you what, if he plays 72 games and plays 25 minutes a game,
okay,
that's fine.
I hear you. Let me lay this on you. because I know my answer. And Evan, you chime in. I want to hear from you and the callers. You've come at it from the vantage point of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. But what about Jonathan Kuminga? If you had to just give me an answer on what you think he thinks about how he's being utilized and the Similac that they're feeding him.
Care.
Well, I care. Okay. And the reason I care is because publicly his agent or whoever, his spokespeople, told the Warriors, we need more.
Okay.
So he wasn't happy.
Okay.
And I love that.
Okay.
And he shouldn't have been happy.
Okay.
Because you knew what you were drafting.
What does him not being happy have to do with anything?
Maybe the Warriors got it wrong slow playing this with him.
So you're going to give him playing time because he's mad?
No. Now you got to give him playing time because we need him.
Well, not yet, you don't.
And that no-show against – I can't tell you he played good against the Lakers because he didn't and he barely played, but it never should have been this dude's off limits all of a sudden.
Wasn't ready.
And you need size.
He wasn't ready.
Can pick up LeBron 94 feet. We've seen that. Not stop him, but that's just – whoa. All right. Guru, stop. Steiny is 100% right. Rookies need to – first off, he's not a rookie. Rookies needs to develop. This platform is now set up for absolute failure. You can't change nature. Develop, MC Hayward.
Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I think Jonathan Kuminga got better when it comes to his offense, scoring. Like, he had a nice little mid-range, a pretty good three-point shot, man. But, yeah, the Warriors see Steph play. They played college ball for 3 seasons. Dre played for 4 seasons. So, those guys were already kind of ready. See, lately they've been all, one-and-done type of guys. So that just happens, man. They weren't ready. And, of course, I did want to see what Kuminga can do against, especially the Lakers and their size and athleticism. But, man, it's been going on out here in the Bay Area, man. Shanahan, he's had his doghouse guys, Ayuk and Trey Lance and stuff, and then Kerr's had his guys. Maybe they have a doghouse seminar that they're teaching somewhere, man, because they don't like playing young guys for some reason. So, because they both have, obviously, championship aspirations. So they got similar situations. So thanks, guys.
Yeah. Appreciate it. So, Kuminga. This is where, if you want to say I'm in the middle, I'm in the middle. Right. For 2 years, people have wanted more Kuminga, and I've been like, well, they're trying to win a title, so Kerr doesn't feel like he can trust him. Keeps him on a short leash. Okay. That's why he shouldn't have played. That's why whatever Kerr did was fine with me for 2 years, because we're trying to win a title, and he's got a lot of room for growth. Right. Okay. You went for a title last year. You didn't make it. In my way of thinking is, I think this is a 44-win team. I think it's a 44-win team if you bring it back. That's me. So because I'm thinking that way, yes, now it's Kuminga's 3rd year. You know what? Now we've got to make it a priority to get Kuminga consistent playing time. By the way, I'm not talking about 35 minutes a night. I'm talking like 25 to start. But, okay, 25 minutes to start. But that's because I don't think we're a championship team. If we are, great. I was wrong. But that's where I see the Warriors as that's why I don't like Kuminga's you're right, he's got to play this year.
And by the looks of it, in regard to the roster, maybe the rookies got to play too that we think are going to be stashed in Santa Cruz.
Okay,
and
but
that's
then
what
if you
started
do
this
that,
conversation.
But how are you going to win a title? Is Steph going to be okay with that? Think about that too. That's the other thing. Is Steph going to be okay? Hey, this is great. This guy from Indiana's playing a lot. Yeah, you know who he's like? Eric Paschall. So he's not.
You could be right. I don't have the answer to that, but I'm just telling you what it is right now with this team being as small as I believe them to be, and not having the resources to go get Lou Alcindor. What are you going to do? And all that I'm saying about Kuminga, because somebody just said, Guru, what exactly is your point on Kuminga from the 530 is he got enough traction for me last year to where on the good days he never would have gotten back to not being an option or DMPs. And now what would that experience have been for him coming into this season? Now, that's neither here nor there. It is what it is. They lost, but you cannot say they lost because they trusted or relied on their rookies too much. And the one guy that they did do that to with Moses Moody showed, and I know everybody's going to say, well, that was Arkansas, so he was solid. He had a year. But, damn, what if Moses Moody wouldn't have got those 100 DMPs during the season when we thought the reason he wasn't playing was because he couldn't handle it and he was too young?
And I'll use your argument against you. Yeah, we won a title a year ago because we didn't play those guys.
Yeah.
Because we told Moody, you can't play, you're not good enough. But Otto Porter knows how to play. Otto Porter plays. You know, those guys play because they know how to play. These guys, it takes a while to learn how to figure it out. But I think Kuminga should play next year.
Yeah. Well, we know he wants to.
Mike's in San Jose. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
What's happening, fellas?
Mike.
Always best show on the radio. I do have a dent in the steering wheel from beating my head against it today. So I would like to propose something a little opposite about the normal, the conversation.
Go ahead, Mike.
So as I always call as a guy who buys a lot of tickets, I like to say the paying fans point. There's about 20,000 people that spend about $15,000 a year on tickets. Most of them have been season ticket holders 10, 15 years. Okay? So as you're trading away every player and getting no one back in return, you kind of get disillusioned to hear it day after day after day. As a guy who spends money, as other people do, and you keep getting told you're an idiot if you believe they're going to be any good this year, and you're an idiot if you don't believe everything's going to be, solved in this. I just have a few questions that would be opposite, if you don't mind. So if you want to trade Clay or dump Clay, that's fine. But Clay was one of the best players in the NBA January, February, and March. And all of a sudden he had two horrendous series, which he did. And now you're going to trade him, okay? Who are we going to get back, which is nobody, because he's a salary dump. So I don't know how we get better. I see how we save money, but I don't know how we get better.
Who's advocating?
If we get rid of Draymond,
who's advocating for Trey to be traded? I mean, Clay to be
That's all you
traded.
hear all the time. Clay's washed up. Clay's no good. Clay's not who he used to be.
Well,
Everybody's better than Clay all of a sudden.
Well, Clay's on the decline, but he's got one more year left, and the only thing we'll do it one at a time. The only thing I'm worried about with Clay is if Draymond gets an extension and he's on the last year of his deal. But Clay's back for another year, so you know what I mean?
Yeah, and my comment, once again, isn't even if he's worth it, it's you get nothing back.
Sure,
So
right.
What are you gaining? That's my main comment.
All right.
Draymond, as a paying fan, I understand every comment made, but Draymond has value because as a paying fan, I like when I spend my money and he's diving on the floor, firing up the crowd, and that may not be a good reason, but once again, if we get rid of him, we get nothing back for him. So my comment on the 25 and 26 teams is we're getting nothing back. On Jordan Poole, sorry, Guru, but you couldn't even play him in the playoffs. He couldn't get on the floor, and we lost about 8 games in the last 5 minutes during the season that he was a part of. So at $28 million, someone had to go. He's the only salary dump. I hope he scores 35 a night in Washington. And then my last point is, I think the last day of the season, it was clear Poole was gone. All you had to do, they tried to trade him 7 different teams. Okay, Kuminga, I cannot see any chance of him being on the team next year for a simple reason. He is the only player on the entire team with trade value. He's it. People want him. So if you need to go out and fix the roster, he's your only guy, and he's the third best.
I don't disagree with that.
He's the third best power small forward, right? He's not going to replace Looney, and he's not going to replace Draymond. I don't know how he can possibly stay, and Steve Kerr said as much when he went on Draymond's podcast and ripped Poole fooling Kuminga in his own little sly way.
Well,
great stuff, Mike.
Well, we love Mike. So you
can't trade Kuminga. I mean, of course you can. I said you can't trade Wiseman, and they traded him.
And you could get some
Kuminga.
ready-made.
What's up, Evan?
Well, according to Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, they almost traded Kuminga on draft night to the Indiana Pacers.
For what?
The number 7 pick and a package surrounding that, essentially.
See what I don't...
Quote-unquote serious conversations, Steiny.
What I don't understand is rather than Jackson Davis, rather than saying he could be in the rotation this year.
Okay.
What's wrong with and here's the other thing. This is where you try to not you, but if Steph's going to play till 40, why are we putting all our eggs in this year's basket? If Steph can play till 40, I'm more interested if our guy Jackson Davis can play in 2 or 3 years because Steph's still going to be around.
Well, Steiny,
why in the world would you draft an 18-year-old in Jonathan Kuminga and then trade him 2 years later? Not 4 years later, when maybe you say we made him 2 years later.
Well, you did it with James Wiseman.
Exactly. And you're going to do it again? Like, how can people not think that might be a big, big mistake?
But what if I told Warrior fans,
regardless of Steph Curry?
Okay, we could. Hey, I love Kuminga more than the next man. What if I told you we could package him to get you a seasoned vet like a Miles Turner? Wouldn't you do that?
No.
Isn't that what you owe to this nucleus right here? The core?
No, I would not. Not Miles Turner? No. The hell's Miles Turner and the Pacers done in the East?
See, that's where we're different.
Okay.
I don't look at Allen Iverson and say, why the hell didn't the Sixers win the finals over the Lakers? I marvel at his little ass taking that dump truck of a team to that plateau. Sometimes guys are snotty. They perfect themselves, but they don't have the results, the team results, but they get the criticism for others. That's why I don't like that. I mean, if Jonathan Kuminga could get you a veteran, Steiny, a nasty veteran that still has something left, why would the Warriors not do it? And it goes back to what we've been talking about. Why did they draft these youngsters in the first place if it wasn't about 2 timelines? Because that thing is blown up to smithereens.
Because
Kuminga's
they thought they could
up the
play
last
right away. It's or they didn't. But if they didn't think they could play right away, then I don't know why they drafted. Or I don't know why they trade. If they didn't think Wiseman and Kuminga were going to play right away, how the hell can you trade them?
And well, Wiseman, they thought he could play. That's why he started. Just like Trey Lance he didn't get the keys year 1. But damn, Steiny, they gave Wiseman, hey, go show us.
888-957-9570. Let me see what Miles Turner. Oh, man. I'm not trading Miles Turner for Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga to get Miles Turner. I'm not doing that
because of his future in the promise. And
I just don't think. I think Miles Turner is. He's all right. 888-957. Break time, right? Break time brought to you by Cars.com.
Miles Turner, he's a jackass.
had an uncle, they said if he had another drink of dark, he could possibly die. He said, I'm going out happy. Crown Royal. True story. He's no longer with us.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny, Guru in the house. A couple pieces of news. The Warriors have not extended a qualifying offer to Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, so they're unrestricted free agents. Nothing surprising there. See if there's a run on Anthony Lamb from around the league.
I got to believe he can get him a job, Steiny.
Oh.
That's out there.
Okay.
Yeah, dibs and
Vucevic.
My guy.
From Chicago's re-signing.
See, they kept him.
They're gonna re-sign
I like him, Steiny.
Only $60 million over 3 years. It's not that much.
For the Warriors, it is.
And then lastly, Guru and I were talking about the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, and Mike called, the season ticket holder, and Mike's right in a way. He said I don't see how Kuminga's going to be on the team, because if you look at the Golden State Warriors right now, the only way they can really change their personnel is by trading Kuminga.
Yeah.
So I guess there's a chance that the Warriors are going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And what I'm saying is, unless I like the deal, I am not trading Jonathan Kuminga. I'm just not doing
and
it.
Miles Turner wouldn't make you like the
Absolutely
deal.
not.
Wow.
So I would not trade Jonathan Kuminga to get Miles Turner. And it would probably might be like Kuminga and Peyton II.
Wow.
I wouldn't do that. You would?
Yeah. And what, at this point, because you're telling me how long it's going to take, we saw that, you know, he got some chances. He didn't get chances. The playoffs, I think, led the lack of playing time and minutes for Jonathan Kuminga. Steiny, I won't dare say fractured the relationship. I think that hurt. I think what we talked about on that podcast between Coach Kerr and Dre, that was assigned to two people. One of the people are out of here, and Jordan Poole, and the other was Jonathan Kuminga, because there were times he was sulking on the bench. Now, I could be wrong. They could run it back, bring Jonathan back, and this year he can be all that he can be. But sometimes relationships are severed, Steiny, and I'm just wondering, as quick as his people said they wanted to know what the Warriors are going to do with their client, I felt like, wow, that was, whoa. Like now what if, I'm stealing the 510, but I thought about this and I swear to ask you this earlier. What if you could package Kuminga, GP2, and somehow get a play for DeAndre Ayton? What if Wiggins was involved in that?
No. I don't think Ayton.
Yeah, right, huh?
I don't think the Warriors like Ayton. Maybe I'm wrong.
But they haven't had anything like him.
I don't dislike
because he's
Ayton.
better than Wiseman. There's no doubt.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Anthony's in Benicia. What up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Hello. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. So I had a couple of things. One, I called, my initial point was that, like, how are we so confident that the youngsters that were drafted, one guy out of Indiana being 24, which is really great. Like, all of that sounds fantastic because it sounds like he's more mature and will be able to contribute. But nothing about Steve Kerr gives me as a fan confidence to believe that he will give these guys an opportunity. And I think it's just interesting because we want the big 3 or 4 to spearhead the movement to try to get a ring within the next 3 years. But we have to be honest with ourselves as fans. You do need the contribution of some younger guys, not just like you need the contribution of the younger guys just to get up and down the floor and keep up with some of the other younger teams that are coming. You think about when the Warriors played Sacramento or when they played OKC, one of the things I noticed was they just weren't athletic enough. They were not athletic enough to keep up with Sacramento and OKC during the regular season. And that brings me to my second point, because the regular season does matter when you're trying to develop guys. Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and even CP, right? And even Looney. They don't need development. They're already there. But the regular season is important to try to develop the younger guys for when you're going to need them, like a Christian Brown and like some of the other guys on Miami because they did contribute later on when it mattered the most, and that was because they got some minutes and they got a little extra longer leash during the regular season. And then I also want to put a rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Oh, wow.
I really need people to stop calling and saying how long they've been a fan or they are like season ticket holders. We don't care. It doesn't make you more of a fan than I am because you have season tickets. I can afford tickets too, but I just don't think it's a great buy because where I live and traveling back and forth to San Francisco from Brentwood and all that extra stuff. But like, we don't really need to hear that you're a season ticket holder. It doesn't make you a bigger fan than somebody else. So stop that. Just call, give your take, and go on about your
question. The
I
question,
love Anthony, but that's wrong.
Anthony,
hey.
you trading Kuminga for Miles Turner?
I would trade Kuminga for Miles Turner. I think Miles Turner can give us what we need right now.
Man.
And Kuminga, if we're saying that he's not ready, if he's not completely ready, and we want to win now, and we're in a win now window, yes, go get Miles Turner. He can play the 5.
Man.
He can play a big 4. He can shoot the 3, and he can bang.
Man. Good call, Anthony. Stoney, can I give you my...
Get off the YouTube text. I get it. That Kuminga makes 6, Turner makes more. So it'd be Kuminga and Peyton. So what?
I'm still pulling it. I'm saying go get it done. Go get her done.
Where's my thing on Miles Turner? A lot of red flags.
Oh, give it to me.
Oof.
How old?
27.
Okay. Don't skip. To this team, that's 17.
He's been hurt.
Okay. He'll fit in.
Missed 20 games last year. Missed 30 games the year before.
No, that's concerning.
Missed 18 and then 20.
Right. Oh, that's the how did he,
you know what else he doesn't do?
Not he stinks though.
You know what else he doesn't do?
Don't tell me rebounds, Stoney.
He doesn't rebound.
What's the career average?
Per 36 minutes, he doesn't even average 10 rebounds a game. If you can't get 10 rebounds in 36 minutes and you're 6'11".
Well, he
plays away from the basket.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Stoney, the new
Now
NBA.
he does block shots.
Yeah.
Funny how he can block shots.
But when he's down there, he's rough. It's one of those. We got to tell him to get down there. Can I give you and have my top 5 NBA coaches of all time?
First of all, that's random. You didn't bring it up in the pre-show meeting.
I'm bringing it up now.
And the bottom line is I'm looking at Miles Turner, and he's becoming more and more of a three-point shooter.
Yeah. Number 4.
I get that.
So it sounds to me like you
Number
are
3.
thinking of the different. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Not even
and
Miles
I
Turner.
know this wasn't on the docket, but the reason
sure.
I'm bringing this up is a compliment to our coach here in the Bay. My top 5 coaches of all time, no particular order. Pat Riley, Chuck Daly, Pop, Phil, and Steve Kerr. So that's how highly I think of Steve Kerr. But what I've now...
here we go.
But what
he had to do that because he can't just criticize Steve Kerr.
No, please stop.
He can't. You can't.
Dude,
You were
stop.
just so...
No, I like telling you where I'm at. Yeah. So you can't say, oh, he's a one-trick pony in his haterade.
Tiptoe.
No, there ain't
Tiptoe.
There's no reason to tiptoe.
Mr. Ballet.
I got Coach Kerr on my top 5.
What a segue.
Oh, my God. Hey,
You
but
don't
I'm
even-
dumbfounded
you know
that
what?
now there's a stipulation with Coach Kerr. The organization
go.
keeps drafting puppies that are not going to get to be able to bark. So I don't understand it. If it's win now, why are you giving this guy, or why are you giving him all this youth that you're not going to use?
They drafted a 24-year-old.
Okay, that's one out of the last umpteen of them. Okay, 2 that are not here that bothers me. And Kuminga that may not be here. My point is, Stoney, I never knew it was to the point to where, hey, Coach Kerr, great coach. I can acknowledge that. If you're young, you ain't getting on the floor. Like, Stoney, it shouldn't be that way. There's got to be a middle ground.
No, there does. Not for a champion. Middle ground is for middle ground teams. Like, I can't believe we're still having the same argument about should we have played the young guys more. As Jesse Jackson would say, the point is moot. Point is moot.
When did he say that?
On Saturday Night Live. And there's enough, like, you know why the young guys didn't play? Because of the veterans also. It wasn't just Steve Kerr.
Now, Kuminga was playing when your boy Wiggins was gone.
It's because he had to. And even then, he didn't want. Kerr didn't want to. He wanted to play. Lamb.
Oh man.
Don's in San Jose. Hey Don, how you doing, man?
Hey, good guys. Hey, just real quick, I think this Jackson kid, Jackson Davis, Trace Jackson Davis, is going to be a good deal for the Warriors because the Warriors seem to do pretty good with second-generational NBA players. What's it? Curry, Thompson, the Mitten, and now this guy. So that's out in the dark, but
don't forget Wiggins.
I go for it, and that's true, Wiggins. Yes, absolutely. And the last thing, and Guru, I'm still lobbying for you for the Hall of Fame at Logan, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Have a good day, guys. Thanks.
Anything I can do to help?
Like,
and why'd you snore?
Well, I like when people end their calls with a zinger.
Now I'm thinking, how close am I?
Not close.
Evan, boy.
Well, you'd first have to name some of the notables from James Logan so then we can actually figure out how close.
Peter Lawrence got drafted by the Texas Rangers. Darrell Bird played for the Raiders, recovered a block punt in the Super Bowl, 82 Super Bowl against the Washington Redskins. Darren Lewis, a friend of mine, played center field for the San Francisco Giants and Oakland A's. Eddie House, NBA champion. Roy Williams, 2 contracts.
He's a role player.
Roy Williams, safety that hit you harder than anybody ever.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like you're in the top 5 at all.
Well, you don't got to be.
Yeah, you might not be first ballot, but
hey, are you trading Kuminga for Miles Turner?
Veterans Committee.
Put him on the spot.
What? Am I trading Kuminga for Miles Turner?
I'm listening.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Wow.
But Mike Dunleavy might.
Now that was my follow-up.
Guru, you have no chance. That's from Ernie Chavez. Jason in Oakland. What's up, Jace?
What's going on? What's going on, Steiny? And this is what I want to ask you. I don't think Steve Kerr liked big men because he loved getting point guards. We were so stacked up with point guards it was pathetic. And this is my thing. I'm asking you, Steiny and Goo, do y'all think Steve Kerr don't like big man? We had Wiseman, and I believe Wiseman would have been a serviceable big man this year. Steve Kerr don't want no big man. And I just want you guys to kind of like dive in there a little bit because it seems like he don't like big men.
Well, here's the thing, and I think that's a good question. Think about who he's played with. So he played with Tim Duncan and David Robinson. Well, I don't know if he played with Robinson, but whatever. He played with maybe the greatest big man of all time. But then on the Bulls, he played with Luke Longley. Cartwright. So I think what Steve Kerr wants from his big man, assuming the big man isn't a superstar, you got to do the little things. You got to be able to pass. You got to rebound. You got to be smart. You got to play team defense. You got to rim protect. Kind of all those things that like a savvy veteran would do, not James Wiseman.
But Steiny, and to the caller's point, and that's our guy. I agree with him, but I don't think he doesn't like big men because Wiseman wouldn't have got drafted. And my whole line about turn the page, I would tell Steve Kerr, and I'm not saying he's doing it.
Maybe Kerr didn't want
Wiseman. If Steve Kerr is stuck in judging big men that he's coaching compared to the greats that he played with or against, that's a failure. That's an L for everybody, whoever the young big men are. I'm looking at you, and I'm telling Evan and anybody that will listen, James Wiseman, to me, is not a bust, okay? I'll leave that there. I don't know what Coach Kerr is looking for, but to say he doesn't like a big man, and I accuse Kyle of not liking the black quarterback, I had to be honest, and I thought about it, and I was wrong. And I'll never forget that. I didn't like that. But to his point, how can Coach, if he didn't like a big man, the organization wouldn't have drafted James.
They drafted the wrong guy. It's not that he doesn't like big men. He likes big men who are skilled. Not talented. Skilled. I mean, maybe Steve Kerr didn't want him.
Cousins was brought in. It was a couple years ago, but Cousins was brought in before he got hurt again.
Bogut played.
JaVale McGee. Bogut. Zaza.
What's the matter?
I just want Looney to be able to not be the biggest warrior out there. Like, what would Looney look like with another active big that was dominant? What would Dre? Because Dre got to be the five. You know, what if Dre were out there and he knew somebody was anchored down there that had bricks in the ass and would put dudes on their back? That's what I'm yearning for. And he kind of had that with Bogut. He had that with Zaza. He hadn't had it in a long while. And Steiny, not last year when you talk about GP games played for Draymond because he was there, that's got to wear him down.
Dane's in, oh, boy.
What we got? I'm good.
Give
it to him.
Hey, Dane.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What you got?
I'm going to check some email.
Hey, Guru, I work at Logan High School. I'm the one that puts pictures up.
I'm going to check my email.
You got a lot of guys in front of you.
Oh,
to let you know. There's at least probably about 30 pictures.
Hey, Dane, I know, Dane.
Wait a minute. Did he nominate himself?
No,
Dane?
No, I didn't. Go ahead, Dane.
No, I work at Logan High School.
Well, who would have nominated him in the first place?
No, I didn't get nominated.
Oh,
yeah.
No, he didn't get nominated. I'm just saying he's got a long.
No, I know. We got a rich history of the Blythes, the Moutons, Parkers, the Bassies, the Rellifords.
So,
yeah, I know I'm not in there.
Let me ask you a question because this is
thanks, Dane.
So, in theory, let's just say, in theory, Guru takes Shannon Sharp's job with Skip Bayless, and he goes on to be like, the biggest thing since Stephen A. Smith. He still wouldn't get in, right? Because it's all about what you did in high school, not after.
Yes, all about what you did in high school.
So it's over for him, essentially.
This is sports, though, Stoney.
So in other words,
great, man. You guys, I love listening to you guys.
So in other words, I need you to be clear. He can do no more to get into the Logan Sports Hall of Fame. It's over for him, right?
If he gets me a picture and hooks me up with some tickets, I can probably get it up on the wall.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dane, before we get off of it, but Stoney, that ain't how I'd get in. I'd get in.
You wouldn't get in.
But it wouldn't be sports.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get in. So we shouldn't even.
No, I've had some people.
Even.
Stoney,
No, but let's not even.
I can't tell you everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But the sports is done.
Sounds like Dane's for sale.
Dude, Dane.
For sale.
What would boy Dane trying to get the ticket?
You know what? I'll tell you what. And
I can't get into I wouldn't accept it.
All right, let's have a real conversation.
Well, what about the Logan famous Hall of Fame or people that went on to I might have a chance. Mary Diaz.
Oh, so that would be like getting on Wikipedia or something. Like it says Logan High School, and then it would be like, Billy Mouton and
or if we
Kelly
did,
White Carter.
No, what do we call it? The media. Your guys and gals that went on from Logan to be in the media. I think I would make a roster.
Like some alumni networks have politicians or finance people that have created stuff. They didn't do anything in high school.
Where's that list?
I'm trying to get it started.
Alum.
Hey, Evan.
So
you laughing a little too much.
Get this. So,
dude.
So this is. I shouldn't do this.
But you did it with Dane.
Steiny, you're in your Hall of Fame, so it must be easy to get into.
What an ass.
I mean, go ahead and take your one-liners. Will Ammett, 6.34
I thought Dane was going to hook me
ERA.
up, push me in front of the line. Dane was like, no.
So my brother, my older brother. Now,
oh, man. He was jealous of you.
And he's weird. So he plays high school basketball, and he was just okay. He was average. So he's not going to get into his high school's Hall of Fame.
Right.
But after high school, he starts playing tennis, right? And now he's older than me, so he plays like senior tennis.
Gotcha.
And he's ranked and stuff down in Florida because he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He takes it very seriously.
I think you're going to tell me.
I think you know what I'm going to tell you. He came up to me last time I saw him.
Dad!
He goes,
no!
He goes, hey, I have a question for you. I said, what? He goes, I think I should be in the Muhlenberg Hall of Fame.
Oh, boy!
I'm like,
what did you tell him?
I said, what are you talking about? He goes,
it's over.
He goes, how many guys from Muhlenberg are number 4 in men's senior tennis in the most competitive tennis state?
Dude.
And I swear to God, I'm like,
I feel bad for him. Like, dude, that ship is sailed.
I felt sorry for him,
Nothing
too.
you're doing goes back.
I was like, Bob.
Oh, man.
He's like, what? I'm like, Bob, it's
a wrap. It's been a wrap. He's really thinking about it like
Bob,
me, though.
It's about what you did in high school.
He
He said, no, it shouldn't be like that. I'm like, well.
Of course it's. Oh, I got a friend. I need to work with that Steinmetz. Hey,
I said,
boy.
I told him, I said, Bob,
it's over, Bob.
I said, something's wrong with you. Seriously.
Oh, man.
Like, he couldn't. Man, if he heard this, he'd be so pissed. He couldn't process
I'll send it to him.
Oh, man.
Anyway.
I thought Dane was going to get me to the front of the line. That's on me. It's just, yeah, but we got a rich tradition. I just named like 10 dudes. Kelly White.
Yep, I covered her in high
Chris
school.
Scott. Played at Loyola Marymount.
All right. Hey, San Jose Jazz fan. I mean, it's my brother. What do you want me to do?
That is, I love what he's saying, but dude, hell nah. It's over.
I know. He doesn't.
He's like me.
Every time I see him, he's like, I swear to like,
but he ain't giving up. That's why I love him, though. He's still playing.
He still is like,
because he left some chicken on the bone in his career.
Exactly.
Like me. That's what it's about.
I could have.
Yeah, that's me.
I could have played at Franklin and Marshall.
Yeah,
why didn't you go there then? Well, I could.
I gotta meet my man. Oh boy.
Well, but is that like Steiny, you saying, I could have gone and played Division One, but I just chose not to.
That would like me saying that to a Division One player.
You saying that to Bob Myers?
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say that. No, and I don't. No, and the difference is I know I could have played.
But
D1.
he really meant.
He could have never played
in
D3.
with Mildenberg.
Dude, it was unbelievable. I shouldn't even tell you this, but my mom and I just.
Oh, Mary.
We laughed
together
about that.
Well,
like he had something like he played.
Stephen Abbas, Olympic silver medalist wrestling, James Logan.
So after he graduated from high school, he went to Penn. He got cut from their team.
Oh, that's what this stems.
Freshmen couldn't play varsity, so all the freshmen had to be on the freshman
I never
team.
understood that.
Yeah, they
in
changed
college.
It. But then he played lightweight football, 160 pounds or less.
Yeah,
and he
I never
was like,
heard
well,
of that.
I also played lightweight football at Penn. I'm like, dude,
he's my type of guy. Like man.
All right.
Whoa.
888-957-9570. You too can rip your brother on Bay Area radio. Rake him over the coals.
I can't do mine because mine should have been in the pro. Rodney Lofton. No.
Uh-oh.
Who laughed out there?
Sad story. Is it a
No, he didn't get drafted.
sad ending?
We had a draft party. He didn't get drafted.
That's Evan laughing. That's not
Dude,
me laughing.
I'm starting to bother me. Like, damn.
All right, on the other side, the sad tale of Guru's brother. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. tennis.
Well, I didn't know you played junior tennis.
Oh, yeah. I played 3 summers.
How'd it go?
I was 1-8.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You good?
I hope I still got a job.
What's the thing about... wait, what are you talking about with...
Dude, 1-8? You stink.
Ryan Coogler? First of all, who's he?
Come on.
Don't do that. You have absolutely seen multiple of his movies. Ryan Coogler's a world famous director. Fruitvale Station.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's what
Can
I
I
thought.
interest you in Creed?
The first one.
Yep.
Nope.
The best one.
Didn't watch that.
Well, tell him your point, Evan.
The point is that Ryan Coogler in high school was a good athlete, not a Hall of Fame caliber high school athlete.
Okay.
But now he is in the St. Mary's College High School Hall of Fame because of his achievements after his high school career.
Right.
Well, that's
just
and
like
some would say
Johnson.
me working with
That's
you
not
is an
you.
achievement on the radio. My boy Landis and his son Caleb driving around right now listening to you and I go back and forth. Hello. And it's a big deal for some. Hard on us, you know. You get on my nerves, I get on yours. But
this isn't enough to get you in.
10-2, we've been holding it down for some years.
Dude, nobody knows us outside of Petaluma.
You're on KTVU. I'm on KPIX.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like Coogler might have been a better athlete than you, and certainly he's more well-known than you.
He ain't still playing.
See,
I'm like your brother.
See, to me,
and one.
Having heard about your high school career, you have to end up as famous as Coogler to get in because.
That's what so you going Jamie Foxx? I'd have to be to that level for the high school to say, "Come on in."
Yeah, exactly.
He's got the hair.
Yeah, no paint.
I don't.
Yep. Shout out Caleb. They're listening. Say hello, Caleb. My
And
nephew.
Let's be
Say
honest.
hello to Caleb.
Who's Caleb?
My nephew that's listening with my friend Landis Creighton right now
And
in the car.
Here's the other thing.
Are you going to say hello to Caleb?
Caleb, what's up? Caleb and Landis.
Listen to your brother's story.
So, never mind.
I want to hear it, Sonny. You got me going. Come on.
Well, did you? I mean, so somebody who's had a
People have
successful
reached out.
career.
Yes.
But
In
have
the
you?
media.
I know, but have you had a successful career? I mean,
We're on the radio.
Well, you won a contest, really.
Which makes it,
It's
man.
That might take you out of the running.
Now, I see what you're doing. You look at your own portfolio as this is a downer, and I'm looking at it as like it's a plus. That's what it is. It's I love you, buddy.
Yeah, Guru's the American dream.
Man. To get to you,
Guru didn't work hard enough for.
Please.
Actually, that's,
I deserve hazard pay.
That's
Dealing
I'm
with
gonna
you
take.
5
I'm
days
gonna
a
take
week?
that back because Guru does work hard.
Well, dealing with you is a whole nother job.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But it's what
I'm
talking
about when you were a salesman.
Oh boy, which time,
dude? How? Nobody sets you up like I do,
dude. Well, you throw it off the glass. Like, wait, I will say this. Bob Myers goes, "Goo." Remember, I was talking about negotiations. It don't work that way where you get a number, you go back. But I should have said, and what that stemmed from, Steiny, was my mortgage days. Guru, get that 7.25 interest rate out my face. You tell your boss you get it to 5.5 and call me. So we would go get it to eat up all my commission. We would get it to from 7 to 5. And then I'll call him back. Hey, I got good news, Mr. Steinmetz. Yada, yada. But it don't work like that in the big leagues with these contracts. You follow me?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
No doubt. No, Goo. People think I'm serious.
Well, I think you are.
About what?
Me in the Hall of Fame. I'm in it.
No, you're not.
I put my city on the map. I'm one of them. The Yoon, you knew nothing about that place.
Chaplains.
If they say, Guru, you did nothing but put our city
Bottom
on the
line
map.
is,
Chaplain.
they didn't
Shout out
know
Alfred.
you at Chaplains.
That's the biggest
nor
L you took.
The Hofbrau.
Please. Now, the Hofbrau, they might not have known me. Alfred called the show to say the guy you thought you were talking to, you weren't talking to.
That happens a lot.
That's my boy from Taxi. Jim. That's a Jim moment.
What do we got coming up? We got Krugs today instead of Willard?
Krug's and Dibs.
Oh, Willard.
And you about to golf. You're getting excited. So you're still active like your brother, but yours comes via golf. Mine's via hoop. So we're still active.
Yeah. And
so my clock hasn't started for the Hall of Fame until you retire like your brother. So we still got time.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So it's Larry Krueger and Dibs. Gotcha. Guru's right about that. Guru has helped put Union City on the map.
Oh, no doubt. The Yunes, Donnie.
Whenever I pass by Union City to go to Fremont.
There you Freakmont.
That's what we call Guru. Oh, well, it's Otis Bird.
That's our guy.
He's nice to everybody.
He really can do his own pod. He could take over Radio Wars. That's how versed he is in the radio scene.
You know what? There was something I was going to bring up, and I'm going to tell Evan now I didn't bring it up. Because I bring it up to Evan. This is before the show.
So I'm not
I said,
here.
dude, this guy is unbelievable. This guy. And then here comes Guru coming in. And I said, yeah, this guy's on. Oh, Steiny, he's unbelievable. He's He's my Babe Ruth. Well, it's like, okay. Go ahead, tell everybody how great. Everybody how great Ohtani is,
dude. I still think the Giants are going to be a major player for him. Steiny, it is incredible. Before last night, he hit a home run that I showed Evan before the two last night, and just the stellar pitching. I got to be careful here. I want more Ohtanis. And I don't understand why we're not getting them here in the States. And I'm wondering what type of is he starting that to where baseball coaches are going to say to hell with analytics, college coaches, Steiny, you want to do both? You might stink at both. We're going to give you a chance. What Ohtani is doing is incredible. And outside, here we go. This is my only comp for Ohtani. One, Deion Sanders, who was the best cornerback to ever do it, cover corner, one of them, and could also play offense. Give me another comp for Ohtani, and I'll wait. I got Ohtani. I got Deion Sanders. Excuse me, Bo Jackson.
What about Michael Jordan?
He stunk at baseball.
I'm talking about he was the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year in basketball.
Okay, now I love Mike. Want to be like Mike. I don't look at offense and defense in the game of basketball as different as I do.
Yeah, I know. Okay. You could just stop right there. You could have stopped there. I don't look at defense.
Pitching
period.
And hitting. Those are unicorns. Bo Jackson and Deion are unicorns. Herschel Walker was great, Steiny. Didn't play D.
Jim Thorpe.
Wow. Talk to me, Steiny. Ohtani's incredible. The
big cat Ernie Ladd. One of the greatest defensive linemen in football history, and then he went into all-star wrestling. The big cat.
It's Andres Galarraga, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
My guy.
Babe Ruth. I'm like, man, we went into the boss. Like it didn't get him, but it hit me. Ohtani is incredible. And what if the Dodgers are waiting? He's just waiting to be a Dodger.
You
brought it up.
No, I know. I just wanted. Are we out here 42?
I'm a Dodger fan.
Somebody.
But you should know when we do this every day.
Somebody passed the bad news along to Dibs. At 2:00 today, I got a doctor appointment. Crossover coming up now. I got 20 seconds. Let's see. Brian Jordan.
But he didn't reach the heights that they did.
Jim Brown, lacrosse and football. It's two different sports.
Yeah, but he quit football to go be with the lovely.
We got to go. Hey, we got to go. Crossover's next, I think. The hell with the kids.
Steiny, I'm yours, bud.
No.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org today. What's up, Larry Kruger and Dan Dibley in the house?
Yep. Tell them the boss just came in and we got an emergency meeting. I don't know if we're in trouble at 2, so we're out of here at 2.
Steiny's got a collared shirt going today. Might get the wrong mic. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Collared shirt today. Look at that.
Under the sweatshirt.
Feel a little underdressed.
Well, you should.
Let me throw this at you, Larry and Dibs, because I know where Steiny's at. I came in today and he hit me with this. I am so fascinated by what Ohtani is doing and how skilled he is at both, but the most unique athlete you've ever seen. Let me just give you my two. Deion and Bo Jackson. Both were pro, could play 2 sports. That's incredible at the pro level. Am I missing anybody?
Yeah, Danny Ainge.
Well, he did do.
John Elway. I mean, let's not be disrespectful here.
I'll go.
He never had a major league at bat. He was a bad dude, Elway.
Yeah.
I'll go. I mean, I couldn't believe this because it's before my time, and I saw it in an ESPN 30 for 30. But do you guys realize that Hawk Harrelson? You know who Hawk Harrelson is? Hawk Harrelson, who's
what do you got?
Good guys. And he's the biggest homer announcer. He's had this great career. But he was a player before that, Major League Baseball player. He made the cut at the 73 British Open.
I've never
that I didn't know.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Hawk Harrelson is an incredible, and he may be the athlete next to Steph Curry that's probably got the best hand-eye coordination.
Well, didn't John Brody play on the senior tour?
I think so,
I think so.
And also Mark Rippon, I believe, the former quarterback of the Washington.
Wasn't Rick Roden was like a really good
Pirate.
Still good,
Pirate.
and he'll be in the mix at the Accenture
he's still
celebrity
going.
coming up. Yeah. And Tony Romo is wannabe on that level, but he never could quite crack final qualifying for the U.S. Open. The other one is Dave Winfield.
That's great.
Only athlete drafted into all 3 pro leagues. All 3.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I've got to go with your one though, Bo. I mean, come on. Bo Jackson.
That's incredible.
Come on. I mean, Deion played both, but Bo wasn't.
Deion played both at the same time. He would fly from one stadium to the other.
But
I mean,
Deion, as a baseball player, was just kind of. Bo wasn't.
Deion was a 300 hitter.
But Bo was an
The home
all-star.
run off
and Bo was
Russell
an
in the
all-pro.
All-Star game and the catch in center field like a cat running up the wall, Dibs. But Deion was bad, too.
Deion was a real threat. And if he would have committed to baseball, if he would have tried to go the Bo route, he would have been as good of a baseball player as Bo, I believe.
He was a Giant and a Niner.
Dude, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
How many guys can say that?
He was a Brave and a Red, right?
And a Falcon.
And a Falcon, yeah, no doubt. Prime time.
It almost gets me thinking I wish I could see Ricky Henderson. I heard he played football in high school, but what would his career look like if he got the ball?
Yeah.
His second best sport is probably shaking dice. For those of us at the Montclair Country Club, he will throw the ivories every now and again. I've seen it,
and he speaks in third person.
The best,
but he has the right to.
Yeah,
no, but if you ever see him in or around or about town in Oakland, it's like he is your neighbor, your buddy. He's the absolute best.
That's dope.
He does not put on any air of today I am the greatest of all time.
He's awesome.
And you'll catch him at a Warrior game.
You'll catch him all kinds of places, Goo. I'm telling you.
You can catch him at Ricky's in San Leandro.
The reopened.
Yeah. But he was there always there.
Are you going to trade Kuminga?
No.
He was trying to trade Clay yesterday.
Trading Kuminga, mistake. Absolutely a huge mistake.
Not even for Miles Turner?
Miles Turner?
Well, that doesn't work. That wouldn't work.
No, it'd be him and Peyton. Kuminga and Peyton for Miles Turner.
What if he's unhappy, Larry, with his playing time, Kuminga?
So what? Who cares?
But
he's young.
Guru likes to cater to these youngsters.
I do too, but I
come on,
I hate that
trading
word.
Kuminga is you're going to regret it. You're just going to regret it. It's like,
Guru
too
doesn't
much.
get it.
I do get it.
Nah,
you got to hit him with a "Don't you get it?"
Yeah, that's
a classic
one of his
Steiny. Yeah,
but Larry, I was just telling
annoying.
Steiny and Dibs, who this is not Jordan Poole. You're going to suffer when you play these youngsters, but the point is, it's going to be greater later, or supposed to. And what was around IQ wise, Jonathan Kuminga, he had about 2 or 3 good months. I remember him, and I was like, okay, forget Fitz. I'm listening to the national telecast, the other team's telecast. Everybody was excited about Kuminga. And for whatever reason, I'm not saying he was perfect, Larry, the rug was snatched right out from underneath him. My question is why? Then you look at Moody, who we thought couldn't play. He ended up being on the floor against the Lakers. And I sit back and scratch my head and say, damn, what if Kerr would have just kind of somehow, not given them a scholarship, empowered them? Hey, we might go on a losing streak. We might lose 3 or 5 dibs. But when it's go time, because we're going to be a part of the playoffs, these guys will be seasoned. That never happened.
Well, they tried to do that with Wiseman. They started 3-7, and they realized this is not 18-2. This is 3-7, and I guarantee you, the veterans. Hey, Steve, it's the vets. Do me a favor. Put this guy on ice. We can't win with him. Can't do it. And so from then on, thank you. I'll give myself a 4.
Yeah.
And from then on, it's like, okay, Wiseman, you're largely unplayable. Kuminga was good, and then he wasn't, and then in the playoffs, all right, JK, now's your time. And he lost confidence, or they lost confidence in him, whatever it was. And even Moses Moody, we had Kerr on, and Kerr said, yeah, there was a stretch there in the middle of the year where Moses kind of lost his way. And you have to earn minutes. Shout out Smith Barney. You have to earn it.
Well, I think we should learn from it, though, don't you think? I mean, so there was a point in the year where Moody was unplayable, and then when push came to shove playoff time, he suddenly was playable. So these guys can evolve from, they fall in and out of the rotation, especially as 19, 20-year-olds. I think if you're, Kuminga's approaching the prime. I'd rather, this team, Curry's going to be hurt. Green's going to be hurt. Thompson's going to be hurt. GP2's going to be hurt. They're all going to be hurt at some point. This is a marathon. You got to have somebody who can actually be healthy. And Kuminga and Moody are going to be healthy. So I would keep Kuminga.
The biggest issue replacing Poole is not the points, it's the minutes, in my opinion.
Okay.
The points will come. The minutes are going to be tough to replace because the dude played all 82.
He did.
And he played about 30 a night. And that's going to be tough to replace because I'm not thinking that they're all going to get hurt like Larry is. But
why wouldn't they all get hurt?
Well, they didn't all get hurt last year. Clay didn't get hurt.
I mean,
all finished the playoffs.
He got load managed.
Okay, but I mean, they're all
Dre
older.
didn't get hurt. Yeah.
They're all older players. Older players typically get hurt. I mean, I'm not sentencing them. I'm just saying you play the odds, right? They're likely to be hurt at some point. And you got to have 3 or 4 guys that you can run out there every night. I think Kuminga's one of them.
Yeah, and some of these vet mins are going to be the other ones. And we're going to do a little game with the listeners today. Vet min props. I got 5 props on veteran. I want to throw them out to you because you love a game.
Give it to it.
These are all yes and no.
We're
going to go lightning round. These are yes no props, and we're going to throw these out to the listeners. We're actually going to make a prize contest out of it. It's 5 questions, and they're all yes, no.
All right.
Larry, you can play along later if you wouldn't mind sheathing your answers for now.
All right.
Question 1. Do they get a player 6'9" or taller?
Yes.
No.
Question number 2. Do they get a Curry? And by a Curry, I mean Damian Lee, Seth Curry, and Austin Rivers.
No.
Yes.
Austin Rivers' sister is married to Seth.
No doubt.
It's going to be him, too.
He counts as a Curry. Do they get a former Warriors? And on my list, I have JTA, Damian Lee, JaVale, OPJ, Ish Smith made the list, Boogie, Jerome, Lamb. Do they get a former Warriors in the vet men?
Wow.
Yes.
Goo?
I'm going to say yes.
Question 4. Do they get a player 34 years old or older as a vet man?
I'm saying no.
Yes.
I like it, Steiny. I was thinking about Robin Lopez, not the good Lopez, the other Lopez.
The crazy one.
Number 5, and this one may get workshopped. I scrambled because I asked Lucas for help. He offered nothing.
Wow.
Do they get a foreign-born vet min? Thank you.
No.
All right, and the other bonus one, which Lucas was pitching earlier, do they get a former Chris Paul teammate as a vet min? That's probably a better one.
Lucas doesn't get it.
No, he actually does, but it's hard to get him to give.
I'm going to say no.
They don't get a former Chris. There's been a lot of former Chris Paul teammates. So.
Right.
That's true.
That's a good thing.
Anyway, that's Vetman props coming up here at about 4:15.
How excited are all 3 of you, Steiny, I know,
Thank you.
for the golf tournament with Clay and Steph and Mahomes and Kelsey?
I'm fired up. I love
So you'll
it.
be in front of the tube?
Yeah, I know. I'll tape it and watch it later because
No, but
it's
that's it.
you
You
know.
watched it.
But I will watch it because it's I don't know. To me, that's fun.
I'm
It's a lot of
actually
fun.
interested to see Clay.
Yeah, I'm totally.
I knew he kind of played, but he says what is he, more than a 10?
Well, I looked at the numbers yesterday, and I'm calling bull on it. They got him as an 11.
You think he's better?
No.
Oh, Clay.
Oh, okay.
Again, like Steph Curry is a 0.1, which means he's expecting to shoot par 72 every time out. Steph Curry, I've seen him play on TV and in person. He's that good. I've seen Klay Thompson swing a golf club, and unless you're scoring in a creative fashion, there's no way he's an 11. He's probably closer to an 18.
Which duo's looser?
Oh, it's Steph and Klay.
I don't know. Kelsey's kind of wild, man.
That's where I was like, man, he could really be wild, but Clay can too.
See, that's what I love about this thing. When you get guys who are loose and fun. I mean,
So it ain't the golf.
Well, they're
going to
be with,
no, not at all.
it ain't
with
the golf for
Draymond
Larry.
there, too.
What?
Is he
Draymond
going?
was in Portland.
What do you mean he's there?
Well, I thought Draymond's doing the sidelines for this.
Oh, is he?
wow.
Okay.
That would be
I didn't
awesome.
know that.
Am I losing my mind, Evan?
I mean,
Now that would be.
Isn't
fun.
Draymond Green going to be
Yeah.
part of the
That-
telecast tomorrow?
Yes, yeah, he's supposed to be the
Wow.
essentially
Oh,
the sideline reporter.
I
That's
didn't
going to
know
be
that.
good.
is
That's
he going to be
good
wearing
stuff.
King's gear, Evan?
Look at that's a 4. That's a
TBD.
late 4, Dibs.
Is it now? You guys reported he's in Portland today. Is that what I
I did
heard?
not report that.
Okay, I had heard
So
that
what,
he was
man?
up visiting Dame in Portland or
Oh,
Dream
really?
scenario.
maybe that was a
Well,
Green.
Dame said his
Yeah.
dream scenario is to be with to play with Green.
Okay.
Who's your guys' dream minimum? If they could get one guy that you're just like, you know what, even if it's not realistic, give me a dream minimum.
Mason Plumlee.
That's realistic.
Yep.
Cool.
That would be mine.
You guys are in lockstep on Mason
That
Plumlee.
Mason Plumlee would be mine, and that
All right,
would be the size.
never mind. Let me come up with somebody.
He doesn't want to be in
Fight
lockstep
for
with
my
you.
life, Larry. Yeah,
How about is Lonnie Walker a free agent? He might be.
they ain't
Yeah,
letting
I
him
think
go,
so.
Steiny.
Well, he's a warrior killer. That's why. No, it would be Plumlee. I like Plumlee.
You think he's the best Plumlee?
Yes. Yes.
This
Unless I
is
get
the,
it
this is
mixed
the
up.
blonde Plumlee, right? This is the blonde.
This is the guy who shoots right and left. I see he
Gotcha.
changed his. We got to go see the boss.
But tomorrow we got to talk about Kirk.
I just
Cousins
came from there.
and Kyle.
What's that?
The Kirk Cousins and Kyle. Yeah, Florio's coming.
Let's do it.
We talked about it
Florio,
yesterday.
the
It was
outsider.
immediately debunked. Well, Larry had an interesting scenario in terms of the only way it happens is if Brock regresses,
Oh, it's all
Trey
bad.
stinks,
Okay.
and Sam Darnold sees ghosts. If all three happen,
That's a lot to happen. Yeah.
and then your boy Shanahan goes 6-11, and all of a sudden his seat
Oh,
gets
my
warmer.
gosh.
It's like the fire alarm. You know, if you got to pull the fire alarm, it's Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Dibs and Kruger next.
You like that? You like that?
You stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, Larry, my man? We've got a second day together, and before I get a couple days of JD, Mark Willard is off, and man, so much going on, so much to get into. But I wanted to start with a little bit of that Warriors chatter as we get closer to the beginning of free agency. Now 49 hours away. All the Draymond Green rumors continuing to swirl. He and Dame maybe getting together. Sacramento still hot and heavy. Are you still feeling confident, 99% certain that Draymond's going to be a Warriors?
Oh, I mean, it will be a absolute nightmare situation if he bolts. There, it's a 5-alarm fire. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
I mean-
beyond a 5-alarm fire because you signed Chris Paul in order to make a run with your veteran core, and you got rid of Jordan Poole for whatever you think about Jordan Poole, and I've never been that high on Jordan Poole in terms of the fit here, but you got rid of Jordan Poole thinking you were going to run it back with Draymond and Chris Paul and whatever veterans you add, and we'll get into that list as we go. So if Draymond's out the door, That's a disaster.
That's a disaster. And immediately you're like, oh my God, they miss Bob Myers' communication skills. Because you know what I mean? That's what this is about at this point, right? If there's something unforeseen happening, I mean, the only thing I could picture that would interrupt this is if Vivek just was like, we are taking Draymond away, and we don't care about the price, we don't care about value, we don't care about our cap, we just want Draymond. And, it wouldn't be the dumbest move for Sacramento because Draymond's a culture guy, and they're trying to establish a culture, but no, come on. If he's not back, I think it's all of a sudden nightmare situation.
Well, and Sacramento doesn't have as much room as you think in terms of let's give him 35 or 40 million because they do want to keep Domas Sabonis, and they've got a question about Harrison Barnes, whether or not he'll return. They have other pieces that they need to add, so Sacramento can't go completely off the reservation in terms of giving him $40 million a year just to try to spite the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, but he is exactly what they need to kind of break through and go from nice little story, improving team to Western Conference, title contenders. So, I mean, they need Draymond. It's just a matter of will they give him, and, what's the most they can offer? $35 million or something like that?
Probably, in terms of still being able to keep their own guys. And it just depends on, what they want to do with their roster in terms of the cap space. And the other piece of it is if the Warriors keep Draymond Green, whatever the price is, that's going to go into the future of Klay Thompson. Let's say Draymond signs for $3 and $100, as Bobby Marks, who joined us yesterday from ESPN, the great front office guru, you may asked him to guess, and he said, don't quote me on it, but he said $3 and $100. So let's just take Bobby at his word. And
let's quote him.
And let's just say it's 33.3 in equal doses over 3 years. Well, next year, 33.3, you want to make sure you're underneath that level 2 apron, as we're all learning with this new CBA. So you get rid of Chris Paul, but what does that mean for Klay Thompson in terms of how much can you give Klay Thompson? Because the Warriors absolutely want to avoid being in that second level apron, because then if you're up in that realm, you lose your mid-level. And the Warriors are going to need to add a mid-level next year to offset the loss of Chris Paul, assuming that he's gone.
Yeah. No, I mean, Green has to come back. That's where it starts, right? It starts with Green coming back, and I gotta think that after the Poole trade was made, that I really believe he leveraged that with Kerr's help, and I think there's I'd be absolutely shocked, and I would be really, really concerned about where it's all going if he's not coming back.
And if he's not coming back, then you're absolutely right. It's a level 5 disaster. It's a 5-alarm fire. But if you're Draymond Green between now and Friday, assuming that pen has not yet been put to paper, it makes fiscal sense for you to maybe court Damian Lillard, go to Sacramento and talk to Vivek and De'Aaron Fox, hang out with LeBron in Paris, and make it known that you are shopping yourself out there, and also you're represented by Clutch. So whatever Draymond is doing is only driving his price up now that Jordan Poole is out of the building.
And this is his only opportunity in his career thus far to actually be in this spot, right, where he's being courted, he's a free agent. He's listening to what other teams have to say to him and what they're offering. And yeah, I mean, I think he owes it to himself to find out. Now, this idea that he needs every single dollar and this and that, I mean, come on. I mean, how much money do you need to be happy? He's already set. He's got a whole nother burgeoning career waiting for him. So to me, it's not about dollars. And the dollars are part of the equation, but it shouldn't be about the dollars. It should be about fit, and it should be about, if you're really all in on winning, it should be about winning. Do you think you got a better chance to win a title in Sacramento? You think you got a better chance to win a title in Detroit? Probably not. Maybe I guess you could argue LA versus the Warriors, but I would say, I think we as a society, sports fans, we hold guys who play for one team in a different kind of special category.
Absolutely.
And I think he's aware of that. So, why not try to go to the finish line with the Warriors?
I want to pick your brain on that coming up in terms of exactly what that means for guys like Kobe and Derek Jeter, but more particularly for Steph, Clay, and Dre. If the three of them do come in and ride out together, maybe not at the exact same time, but if they all retire as Warriors, what does that do in terms of their pantheon? We had Bobby Marks on yesterday, former GM. He's the ESPN front office insider, and he was talking about Draymond Green and what his market is.
I can't see how they can let him walk. And I know there's probably a price point, but you lose. Let's just say you lose him for nothing. It's not like all of a sudden you got a $30 million slot to go sign a player here. You are still $12 million over the luxury tax. You got the veteran minimum exception. You're going to lose DiVincenzo likely here. What are your options here? Especially, hey, if Steph would have had a year left on his contract, I'd say, you know what, maybe this is the end, and you just start looking for. But when Steph Curry has 3 years left on his contract, you do everything in your power to put the best players around him. And I think, if it's Draymond, you're going to have to probably pay a little bit because there is a market for him.
And the market seems to be hotter than the Warriors would have liked in terms of Draymond Green's market, and his average annual value that they would like to pay is probably not going to be what they end up paying.
And all you need to do to understand the situation is watch one Warrior game and watch the way that Steph and Clay play off of each other, and that's his leverage. That's his beyond opting out, beyond everything. It's that the fulcrum of your team is Steph Curry, and there's already been kind of some whispers. Andre Iguodala actually said the quiet part out loud, basically saying, people have questioned have the Warriors every single year put the best around Steph and the 2 timeline thing. I think that, you want to make sure that you maximize this year and next year, right? Because if Steph's got 3 years on the contract, I would say the odds of him winning a title go down each and every year, right? Because he's getting older. So, he's further and further away from his prime, but he still looked really, really good this year. And so I think it puts a lot of pressure on this season for them to get it back and get in that finals again. And maybe that's one of the major things that led to the Paul trade.
Without a doubt, because Chris Paul, I think this year can be more helpful in a 1-year look than Jordan Poole could be, especially considering all of the things that have gone on here in Golden State and the fracture that happened in October and didn't get fixed by the time you got to May and you got ousted. And I don't know if it could have gotten fixed. As much as the Warriors have said it's fixable, they're telling you by their actions that it wasn't fixable, which is why you moved off of Jordan Poole to bring in Chris Paul. More from Bobby Marks, who actually pinpointed where he thought the contract would land.
I think the end number, so you opt out at 27.6. You don't leave that on the table. I'm going to say 3 for 100. That's the number. Don't quote me on it. But I think that's kind of what you're looking at as far as with Draymond, as far as this is his last big bite of the apple, and that there are suitors out there besides Golden State.
And as I told you, unfortunately, Bobby, we do quote you on that, and it doesn't mean that we're going to rip you if you're wrong, but 3 and 100, I did agree with him when he said you don't leave 27.6 on the table. You leave the 27.6 on the table knowing you're getting more than 27.6 back from that table.
And it's funny, too, because this has to be the right number for everything to work, right? I think this number, if it's too low, then, Draymond, it's like, why'd you opt out if you're going to take 25 and take less, right? That was your argument. He's not going to take less than the 27.6 or whatever that he was owed. But then also, you don't want to take the most. You want to be able to at least duck in under another offer, because aren't the Warriors going to go right to, if you are the belief that Klay Thompson's going to be here long term, aren't they going to, they're going to have to redo Klay's deal. They're going to have to give him an extension, and they're not going to give him an extension for $44 million.
Right.
So he's going to have to probably take less. So if Draymond takes a little less, isn't that an easier conversation to have with Klay about taking less?
They're two different conversations, and I don't think that they are inextricably linked, because Klay already got paid handsomely to not play. And that is just the way that went, because they gave him a max after he tore the ACL. He limps out. He hits 2 free throws. That's the last we see of him. They lose to Toronto. He comes back and starts to rehab and blows his Achilles. So he's out 2 years, during which time they gave him the max, and he made max money to just get better. So now he's at the end of his max deal. He's not getting another max deal. Now, does he get $20 million a year to stay? Is it $30 million a year to stay? A lot of this depends on where the Draymond Green number comes, in my opinion, because, Larry, it is official. The NBA collective bargaining agreement has been signed. The NBA and the NBPA, the Players Association, announced today the final long-form version of the CBA collective bargaining agreement has been completed and signed. It takes effect July 1, 2023, and runs for 7 years. And as a part of that new CBA, it's very punitive for teams above that second-level apron inside the luxury tax. So if the Warriors can't get below the luxury tax threshold, which I'm sure they would love to do, but they're not going to be able to shed that much money and keep Klay Thompson. But at the very least, they have to get out of that second level so that they can get their mid-level exception back.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the value of that. Obviously, that's a huge thing because the mid-level exception's a really good player, and you can contend for
like $12 million, I think, this year, right?
I mean, you can get a really, really good contributing, part of your rotation with that mid-level exception. My whole thing with Klay is just headspace. Like, it's not about the number; it's about how he feels about the number.
Right.
That's more important. So I would want to know exactly where he's at, and if I'm going, into the future with Klay Thompson, if I'm going to the finish line, I guess some people assume that they're going to the finish line with all three guys. I don't think that's a safe assumption because I don't see avenues to get better. Really, that to me, it's a mistake to move Kuminga, and I don't think they're going to move Moody. So if you're going to get better, Klay's the only guy that you can move. But I understand that could upset Steph. That could upset their chemistry. But I need to know where Klay's head's at and what kind of number he's thinking about. And I don't know, Dibs. I personally just don't see the Warriors and Klay getting together on a price that's. I think the price that's good for the Warriors is going to be too low for Klay, and I think the price that Klay's got in his head is going to be too high for the Warriors. And I think that's what we call an impasse. And when you have an impasse like that, that's when you see a move.
And this is where you're going to have to really be delicate in terms of where all these numbers fall. Because let's just take the Chris Paul contract out after this year. Draymond's in at $33 million, so that's basically about what Jordan Poole was going to make. It's a little bit more, so you're at about $150 million next year without Klay Thompson. So where does that second-level apron start, and how much can you pay Klay Thompson in order to make him right? Because if you take Klay's year last year, 21.9 a game, he played 69 games, 33 minutes a night, and he led the league in three-point shots made. That's not a $20 million a year player. Now, it's not a $43 million a year player, but where is it in between those two numbers that he's happy with, and it keeps the Warriors from being in that second-level apron in the tax penalty?
What do you do if where you're willing to go is he's not going to be in the right headspace with that number? Then what?
It's a difficult conversation, but I think the way you approach it is you go to Klay right now when July 1st hits and free agency begins and Draymond signs his deal, and you say to Klay, have a year. Have another year like you did last year where he was shaky early on, then he was unbelievable, then he was okay, and then he was awful in the playoffs. He did not have a good series against the Lakers. If Klay has another good year where he's available, durable, and shoots the three at the same level he did last year, everything will take care of itself then, Klay.
We'll see. I see an impasse coming. Because I think the Warriors are going to want him at a lower dollar figure than he's going to want to be at. And can he accept that? And then the one thing I wouldn't want is I don't want a guy walking around going, I'm getting screwed. I mean, if he's in that headspace, that's not a good spot to be in. And that would make me move off of him. So I don't know. We'll that's going to be interesting to see what number they're both satisfied with. Can they get together? Can they close that gap? Because, I think he's looking back and I think they're looking forward. And And I mean, the other thing is, how do you get to be a title contender? Like, I like their team right now, but I don't love it. And there's a lot of ifs. And by adding a 38-year-old injured player in Paul, a guy who's had a lot of problems keeping his legs healthy, and then you're playing up tempo, and then he's a year older, and then he's going to be, and you're taking off the floor a core younger guy who logged huge minutes for you. I don't see Golden State. I like Golden State's some of the moves they've made, and I think their chemistry is better. But like, if they could cut the regular season in half, I think that would benefit them greatly.
Sure. Unfortunately, there'll be no strike as the CBA has been signed. There'll be no 50-game season. There'll be no 66-game season. They're playing the full 82. On the Comcast Business text line from the 650, what is the second level apron? Great question. This year, under the new CBA, it's a level above the luxury tax, and it's called the second apron. This year, that number is $179.5 million, which is $17 million over the luxury tax. So if you're at 179.5 this year, you are in that second level, and the Golden State Warriors are going to be over that number. You take Jordan Poole's 28.7 out, you add in Chris Paul's 30, you take Draymond's 27.6 out, and you add in, even if you leave Draymond at 27.6, even though I think that his number is going to be a little bit higher, you're already at $211 million. So you are over that threshold. Now, next year, the second apron will go up a little bit. The salary cap goes up. The luxury tax threshold goes up. So even if you put that second apron next year at $185 million, you're going to be hard-pressed to get under that number. Even by shedding Chris Paul, you're going to be looking at Klay Thompson making about $25 million to stay under that apron.
You know, and this is a problem around the league because there's 13 teams over the cap and 6 crossing the luxury tax at 165. So, I mean, you know, and the Warriors and Clippers are at the top of that list, I believe, as far as the big spenders. So, I mean, the CBA has gotten very punitive because they're trying to put a lag on teams like the Warriors. And it's working, and it's going to, and it will work. So you're going to see more of an emphasis on the financial side and keeping your financial books in order, which makes these conversations even more difficult because it's not like you can say, scrap it. We'll just give Klay what he wants. We'll just give Draymond what he wants. There's a penalty if a severe penalty. What'd you say, a 4-to-1 payment, basically?
Yeah, even 4.5, I think.
Yeah.
On the luxury tax. And the additional penalty of being in that second apron is you lose the ability to bring a guy in at the mid-level, which is a $12 million player. And a lot of fans are saying, just bring in Brook Lopez. He's the perfect fit. I think that he's closer to a mid-level exception guy making $12 million than he is somebody who's going to be vet min at about $2.2 million.
Oh, and who was it that signed today? People were talking about, get him on the as a minimum, and whoever it was today I saw signed got far over the minimum. So I mean, it's I saw some of the names people are floating out there for candidates to get the minimum. And
was it Vucevic who signed?
Some people threw out Vucevic. Yeah, now Vucevic on paper is exactly what the Golden State Warriors need. They need a big man who's got some experience, who knows how to play the game, who can absolutely stripe it from beyond the arc, and is a force. A guy you got to guard at the 3-point line. But
he got 3 and 60.
Yeah, so he got $20 million a year.
Correct.
So the idea that he was going to be on somebody's minimum list, I mean, it's just unrealistic. So I think people just need to kind of get a rough idea that
it's a recalibration sensation, is what it is.
Or it's going to take a very unique person with either willing to pass up. Big money, or has already made their money and is hell-bent on getting a title, or really badly wants to play for Kerr, or really badly wants to play with Steph. I mean, there's going to have to be somebody who has motivation that we don't even really necessarily know why they're coming here.
Vetmin props today at 4:15. You, the caller, with a chance to win a prize. We've got 5 props, 5 callers, 5 props. Whoever does the best on these 5 props will win a prize. It might be a The Krug Show shirt, in fact.
I can throw one in.
That would be awesome.
I can throw one in.
Maybe we do because we're moving buildings, and so there's still a closet here that's got a bunch of like leftover swag. The hallways
from the Wolf or whatever.
Oh, there's so much stuff, Larry. I've been quietly walking out of here with some throwback gear from all different stations, like Dave FM 105.3, which is now Live 105 again. You know, you got all these mugs and stickers, and there's all kinds of swag. So maybe we'll put together a swag bag for the winner. But Vetmin props, and one of those props is an interesting one, I think. Do they get a player 34 years of age or older? And that's kind of what you're looking at with these veteran minimum guys. You're either going to get a player who's young and struggling on a prove-it deal, or a guy toward the end of his career who wants to ring chase.
Do we have any free FM John London T-shirts in the back closet there?
I will have to look. I mean,
wouldn't mind one of those.
Yeah, that might have been the other company going. No, was that here?
No, that was here, right here in the
CBS.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of the CBS leftover stuff there is, but I can get you a "What is your one thing" mug.
Okay.
I walked off with one of those last week.
Retro swag.
Yeah. And I think I even found a Break the Seal with Low Neal shirt. Maybe we can throw that in.
Nice.
I'm going to try and get into the closet here on the other side and see if I can't unearth a prize pack. But we will do Vetmin props. And
you're not coming out of the closet. You're going into the closet.
Yeah, it's kind of a reverse move, which is unheard of this time of year. But I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice. Let's get into some Giants on the other side too, Larry, because
they're hot.
Something special. Yeah, 10 straight road games, all victories, and also Michael Conforto this morning on the Morning Roast. Very interesting appearance, and he said something about his own recruitment that I was fascinated by in terms of why he wound up choosing the Giants, and I think it runs anathema, if I may.
Look at you.
That's one of my favorite words. It runs
you.
counter. It is anathema to what we think about Farhan Zaidi and the way he goes about things.
An incredible communicator, speaking above all of us.
Vocab, I try to showcase the vocab every now and
Marine
again.
Catholic. I mean, look at that Marine Catholic education
950 on the SAT. Your
Really?
boy struggled.
Really?
Absolutely struggled on the SAT.
Some people get that on half the test, right? Or no, I guess
Dude, no doubt. Yes, off
when
to junior college.
1,600, I think, was the top number back then.
Correct.
And you got 950.
950, which was an embarrassment. Both my kids were north of 1,300.
Really?
Little man got a 1,370 as a sophomore.
My brother got a 1,350, went to Cal. I got like a 1090 and went to Sac
So my kid
State.
gets a 1,370 as a sophomore, and he's on pace to probably get a perfect on the math. He's now in 6th year calculus down at Santa Barbara, but he was in the pandemic year, and the UCs all came out and said, we are not accepting the SAT because the pandemic kids couldn't take it. So he never got to take the SAT again. That was going to be his big crowning achievement.
Well, he could frame his PSAT in some way, you know.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
High 13s.
Excuse me. What 1370?
As a sophomore.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he was like, I think 750 on the math and 620 on the English. And very impressive. Smart
Who knew
kids.
that you could breed such intellect?
Well, I'm very smart, but wildly undisciplined.
Oh, look
was
at
my
you.
problem. And underparented. Sue and Dwayne, rest in peace. I'm taking shots.
Teachers always said to me, you know what? You've got a lot of ability, but you're lazy. You're lazy and you don't work to your ability. I said, you know what? It's been a theme.
Yes. I was working on my material, working on my comedy early and often. And yes, from the 415, I did go to College of Marin. And he said the University of Kentfield, and we knew it as the First Unified College of Kentfield.
CSM, it's amazing.
Acronym FUCK,
Oh.
for those of you scoring at home.
It's amazing you made it off the mean streets of Kentfield.
Yeah, I mean, you get on the wrong side of Sir Francis Drake.
Oh, I mean, seriously.
You could wind up in quite a tough spot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially, yeah, seriously. Marin County is rough.
Absolutely. We're going to hear from Brandon Belt on the other side from some of his Blue Jays Giants preview sound that we didn't get to yesterday. We got some Farhan comments, and I also want to rack up some of the Michael Conforto. And let's get into some Giants baseball, Larry, on the other side as they continue to stay hot. 10 straight road wins, continuing to knock on Arizona's door and making believers out of all of us. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why this Giants run will be sustainable. We'll do that on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs. Kruger is in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Prime Day is coming July 11th and 12th. With 2 days of epic deals exclusively for Prime members, you'll feel like you just won an award.
It is the game, and we've got a big game coming up here in Toronto. But first, we look back at a weird one, but a wild one for the Giants. Gosman dominant, no-hitter rolling, but they find a way, Larry. This team continues to find a way to get things done in a variety of fashions. Giants win their 10th consecutive road game.
They're playing great. It's amazing, really. I mean, and Gosman, by the way, has got the big-time flow. Do you see that? You see the hair bouncing? He's like
big time.
Looks like Randy Johnson out there. But it's amazing. The Giants' turnaround's amazing, if you think about it, because they got what? They got a couple starters. The rest of their rotation after the top two guys is nothing. Their outfield's banged up. Haniger's hurt. Conforto's got one home run in like the last month. Yaz is on the injured list. But the Giants are doing it with bullpen games. And the number that jumped out when I saw it this morning, Ryan Walker he's like one of the guys they use out of the pen as their opener. He's started 4 of the last 8 games that they've played. I mean, this is like so foreign and so new that, there's a lot of talk about the Giants need a starter. Do they? I don't know. Maybe they just need a couple more openers because this guy, the Giants are 10-3 in these bullpen games with the opener. And they're, what it gives them the ability to give a bunch of different looks because they can plan their opener and kind of plan what relievers are coming after them. And, last night, for example, they gave Toronto 4 completely different looks from Walker to Wood to Rogers to
because Walker's
Duvall.
kind of a cross-body, hide-the-ball thrower, and then Wood comes at you with a weird lefty angle.
Herky-jerky.
Yeah, and Rogers throws it from 14 inches off the ground.
And then Duvall's throwing 102.
Right.
And he's kind of 3/4, So, I mean, it's 4 distinctly different looks, and that probably helps their situation. But they've won 10 in a row on the road. I mean, the Giants, it wasn't that long ago that, it was like a month ago, they looked bad. They're like 21-9 since the middle of May.
Yeah.
A month ago, they were 6 games below 500 and talking about maybe a sell-off. And now, despite the fact their outfield's a mess and the rotation looks really, really iffy, they're rolling. So, I mean, I don't know what to say about them right now.
They're incredible, and they're doing it in so many different ways. And you referenced where they were. They went to Arizona, won the opener. Then they lost back-to-back games, and then they got walked off on May 14th to fall to 17-23, 8.5 back, and in 4th place in the West. And you thought, I don't know about sell-off, but you weren't thinking about them being buyers, and you actually were saying at the time, show me the young guys.
Yeah.
Forget trying to compete for anything. You're dead in the water already, 40 games in, 1/4 of the year down, 17-23. You didn't look like you had much life. You had injuries. You were at least a pitcher or 2 short. You didn't have much going on. And since then, 28-11 in your next 39 games. From 17-23, 6 below, to 28-11, 17 above. And all of a sudden now, you've been the best team in baseball for 7 weeks.
And they're doing it in a different way every day. Sometimes they're getting a lead. Sometimes they're coming back late. But I'll tell you right now, Dibbs, it is go time for the Giants because the Diamondbacks, who are on top in the National League West, have been very reliant on Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. And yesterday, the Diamondbacks put Kelly on the DL or IL, 15-day injured list. He's got right calf inflammation. The rest of their rotation of Davies, Tommy Henry, the guy Nelson, who looked pretty good actually against the Giants, but the rest of their rotation is not very strong. So, you got to think that this might be go time for the Giants, with Arizona leaning on 2 pitchers and now one of them's out. And I don't see Arizona making a big move at the deadline. There's a lot of question. What are the Padres going to do? Are the Padres going to sell off Soto?
Soto, that's the talk, yeah.
Or are they going to buy? Could the Giants and Padres get together on a deal? Padres need a catcher. Giants have Joey Bart. But, the Padres, are they going to be a buyer? Are the Dodgers going to be a buyer? Are the Diamondbacks going to be a buyer? The Giants might, Farhan makes the right kind of move, and he could add, let's say, a bat and a couple more arms. The Giants could not only, I think they're like 10-1 to win the National League, but that number could go way, way, way in their favor if they could make one move. One big move could get them over the top.
And I think it just is one arm because of what you're talking about, just the opener. And you don't need to ride the opener approach all the way through September and into October. You get into a short series, you're only looking at 3 pitchers anyway, for the most part, maybe 4 if you get into a deeper series. So you probably won't have to use an opener, but you always can choose to go the opener route when you've got a guy who's pitched 4 of the last 8, as you mentioned, Ryan Walker, and he's been fantastic. 1.8 ERA over 20 innings. So you start with a guy who's unhittable, and then you turn it over to Alex Wood, who I thought he had some interesting comments yesterday after the game saying, basically, to paraphrase, he's not thrilled about coming in the second inning, but the way he's been pitching, Gabe Kapler's got every right to do what he's doing, and Wood went out yesterday, and he was terrific.
Yeah, and he's, Wood's honest too. So like he's giving you some good honesty there. We had him on when I was filling in earlier this year after Cap pulled him after 4 2/3.
Right,
and I'm like, how do you feel about that? And he's like, it sucks. I didn't like it. So he's like a guy who's very candid. But I think starting pitchers. He kind of admitted also, he said he didn't love it yesterday, but he also said, you know what, if it hides one time through from the meat of the order and some right-handed bats who might be able to tee off on me, you know what, I guess I'll grudgingly accept it. He says he thinks it's an effective thing. I think more than anything, the starting pitchers just want to be on a schedule. They want to know when their throw day is, when they're running, when they're, they want to be on a schedule. And they want to know kind of what day they're going to be the bulk innings guy. Not necessarily the starter, but the bulk innings guy. And as long as Kapler keeps the communication up, I think we might be seeing the beginning of a new trend. I mean, look at the team in baseball that uses the openers the most.
Tampa Bay.
It's Tampa.
Best record in baseball.
They got the best record, and they do it really, really well.
And they were the first ones to really do it. Atlanta actually has passed Tampa now by a half a game, or a full game, rather, for the best record in all of baseball, but Tampa leads the American League, and they were at the forefront of this opener strategy got to be about 10 years ago now, and everybody mocked it, and then now everybody emulates it. It's an emulation sensation is what that is, Larry. And
nobody likes anything new.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, if it works, then you might as well keep going to it, and if you're the Giants and you don't have a 5-man rotation, you thought you did with Manaea, who's been shaky, and you thought you did with Ross Stripling, who's been hurt, and Wood has not been terrific. You've had DeSclafani up and down. Webb has been great. Cobb has been there for the most part, but you haven't had 5 guys you could really rely on.
What is the trait of an opener that makes an opener a good opener? Is it really, really strong splits against either righties or lefties? Is that pretty much it? Is that the definition of like if you're looking at a group of pitchers? What makes a good opener a good opener? Is it somebody that's like with Sergio Romo, if he was a rookie right now? And Sergio
not a good opener.
Well, he was death on what, righties?
Yes.
And so he had that frisbee deal. So if you have 3 right-handed hitters hitting 1, 2, 3 at the top of your lineup, would Romo be utilized by Kapler as an opener against teams that had those 3 strong righties?
I think you're looking for a guy who has maybe more balanced splits, but also has more lights out stuff. A guy who can come in and deal and really go hard for an inning and get you through just one clean inning, kind of like a 7th or an 8th inning setup type of an approach. Somebody who is equal against lefties and righties.
Or is it not really about the individual pitcher? Is it more about is it a contrast to the next guy in, who's your bulk guy, right? Let's say you got your opener, then you got your bulk innings guy. Is it just that you want your opener to have it be a different look altogether than your bulk innings guy? I don't know exactly. I'd love to hear from Kapler, like his philosophy on, what makes an opener a good opener. But it is working for the Giants. And on paper, you look at them and say, what do they got? I mean, what do they got? They got Logan Webb, and then they're kind of making do behind Logan Webb.
Right.
I mean, it's just... It feels kind of helter-skelter, but if the pitchers feel, if they're comfortable, who are we to question it? I mean, right now what the Giants are doing, 22-15 on the road, 10 in a row on the road.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great. It's incredible to watch. And I thought they were going to get, I thought the Dodgers would take them apart. Didn't happen. I thought Arizona would take them apart. Didn't happen. So the
Padres should be able to take them apart, but that hasn't happened either.
Padres led in every game in that series, I believe.
Right.
And the Giants came back in 3 and lost the final one. So, that to me, the interesting thing at the deadline is what's San Diego going to do? Is San Diego, who's already got an enormous payroll and all kinds of talented guys, are they going to go deeper into their payroll and their owners' pockets and add more and get off the canvas in the second half of the year and make a big run? Or are they going to sell off? And if they sell off, man, would you trade a Marco Luciano if you could add Juan Soto to your outfield? That's the kind of player you'd have to part with if you wanted Juan Soto. And I'm not sure what he's got control, how much control left before he becomes a free agent. But I would be tempted to do that. I'd be very tempted because, he's a special player.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple more ARB years, but
this year and next year maybe?
I think so, but those arbitration numbers are big with as well as he's playing. And I wonder if San Diego is going to be looking to wave the white flag like that. They are 10.5 out right now.
Right.
In the National League West, and they sit 7.5 out in the card, and they're behind 6 teams.
Yeah.
In the wild card, 7 teams, in fact. So they've got a lot of wood to chop if they want to try and get back into it. You mentioned the opener strategy, and Farhan Zaidi was on the show with Joel Sherman and John Heyman, and he said opener, closer, starter, it doesn't matter. This team's about culture.
I think so much of it is cultural. We can all identify players who have good tools, who have strong minor league performance and maybe haven't gotten over the hump in the major leagues. But really having patience with those guys and kind of pushing through some of the early struggles that guys have. If you can create that kind of culture, I think you can get the most out of players.
And this is where I give Gabe Kapler a lot of credit, because you take a player like Alex Wood, who is a starter and he wants to be a starter, and you're able to go to him and say, look, you're going to come in the second inning in this game in Toronto and making it so it's okay. That speaks to that culture Farhan's talking about.
I don't know who to credit, really. Do you credit Gabe? I don't get the sense that the players love Gabe, but you know what? Maybe they do. Or maybe they just really believe in his competency. He's a bright guy. There's no question. The one thing you can say without a doubt, Farhan's bright, Gabe's bright. In the grand scheme of general managers, I think Farhan's really high on that level. And it's interesting that Farhan's talking culture because, culture, chemistry, is it one and the same? I don't know what it is, but like San Diego, they got the 3rd highest payroll. They got all kinds of talent, all up and down their roster. Their starters look good. Their pens loaded. They got bats everywhere. But, I had somebody tell me in early March when I was like, I'm thinking about betting the over on the Padres, and a couple people who were
down. Was it like 90 wins?
It was 89, I think, at the time, 89.5. But, the guy told me, and he was down there. He's like, you know what? Stay away from the Padres. I said, really? Why? They look so stacked. He's like, their chemistry's awful. And, I don't know where that comes from. Bob Melvin's considered to be a really good manager. He's got a lot of experience. They have great talent, but this was a guy who literally was like, they're going to have problems this year because they have poor chemistry. And sure enough, they have I would say they're maybe the biggest underachiever in all of baseball.
Them are the Mets, who are sitting 7 games below 500.
Yeah,
the Padres are 5 below. Those are 2 of the candidates to be among the biggest underachievers in recent memory in Major League Baseball. The Mets should be challenging the Braves at the top of the East. They're 16.5 back, and the Padres and Dodgers were expected to be 1-2 in the West, and here we are almost at the end of June, and damn near halfway through the year. They've played 79 games, so by the time we get to the weekend, it'll be the halfway point, and the Padres are not treading water. They've dropped 3 in a row, and they are sinking like a stone in the National League West, closer to last place than they are to the Giants in second place.
Amazing. And by the way, on the Met front, they've lost, 7 of 10 or something like that. But the talk this morning coming out of New York is that Scherzer is gonna waive the no trade, and that they may pull the plug on Scherzer and send him packing. And that's another hired guy. I mean, he's not having an awesome year, but you know what? He's still having a good year. I mean, and he would still be highly coveted. So, that'll be interesting to see if they pull the trigger on him. He's in the second season of a 3-year, $130 million deal. I mean, he got really broken off, huge dollars, but would you acquire Scherzer if you felt like that was the arm that took you over the top?
Doesn't feel like a Farhan find to me. If you wanted to pay big money on a free agent pitcher, you had Carlos Rodon here. Good thing you didn't sign him. You had Kevin Gausman here. Maybe not a good thing you didn't sign him because Gausman's been really, really good in Toronto. A little bit of a struggle in the second halves of years, but by and large, Gausman has been great. One of Gausman's teammates, former Giant Brandon Belt, spoke to reporters yesterday before the game, and really interesting to hear Brandon Belt now that he's no longer a Giant. He's with Toronto, and he actually said yesterday he's kind of happy the way things went.
I thought there would always a chance that I'd be going back there. I think, really up until the day that I signed with Toronto. So it was definitely a weird offseason to say the least. But, I'm happy the way things turned out. It's baseball. I've played with a lot of guys that have moved on. I've had a lot of my friends go to other teams. And so you always know that there's a chance that you're not going to. And in fact, it's likely you won't be with the same team your whole career. Strange, but, I've had a lot of fun over here. I was fortunate enough to get with a really good team with a bunch of really good guys. So, I think that's made the transition a lot easier.
Always makes it easier. But what is it with we in the media and us as fans, Larry? Why do we have such a hard time with players leaving? Brandon Belt was a great Giant. He's a forever Giant. He won 2 World Series here, and now he's going on to be elsewhere. Why do fans have such a hard time with that?
Well, I mean, because it's all about who's coming next. And at the time, it was like, you're going to hand the first base over to Lamont Wade. Lamont Wade had a terrible year last year. He hit 207, and Lamont Wade didn't have a huge track record of success. So to say that, hey, we're going with Lamont Wade was like a real vote of have some confidence in us. 207 with no track record, and you're waving goodbye to Brandon Belt. But I think Belt's in the lineup now with all kinds of bats, and he doesn't have to shoulder the load. And you're right, he's a great Giant. I never quite understood the polarization or the polarizing nature of this player. I mean, listen to what he just said there. He's just an easygoing guy from Texas who's just he's a chill guy. I mean, I've interviewed him a bunch of times. You have as well. Yep. He's just a laid back, easygoing, fun-loving guy whose teammates like, and he's funny, and he kind of leaned into it last year with the whole captain's
Pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a cool guy. I mean, I always liked Brandon Belt, but he's kind of like, and for younger Giants fans, you won't be able to relate to this one, but he's a lot like Jack Clark. And Jack Clark played in the 70s.
Jack was more of a red ass, as I recall.
Jack Clark, yeah. I mean, Brandon Belt's, he's pretty country.
Yeah.
But Jack Clark was a Pennsylvania guy. I think then was born in Pennsylvania, maybe grew up in L.A. But what I mean is took a ton of pitches, right?
Oh, yeah.
And would hit home runs early in games with nobody on. Then he comes up, bases loaded, 7th, 8th, 9th, and takes a called third and walks back to the dugout. But Jack walked a ton, and Belt walks a ton.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be one of those guys that draws walks, that means that you got a big strike zone. Jack was 6'3", 6'4". Belt's, 6'5", 6'6".
Same, yeah.
You got a big strike zone. I just feel like I never understood all the hatred about Belt because
it was body language, and it was exactly what you're describing, where
too many strikeouts,
big spot. It's like swing the bat, but that's not. He was very meticulous and still is about the strike zone, and he wouldn't chase and borderline pitches. Sometimes you get the walk, other times you get the punch out.
But he also I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I kind of think of him as a guy who's good in October. Who's good in the playoffs. I was at a restaurant on the peninsula when he hit that bomb in the 16th in DC to beat the Nats, and that was one of the great moments in the Giants' run. And I just always felt like Brandon Belt was a dependable guy in October that kind of rose to the level rose to the occasion in the playoffs. And yet Giants fans, I mean, if you meet 5 Giants fans who are like rah Belt, there's 5 more guys going, he sucks.
Very polarizing. It's a good way to describe it. And 796 OPS this year, really solid. He had a slow start, had a hit yesterday, had a double in that spot before getting a pinch run for. He had a nice exchange with Brandon Crawford where Crawford asked him, hey, do you want the baseball? And Belt, yeah, I'll take the ball. He got a hit against his own team, so Crawford throws the ball into the Blue Jays dugout. You mentioned Lamont Wade last year hitting 204 and how many people lost faith in Lamont Wade Jr. One man who didn't, Brandon Belt.
I've definitely been keeping up with Lamont. I've always been a really big believer in Lamont because I've seen his approach. I've seen the physical tools he has, and he's going to be able to do what he's been doing this year for a long time. So first base in San Francisco is definitely in good hands, and I've loved seeing it because the guy is so humble, and he cares about his teammates, and his teammates care about him. So I know everybody's excited to see him do that.
And he likes the tools because Lamont Wade Jr. does what Belt does. He takes a lot of walks, and his OPS is 867. His on-base Larry is 410 late night Lamont. So
and it's down to 410. It was like 440 or something.
Like 0 for 4 yesterday, which is going to hurt the old OBP. But
Lamont's a great guy too. It's like I was down in Arizona this March, and the Giants have a really small clubhouse, and he did some interviews, and just like he's just an easygoing guy. But I mean, there was no reason to think that Lamont was going to have a big year this year. But I guess last year it was more about physical. It was more about his body breaking down and him just not being right. But he's putting the charge into the baseball right now, and he's getting on base, and he's actually, he's not Brandon Belt defensively at first, but he's holding his own. And
a Farhan find, and another Farhan find coming through big yesterday. J.D. Davis goes 2 for 3, raises his average to 289. And you bring in Blake Sable as a Rule 5 guy, Tyro Estrada with a couple of hits. He drove in a couple of insurance runs in that ninth inning. Farhan Zaidi, man, he's done some things, and I guess it's bearing fruit now. These are all moves that he made previously, but it's all coming through now, and it's bearing fruit. I want to get into more of the surprise nature of this Giants team, and I'm going to ask Larry about sustainability. And do you think it's sustainable? 888-957-9570. The Giants are hot, 10 in a row on the road. Can they keep this up, or is this just an anomaly at how well they are playing? We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls and more Giant commentary on the other side. It's Willard and Divs with Larry in for Mark on 95.7. The Game.
Did you smile?
is off the wall. Jock in to score. Here comes J.D. Davis. The relay home. He slides safely into second with a booming double. Thairo Estrada. And the Giants have taken a 3-0 lead added on here in the ninth inning.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dave Fleming on NBC Sports Bay Area. Nothing like some insurance there, Larry. When you've already got Doval warmed up and on the bump with a 1-0 lead, you felt good about Camilo and the way he's thrown this year up 1-0, but then Thairo gets you 2 more, and it is night in Toronto.
Yeah, I was listening to that on the drive and drive back, and yeah, I mean, that was huge because, you know, you don't want the 1-run lead on the road, especially, and that let Doval breathe. And the Giants' bullpen has been nails. I mean, and Taylor Rogers is the lefty is really, really good. Tyler Rogers has been spectacular, and then Doval's probably an all-star. I mean, you know, when I saw Doval at the beginning of the year, Dibs, and he was struggling with the pitch clock, and it was bothering him, and I was like, oh man, this guy's gonna have a rough year. And somehow, some way, they kind of helped him adapt, and he made the adjustment, and he's just free and easy. 102, throws strikes. His command's way better than it was a year ago. Yeah, he looks great.
Nothing like free and easy 102, by the way. Oh. I mean, I strain to even hit like 60 anymore, and that's max effort, full torque, every ounce of anything I've ever had. I was a thumber. This guy's free and easy 102.
You ever hit in the cage with your kids? I mean,
definitely.
I got 2 kids. I got a kid that play baseball right now. I got one that plays at Northgate, and I got one who's an 8th grader. And I'll take him to the batting cage, and they'll be like, "Dad, get in here, take some hacks." And I'm like, "Okay." And then, you know, get into the fastest cage, maybe throwing 80, and it might as well be Randy Johnson, right? Or, you know, Bob Gibson in his prime or something. It's just smoke. I mean, you don't realize we're removed enough, even if you're sitting right behind the plate, to not really get a sense of how fast and how quick these decisions have to be made. And you see some of these pitchers that can throw 96, and they have like 4 different things they can do with the ball, and the ball can, you know, they got a splitter and a cutter and a curveball and a slider and a fastball that tails and a 2-seamer and a cut fastball that runs in on the hands. And I mean, the big league hitters are incredible that they can hit that night after night. It's an amazing thing. Their eyes don't get tired, and you're in St. Louis in the summer, you're not getting sweat in your eye, and you got 100 coming at you.
Let alone when the batter's eye is in the sun and then you're in the shade and you're trying to pick it up out of the guy's hand and he's throwing 100. It's ridiculous how good these hitters are to make contact, let alone do what Estrada did there in the 9th and provide a big off-the-wall double, bases clearing, 2-run score, put the game on ice. Camilo Doval has been amazing. Unfortunately, Farhan Zaidi doesn't get credit for Doval. He was in the system before he came, but Farhan Zaidi, Larry, he's done so many things that didn't resonate in the moment that have turned out to be big things. The Yankees traded Thairo Estrada in April of 2021 for cash considerations.
Yeah.
So for cash, and I'm imagining it wasn't millions of dollars. Mark actually had a funny bit last week about cash considerations. Like, I'll consider giving you cash for this player, or do you give him like, you know, $1,748 in pennies? What is it like when you send cash considerations for a player, but
coupons,
right? Is it a Venmo? Is it a PayPal? How does this actually work in terms of the exchange of monies? But they sent cash to the Yankees, who basically gave you Estrada on a platter, and now he's a borderline all-star as well.
Well, and Estrada was a top prospect in their system as a youngster, and it just took him time. I mean, I think the Yankees signed him at like 16 or 17, and, you know, they kind of gave up on him along the way, and now look what he's emerging into. He's really special. You know, it's funny, some of these teams like have like a team that they like to do business with in the American League. Didn't the Yankees and the Giants hook up on a deal where the Giants sent Wandy Peralta to the Yankees for Talkman maybe or something like that?
Yeah.
So they've made a few deals, but yeah, that was a major advantage for the Giants. And it's those kinds of moves on the margins that has kind of been the hallmark of Farhan. He hasn't landed the big fish in free agency. He hasn't made the, outside of Chris Bryant, the big deadline deal. But he's made some really nice, underrated moves on the margins. And now the farm system has started to really blossom. And to me, the guy who's the most impressive of all of them is Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
And Bailey's throwing out like 38% or something like that of all base stealers. The league average is 20. And so this guy's just been throwing guys out, calling great games, swinging the bat. I mean, to me, Bailey, it took some guts, right? Because Farhan took over for Sabes. Sabes is still in the organization. Sabes drafted Joey Bart.
Yeah.
And the year before Farhan gets there, Farhan gets his first round pick. I'm going catcher again. I'm going with a better catcher in Patrick Bailey. And people were like, well, then he kind of stalled out in the minors for a year. And now Bailey looks like, I hate to say it, he looks a lot like Buster.
883 OPS, switch hitter. He's now played in 30 games, and he has cemented himself as the starting catcher for years to come. And if you're Joey Bart, you're hoping to do all you can in AAA to put pressure on the Giants to find somewhere for you to go and play, because it feels like the Joey Bart era will be coming to a close. Another player that Farhan Zaidi doesn't get a ton of credit for just yet, although he's starting to put together a pretty nice year, is Michael Conforto. 12 home runs now, free agent acquisition. He wasn't the big fish in Aaron Judge, but he was a fish. Michael Conforto on this morning, on the morning roast, talked about when the Giants started recruiting him and how it went.
They were reaching out, before I originally got injured in the 21 off season. They had sent over a nice video. They kind of summarized my career all the way back to the Little League World Series and then the College World Series, and then, kind of made this big video of, we want to be the one to bring you back to the World Series. So that was kind of my first introduction to them. They separated themselves in that way. Then coming back, missing the 22 season and not having as many teams involved, but there were some other teams out there, who contacted me. But the Giants had sent out Dave Greshner to come see me. They sent out Justin Veal, our hitting coach, to come see me. I meshed really well with those guys right away. I had heard great things from guys who had played in the organization. I played with Joe Panic. Matt Boyd is a good friend of mine. I know he didn't play much or at all for the Giants, but he had great things to say about the organization, and really just everything that I had heard was very positive, and so it just kind of felt like the right move for me and my family. And boy, did I make the right decision! I feel like everything has been so good to this point, and they've obviously helped me in my journey back to being healthy, and now we're just riding that wave. The team's playing great.
Michael Conforto this morning with the morning roast, Bonte and Joe, and I think he did make the right choice, in fact, based on the year he's having and the way he's fitting. But it struck me, Larry, with the way the recruitment happened. 2 years ago, they sent out a video to Conforto highlighting his Little League World Series, playing for Redmond, Washington, his College World Series, Oregon State, and then being in the actual World Series with the Mets, letting him know, we want to get you back to the series. That doesn't feel like it's out of Farhan's normal playbook.
I know. And think about the headlines when they signed Conforto, because it was on the heels of missing out on Carlos Correa. And it's like, oh, Carlos Correa is not healthy. Now you're going to sign a guy who's, didn't play all of last year. So there was some snickering and some people making fun of that move. But Conforto's a great guy, man. He really is. Pacific Northwest guy, Oregon State guy. I was down in Arizona, Dibs, and it was early. But there was a young media person, and this person had not done many interviews, and I had been talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, here comes Conforto. Let's see, if we can talk to Conforto." And so he starts doing this interview with him. And
Michael, do you have a minute? I got a couple questions.
It wasn't that the guy had a high-pitched voice.
It always works better with a young cub reporter.
Right. But the guy interviewed him for 25 minutes.
Long form.
25 minutes. And Conforto just
on form toe
patiently answered every single question. And even at the end, Dibs, the questions got dumber and worse and more ridiculous.
Do you prefer Mike or Mikey?
And it was the most random interview of all time. But you know what? He just sat with it and it was like totally cool about it and was gracious. And it was like, told me that this is a good dude. This is a good guy. Because a lot of times veteran players, this guy's been around, maybe young, AA guy might do that for you, but a guy who's played 5, 6, 7, 8 years in the big leagues or whatever,
right,
is not going to sit there and be interviewed. I don't care if it's March the 7th. You're not going to sit there for 25 minutes and
you wouldn't
answer
give Marty
questions.
Lurie 25 minutes.
Right. And he just kept answering the questions with these thoughtful, long answers. And it's just like it told me, Conforto's a hell of a guy.
Good guy, and he is in very elite company, Larry. One of only 3 players to ever play in the Little League World Series, the College World Series, and the actual World Series. Do you know who the other 2 are? Of course you don't.
No.
It's a very nuanced.
I think I know one. I think who was the big blonde-haired kid? Sean Casey. Sean Casey?
Nope.
Jeff Burrows?
Nope.
I don't know.
Jason Varitek.
Wow,
and
winner.
Ed Vosberg. You remember Ed? Easy Ed? Thank
Seattle
you.
reliever or something like that?
Exactly. It, just kind of a quirky thing, but Michael Conforto, one of 3. I was looking at his Little League highlights today as an 11-year-old playing in Williamsport, hitting an Oppo Taco, throwing guys out from the outfield, and he only 11. That's usually 12 and 13-year-olds at that level, but Conforto was already showing that he was the real deal. So
All I'll say is this, and you've probably been there for this as well. There's something super cool in August if you do have a press pass to go into the big league clubhouse while they're playing all those Little League World Series games. The big leaguers stand are in the clubhouse and they are watching it intently.
It's awesome.
And then like commenting and like, look at this kid and look at this and look at that. I mean, that is cool. That is
I
really
love
cool.
the Little League World Series. I get in on the regionals. I'm probably too into it, and it's a me problem. We are sponsored by Raid from SC Johnson. We're going to pivot to the Warriors on the other side and take a look at summertime, because the summer roster is out and Larry is getting a little tingly over there. We'll get into the summer roster and we'll look ahead to Friday. Free agency now less than 48 hours away. It's Willard and Dibbs, Larry in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can. For 60 years, Raid scientists have worked to protect people around the world, including the ones you love most. Raid, protection for all.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like a little M&M to bring us back in here on a Wednesday with Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard. And we're gearing up for summer, Larry. We've got a couple of big days here, and then Summer League starts in, about 9 days from now down in Las Vegas.
They're already practicing, I know that, and they're getting ready for what there's 2 slates, right? They go Sacramento for a couple, and then Vegas.
Well, Vegas is the full slate. Vegas never used to be all 30 teams, but now it is all 30 in Vegas. It's about an 8 or 9 day adventure. I've been fortunate enough to be down there for a couple of different NBA summer leagues, including Luka's first turn at Summer League, which was pretty fun because, the cool thing about Summer League, I don't know if you've been, if you're out there listening and you've never been, I absolutely would put it on the bucket list in terms of like the second or third tier bucket list. It's not a major sporting event in terms of this time it counts, but you go down there and you just walk the concourse and you look to your left and it's like you see some 6'11" guy and you go, oh, that's Jack Smrek, or that's Taco Fall, or you just walk by these people and everyone's there just looking to watch basketball.
Oh, it's a great little like casual basketball convention. That's kind of what it is. And a great environment, and it's after the season, everybody's relaxed, and you got your summer ahead of you, and it always cracks me up too, because didn't like Marco Bellinelli go for like 40 or something in a game?
That was the big news.
And Anthony Randolph. I mean, you can overreact to Summer League for sure, but it's fun. It's a fun thing in Vegas.
Sorry, Larry. It can also be very telling. Last year at Summer League, where Jonathan Kuminga was there and Draymond was in the house to watch him, and Draymond basically ripped him saying, dude, you need to take this seriously. He didn't take it seriously, and he was kind of mailing it in, and it became a harbinger of the season for Jonathan Kuminga because, he kind of blew off Summer League thinking that, I don't need to be here. I've already arrived. And then turns out maybe you needed to put the work in, young man.
Yeah. I'll say this about Kuminga. It's like, I wouldn't judge him too harshly on immaturity. Look at his path. This guy came to a different country without his parents. And it's like, let's just give this. I know there's a chance they move him, but I really hope they don't. I think they'll regret it if they do. And this guy's not Moses Moody, even though they're similar in age. Moody played college ball, had a lot more maturity, different personalities. I just think the Warriors ought to give Jonathan Kuminga another year to like kind of define who he is, realize what it takes to be a pro before they move on, because I think they will regret moving on from him in the worst way if they do.
Well, they don't have to move on from him for 2 more years. In actuality, he's on the books for $6 million this year. It's a team option. They've exercised it, and he's on the hook for 7.6 next year. And I don't believe they've exercised that option. So you think about it in terms of Jordan Poole. When did he get to be a player you wanted to give hundreds of millions of dollars to? His 3rd year.
Yeah.
You've got Kuminga and Moody now entering into their 3rd year. So if he's going to take a leap, it's probably going to be here. Jonathan Kuminga is 20 years old. He won't be 21 until sometime during the season. And he did take a step forward this past year.
Yes.
But now you need to take that next step, which is even more difficult.
But I knew he's under contract, but I just get the sense that they don't have a lot of moves they can make. It's not like they've got many options here. They can move Klay Thompson or they can move Kuminga. Otherwise, it's going to be the same team coming back, and I don't think they want to bring the same team back. And I'm getting the sense from Warrior fans that the idea of moving off Klay is like, oh God, don't do that. So I know it'll be more emotional for the team and to move off of Klay than it would be for Kuminga, but I think you're going to regret moving Kuminga, and I get the sense that they're going to move him if they don't move Klay. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope they don't move Kuminga.
I think that there are no moves that are going to be made. I don't think you can trade Klay Thompson. We ran through it yesterday, the scenarios of what player you would be able to get back, and I don't think that it makes you better enough to justify breaking up the big three. Klay Thompson had a good year last year when the ink was dry on the season. He had a little bit of a rough postseason, but he showed that he could get healthy. He played back-to-backs, and he made a lot of three-point baskets. And you think about Klay's role for this year's team, and we're assuming Draymond's coming back, nothing official yet, and it can't be official for 47 hours and 36 minutes, which is when free agency begins, Larry, 2 days from right now. But assuming Draymond comes back, Klay Thompson spends a lot of time with the second unit early on in games, and that means Chris Paul. What is Chris Paul really, really good at? Distributing the ball. So I'm envisioning Klay Thompson having an ability to continue to get open looks from three and have the kind of year that he had last year. You don't trade Klay Thompson, and if you're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga, what are you going to get for him? He only makes $6 million. So,
but didn't you agree yesterday that they're probably not a title contender?
I think that they're in the mix. Now, they're a title contender, but they're not a title favorite. Right. And you never know what 82 games will bring. Now, if you want to say other teams might get hurt, well, you got to say that about the Warriors first and foremost. So I'm going to take injury out of the conversation. I think that if this Warrior team gets to April intact with Chris Paul finding a role 20 to 24 minutes and, whatever youngsters can step up and contribute, whatever vet min guys they can add, Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, Looney, I think you have enough to at least be in the conversation to be in the spot you were last year at least.
See, I if I had to predict one way or the other, I'd predict that they'll move Klay after July, just because I don't think there's going to be any way for them to get appreciably better, and I think that Joe knows that, and I think he's looking at his options and going, really, we're going to run this thing back, and with older players, I think he's going to wind up pulling the trigger on a Klay trade. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. But to me, that's the only way that you can really shake up this roster. And I think they need more than just a couple of rookies, a couple minimums, and Chris Paul to close the gap on the Denver Nuggets.
That's an interesting notion. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Do they need to trade Klay to get, quote, appreciably better? Because you could get Kuminga to take another step up. Moses Moody can play more minutes and take a step up. Other than that, you've got GP2. You kind of know what he is. Kevon Looney, you know the player he's going to be. Chris Paul is a wild card, but he's probably not going to turn into 22 and 12 again. He's going to be a veteran off the bench. So can you get, even if you had veteran minimum contributions that were akin to what you got with OPJ, Bielitsa, JTA in the championship year, if you got those contributions, would that make you appreciably better?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's putting a lot on Kuminga and Moody to get better, and we'll see. The one thing that we're not really factoring in that much that we probably should is that Wiggins is going to play a lot more games. Wiggins is going to play. He won't be out. I mean, this year was a special circumstance. He's in his prime. He'll play more. Maybe that will change their dynamic too.
Summer League roster is out, and we've got some fresh Chris Paul sound that we're going to play momentarily. But 888-957-9570, how do the Warriors get appreciably better? Summer League roster, Larry, features only one player who logged minutes on last year's Golden State Warriors, and that is number 25 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Lester Quinones, the 6'5 guard out of Memphis. He played a grand total of 18 minutes with the big club last year. He is on the Summer League roster along with your guy, Brendan Podziemski. Trace Jackson Davis will appear. And Larry's sleeper selection, keep your eyes on number 41, Yuri Collins, Larry.
Yeah, I like Collins. He played for the Billikens. He's a point guard, but he's strong.
You just wanted to say Billikens.
No, I like him.
You were waiting for Billikens.
I'm a big Billiken fan ever since they had Larry Hughes. No, but I like him, and I kind of like the guy from DePaul too, Javon Johnson. Yeah. Javon Johnson. I mean, he's 6'6", shot 41% from three. Quinones also is a really good shooter. I think Quinones he'll be a guy that may be able to light it up. But yeah, it's always fun to kind of get your first look at the young Warrior rookies and to see if there'll be anybody who you never know, especially when you take a guy like Trace Jackson Davis. He's 23, and he just played in the Big Ten, which is probably the highest level of college basketball, or maybe that's the highest level of basketball outside of the NBA for these guys is is college and the Big Ten. And, he averaged, 20, 11, and 3 for Indiana. So I'm eager to see.
4 years, which is, the maturation of a player, of a young man over the course of 4 years in college, I think matters a lot in terms of his NBA readiness. Guy Santos, G-Leaguer out of Brazil, he's on the roster as well. And a full slate of names. Jacob Rubin, your head coach, Warriors Summer League roster. And I know we're going to be playing some Summer League games right here on 95.7 The Game. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of the youngsters and seeing who the future might be of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah. I mean, it's the bigs are always struggle, it seems like, in the Summer League because it's an open floor game and it's mostly guard heavy.
And it's very much a me-centric kind of ball.
Totally. But you know what? It would just be great to watch. And the fact that these games are on the tube, that's always cool too.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that our friend Lo Neal, we went to Summer League, and Lo Neal was just going bananas for this guy who was like, every time he touched it, he was putting it up and going to the hole, and he had like 22 in a game. And
Kai Bowman or something like that.
I'd have to
come at me, bro.
I'd have to come up with the name because it's a complete name you've never heard of, nor did you hear from him again. So the next day on the air, he's just raving about this guy.
I promise you.
Dibbers, tell him. And
Dibbers, tell him.
The next day he goes out and has like 3 points on 2 of 11. And
right.
That was all.
Go to hell, Dibbs.
I'm going to come up with a name, Lolo, because it was one of my favorite moments. Your phone call's here momentarily, but we got some fresh Chris Paul sound.
Let's hear it.
This is courtesy TMZ Sports, and boy, they are everywhere, Larry. And they caught him at a Fanatics appearance. And the question comes first, but the answer from Chris Paul tells you everything you need to know about the next 48 hours.
How about Draymond? You trying to bring Draymond back?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you think you will fit into the team
I don't know yet. You know what I mean? But I've been fortunate enough to play 18 years, and I done figured it out that long.
Yeah, so. And you made all the teams better too, right?
I mean,
from what I know. Yeah.
I've been playing.
Okay. Do you have any message to Dub Nation?
I'm excited, and I know I've been sort of the sworn enemy for a long time, but I cannot wait to be there, and I cannot wait to get in the locker room with all those guys. So appreciate y'all, and we're on the way.
We're on the way. Chris Paul from TMZ Sports. He knows that he pretty much was the sworn enemy. He's excited to be a Warriors, and this, I think, kind of softens the blow for when he does arrive.
And you know what? Come on. I mean, bygones be bygones, right? I mean, he's a great competitor. And you always hate the players on the other team that are the best. You never hate somebody who's a non-factor. You hated him because he was good. I'm looking forward to seeing him on this team because, you know what? I kind of think of him kind of the way I thought of Sean Livingston, where like Livingston was a guy, Dibbs, that the Warriors went to when there was a bad stretch on the floor and they needed a good, solid look at a 2. And they would go to Livingston, sometimes on the block, and he would have a little turnaround, but he'd square the shoulders and get a real nice look and knock those shots down. I think Paul's going to do the same kind of thing. In addition to throwing the lob and being this incredibly cerebral player, he's got great basketball intellect. But when you got to have a shot, you're trying to put somebody away in the fourth quarter, and you just need a high percentage 2. You don't need a 3. I think, somebody's going to go run towards Steph or Clay or, somebody else, and then Paul's going to be sitting there at the top of the circle, at the free throw line extended or the elbow with a defender, sagging in, and he's going to knock that shot down. And that's going to be very, very nice to have that kind of a mid-range 2
useful
points.
Mid-range, absolutely.
Yeah. And a dependable sniper from the mid-range.
Right, and that Sean Livingston was captain mid-range. The only difference in your comp, Livingston became a Warriors when he was 29 years old, not 38, so a little bit different. Livingston played 5 years with Golden State and was a very useful, resourceful reserve, playing between 15 and 20 minutes a night. I'd expect a little more from Chris Paul and probably more in terms of scoring. Livingston was 6 points a night, but in terms of what you're saying, we need a bucket. Chris Paul can get a bucket in the mid-range. He can create for other people. I like the fit coming off the bench. Roman is in Sacramento, wants to weigh in on CP3. What's going on, Roman?
Hi, how you doing, boss?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Man, I just want to say, man, hopefully I'm having a blessed day, man. And, Sacramento Kings, man, shout out to the Kings, shout out to De'Aaron Fox and all of our other players. But just disappointed in that Warriors trade. Jordan Poole, yeah, he had a couple of bad games this year, but you got to look at they were a respectable 14-12 without Curry, and mainly Jordan Poole was the one that was carrying the load, number one.
Yep.
And number two, you have to look at it. He averaged about 21 points a game. Yeah, he had that bad series against the Lakers, but you can't take away what he did against Boston in 2022 NBA Finals. I think he was the X factor. I think Game 5, the reason why the Warriors really won Game 5 was because Jordan Poole hit that half-court shot, which gave him all the momentum. And who knows, if he never made that shot, what would have happened with Boston, And to give him the contract and for the Warriors to start with that controversy with Draymond punching him in the face, that definitely threw off their season. That kind of what made them trade Jordan Poole, because there was definitely friction between the two. And you could see it against a lot of games that they weren't even making eye contact. But hopefully the Kings do good this year.
Thanks. See you, Roman. I mean, yeah, don't rack that guy. Kings should be good, but until the Kings can prove that they're going to be good in April and May and even sniff June, which they haven't sniffed in 20 years, then fine. This year they were amazing October to April, and that's where the real basketball begins.
Well, what do you think? I mean, Sacramento, they're talking about they're getting closer maybe on Kyle Kuzma. I mean, I think Kuzma it would give them – that's a nice piece. I mean, I think that would be a nice piece to their puzzle. They gave away their draft pick, and they got rid of Rashawn Holmes, obviously because they were trying to clear some cap room, maybe to go after Draymond, but it sounds like they may have to settle for Kuzma. But, I mean, I think that Sacramento – I think, what Mike Brown did last year and Monty McNair did there was, they need to be commended. It is very, very difficult to change your deal from – you're one of the have-nots to you're one of the haves. It's hard to establish a culture, and that's what they did there. And, the one thing you can say about Kerr, good, bad, whatever, is that he keeps, maybe because he was a bench player, he keeps the entire team kind of together. And a lot of NBA teams fracture. And I thought Mike Brown took that recipe, brought it to Sacramento. Sacramento's had many years where they've had some talented teams, and they had some good runs. But all of a sudden they would fracture. There'd be some issue inside their locker room.
Well, it was usually DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, exactly. Or somebody else. But two guys didn't get along, and the thing tumbled out of control, and they lost 14 out of 15, and their season's kaput. But you know what? They kept it together this year. I loved them getting Malik Monk. I mean, that was tremendous.
Yeah, he was a problem in that best of 7.
Oh, he's really, really good. But they've established a nice little thing going there. And I think if you add Kuzma to what they have, I guess Barnes is probably moving on, but will it be a trade? They're going to be interesting to watch this summer. They're one of the teams that I think, if you're Golden State, you got to look at them and be like, you know what? It's a young, up-and-coming team that's got, fresher legs, and they're going to be a very difficult team.
And now that they have the playoff experience, they should be more ready to take that extra step. Last year, a more experienced team, they don't get absolutely hammered at home in a Game 7 elimination game. If you're a veteran team, you don't let Steph Curry take a bus to your gym and hang a 50-piece on you. Yeah, it's a 40 burger and it's a 50-piece. He put a 50-piece on you and walked off with the series in your gym. A more experienced team would not tolerate that. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. to watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. Back to the phones. Vince in the city. Vince, I feel like you're triggering me with your comment. What do you got for us?
I'm sorry, but hey, look. First, I want to talk about Clay. I am super emotionally invested in Clay. To watch him come back after almost 3 years off, help the team win the chip. That was beautiful to watch after watching him this whole time since we drafted him. So to see him go or even talk about trading him away, that hurts. But I understand he's not the same guy, and he's eating up a lot of the cap space, but I just don't want to see him go.
Nobody does. I don't think anybody does, really, to be honest.
And he said super emotionally invested. And I think that's what a lot of fans feel, Vince. Am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. The core three, we watched all of them when they were first drafted, when the Warriors were pretty much garbage. And then they flourished into what they are today with this dynastic, dominant run that they've been on the last, 8-10 years. It's going to be hard to watch any of the three pieces go.
Agreed. Let's get to your Dwight Howard nonsense here before I run you, Vince.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Okay, I'm ready for it. But look, just hear me out. I'm saying we are strapped for cash. We pretty much don't have any money to sign anyone.
Right.
Dwight Howard's overseas. We do have a need for a big that can at least plug the paint. I'm not saying to play a whole bunch of minutes or start or whatever, but if Loon is tired or Loon is hurt, and let's say Draymond's there, but he's hurt, or if we don't have Draymond, what do we have? We have a young guy, a rookie. Yes, he's seasoned. I like that he plays college ball and he's not a one and done. But, I mean, at least we know with Dwight Howard, he was a former multiple defensive player of the year. He could set screens, and he's still a 7-footer that can easily catch a lob and throw it down. You only need him in a little bit of spots, maybe 10, 15 minutes a game, if that.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. Unfortunately, during those spots where you're not using him for the few things he can still do, he's around your team. And he's not.
He'd be great if he just wasn't around the team.
If you could just somehow fly him in for those 12 minutes and then fly him right back out and not have him and his questionable attitude poison a locker room that is now going to be good again. Now that you got rid of the Draymond Jordan rift by getting Jordan to Washington, D.C., your locker room's going to be good again. And I don't think that Dwight Howard is a guy who has shown that he's a part of a good locker room.
Is he a negative influence, or is he just kind of a silly, immature guy?
I think he's a negative influence.
You think he's a negative influence? Because I kind of view him as just kind of not very serious. You know what I mean? He seems kind of silly at times.
Hasn't been Defensive Player of the Year for 12 years. So, yes, he's a 3-time DPOY. 2011 was the last time.
He's definitely a guy who's got a great body for the game, and
a body!
He could still get up and down. But I also think if you got to look at the big that they're going to add and say, is it going to complement their team? I think they need a clear. It's clear to me that they need a big man who can shoot the basketball.
Agreed.
And somebody who can stretch the floor. I mean, I threw out Kaminsky. Mike Muscala is interesting. Thomas Bryant would be great. I don't know that that's realistic.
I think he's going to be too costly. Dwight Howard played for Taiwan, the Taiwan Leopards in the T1 League in Taiwan. Listen to the accolades he came home with. All defensive first team in the T1 League. Led the league in rebounds. He was an all-star. He was the All-Star Game most famous player. He won the most famous player award at the All-Star Game.
What were his numbers? What did he average?
And he was the All-Star Game MVP. You're going to have me go deep in the T1 League.
I'd love to know, like a couple things I'd love to know. What does he shoot from the foul line? And what kind of numbers did he put up? Did he put up like 25 and 15? Or did he put up like 10 and 10?
And you're going to make me Google it.
Well, I'm just kind of
Deontay Davis was on that team.
Who, the Michigan State guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's big.
Twin
big man.
Towers.
I wonder what Dwight made to go play over there. But yeah,
all good questions, Larry.
The Warriors need a big man who can shoot the basketball and just keep you honest. The guy that I love is Mo Wagner, just because Wagner is such a great competitor. He's not an awesome shooter, but if you leave him alone from the three, he'll knock it down.
Yeah. Is Wagner going to be available? We have a list of possible veteran minimum guys. Mo Wagner has appeared on some of those lists. We'll run through some of those names, but how do the Warriors get better between now and October? Appreciably better. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs. Larry's in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm feeling this too, coming back here on a Wednesday. Feels like a Friday because it's my last day with Larry. I do look forward to John Dickinson for the next 2 as we roll up our sleeves and get really deep into the weeds of free agency.
JD.
Because JD, he knows the stuff. Certainly about all sports, but when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, there are few people in this town that have the level of intel, knowledge, interest, and all the rest of it. So I look forward to JD's thoughts Thursday and Friday. But in the meantime, I got Larry Krueger. Mark Willard is enjoying a nice long vacation, and we are rolling. We're talking Golden State Warriors, and the topic on the table, how do the Warriors get appreciably better? Larry has a thought. No one's going to want to hear it, but it involves Klay Thompson and a plane ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I
or a train ticket or a bus.
Yeah, I mean, this is really hard. I was in the arena when Klay went for 37 against the Kings, and it was one of the greatest moments of my viewing. It was
in
life.
Sacramento, right?
No, it was here.
Oh, Sacramento was here.
It was a Thursday night. It was a Friday night at the Coliseum, and it was it was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. I mean, it was just raining down shot after shot after shot. And the joy that was that so often permeated the whole arena over there, even in the bad years, was at a unbelievable level. Because the Warriors with their whole it was a good time out, and then you remember that was like one of their themes.
And the Kobe Bryant 5-game pack.
Right.
But come see the other team.
Yeah, come see Shaq and Kobe.
Totally.
But yeah, I mean, it was, I always felt like there was the one thing I love about the Warrior fan over the Giant fan, Niner fan, Shark fan, college fan, is that the Warrior fan derived a lot of joy out of watching their team, even when they sucked year after year after year after year. And so when they got good, it was like, oh, this is so enjoyable. It's even more enjoyable than normal. But that night was amazing. And so it's like I've always had this. And then I'll tell you this, also getting a chance to go to a couple of these events where Klay Thompson's there and seeing him interact around my boys and around other little kids. It's like Klay Thompson is like a jumbo child. At least he was as a young player. And he just has fun, and he makes the kids smile, and he makes them relax, and he acts silly, and they love him. And it's just, he's got an unbelievable charisma that I think is almost second to none. And
yet you want him gone.
And yet I don't.
You want him gone by Saturday.
I want him gone. No, I don't want him gone. But I don't think that the Warriors. I mean, if you want to run it back next year and just run it back and kind of go through the motions and basically, have a nice regular season and everybody gets to root for the players they are comfortable rooting for and, keep the narrative going and, we kept the whole band together and this hunky-dory thing. If you want to do that, that's fine. But I really think if you really want to win a championship and have a parade, you're going to have to make a hard decision along the way. And
by along the way, you mean between now and the start of the year?
I don't think they're a championship team.
Without making a hard move.
Yeah, I don't.
888-957-9570. Come down Larry's Road. Scott is in Orinda. He's got an idea on what to do. What's going on, Scott?
Hey, guys. Everything's great here. Great to have Larry on the show. And I do agree that they're not appreciably better as is, even if they bring back Draymond. Here's my idea, and it follows along the lines of what the NFL does. Why don't we restructure the top 3 or 4 contracts and back end them a little bit? And worst case, why wouldn't someone like a Curry who's got more money than you'd ever need, including endorsements, a Klay, a Draymond, a Wiggins, take a few million less to win and get another ring? One for the thumb.
Yeah, thank you for one for the thumb, Scott. It's just
right?
Flat against the rules. A card laid is a card played in the association. And while I borrow from Tim Roy, shout out to Tim Roy, who got a National Broadcaster of the Year award earlier this week.
Oh, he's
pretty awesome.
Kidding me? I mean, I love Tim Roy. Tim Roy and I sat poolside in Winnipeg when he was the voice of the Sacramento Gold Miners.
Double drop.
I was I was doing personnel and scouting for them and coaching for them, and we're sitting there poolside in Winnipeg.
You're making this up.
No, I'm telling you.
I'm going to need pictures for proof here.
Poolside.
Krug and Tim Roy, poolside in Winnipeg.
Poolside in Winnipeg.
You're coaching and he's broadcasting?
Boy,
yes.
That's a tough one.
Get me Tim Roy on the horn.
Tim
we
Roy-
might need an emergency Tim Roy.
Tim Roy and I go way, way back. I love Tim Roy like a brother, man. And I think Tim Roy is one of the most underrated announcers in the Bay. I mean, people talk about great announcers. They often skip Tim. And to me, Tim and Tom, I think, are just magical together on the broadcast.
Pretty fun to hear them just
incredible.
yuck it. Because Tom can make Tim laugh, and Tom just wants to get Tim laughing.
Oh, Tom's the
And he
best,
does, yeah.
and Tim's the best. But together, I mean, they're both good, but together, it's great.
Pretty fun.
It's incredible, yeah.
No doubt. Leroy or Leroy, depending on how you pronounce it. My son's middle name is Leroy, French for the king. This is probably Leroy, and he wants to weigh in on how the Warriors get better. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's a pleasure to be on. I'm always listening, but I rarely call. I just wanted to say I'm a big Warrior fan, and I think like for the last 3 years we've kind of screwed up the draft, man. You know, I didn't want Wiseman and I didn't want Kuminga, and I definitely didn't want these two guys that we just got. I mean, with Cam Whitmore sitting out there was another guy named Bryce Sensabaugh sitting out there. There was another guy named Kobe Brown sitting out there that fit that need that you guys are talking about. You know, guys that can stretch the floor, 6'8", 6'9", that can shoot. And oddly enough, all those three guys that I just mentioned are going to be in the Western Conference. I think Utah, Clippers, and Houston. So the Warriors are going to have to deal with those three guys. But I think how we get better next year, to answer your question, is Kuminga and Moody. We're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at them as far as development. And the Warriors are going to have to throw everything they got into these guys and get these guys ready to go, and they're going to have to play better. And if they can play better, if they can be like a Porter in Denver or Brown in Denver, man, and just dedicate themselves to upping their IQ and really learning the game of basketball, then I think we'll be okay. But right now, they really don't have a choice. Bring Draymond back, and hopefully Kuminga and Moody can be what the Warriors thought they were going to be.
Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate the deep dive on the draft as well. I'm with Leroy in terms of
really
you can't trade Klay Thompson. I don't think that you're going to get the player back. I don't think that there is another team out there that wants to part with their $40 million player. You're not getting Dame Lillard for Klay. You're not getting Paul George or Kawhi for Klay. You're not getting Jimmy Butler for Klay. So
how about Cat?
I mean, I don't want Karl Anthony Towns. I think that
why?
Because I don't think that he's a winning player.
That's what they said about Wiggins when he was there too.
Well, and it took Wiggins a lot to get to that spot here. And, Wiggins might be back to the Andrew Wiggins that he was in Minnesota. That might have been a blip on the radar.
You don't think that, right? Come on. You think Wiggins is the player that we saw in Boston?
I think Wiggins is more like the player that we saw this year and the player that we saw before the championship run. A guy who is content on the weak side. He's going to go 5 for 12. He's going to get you 14 and 3 and 1 accidental assist. He'll play good defense, but I don't think that Andrew Wiggins has that dog in him, and I certainly don't think that the Cat has the dog either, pun intended.
Well, I mean, I hear you on the Cat on Karl Anthony Towns. It's just that he's not old. He's got great numbers. He's 27-year-old big man. We're talking about what kind of big man do they need? They need a shooter. Minnesota's paying their three centers an ungodly sum.
It's like $400 million over the life of their deals.
You could move Klay there and get that deal done. And yeah, I think they'd have to throw something else in there because Klay makes 43 and the Cat makes like 37. Something like that.
Yeah, he's making 33. I know he's making 36 flat next year.
But you get bigger, you get younger, you get a big that you can use and fits with your other bigs if Draymond comes back. To me, it's like I don't think Minnesota's looking to get out from underneath cash, right? I think they would buy out Klay, and Klay could go somewhere else. He could go play for the Lakers or go play for
and
whatever.
Minnesota's in a mode where they want to give it a go at least with the three bigs that they have. I think they just signed Naz Reid.
Yeah, I think he's not going anywhere.
I think Gobert would be the more likely player that they would look to trade, and I certainly don't want Rudy Gobert here.
No, I wouldn't do it for Gobert. But for Karl Anthony Towns, what is the negative on Karl Anthony Towns? I feel like there's like some inside dope on Karl Anthony Towns that I'm not privy to because the numbers are good. And
the numbers are good. I think that he fancies himself.
When I've seen him against Golden State, I thought he looked great.
I think at times he fancies himself as a two guard, and
he's too soft.
Yes, I don't like to call players soft.
But you're calling him soft, basically.
No, I'm saying that he thinks he's a two guard. He's 6'11", 250, and he wants to shoot threes.
I hear you.
I mean, James Wiseman is cut from the same cloth to me. If I'm going to get a big,
really,
James Wiseman wants to be a two guard.
I know, but Karl Anthony Towns can actually do it. James Wiseman, I think, has kind of got some marshmallow tendencies as well.
Well, he's got a long way to go to beat Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm just saying, breaks right for James Wiseman. He could emerge.
I'm just saying, big man who favors the perimeter more than he favors, rolling up the sleeves and really getting after it. Anthony Towns averaged 0.6 blocks a game last year at 6'11".
Right, he's not a shot
problem.
Blocker, but he's a bit. Here's the thing
he's not really a rebounder. Rebounds down. He's down to 8.1 a game.
I know. But, I mean, you're talking about 27-year-old big man who averaged, 21 and what was his rebound total?
8.
21 and 8?
He played 29 games, Coach.
And here's the thing about it is that Minnesota, wants to get out from underneath that money. Now, if Joe made that deal, that would be you're taking on a lot of money. Because doesn't he make 50 next year? Like the year after
it does go up. Let me get you the exact
50 and
numbers.
54 or something. It goes way up.
49, 53, 57, and then a player oppie for 61 in 2028. So if you want the cat, you're getting all 9 lives, Larry.
I know, but I mean, to me, that's intriguing. That's intriguing because now you're
talking.
Can I
get a reaction first before you browbeat me over the legal? I thought that was really good. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. That's a problem to me, those numbers. So you're getting him for, that's 85, 138, 195. If he picks up his player option, you're looking at $260 million.
It's a big commitment from Joe. But how old's Clay?
Clay is 33.
Yeah, so you're getting a player 6 years younger. I mean, that's quite a bit different. I'll say this, dude. The one concern I have about letting Poole move on is the points. You got to respect when a guy goes for 20 a night in the NBA. You got to respect that, and if you're adding that, you got to understand what you're adding. But if you're subtracting that, you got to account for that. And I don't. That's the one thought on. Why I'm a little nervous about the life after Poole is where are those 20 points coming from? And we'll get into the minimum guys that are out there.
Yeah.
One guy who I think could give them a lot of points, and if his body's right, is T.J. Warren. T.J. Warren is a big-time scorer.
Right.
And if he's healthy, I don't know if he is, but if he is healthy, that you could replace some of that major offense that you're losing with Poole with Warren, then I would feel a little bit better if you had another scorer like that. Because not only that, you're losing DiVincenzo, who gave you some offense, and you're losing Poole. You're losing 2 guys in their prime. It's like you better come up with some points. Otherwise, I think you're going to be challenged a little bit to score. I mean, that's a lot of points out the door.
I'm more concerned about the minutes, honestly, than I am the points. And Jordan Poole last year played 2,458 total minutes, and I just did the math. That's 8%. He led your team playing 8% of the minutes. You're not going to have Chris Paul play that much, so it's going to be Paul playing half those minutes, and who else is going to play all the minutes that he ate up because he played 82 games. And Jordan Poole averaged about, 30 minutes on the dot. So that's a lot tougher for me to replace than it is tougher to replace the points. The points will come. Chris Paul will get you 10. Kuminga with an uptick. Moody hopefully comes up a little bit. You'll find a way to make up the points. From the Comcast Business text line, the 415, Cat is the softest big man in the league. Also from the 415, Wiggins hater. I'm not trying to hate on Wiggins. I just don't. Until he shows me that he can be that player again that he was in the push to the finals, I'm gonna have to wait for that.
Really, I looked at Wiggins' situation last year as just, it was off-court situation. It obviously there were things that interrupted. I'm okay with his game. I have
fine.
I have no problems with his game. I have more problems with just the fact that he didn't play forever and obviously hurt the team. He was in his prime last year, one of the few guys they had that was in their prime. They needed him badly. He wasn't there for them. But I mean, whatever. He had his own personal thing. That's a 1-year deal. That last year was an aberration, right? Come on. I think you got to.
In terms of games played, yes.
Yeah.
But in terms of what he did when he played, this is the player that he is. For the Warriors, over 193 games, which is 4 seasons, 1 injury-riddled, 1 truncated. He's averaging 17.8. He's going to get you those 18 points. He probably won't get you more than 23.
He's a very consistent
He won't get you
scorer.
further than less than 14. No, that's my point. He's your guy. And if he's your third best offensive player, which he likely will be this year, you need him to be more like the Minnesota player when he was averaging 22 a night.
I hear you, but my concern was more about that he didn't give you this year and in these playoffs the rebounding effort that he gave you the year before. To me, when he got to when they won the championship and he was just an absolute menace on the glass.
On the glass, yeah.
That's when we got the best of Andrew Wiggins. That's when I think we really saw him get to a level he's never achieved before. I need to see that Andrew Wiggins, but it's not about the offense for me. It's about the rebounding.
To me, it's about the defense. I don't need the rebounding, and you're not going to get the rebounding. He's 4.5 rebounds for his career, and he's never been below 3.6, and he's never been above 5.2.
But he had that breakthrough. What did he do in the playoffs 2 years ago?
Yeah, he got double digits, and they all made a point of it in the post game. Like, yes, Andrew, this is what we want, but you don't get that consistently.
Well, that's effort, though, right?
But with Kevon, I don't think you need the rebounding. You need the defense, and if you want to find somebody to take up the slack in scoring from Jordan Poole, here's your guy. Andrew, instead of getting us 17 a night, how about you get us 20 a night?
Yeah.
Or you get us 21. You got to look to score. Too often for me, Andrew Wiggins becomes just a weak side player who's just kind of...
He forgets his offense. I agree. He's too passive offensively. But it makes you wonder: is that why he gets along so well in their chemistry? Because he doesn't force up a lot of bad shots, and he's kind of passive. Yeah, he probably undershoots, but I think Poole maybe overshot. So I don't know. It's interesting because Wiggins. They always say, well, really, he's fit on this team. Incredible. He's fit well with these guys. Well, why does he fit well? Because he's like kind of easy breezy on the offensive end. It's like, you know what,
right.
You want to take the shot? All right, I'm cool with that. It's like he's very. The word I would say is passive offensively.
Yes, and now you need him to be more aggressive without
assertive.
Jordan Poole. We got some vet min props for Larry here coming up on the other side. We've got some yes/no questions that I'm going to have Larry answer, and maybe you folks can play along as well. 888-957-9570. A lot of anti-cat commentary.
A lot of people hate Cat. But
on the Comcast Business text line from the 650, you're considering trading Clay for all the drama you get with Cat. No thanks. Clay hit 300 threes. Towns is a horrible defender. Sucks on defense from the 650. Anti-Cat, Larry.
A lot of anti-Cat out there.
On the text line. Let's go to Paul in Oakland about a Clay departure. What's going on, Paul? What are you doing?
Gentlemen, thanks so much for taking my call. Dibbs, you said something just a moment ago and it slipped right through. It was a brilliant question.
Thank you.
And it leads into what I wanted to talk about, which is you asked the question, are you talking about the first day of the season? And that is where, what I'm going to say makes terrible sports radio because we got to talk about the now. But in the now, we only have so many options. Dibbs, you've been hoping for Marcus Smart. Didn't happen for us, but that's for you. Should have upticked it. But anyway, I think we're no one wins the championship in the first few months of the season. It's going to take a while, and there are going to be things that we're going to learn about this team. Other teams are going to be learning things about their players, and people are going to come available. And they're going to be buyers and sellers. So who we start with is important but not critical to who we end with. That's for thing one. that takes me to Klay. I don't think Klay Thompson goes anywhere unless Steph Curry signs off on it. And I just don't see that happening with the way that Klay has come back from his injuries, with the heart he's shown, his ability to play. How many times did we say before the playoffs that Klay's averaging his career average in points? He's improved as a defender. So I think that's going to be a tough sell, not just to fans, but to the guys that are going to get the call, like, what do you think about this, and sign off.
Yep.
And then the last thing I'm not hearing about Jordan Poole's trade, and then I'll get off this call, is I'm not hearing enough about Jordan's impact on the other young guys. Now, I'm not there, obviously, Paul from Oakland, but it's got to be the case that as the guy that was the youngest one in the lineup, kind of the leader of that younger pack, as he got disgruntled, even before the punch on his playing time, and then he got the big bag, I just can't believe that this year he was not an impactor on those young guys. His pouting, his clapping back at the refs, his failure to listen to things over and over that Kerr wanted to have happen. I just can't believe that didn't have an impact. So
yeah, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. And we got many more callers. We got to let you go on that note. And it's a tough thing for a young player to be asked to overcome all that. We all want to say, oh, he's a pro making a bunch of money, but you get popped by your esteemed big brother on the team, and then you're a starter, you're on the bench. Please shoot, please don't shoot. There was a lot of yo-yoing that he had to go through. Did he handle it with maturity, class, and aplomb? No, which led us to where we are now.
You know, we describe this this altercation like Draymond, like it came out of nowhere. I mean, Draymond, got in his face, and Poole's the one who got physical first, and Draymond
that's not
ended it.
I mean,
that's true, is what it is.
Yes, but there's getting physical. There's me throwing a paper airplane at you, and you pulling out a baseball bat and smashing me in the ankle.
Well, I mean, it was.
Are you with me though? It was an escalation sensation, is what it was.
Yeah, but I mean, so what? I mean, I've seen all kinds of fights on the court, and I've seen all kinds of fights on the street, and right. There's a big difference between if somebody gets in your face, if you want to fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't get physical.
If you get in my face, I'm the only way for me to even think about punching you when you are nose to nose with me is to get you off.
I know,
me.
but it wasn't an attack on a child. This wasn't an attack on a civilian by somebody who's 10 times the size. We're talking about a 6'4" athletic guy who got physical with Draymond. Draymond ended it. It was a one-punch deal, but I mean, it wasn't like he sat there and went up to him, and Jordan Poole said nothing. Was a total innocent bystander. There was nothing going on, and Draymond just attacked him. And come on, it was a fight between two guys. Let's get over it.
We can talk.
It was a fight.
A fight is two people going back and forth. This was It was a cheap shot. It was a sucker punch.
No, it was an argument, and then Jordan Poole got physical first, and Draymond ended it.
We can get into this. I mean, we could do the whole rest of the show on this. We've all seen it. Yeah, I can't stop seeing it.
Right, but I mean,
and who leaked it?
It wasn't an attack. It wasn't like some guy was sitting there. You see people innocently attacked every single day. That was not what happened.
We're using words that are not accurate. It wasn't a fight. It wasn't an attack, but it wasn't something that Jordan started. Look, we can get into this, Larry.
Just saying. It was two guys who fought, not one guy who fought.
One guy fought, and one guy got put to the ground.
One guy ended the fight.
Yes. Yeah.
But the other guy put his hands on him first.
Yeah, he sure did.
I mean, seriously, have you ever played pickup basketball with anybody and you go nose to nose?
Yes.
And it's
when you push somebody, it usually doesn't then result in the other guy flying out of his shoes.
I don't know, man. It's
and
like
knocking you out.
I don't know. We have different codes then, because to me,
if you go mean streets,
you go nose to nose with somebody,
I know.
And you don't touch them, then you go nose to nose.
They're waving me off back there. We can keep this going because I'm fascinated by your take. Plus, we got veteran minimum players. And I've got props. I'm going to run these by Larry to see what category this vet min or vet mins might fall under. Kruger's in for Willard. I'm wishing it was JD right now, but I got to ride this out. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's your boy Guru.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy, back in. Sharks almost on the clock, Larry. I'll get a full Sharks breakdown from you. Maybe about 6:05 we'll do that.
Yeah.
That was another one of those
That might
famous
be in the parking
Radnich
lot.
bits. Yeah. Hey, 12:01. When he'd already be on his way to the Jag.
Right.
So to speak. So great. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. The question of the day, how do the Warriors get appreciably better? Not incrementally better, because we know they can get incrementally better if Podziemski can come up and, be a 10th or 11th man. If Trace Jackson Davis can come in and be the 10th man. If Wiggins can actually maybe score 17.2 instead of 17.1 a game, that would be incrementally better. We're talking about appreciably better. Because right now, if you look at the Warriors roster with Draymond back, they're anywhere between the third best team in the West and the seventh best team in the West. I think that would be a fair range. But are they a championship contender? Larry says no. So how do they get appreciably better between now and October?
Well, that's the question. That is the question. And what do you think their win total would be? I would say they're probably a
45, yeah.
44, 45, something like that. Low 40s.
Yeah. Interesting, though, about win totals, and I haven't brought them up. I don't even know if they're out yet, but the regular season has become largely an afterthought to so many teams.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, ultimately, it's about how you're playing. I mean, the season's eternal. So it's all about how you're playing in March and April when the playoffs roll around. How healthy are you? How are you playing? But, it's funny. It's like Kuminga was in the rotation in March. Kuminga was playing 25 to 30 minutes a night in March, and then they got to the playoffs, and he had a couple bad performances, and it was like, yeah, he's persona non grata, sit down, and never to get back up. So, it's about getting all your players individually and collectively going in the right direction, and somehow you got to, whatever you do in the regular season is going to have to translate to the playoffs. For Kuminga, he could not get March to translate into the playoff battles of April and May.
And that's where the Warriors didn't have the luxury that they did the previous year of an 18-2 start, where the Warriors were chasing wins. Steve Kerr famously said many years ago, we're not chasing wins. Well, last year you kind of had to chase wins because you didn't want to be in the play-in game, and you found yourself in a tough spot with a 3-7 start. What I meant when I said the regular season is somewhat of an afterthought is reflected in the Western Conference. The Nuggets are the 1 seed at 53-29. That's all it took to be the 1 seed, 53-29. And if you go back just 5 years earlier, the Warriors were a 57-win team under KD, and they were coasting at the 1 seed. So more and more now in the NBA, you don't have to grind out 60-plus wins and lock up that number 1 seed. You had Miami go to the NBA Finals out of the play-in spot, and you had the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals out of the play-in spot. So more and more teams are realizing fresh legs in April is more important than being a 2 or a 3 seed.
Well, it's the era of load management, right? If you're going to take 2 or 3 of your best players and once a week you're going to sit them, you're not going to win as many games. So the teams that normally would win, high 50s or maybe even 60, those teams win low 50s. Teams that win 50 now wind up winning on 45, and everybody's really closely grouped. I think that's kind of what we're seeing. Don't you think it's directly impacted by the load management?
Absolutely, and it's also impacted by the new cockamamie, as I call it, playoff format, where 10 teams get in, not to the playoffs, but 10 teams have a chance to at least make it in the playoffs. I don't like the play-in for this very reason. You're giving more teams the luxury of not having to really grind to be a top 8 to have a chance at the postseason. And even a team like Dallas, they opted out of the play-in tournament. They shut down their best players over the course of the last week or two to intentionally avoid being in the play-in figuring that they had no chance to advance deep anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you felt about the Warriors, but I was not too worried. I mean, I was okay with them going young. The game plan at the beginning of the year: go young, develop your young guys, Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga. And who cares if you're the 6th seed? I didn't care. It didn't bother me if they were the 4 seed, the 6 seed, whether they had home court or not. I really felt like if they're going right and they've got their young guys some experience and they've got that momentum and they're feeling good, that it's not about the win total. It's about how are you playing at the end of the year. But they couldn't get that momentum going, and they had to move off Wiseman. And even though it looked like Kuminga had momentum, he didn't. It looked like Moody had no momentum, but he did. And the two-way players, they kind of leaned on these guys, and then all of a sudden, they just simply. If you said to me, why did Golden State fall apart? They ran out of players. I mean,
playable players, absolutely.
Yeah, they ran out of playable players, and they couldn't trust Kuminga or didn't trust Kuminga. They couldn't play the two-way players. They didn't have Wiggins. They ran out of players, and that's actually kind of my fear for this upcoming team because of the age. If you're going to rest everybody liberally, and you're going to have your starting core basically be roughly 35 years of age on average. There's a chance that you could get into the season and run out of players again, and you may have to play Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis far more minutes than you anticipate because you got an older roster. So.
Well, far more than you played Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins, a couple of Wizards now. You're going to have to lean on those guys, I think, absolutely. And also veteran minimum players, because Mike Dunleavy has said they're going to be in the market for 3 veteran minimum players, it appears. The roster will sit at 11 if Draymond signs. Mike Dunleavy Jr. made it pretty apparent that they're not going to go to a 15-man roster for luxury tax implications, and I like that. Why would you add a 15th guy to pay him $2 million, which is really $10 million, even though you're not going to play him? That was Iguodala last year. You threw him a bone and paid him about $2 million, and he played 4 games. But before we get into specific names, and we're going back to the phones momentarily, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast business text line. How do the Warriors get better between now and October? Is it a big move? Is it an incremental improvement from the guys they have? Is it veteran minimum players? Before we get into the names, I'm going to ask you these 5 questions about props. I made props here, Larry.
All right.
On veteran minimum players. And you answer yes or no. I'm going to write down your answers. And we will grade this, and we'll see how you do. And I'll pit you against John Dickinson. We'll have JD do it tomorrow.
Nice.
And we'll see who gets more of these correct. Vet min prop number 1. Do the Warriors add a veteran minimum player 6'9" or taller?
Number 1.
Who is no? We were playing that with Whitey earlier. Do they add a
Jeopardy?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes.
They will add. So they're gonna add a big.
Yes,
a player 6'9" or taller. All right.
Yep.
Second question. Thank you. Number 2. Do they get a Curry? And by a Curry, I mean Seth Curry, Damian Lee, married to Steph's sister, or Austin Rivers, whose sister is married to Seth. Those are my 3 under the Curry category.
Yes.
Ooh, which one? Just for bonus points.
I think they could get 2. I don't know to Austin Rivers, but Damian Lee I think makes a lot of sense, and especially because chemistry is very, very important. And I think he was a good chemistry guy, and I think he's a good wing. He's a good offensive player, and I could see Seth, if he really is ring chasing mode, coming here as well. So to me, I think either one of those guys could wind up here, but Damian Lee, I think, is the better opportunity.
From the 510, get Steph to convince Seth to sign for the minimum and then try to trade Jarrett Allen for J.K. Moody and picks. So there's a suggestion from the 510.
No,
I think it's more likely they get Austin Rivers than it is that they get Seth Curry. I don't think Seth is in ring chase mode yet, and he can make more than the veteran minimum. Let's keep this moving. We got 3 more to go, including
number 3.
Thank you, Grandy. Do they get a former Warrior in the vet min pool? And I've got JTA on the list, the aforementioned Damian Lee, JaVale McGee, Otto Porter Jr., Ish Smith, NBA champion, Boogie Cousins, Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, or any other former Warrior that you might think that they'll add.
Well, since I said Damian Lee, I'm going to say yes.
Okay,
doubling down. Damian Lee's a viable minimum guy.
So you're 3 yeses so far.
Right.
And you've got a 6'9" guy or taller. Damian Lee's not that. You've got yes to a Curry, and you've got yes to Damian Lee. So far you've got Damian Lee.
Ex-Warrior.
Yes. And and you're also looking at a stretch, and we'll figure out who your big man is. I think I know who you like. We'll get to that coming up. But first, the props
Number
roll on.
4.
Yes, I stepped on the number. Do they get a player 34 years of age or older? 34 or older. What'd you say, Sonny?
34. 34 or older. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say they're going to go younger.
Okay. Wow, that's actually one that I think would be a yes for me. I think that one of these.
Who you have in mind there?
Well, it could be a random big like the lesser Lopez. So that would be Robin Lopez. You've got Dwight Howard coming back from Taiwan. He's over 34. I think that you could look at. I think you could look at a veteran, especially one of these veteran bigs, to just throw in there north of 34.
I think
Kevin Love is a name that's out there.
I know. I think it's risky, really risky. If you're going to bring Clay back, and you've got Clay who's older, Steph who's older, Draymond who's older, and Paul who's older than them, to me, you're getting into a very risky mode if you go for an older minimum guy, because then you've got a chance that you're going to wind up on some nights with some very, very inexperienced players playing instead of these older players. So I think that they're going to want to find somebody who's younger. So I would say no.
One more on the prop board as we wrap up Vetmin Props with Larry Krueger here on Willard and Dibs.
Number 5.
The last one, Larry, do they get a former CP3 teammate? Now, this will be a tough one to track because he's played with 74% of the league.
I know. I'm just going to say, how many guys? This guy's played everywhere, and he's played with a bunch of guys.
Now, Jock Landale is a name that's out there, and I believe that they just played together in Phoenix. So that would be a yes if they were to get him, just for an example. And we'd have to track all the players that he played with.
I'll say no.
No on a former teammate.
Yeah, no on a former teammate of CP3.
Okay, so you're yes on 6'9" or taller.
Yep.
Yes, they get a quote-unquote Curry, and you think it's Damian Lee with a maybe on Seth Curry. A former Warrior's a yes. You're doubling down on your Damian Lee. I actually think that Juan Toscano Anderson might be the one in that category for me. If you get a big, you get a shooter, you got a glue guy, JTA, I think that he might be a good fit. You're a no on an older guy, and you're a no on a CP3 teammate.
Yeah. And the Juan Toscano Anderson's interesting. I really enjoyed watching him here, but I don't know. Don't you? To me, I think you're going to need offense, and so I want guys who are a little bit more offensive oriented than JTA. JTA, I think, is a great. I think he's a really good glue piece, defender, athlete. I think he rebounds better than his size. He can guard multiple positions. I like that. There's a lot to like about JTA, but I don't see the fit this time around.
Yeah, and coming in from the text line, the 408, wasn't Damian Lee a teammate of Chris Paul? So that would be a little. Yeah, he played for Phoenix this year.
So I guess so. Yeah,
that would be. You'd go 2-1 on the Damian Lee acquisition. He would check two of your boxes, but not the third.
If I'm still going to battle with JD on this, I gotta, I might have
hedged.
I might have to give one away there. I can't put all my eggs in the Damian Lee basket.
We're going to the phones here in 60 seconds. 888-957-9570. How do the Warriors get better? Here's a thought that is actually not going to happen, but from the 408, I believe the move to get Chris Paul is strategic to tank, be in the mix to draft Bronny next year, and LBJ joins to play with his son. I don't believe the Warriors have their pick. I just looked it up, and I think it confers it's top 4 protected, and it goes to Memphis as a part of the Iguodala trade.
And you want to bring in Bronny to, and what, you're going to tank one of Steph's Steph Curry's best year might be this next year, right? By age, he's getting further away every year.
Right.
Away from his prime. You're going to tank.
There's no tank. We don't tanks. We don't do that here in Golden State.
Tanks.
There's no tanks. And that's me, by the way. I got caught saying goodbye in an interview and something was in my throat.
Tanks.
So that's actually me. Hard to believe. 888-957-9570. We'll go to Bruce in San Diego. Got a couple of Diego calls on the big board. What's going on, Bruce? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Dibs, played with your older brother, Doug, back in the day. He was pretty good.
Where? Did you play at the school no longer known as Drake, or did you play at Napa JC? Where'd you play with him, Bruce?
No, I actually played with Coach Brett Tavani at Centerville High School on the last big team before that good Drake team. So, yeah, you guys were pretty good out there. I remember you as a kid at the game. So,
Yeah.
long time.
Eighth grade ball boy. We just no. Let's talk about us for a minute. We just had the 40-year anniversary of that state championship team, and man, it's good to see everybody back. And Brett Tavani's still looking good. That gray fox.
Coach Tavani, he got hit by the fountain of youth. Now, that guy, he's got it all. And I tell you what, he still plays ball as good as he did when he was a kid.
Yeah, I went to grammar school with his daughter, and let's just say your boy didn't fare too well in the courtship of the younger
Really?
Tavani. Yeah, a lot of strikeouts for your boy back in the day. But Bruce, what do you got for us?
Too
with
much
the Warriors?
swing and miss in your game? Is that what you're saying?
Way too much swing and miss.
Yeah.
Chasing everything. I like Casey Schmidt.
So we're down here in San Diego. I'm going to give you kind of a Southern Cal view on what's going on. First off, it looks like everybody's worried about LeBron going back up to the Bay, actually. Not this year, but next year. And the Warriors can always acquire a pick. I happen to be an attorney myself, and I think there were some bad business moves made in this trade. But let's just take the team right now as it is. I think the acquisition of Paul is there to actually slow down the second team. So if you take a look, you got the best first team in the league. If you throw in Paul, basically you can just melt those minutes off the clock by having them hold the ball and basically just hold the ball and get fouled. And so it's just going to keep pace. That'll give the first team to pretty much dominate the rest of the league if you keep it as is. But the last thing I think the Warriors need is Kerr's a good coach, but he's one of the worst coaches I've seen as for young players. So if you go at players that are 26, 27, 28, 29, and even if you lose Dre down the road and you lose Thompson down the road, those players will be there to support Curry to play till he's 40 if he wants to. So I think that's the move to make, and I think the Warriors are starting that right now.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate the call and the trip down memory lane. Warriors' fastest team in the league last year in pace. They were tied with San Antonio. 101.6 was their overall pace. I think they slow it down a little bit just based on principle. I thought they played too fast last year a lot.
And they were very young. I mean, what would they have, like 5 guys under 22 or something like that? I mean, that's really, really young. So, Kerr's got this rep now because he didn't play the young players this year of, he can't play young players or he won't play young players. I think it's more about there's a lot of players entering the NBA right now who lack strength and skill development, and he's just not going to put them out there and give them minutes if they're 19 years old and lack skill development. I don't think he can't play young players. I just don't think he wants to waste any time playing underskilled guys who don't know how to play the game
and you
can't play off the ball.
You can't say that he can't develop young players and then also say, Kavon's gotten better and Jordan Poole became a 100 million plus player under Steve Kerr. So a lot of times player development, especially in, I'll say maybe in basketball more than any other sport, it's on the player to get better. Like baseball, you need to get better. You need to get coached up in certain ways, but you got to show it level after level after level. Basketball, you got to get in the lab, as Guru says, and you got to improve your individual game.
He's been in the lab
in order to really make it happen. Coach Hall in San Diego wants to talk Draymond. What's going on, Coach?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, I'm fuming over here at you guys winning Cat. So I'm a UK grad, former UK student athlete. And trust me, you guys do not want Cat. It's not his ability. He's not a smart basketball player. If you go back to when we lost against Wisconsin, he just does not make winning plays. As far as Draymond, he's an evil genius. I think our best case scenario is to pick up people on that market where it's a veteran minimum because Draymond has pretty much cornered the Warriors. And you can go back to navigating the trade or the signing trade with KD, getting Harrison out of here, missing the layup to get us, in the play-in, to punching Jordan Poole, to the technicals in the last 30 seconds. Like, he is a problem child, but we can't win without him. So our best case scenario, I feel, is just to pick up those guys that are looking for those vet minimum deals. Your Boogie Cousins, Dwight Howard, even John Wall. Draymond runs his team, man. Like, it's a catch-22. I don't see us picking up a big splash because Draymond's pretty much cornered the Warriors.
Thank you, Coach. And you're not mad at both of us because I was down on Cat. It was my partner, Larry.
Yeah, I'm the one who's pro-Cat. I'm pro-Cat. Yeah. He's the one who's anti-Cat. As far as Draymond, I mean, you're just going to have to live with the good and the bad. You know, it's just the way it is. I mean, he's a volatile guy. You know, you can't embrace his volatility when it benefits you and have disdain for the volatility when it burns you. And he's a guy there's a little bit of a self-destructive side. There's a little bit of a cross the line or at least straddle the line. He goes right up to it, but it's also what makes him so special. So it's like, you got to take the good with the bad sometimes.
Yeah, and with Draymond, I think Coach Hall is right in terms of it's his team, and he definitely has you cornered now. And I think that this deal has already basically been agreed to in principle. Draymond's going to get more money than he opted out of, and I don't think that Draymond wanted to return with Jordan Poole. I think that was made pretty crystal clear, and the team is going to side with Draymond Green. Of course, he's got the 4 chips to Jordan Poole's 1, and so you're going to run it back. And I also think that Draymond would have signed off on the Chris Paul addition, and we got some Chris Paul sound from earlier we'll play for you in terms of the Draymond Green angle.
How about Draymond? You trying to bring Draymond back?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you think you will fit into the team
I don't know yet. You know what I mean? But I've been fortunate enough to play 18 years, and I done figured it out that long.
Yeah, so. And you made all the teams better too, right?
I mean,
from what I know. Yeah.
I've been playing.
Okay. Do you have any message to Dub Nation?
I'm excited, and I know I've been sort of the sworn enemy for a long time, but I cannot wait to be there, and I cannot wait to get in the locker room with all those guys. So appreciate y'all, and we on the way.
That's courtesy TMZ Sports, and part of being in the locker room with those guys is Draymond Green, Larry. Evil genius.
And Chris Paul's a big Dodger fan. I know Willard was having some problems with that last week. Chris had his family at the Dodger game. No, I mean, certain guys, if you're not tough, they're going to call you out. And Chris Paul's a tough guy, so I think him and Draymond will get along great.
I think so, too. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And once he's introduced as a Golden State Warrior, I think many fans will start to change their tune. Ryan Russillo is going to join us coming up at the top of the hour from The Ringer. Noted Chris Paul stan, according to Luke. And I think if I look at my Urban Dictionary, that means he likes Chris Paul. So Ryan Russillo on Chris Paul and more, the fit with Golden State. That's coming up here in 20 minutes. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Willard and Dibbs. Kruger in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $399 a month for 36 months.
the game.
Oh, it is getting so exciting as we get closer to Friday, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. The new league year. Free agency begins right here on 95.7 The Game. 46 hours and 11 minutes from now, Larry, we're going to have action. We're going to have answers on the Draymond Green contract. Is it with the Warriors? It absolutely had better be. If Draymond Green leaves, and I was talking to, look, our program director, our brand manager, Matt Nahigian, about this, and we're having our one-on-one meeting, our weekly meeting, and I love it. And at the end of it, he goes, if Draymond Green leaves, this might be the biggest story ever. And then we kind of went through KD coming was monster. And then you think about the other non-game related stories. This would be about the biggest story. The Bay Area would have a meltdown if it's announced that Draymond Green signs for 4 years and $125 million with Sacramento.
Then I basically gave grades on what the Warriors did this week, and one of the things I if Draymond comes back, I give the Poole Paul trade more like a higher grade. But if he
what
leaves,
would you give it if Draymond's back?
If Draymond's back, I gave it like a B- because I think even though I don't like the trade as far as 38-year-old for a 24-year-old, that kind of thing. There's a chemistry issue, there's a cap issue, there's a lot of things, and also you're not giving up moving off of Poole. You're just deferring for 1 year. In fact, you get 1 year of Paul, and then next year you can get off of Paul's deal and go turn that into another player. So I think they kind of deferred the move for one off season. They brought in Paul, they improved their cap, they improved their chemistry, and they kind of went all in this year. So I love it if Draymond re-signs, and I would give it like a B- just in the standpoint of, you are taking on a 38-year-old injured player or a player that's had a lot of injuries for a very healthy 24-year-old player who averaged 20 a game in the NBA this year. But
if Draymond opts out,
I give it an F.
Seriously.
It's an F.
It's an F- if there is such a thing.
If Draymond doesn't come back, now you've gotten rid of, you've gotten older and you've added this play. No, it's an F. It was all predicated, or partly predicated, I should say, on Draymond coming back and improving the chemistry. And if Draymond's gone anyway, that's a nightmare.
Ryan Russillo joins us in 10 minutes. Ryan of The Ringer and the Ryan Russillo podcast, one of the best NBA voices, smart, young, quietly buffed. I don't know if you've looked at his pictures of late, but your boy's been working in the gym. The curls are paying off for Ryan Russillo.
I'd interviewed him a couple times in the last few years about draft picks, and man, I was just shocked.
He beat me to it.
I was shocked.
I got my soundboard now.
I was shocked at how knowledgeable this guy is. Now I know he's taught college basketball. He's all over it, but I felt like I was talking to Chris Monter or somebody. He was like so deep dive. He knew every little nuance of all these players. So that's a great book by Lucas.
Yeah, Ryan Russillo joins us in 10 minutes. But before that, we're going to put Larry's knowledge to the test because we've been talking about veteran minimum players, and a lot of fans, when they talk about who the Warriors should sign on a veteran minimum deal, which is about $2.2 million, they all say names that aren't going to be available at that price. But Larry Krueger's got a short list, or a shart list, as Uncle Lo would say, of names. Tell me some of these names, Larry. Now, earlier you said you do think that they're going to get a player 6'9" or taller. Who might that be on your list of veteran minimum bigs?
Well, I'm looking at the list that Lucas provided us, and if this guy...
I think this is from Anthony Slater of The Athletic.
Right, and Anthony Slater did a deep dive on a bunch of these guys. To me, there's a couple of guys in this list that are just not reasonable, not realistic. The number one guy, if this guy is available and you can get him at a minimum, he would vault to the front of my list, and that's Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles in Sacramento is a flat-out can shoot the rock, and he's young, and he can play, he can run up and down. I like Trey Lyles a lot. I think he's coming into his own. I don't even think he's fulfilled all of his potential. He would give the Warriors a player in the prime of his career, and that would be an unbelievable get if you got Trey Lyles. So, big wise, Trey Lyles would be number one for me.
6'9", and as you mentioned, he is still pretty early in his career. He's going to be 28 years old. Didn't play a ton in Sacramento, but when he did play, he was pretty effective, and he can shoot the ball from distance, and that's exactly the kind of player that the Warriors would want. A long, lengthy big who can step out and shoot the three. He made 2.6 last year, so he's probably looking for a raise, not a pay cut. I don't think he'll be there at the veteran minimum, but that's a great name.
What is the veteran minimum?
I think it's 2.2-ish. I'd have to Google the exact figure.
Okay.
But it's definitely less than what he made last year.
Yeah, so that's not a realistic name. And maybe this next one isn't either, but I kind of like Mo Wagner. I liked him at Michigan. I liked him with the Lakers. I liked him with Orlando. He just plays with a ton of fire. And to me, the one thing that I kind of didn't love this year was I didn't feel like there was a lot of fire. And I felt like they could use a big man like Mo Wagner, who's not going to get pushed around. And Muscala's a better 3-point shooter. Kaminsky, I think, knows how to play the game a little bit better. But to me, Wagner's a little younger, a little bigger, a little stronger. I like the fiery competitor that Mo Wagner is, and I would give up a little bit from three that like Muscala or Kaminsky would give you. Where I think Wagner's a guy that he's not going to make in any kind of contested three, but if you leave him open and you dare him to shoot it, he'll knock it down. So I like the toughness and the intensity and the just the fire and competitive fire of Mo Wagner. So that would be a guy I would like.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know if he would be available at that price, and the years of experience determine how much you make on the veteran minimum. So if you're 10 plus years, it's estimated to be about 3.2. And if you're looking at Lyles and he is now going to be in his 8th year, his number is closer to 2.9 million. So it's all pennies when you're dealing with billionaire owners. But in terms of, Lyles was making 2.6. Even if he takes the veteran minimum, it's only about a $300,000 bonus. What about Dario Saric? Is that a player that you would like, and would he be available in that big market?
Well, I really liked him a couple of years ago, but hasn't he had a couple of injuries? And to me, he's kind of put on some weight. He's not quite the movement player that he was a few years ago. But he's skilled and he knows how to play, and he can make other people better too. He knows how to make basketball plays. So a guy like Saric would be nice, but to me, he seemed like last couple times I watched him, he was thicker, he was slower.
ACL back in 2022, he missed the whole year, and he did play 57 games this year. I played for Phoenix and then OKC, but 29 years old, off a knee injury, 6'11", good passer. He might be a guy who would be there though in the veteran minimum market.
Yeah, I like him. I definitely like him. I think he's a good player. But
Ryan Russillo joining us in 5 minutes. Let's talk about some of your other players, be it wings or guards. What other players do you have your eye on in terms of gettability and fit for the Golden State Warriors?
Well, Seth Curry, I think, makes a lot of sense if he's ring chasing. He's 33, but he obviously he knows this. He knows the culture. He knows the head coach. He knows the offense. He's a really smart player. I don't think people talk enough about Seth. I think he's a really underrated player. He can shoot the ball. He's probably more of a 2 than a 1. He's kind of an undersized 2. Would make their backcourt small, but you know what? He can shoot. He can absolutely shoot. He's played in a lot of big games. I like the way he's what he's added to his game since he was here last. So Seth, I'd have a lot of interest in.
$8.5 million last year, and he's obviously a free agent. That would be a pretty big hit for him to go from 8.5, and he's a 10-year guy, so he'd be making about 3 on that veteran minimum estimated.
And that's probably not realistic then, right? That's probably not an unrealistic name, but there's a special relationship there. Maybe Curry could get Under Armour to slide him some money.
You're a no on Austin Rivers in terms of Curry family.
I don't like Austin Rivers. Never liked Austin
Austin's
Rivers.
sister is married to Seth Curry, so he's kind of a shoulder member of the family. You don't like Austin Rivers?
No.
His defensive grit?
No, I'm not an Austin Rivers fan. I'll tell you who I think is kind of 2 guys that I really kind of like in the backcourt. I don't know if you need them now because you would be awfully small, but I like Reggie Jackson and what he did in the playoffs 2 years ago, and I really like Kendrick Nunn. who was a Warrior at one point or another in the summer a couple years ago. And, those are interesting names. Damian Lee I really like as well because I think he's a good shooter who, he can play big. He can play minutes if you have to. You get to a middle of the year and you got some injuries and you need him to play, a week or two and play starters minutes. I think Damian Lee could play that for you.
And Reggie Jackson, now 33 years old, coming off a year with the Clippers and Denver NBA champ. You think he's got enough life left in his game to contribute?
Well, there's an injury there, too, I think, somewhere on the line. But I loved what he did 2 years ago in the playoffs. And I just think that he's an underrated player. I liked him at Boston College. He's kind of a long-arm guy, about 6'4". And, but he plays a little bigger. He's kind of tough. He can take you off the dribble. He's a great athlete. He was billed coming out of BC as a defensive player, and now he's more of an offensive player. So I do like Reggie Jackson.
Ryan Russillo in moments, but a guy out there that I wanted the Warriors to try to get during the buyout market probably will be available, Jay Crowder. What do you think about Jay Crowder, who fell out of favor in Phoenix and didn't do much after that?
Jay Crowder's 33. Now you're getting another older player. I really feel like the age is a problem. I really do. I mean, when you have this, you don't need more age on this team. You may need guys who can play extended minutes. So I want these minimum guys to be younger than that.
Oh, I want all the old guys. I want more age, more often. Makes me feel younger, Larry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1. San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It's my pleasure to bring him in, Ryan Russillo of The Ringer and the Ryan Russillo podcast. Ryan, thanks for joining us on a pretty busy day out here in the NBA for Golden State fans.
Yeah, it's been a fun start to the off season. So, it was crazy because we had Chris Paul live on the show, and I didn't know if he was going to make it because he had been traded once, and by the time I left New York, he was traded again.
So during the pod, he was still a Wizard, or at that point had he become a Golden State Warrior? And what do you think of the travels of Chris Paul and where he wound up?
Yeah, he was still a Wizard then, and I got the sense after that night that he wasn't going to be a Wizard very long, and that was a good guess. So, look, I mean, I've been a huge fan of his. I think a lot of times, like the way we talk about coaches in a lot of sports, if you don't win, we think you're a bad coach, and if you win, we think you're a great coach. And I've just always believed that there's these categories, these lanes with players and coaches where you can be everything you'd want in a player, everything you'd want in a coach, and it just doesn't work out. And for Paul, it's been injuries in the playoffs more than anything else. I think it's been clearly one of the best point guards of his generation, but he's 38. There was a decline this year, and, they made a move that makes a lot of sense on the assets going out for an asset like Bradley Beal. I mean, the contract itself is a whole nother conversation and how well it'll fit in with them. But my favorite thing about Chris Paul is not just the competitive stuff and that every team, once he shows up there, there's a pretty massive jump in wins. It's just that I think he's incredibly smart. And, his playing style is probably the opposite of what Golden State's been doing. Golden State, my favorite thing about it is that everybody moves, everybody's thinking about somebody else. They play to the end of the shot clock. I mean, it's just beautiful basketball. I think that's why we've all been in love with this group for this run. But with Paul in the mix, if he were in his prime, I'd probably go, wait, I'm not sure about the fit. But I think at this stage, he realizes that, he's going to have to adapt to them. And I still think the shooting is probably going to come back a little bit just because of the gravity of the other shooters on this team. So, I'd expect it, despite the declining numbers, to jump back up there a bit. Maybe he runs the second unit. When he was with Harden, they staggered them quite a bit, but they still closed together, so he had to learn how to play off of him. I just think he's really smart. And at this stage of his career and maybe trying to prove himself on what would be a new deal after this year, I just like him, the player, even if the basketball fit isn't the typical fit that we see with Warriors players.
Yeah, I mean, I love him as a mid-range sniper, too, and especially with the shot clock rolling down, he can handle that pressure. He's a guy that makes other people better, and you mentioned, the Warriors, it's a lot of body movement, a lot of ball movement. Do you think he's a guy that potentially can bring out some of the traits in Jonathan Kuminga that we haven't seen yet?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's been obviously, I don't need to explain it to you guys how frustrating it's been with the lottery picks not panning out. And, the funny thing is that I thought, hey, Wiseman's life is going to be really easy. Just rim runs and, guys are going to be ignoring you. And the same thing for Kuminga. When Clay and Steph were in, and I know Kuminga's minutes weren't always aligned with those guys, but you would have thought it's a really easy role to be the fourth or fifth option out there, and it just hasn't happened. I think the best part of Kuminga's game is when it seems like he gets the defensive assignment of like a really big time, like a higher profile player. It seems like he gets up for that challenge, which, still gives you some hope that there's something in there. The Ayton thing is funny because I think there was some real frustration with Ayton from Chris Paul when he first got there. And yet, the Monty Ayton disconnect was so bad that it almost kind of sabotaged it for the season coming off the end of last year, the loss to Dallas. And then you were hearing stuff that basically said that, like, Chris Paul not being there for Ayton is actually bad for Ayton, which, really is the full scope of telling a story between those two guys. So, I think as great as Steph and Clay are, I think the fear would always be like, what would this team's personality be like if Draymond Green ever went somewhere else? Like, I don't know that you can always have all passive personalities. As great as it's been, I'm not even sitting here criticizing it, but I think you always need kind of one of those alphas, somebody that's going to get somebody's face every now and then. I think every team needs at least one of them. And I think Chris Paul is a guy that gives you two if Draymond's still in the fold.
Ryan Russillo from the Ryan Russillo podcast and The Ringer here on Willard and Dibbs. Larry in for Mark on 95.7 The Game. If you have the two alphas, if Draymond re-signs and the expectation around here is that they're going to get that done, can Chris Paul and Draymond Green get along over the course of 82 with both being aggressive alphas?
Yeah, I think for a year or two, I think those guys, I think they'll see something in each other, I think they'll see something in each other where they're gonna be excited about it. I really do. And look, Draymond, for whatever the bad version of it is that we've all experienced, and at times it can be a little tough. You're just like, okay, but he's still one of the smartest players in the league. He knows what he's supposed to be doing every time. He knows the assignments. He knows all that stuff. He's not going to make those mistakes. And that's the stuff that Chris Paul gets frustrated with. Like, he's going to a graduate course group of good basketball guys between Kerr and the main characters on this team, and that may be why Poole is somewhere else, because it just is, as much as the run was really impressive for him last year, the mistakes 2 seasons ago when they won it all, but last year the mistakes were just so maddening at times. So I don't really think that that's anything that I'd worry about where you're like, oh, they're going to clash because they both have these really chesty personalities. I think they're going to appreciate each other as competitors.
Do you think Green's back? And if that is the situation, where do you see Golden State in relation to Denver?
Well, my guess is that, again, it's a guess right now. My guess would be he comes back. I think this group, for everything they've been through together, it's just so rare in today's world of sports where you have a group that's been together this long. And, the Sacramento moves, you wonder, would they really do this to feel like they took a big swipe at Golden State? It's more of a rival for Sacramento than it is for Golden State. They feel like they've made some kind of statement. I also think there's a basketball question about having Draymond and Sabonis on the floor at the same time in the playoff series, unless you think Sabonis' lack of any kind of range was because of the hand injury, which is a fair point. But, if the money's close, this group coming back, as that's been the answer in the relation to Denver, the job of Mike Dunleavy or Myers before him or any of the 30 GMs in the league, your job is to have a chance, okay? And I know that seems like I'm being a little too easy on the grading of it and how hard the job is, but really, even Phoenix, I may not love all of it, but going into next year, they have a chance. And that Golden State group is going to have a chance. And, for Denver to go on this run, it was really impressive in the playoffs. They figured out some stuff defensively. I guess I feel like I'm by myself on this one because they were so impressive during the playoffs, but it's still a 50-win team. They didn't win on the road. Their defense was average during the regular season, and I'm like, wait, now I'm supposed to expect that they're just going to run off 3 or 4 titles? That doesn't really happen in this league. You have to be one of the all-time great teams. And I think it was also a really weird year in the West. And you can go through it, whether it's the Clippers' problems, Phoenix trying to figure it out on the fly too late, Durant getting hurt as soon as he got there, so they didn't really feel like they had anything rolling. They didn't know their rotations. The Lakers kind of reinvented themselves on the fly. Sacramento ends up being a 2 seed. You've got Memphis and all the nonsense there. So when you run through the West, like Denver was a survivor, and they were the only like stable thing. I mean, Sacramento was pretty stable, but it felt too new. We knew the defense wasn't good enough. So I'm not telling you like, hey, right now at the end of June, they're my pick to win the West, but they have a real chance. And at this point, I think that's all you can ask of a front office.
Ryan Russillo from the Ryan Russillo podcast here on 95.7 The Game. I was thinking the same thing, Ryan, in terms of if this group is all together and healthy come April, they're going to be a tough out. But what if, worst case scenario, Draymond does choose Sacramento? Where does that leave the Chris Paul addition and the state of this Warriors culture?
Well, that'll, look, that would be a huge loss. It just would. I mean, I know he's not a perfect player. I'd argue even at times, I asked him about this years ago. I think it was the Toronto All-Star weekend, and it still was a little removed from they had won, but I still brought up 16, and I just said, do you ever have any moments where you feel like I got to dial this back a little bit? And there's times where I'm watching, I'm like, you just want to get a technical right now. Like, I feel like this is a selfish thing. You just want to be heard. And I mean, hell, if he were any other player, he'd get technicals immediately. They give him a pretty long leash on that. So I think he does so many things for them defensively. Like, he was actually like off the charts defensively as a player if you look at some of the stats. And the fact that you can't replace him because they have all the other salaries, which we can lose sight of at times, like just because he left for $30 million, you don't have to go spend it on somebody else. They just would not be the same team. They'd still be good, but he just does so many things like in the margins for them. It would drastically change my outlook for him.
I always love hearing your thoughts on the college players, Trace Jackson Davis at 57 and Pajemski at 19. What do they add? Give us your thoughts on what they contribute, maybe right away and maybe down the road.
Pajemski's something else, man. He's like, I was at the combine. I hadn't done all my work on him, and I was sitting with a scout from another team, and one of his games started, and he was like, watch this dude. And, we're all visual with the way we look at things, and you're kind of like, him? Like, I'm supposed to look at him? And he's like, look, he's Mr. Wisconsin. He goes to Illinois. It doesn't work out. He goes to Santa Clara. He puts up massive numbers. So I went back and did the work on him. The shot-making stuff, like, he's a perfect warrior. I don't know how often Steve Kerr is going to give him the green light, maybe with a second unit if he breaks the rotation, because that's the other thing we always have to remind ourselves, too, of, like, the late first and on picks, especially on a good team that's thinking championship. I mean, hell, like, we'll go back to it. The lottery picks had a hard time even cracking the rotation. So for Pajemski to do it, that would be a huge win itself. But back to his game, like, he will Jimmer Fredette it. He'll just straight up pull up in transition off the dribble. And you're watching it going like, oh, my God, I don't even think that's a good shot. But then you look at the numbers and you go, this goes in. This goes in a lot. And the craziest thing about him, whether he plays on the ball, off the ball, he's in constant movement. He's a massive competitor, and his rebounding numbers are crazy. He had 2 games this year where he had 18 rebounds. Look at his rebounding. Let's go back to high school. He's like 10 a game for his career. So he's this dude with all this athleticism who, look, is probably a smaller 2-guard in today's NBA, but there's just a lot of juice to him. There's just a lot there where it makes sense. You had heard the rumors that Pajemski was kind of aligned with Golden State. You didn't know whether or not it was true or not, but it was one of the more prominent rumors before the draft. And when you go back and watch this at Santa Clara, you're like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Trace, he's a really talented guy for a position that nobody cares about anymore. And that's the problem. That's why he went as late as he did. I know Dunleavy said he had him as the first rounder on the board. I know there's a relationship there. So, good for him. They certainly could use the front line depth, but I still think it'd be a lot to ask of him to be in a playoff game playing major minutes when, some other guys with probably better resumes couldn't even get off the bench.
Ryan Russillo from the Ryan Russillo podcast here on 95.7 The Game. With Chris Paul coming in, it means Jordan Poole is going out, and you look back now at the Jordan Poole tenure here with Golden State. How would you summarize it?
Well, I still think it's like a B because, he was really one of the most important scorers during the playoffs run 2 years ago. And I remember, as you guys probably would, like, they pick him, you're like, oh, yeah, that guy, and then you start watching him, you're like, man, he is so good at getting to the rim. And then you're like, I wonder how good this guy's going to be. And he just got better and better and better. And you're like, this guy's like a real dude. And then, the contract stuff comes up, and the teams that can afford it, that have, ownership like the Lakers, are like, we're all in. It's all you could ask for there. And you go, look, I know it's a super, super expensive price tag on somebody, considering all the other guys are paying, but you don't want to lose the asset for nothing. I mean, it goes back to the KD sign and trade for D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell didn't fit what they were trying to do, but it provided him an asset to do something later on. So I think that was part of it. But then last year was just, like, I don't know if it was the Draymond punch. I know it's really easy to say that that's the reason everything kind of fell apart when it did. I don't know. I'm not around the team every day. But I still feel like, eventually you got to get out there and play. And that had been months prior. I don't think it's why they lost the Lakers. I think they lost the Lakers because they didn't have enough depth up front. But his mistakes were just, like, massive. Like, I think about the Minnesota regular season game with the turnover late. There just felt like there was a lot of stuff where it's like, it's one thing to be aggressive and have a turnover, but it's another thing to have it like the worst possible time. And I just felt like he had too many of those. And then when you start looking at the tax bill, if they keep Draymond, and how ridiculous the second apron can become here, once all that stuff kicks in, it obviously factors into all of it for a guy that felt like he really regressed. And I don't know that Kerr felt like he could trust him as much as he needed to. And then the Paul part of it, maybe even like with Wiggins, when they brought over Wiggins, you were like, okay, and it ended up being, a big part of what they did 2 years ago, but you still felt like this is a tradable piece. So as much as I'm excited to see how the Chris Paul thing plays out, I also think there's a lesson in there that they kept the salary slot instead of just dumping Poole into cap space for a trade exception where the league barely uses them anyway. It just, when you start doing the math, it just gets so insane on what they were going to end up paying in penalties that I think replacing the years remaining with the freedom to figure out what they want to do with their own guys, or if they wanted to move some of the, options 4 or 5 later before the deadline, it just gives them more flexibility that they needed.
Hey, Ryan, how about a thought on Clay? I mean, one of the great two-way players of his era, and he struggled down the stretch in the playoffs against the Lakers. How do you think he handles the twilight of his career?
Well, shooting usually ages really well. The defense clearly took a step back, but I think when you have that bad of a playoff run, it becomes who you are no matter what you did. And there were times at the beginning of the year where you were like, man, it doesn't look as good as we all want it to look. But these are like devastating injuries, and to miss all that time. But then you put together those two months where I think Steph was out for a stretch of it too. Like, he went off. I'm saying this off the top of my head, so don't quote me on it, but I think it was something like the most points he had scored in back-to-back months or something like that, like any stretch in his career. So I feel like that's a really important part of like what the expectation is for Clay going into next year, because the way guys are talking about him now, look, he couldn't hit a shot there at the end, but I just refuse to believe all of a sudden he's not still going to make shots and not still be somebody that defenses have to respect, that opens up stuff for other guys. So, shooting, like I said, it does age well. He was never somebody that was going to just sit there and back you up and try to get by you, dribble. Is just not who he is. Just keep moving, keep cutting. Guys are going to freak out and jump to Steph even when he's not the option. And I think Clay will likely make more shots than what was a disastrous playoff series.
Couple more minutes with Ryan Russillo. We really appreciate your time here on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors are going to have to round out their roster late in free agency with veteran minimum players. Who do you think that might be available in the vet min market? We're all thirsty for vet mins out here, Ryan, with this salary situation. But who might fit and who might be available for the Warriors?
Yeah, well, you're going to have to give me homework on that kind of question. Look, to sit here and start guessing names is pointless for me. I know it's a little bit more fun, but this new CBA, I think, is like the upper class is always going to be taken care of. The middle class may feel like they're going to have to take one more swing at it, so it could dilute the minimum market. Unlike the other times, like DiVincenzo is a really good example. Like, that deal can't happen in the new form of things. Like the Danilo stuff that Boston did wouldn't happen. Like, when you start looking at how the new rules are going to impact this stuff. So I'm just giving you, instead of names, just an approach to, like, there may be guys willing to go to teams that aren't that good feeling like I got to get some kind of 2-year deal now, as opposed to like, let me go to Golden State or another team, ring chase for $1.5 million,
Right.
and then go back to market after I've proven myself. So instead of giving you names, I would tell you, like, I'd have to see it all sort itself out and see who's still left. But I feel like that minimum stuff where you're like, I can't believe we got this guy for like nothing. Well, there was a reason, because he felt like he could make money if he had proved himself as a real contributor to a playoff run. And I don't know, again, it's a guess, but looking at how restrictive this stuff can be, I don't see how any of those players are going to be doing anybody a favor financially, knowing that whole market may be a lot different coming up here soon.
You know, and obviously there's a different age guys, and I'd love to see the Warriors get a couple more players in their prime. Kerr took a lot of criticism out here in the Bay, Ryan, for not bringing along younger players, but I kind of pushed back on it, just feeling that the Warriors players were so young that I don't know that I would put that on Kerr. Give me your thoughts on Steve. He's got one more year in the contract, obviously one of the great coaches in the league, but there were a lot of young players, and they struggled to develop them this year.
Look, I love Steve Kerr, okay? If I was running a team and he were available, he'd be one of the first guys I call. Like, his vision for what he wanted this group to be, the front office knew they needed to take it to another level. I mean, he's delivered. And I think the most important thing, too, is because of him being with the Spurs in the past and playing with guys like Jordan, like understanding just the emotional side of being one of these players. You know, like, it was one of my favorite things about Doc Rivers in Boston. And I know nobody likes Doc now because he has all the 3-1 series lead blown and all that stuff. And I get it. But what Doc was as good as anyone I've ever seen at is just managing the people, managing the 6-month stretch, you know, just making sure throughout all the turmoil and disagreements that everybody's, you know, still kind of on the same page as much as you can be, right? And I think that might be the most important thing for a basketball coach, or, you know, any of these coaches really in pro sports. So that part I love. And I also think that a coach's job to go out and try to win another title is like diametrically opposed to what a front office's job is, and being like, hey, we've spent all these resources on these picks. We got to see these guys out there. And clearly there were just nights where Steve didn't trust Wiseman. You know, Kuminga's had his stretches where you go like, oh, there it is, like these little glimpses of what you think he could potentially be, and then you see the other times you're like, what is he doing? And so the coach in that moment, when he's got like Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond, I get his point. Like, I can understand if the front office were ever frustrated. I don't know that, but like, if they were ever frustrated, being like, you got to get these guys some more minutes, and then him being like, I can't trust them. We are not a rebuilding team. So it's always fun in theory to think, like, can we be one of the few franchises that competes for championships and rebuilds on the fly and restocks it with all these young lottery picks? It's really, really hard, because the coach deep down is like, that's not who we are. And so I understand the criticism. I can even understand the frustration, but I completely understand where Kerr is coming from. And it's kind of hard to tell him that he's doing it wrong.
Especially after 4 championships and all the finals appearances that they've made. Ryan Russillo, you're a hit on our text line. People are clamoring for listener life advice from you. So maybe next time we have you on and we just talk about people and we talk about life, Ryan. We've already taken up so much of your time.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Exactly.
I appreciate the invite.
No, I appreciate you coming on. And, man, great information here. Enjoy free agency, and we look forward to talking to you again, Ryan.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
Ryan Russillo, fantastic. And literally, the text line is 100 to 0 in terms of praise, with the one exception of somebody saying, I heard Dylan Brooks is available. I thought we would hold back on the Dylan Brooks portion of that interview.
Yeah, 925 says Ryan is so damn good. His knowledge on the Warriors is incredible, especially for a national guy. Great book by Lucas, and he's fantastic. And I love
great
what he
story
said.
on Podziemski.
Yeah, I thought the Podziemski nugget was golden.
And I think that he's right, especially when he describes Podziemski that way. When he's not get with the ball and about to shoot, he's moving. And what does this team do better than any other team in the association? It's move without the ball. So you could see Podziemski fitting in with that second unit. And I know he's a young player. I think he's just now 20 years old, and Kerr has shown a little bit of a reluctance to play the young guys. If Podziemski can move without the ball score, and rebound, he's going to find minutes.
Yeah, great competitive fire, and what a year he had for Herb Sendek. So it's great to hear Ryan be so glowing.
Yeah, no doubt. And not as many nice things to say about Trace Jackson Davis. A pretty brief comment in saying, he's a player that we don't really utilize anymore, a 6'9" non-scoring power forward, basically.
Yeah, but, I'll say this. If you do watch Trace Jackson Davis, huge hands and the ability to pass the ball. And when you can pass on this team, you mentioned move, Kerr likes players who can move off the ball. But he also, passing it's like you can't really play on a team that likes body movement and ball movement if you're a subpar passer. And Trace Jackson Davis is anything but. He's the opposite. He can really, really pass, and I think that's going to benefit him.
888-957-9570. What's your takeaway from a great interview with Ryan Russillo from the Ryan Russillo podcast? He's part of The Ringer. The guy knows his stuff, and what he said kind of runs counter to what Larry was saying in terms of the championship window. Ryan's saying you're going to have a chance, and he broke down the Western Conference, and I think that he did a fine job of doing that, especially Denver. They were not world beaters in the regular season, and they were a team that didn't do well on the road, and then they got into the playoffs, and they played well, but very difficult unless you're one of these super teams to go back-to-back. So Denver's not a sure thing. Phoenix is going to have action with all the talent that they have, but the Warriors could be right in the mix this year.
Yeah, he thinks they have a chance, and we'll see. The summer is not done. There's moves coming up. There's minimums to add, and we'll see how this thing comes together.
I'm excited. I'm super excited for what comes immediately, and it all starts Monday. Golden State at Sacramento, revenge game.
When do we start to hear the rumors leaked out? Because I know you mentioned 3 o'clock on Friday.
Yes.
3 o'clock Pacific, right? 6 o'clock
That's
Eastern.
when the official free agency window begins. That's when you can officially announce and really put pen to paper.
Well, you know how the NFL free agency, it starts, let's say, on a Wednesday, but on Monday we start hearing rumors. When do you think we'll start hearing, at least teams connected to players and that stuff starting to leak out?
A Woj bomb or a Shams wow, as I call it, when Shams Charania comes out. Oh, wow. To play off a Sham wow, obviously, but a Woj bomb and a Shams wow. I think Thursday, tomorrow, is when that stuff's going to start leaking out because, for example, the Draymond Green deal, if it's really done with the Warriors, if they have gotten this thing to the 1 yard line, I think that both sides know what the number is, what the term is, and it's just a question of them getting together and signing it. Now, he can't officially sign it until Friday at 3 o'clock Pacific time, but I think by tomorrow they will have agreed to it. So at that point, maybe it's, Clutch Sports. I don't know who probably Chris Haynes would be the best bet to break that news. So keep your eyes on Chris Haynes' Twitter because I think he's pretty closely associated with LeBron and with Clutch. So maybe it's Chris Haynes who reports, according to sources, the Warriors and Draymond Green have agreed to a contract, 3 years, $100 million.
Yeah, keep it locked here for the next 24 hours because you're going to start
46 hours, 45 and a half hours from now, it all begins.
Yeah, and as the stuff comes across, of course, you guys will be sharing it. Yeah, it's an exciting time. It's amazing how baseball has gotten shoehorned into like August. You know what I mean? It's like shoehorned into July. Really, it's like. After the NBA, it's like baseball's got the All-Star game and they're trying to do everything and have their amateur draft, but they want to do it before training camp, but after the NBA free agency.
Right.
And baseball used to have that all to themselves, and now not the case.
The boys of summer, right? It was the summer sport. So you get after the end of May. Memorial Day is really the emotional start of the baseball year where, you've got 3-day weekend and everyone can lock in on baseball, but now that's right transitioning into the NBA finals. And the NFL has done this better than any other sport, a 12-month sport. Although really the NFL is probably an 11-month sport.
They're dormant right now.
Right now. This is the 4 weeks or 6 weeks where they are completely dormant. And coming up at 5:45, we're going to get into a little bit of Niner talk because I know we've got some training camp dates out, and I do want to get a little bit more Niners out of you because you cover them so closely. But I want to keep going, though, on this Chris Paul trade and the Ryan Russillo conversation because I thought it was interesting the way he was framing it in terms of how Chris Paul can make this team better. And even though he's not an up-tempo player, he's a guy who can come in and make the second unit better.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really about Chris Paul's going to have to do some work this summer to get his legs right because the Warriors are not going to slow down. They're going to, people have suggested, well, maybe they'll slow down on the second unit. Most likely they're going to play their pace, and he's going to adjust to their pace. And that's going to be the challenge for, his 38-year-old hamstrings. Just, can he play their pace night after night and keep those legs healthy?
And is playing at that pace beneficial to the Golden State Warriors? Now, I know everybody played faster this year than ever before. Last year, there were 12 teams that played at a pace faster than 100 possessions. The year before that, there were only 6. The Warriors weren't one of them. The Warriors were at 98.4 pace, and that's possessions per 100, or possessions per 48 minutes, rather. When they won the championship, they were 98.4. Last year, their pace ballooned to 101.6. They were the fastest in the league, and they didn't win the championship. So might their true pace, their best pace, be somewhere in between?
Yeah, well, anything that gets them to play their style but turn it over less, I think is going to be the deal, right? Because there's a couple things that are just staples of Warrior basketball that have to improve from this year. One of them is they're going to have to turn the ball over less. The other is defend without fouling.
Right.
And it's so Kerr harped on that all year long, but that's a major key for Golden State. And it really comes down to just being smarter as a team. And that's what Paul should give them and may be able to give their entire second unit that kind of leadership where they play smarter every night.
Yeah, they were definitely less smart, we'll just say, with Jordan Poole. And that's where the turnover certainly became a problem. But this is not unique to last season. I talked about pace. When they won the title, they were 13th in pace overall in the league. They were second in turnover percentage at 13.5%. And this past year, they were number 1 in pace, and turnover percentage, they were first at 14.1. So only a little bit more turnover prone, playing a lot faster. So for me, I agree with you in terms of the pace. If you're going to slow down or stay fast, it's the turnovers that's the issue. And on the other side of the floor, you've got to find a way to avoid fouling so much.
Yeah. And it's the unforced turnovers that I think, and I don't want to put it all on Poole, but he was a contributing factor to that. He really was. And if they can turn the ball over, it's one thing if somebody plays great defense or teams playing great defense, but just throwing the ball away when you rely on ball movement the way the Warriors do, this is always going to be a problem. But with the ball in Chris Paul's hands, you do feel a little bit more confident that they're going to take care of it.
Not a high turnover guy, Chris Paul, throughout the course of his career. And last year, his turnover numbers were fantastic. We're going to go back to the phones in just a moment. But first, I want to replay a piece from Ryan Russillo, who joined us just moments ago. He of the Ryan Russillo podcast and the Ringer Network. Fantastic NBA voice. And he weighed in on the fit, Chris Paul, with the Golden State Warriors.
I've been a huge fan of his. I think a lot of times, like the way we talk about coaches in a lot of sports, if you don't win, we think you're a bad coach. And if you win, we think you're a great coach. And I've just always believed that there's these categories, these lanes with players and coaches where, you can be everything you'd want in a player, everything you'd want in a coach, and it just doesn't work out. And for Paul, it's been injuries in the playoffs more than anything else. I think it's been clearly one of the best point guards of his generation, but he's 38. There was a decline this year, and, they made a move that makes a lot of sense on the assets going out for an asset like Bradley Beal. The contract itself is a whole nother conversation, how well it'll fit in with them. But my favorite thing about Chris Paul is not just the competitive stuff and that every team, once he shows up there, there's a pretty massive jump in wins. It's just that I think he's incredibly smart. And, his playing style is probably the opposite of what Golden State's been doing. Golden State, my favorite thing about it is that everybody moves, everybody's thinking about somebody else. They play to the end of the shot clock. I mean, it's just beautiful basketball. I think that's why we've all been in love with this group for this run. But with Paul in the mix, if he were in his prime, I'd probably go, wait, I'm not sure about the fit. But I think at this stage he realizes that, he's going to have to adapt to them. And I still think the shooting is probably going to come back a little bit just because of the gravity of the other shooters on this team. So, I'd expect it, despite the declining numbers, to jump back up there a bit. Maybe he runs the second unit. When he was with Harden, they staggered them quite a bit, but they still closed together, so he had to learn how to play off of him. I just think he's really smart. And at this stage of his career and maybe trying to prove himself on what would be a new deal after this year, I just like him, the player, even if the basketball fit isn't the typical fit that we see with Warriors players.
Ryan Russillo weighing in on the Chris Paul addition to Golden State. If you missed it, it's always available on the free Odyssey app, or stay tuned to the Best of the Game. Mark Grandy hosts it from 6 to 7, and he's leading off his hour with the Ryan Russillo interview, so you'll get more on his Chris Paul thoughts, Warriors draft picks, and the overall fit with Golden State.
And what I like about Grandy is he doesn't turn it over. I mean, he really doesn't turn it over on that hour.
Chris Paul only turned it over 1.9 times a game, lowest in his career. And Grandy's very efficient with the basketball.
He's very efficient. He doesn't turn it over.
No,
he doesn't try the behind-the-back pass.
No. Right. He appreciates the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid.
There you go.
I'm not calling him stupid, but he does like to keep it simple, which is what you've got to do. Get in and just get out, as our former coworker would always say. And you got to get down.
You got to get down.
Jacob in Hayward, he wants to weigh in on the CP trade. What's going on, Jacob?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I think the CP trade was actually a lot better than a lot of the talking heads keep saying on TV and everything. They keep thinking of him as the starter and the 38-minute guy that he is. To keep him healthy at his age anyways, he's going to have to play shorter minutes. Coming off the bench, 25-ish minutes a game, maybe 28 when it gets later in the season. Controlling the offense on that is going to be so much different, where I think Klay Thompson's numbers are going to look completely different efficient-wise. He's not going to have to shoot off the ball and shoot these crazy shots because Poole fell over and chucked the ball in the air at him. He's going to be nice and set with CP3 making nice and easy, clear passes off of great pick and rolls that he's going to make other guys look good on. The only other thing I want to ask you guys before I leave, how do you guys feel about P.J. Washington or Thomas Bryant? I think they're a little cheaper, and they may be the kind of size guys we need coming for the Warriors.
Thank you, Jacob. I think Thomas Bryant is out of their price range in terms of, he's not going to be a guy who's going to settle for that minimum. And Ryan Russillo had a great point on that. I felt bad for asking him for a name, and he's like, you're going to have me do some homework first. Thanks, Lucas. Appreciate that question from the back. But his answer was actually even more astute in terms of where the market is now. Guys are going to be less willing to just ring chase for the minimum. They'd rather go out and get a 2-year deal for slightly more and get that security.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a unique person, but you know what? And as P.J. Washington's way too good for for a minimum. There's no way he's going to take a minimum either. Thomas Bryant might, but I doubt it. I think those are too ambitious. You got to be a little less ambitious with your minimum, dreams, right? I mean, I think if Thomas Bryant were 5, 6, 7 years older,
exactly.
But I mean, he's a 39% 3-point shooter. He's a big body. He's a young guy. I think he's going to get some offers.
Gene in Oakland liked the interview, but disagrees with the expert. Hey, this is Gene in Oakland. What's going on, Gene?
How you doing there?
I'm doing great. You always love when I do my Gene in Oakland.
I want to replicate the Boston accent. Excuse me. You said Marcus Smart. So take it from an authentic Bostonian. Yeah, you got to get it more nasal, okay? So it's not Marcus Smart, it's Marcus Smart, okay?
Appreciate that, Gene. Thank you. How's my Gene in Oakland, though? Is my Gene in Oakland good for you?
Do you have a Memphis accent that you can throw in for Marcus Smart?
I'm not even going to try that. Anyways, look, I love the interview you just had with Ryan, but I had kind of the reverse take on the draft picks. I'm not so sure about Pajensky. I mean, yeah, he's got that that crazy long shot of his, and he gets a lot of rebounds. So maybe he'll work out fine. But I'm really intrigued with the Davis pick because, first of all, he's the son of Dale Davis. I mean, and I love legacy picks, and we got 4 of them already, and they all look pretty darn good. The fact that he's 6'9", very athletic, gets rebounds and plays, and blocks shots. I mean, isn't that what we're really looking for? So, anyways, what do you think? I mean, I'm anxious to see Davis play. I'm anxious to see both of them.
I am too. Thanks, Gene.
Davis is more likely.
You get a chance to see him Monday in Summer League. Summer League is here, Larry. Monday.
I can't wait.
They're playing at Sacramento. They got 2 games in Sac, and then they go to Vegas. We're going to carry some of those games right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I like Trace Jackson Davis knows how to play. He's 23. I think, if he does get any minutes on that second unit team, he's going to be a lob threat. He's a great second jumper. How many guys can help you as a rim protector and can score on the down low and can distribute? I mean, in a lot of ways, he's got a lot of the same skill sets that Draymond Green has, and that's valuable. The passing
definitely
will help him earn minutes.
The length and the rim protection is what I'm looking forward to seeing. I do want to see what the offense looks like, and we'll get a chance to see it Monday in Sacramento. Trace Jackson Davis, Brandon Pojemski, both on the Summer League roster. And as I mentioned, you can hear many of the games right here on 95.7 The Game. One more segment with Larry. Let's go camping, Larry.
Let's do it.
And that'll be up next right here on Willard and Dibs. Larry's in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
This is Pre-Tection. Yep, Pre-Tection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got mixed emotions, I'll be honest. I'm happy that the show has gone great, and we're getting to the point where I get to go home and see my almost 10-month-old baby. But I'm sad, Larry, because this is it for you and I. For 2 shows, it's been a nice run. I've enjoyed it.
It's been an amazing 2 days, an amazing 2 days.
And I always look forward to the next time. And actually, for those fans of Willard and Dibs, it's going to be Willard or Dibs for the better part of July. He comes back, and then I got a week, and then I come back, and then he's got another week. So it's going to be a healthy dose of Krug if you're available. And I know that one reason why you won't be available is our subject here in this final segment. I said, let's go camping. You were all eager to do it. Unfortunately, I'm not talking about pitching tents and making s'mores.
Easy there.
Although you'll be pitching a tent with your excitement because the Niners rookies are reporting July 18th. The vets come in a week later, July 25th. Larry, we are now 20 days away from actual hut hike.
It's going to be a good year. It's going to be an exciting year. Hopefully the 49ers, I mean, I'll say this. I mean, just from being around the 49ers a little bit, they are absolutely all in on this year. There's like this, I don't want to say it's a tension, but it's an
anticipation.
Well, it's not
sensation.
Just like, it's not going to be a success. If they go to the playoffs and lose in the first round, it's not going to be a success. Thank you, Bob.
Oh, that is loud.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be success if they go to the conference championship and lose. I mean, they're literally in that Super Bowl or bust mode, and it's not every team in the league. There's only, I'd say, them, Kansas City, Philly. That's probably
Buffalo.
Maybe Buffalo, but Cincinnati. I don't know. You know, it's like there aren't too many teams that are in that top tier that are like, we have to go to Vegas this year.
Teams that
for the Super
expect
Bowl.
to be good and will be disappointed if they're not one of the last 4 standing.
Right. And I'm really excited after minicamp. Why? Because Brandon Ayuk's like, I'm a rocket ship about to take off. And Deebo Samuel was like, I sucked last year, and this year I'm going to be way better.
Well, let's do this chronologically because rookies report July 18th, and you're going to be out there July 18th when the rookies report because it's what you do. You've got your show on YouTube, The Krug Show, and you're all over this Niner stuff. So when the rookies report July 18th, which of the rookies has got your tent pole pitched?
Jair Brown. I mean, Jair Brown is a special player.
He was a third-round pick.
Third-round pick, safety out of Penn State, can play free safety, strong safety, but it's how the guy's wired. I mean, you can tell he's like an alpha. He's a leader. He's like one of these guys that holds himself to high expectations. Every practice that you watch, he's better than the last one. He doesn't make mistakes multiple times. So I'm really eager to see him a lot. I think he's going to be a difference maker. I think he's going to give Tayshaun Gibson a huge run for his money. And then there's 2 other guys in the secondary that I think I'm really eager to see too. One's Darrell Luter Jr., who played at South Alabama, big long-armed corner who's got a lot of ability, and I'm really eager to see him. And then the guy that they got after the draft, Deshaun Jameson from Texas. I thought if there was one player, you were there actually in those last couple of days of minicamp. Deshaun Jameson, he wears 49, I believe, and this guy just breaks on the ball. And, you know, you can never have enough good corners, and you don't know about Ambry Thomas, and I know a lot of people are nervous about the Niner corners and have been for years, but they got a good one in Deshaun Jameson from Texas. So he's a return guy, he's a corner, he's not the biggest guy, but this guy makes plays on the ball, knows how to play, played 5 years at Texas and is a little bit of a veteran, a little bit older than most rookies, but man, he looked incredible early. If you watch his highlight reel on YouTube, it's amazing. But as the minicamp progressed, it was like, wow, this guy is standing out. And that's and Samuel Womack may have made the biggest jump from last year to this year in that secondary. He looks terrific. So you've got some new faces in that secondary that are, and a brand new coach back there, and Steve Wilkes. I think that's where the big improvement's going to come.
So rookies report on July 18th. Do the veterans ever come in early, or do they just usually wait until their July 25th report date?
Well, they'll be milling around in the weight room out there. There's guys that are there right now. I mean, lifting and getting ready. But they won't. The rookies report, and the veterans report, 2 days later, 3 days later?
It's a week later, according to the schedule, yeah. Week later, July 25th.
Yeah, I mean, the rookies have a lot to get, they've got to figure out exactly where they're living and everything. A lot of them are going to live across the street in a hotel. But, yeah, they're going to put those guys through their paces early. And one thing with the 49ers, they got a bunch of young players, both rookies and second-year guys. And that I would say that is the most exciting part about the Niners going into this year is what percentage of their roster are first- or second-year guys. Because those are the guys that typically come in and really make an impact and start to really improve, especially from year 1 to year 2. And they got a bunch of guys in that category. So I think they're going to be quite a bit better. And obviously now it's really about getting Purdy healthy. But McCaffrey is
I want to ask you about Christian McCaffrey, because when I went down to those couple of practices, mandatory mini camps, the guy was playing like it was a December warm-up to a Green Bay Packer game.
Yeah.
How unusual is it to see a veteran of that stature out there playing as hard and taking it as seriously as he was in early June?
I mean, that's what you saw if you went out to watch the Niners in Rockland when they had Jerry, when they had Roger Craig. There's always seems like one or two tone-setting players, and McCaffrey is clearly taken upon himself to be a tone-setting player. He's taken that run, and instead of running 5 yards beyond the drill, he's running 45 yards beyond the drill. And defensive linemen are chasing him 40 yards down the field. So he's like it's not verbal. He's not a big rah-rah guy, but he has upped the intensity for sure.
What about the improvements on the defensive line, the additions, and I'm just going to say this from a journalistic standpoint, the legs on Nick Bosa. My God, the quads and the hamstrings on that man.
Well, and then how about Javon Hargrave?
Ridiculous.
Talk about a guy who's never skipped leg day.
Low center of gravity, like you read about, and you see him next to Eric Armstead. Armstead is all of 6'7", 280, and I'm not going to say he's slender, but next to Hargrave, to Javon, who's he seems like he's 5'11". He's built like Zion, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe Zion missed his calling.
Seriously.
He could have been a 3 technique.
I mean, Javon Hargrave, and he's a pass rusher at that size.
Exactly.
I mean, he's thick, but he's a pass rusher. To me, that's the most interesting spot to look for. Drake Jackson is clearly put on good weight in the upper body, and he's flying off the edge. And you got Javon Hargrave, and you got Armstead, and you got Bosa. But then also, when they do the Bosa deal, which I expect day one, we'll pay him about $30 million. That's going to give them $8 or $9 million probably to play with on the cap. They're already about $9 million under. And I'm expecting they may add one veteran edge rusher. I don't know if it's Yannick Ngakoue,
right,
or if it's somebody lesser, Justin Houston. There's a number of guys that are still out there. I expect they'll probably add one more edge rusher to what they got, and
because they love depth on the D line.
Yeah,
Kasaric loves to have at least 8 or 9 or 10 guys, and that leaves us to Kinlaw. Is this make or break time for Kinlaw, or is the die already cast?
No doubt. I mean, he's had chronic knee problems. He had terrible film against Philly, but he's leaner. He's faster. Now, did they tell him to get leaner because they want him to be more of a pass rusher? Possibly. Did he get leaner on his own because he saw Hargrave get the bag and he wants the bag? Possibly. Did he get leaner because the weight on the knees is too much? That's also a possibility. It doesn't matter what weight he's at. This is his go time. This is the biggest camp of his career. I'm not sure what he's going to produce, to be honest. But I'll say this. They got other guys. Another guy to really keep your eye on is a guy named Kalia Davis, who nobody's seen yet. He wears 93.
Yep.
Played at Southern or University of Central Florida. He's 310 pounds and fast. So, defensive tackle. They're pretty loaded at defensive tackle, but Kinlaw, it's time for him to show up and play the best ball of his career.
This is Larry Krueger, no notes, by the way. This is just Larry talking about the roster, and I can't wait to get back down to the Hilton right there in Santa Clara. We're going to do a couple camp shows, I think. My sources tell me, and like I said, it's going to be Willard or Dibs at times. So you and I, we're going to go through that 90-man roster with a lice comb like we did last year, Larry.
We'll chop it up.
I love that last year.
I'll say this about 49ers. There's a lot of great individual stories, so it'll be a fun year.
And it's going to be a deep team, too. I'm looking forward to that. And, man, I really enjoyed these 2 days, Larry. Time flies when you're doing radio with Larry Krueger.
Thanks, man. Always good to see you. Have a great rest of your week with JD.
Yeah, thank you. Free agency comes our way in 45 hours. But for me, coming up next is going to be a healthy dose of Mark Grandy. And just one news note before we step out here. 35 years ago today, Public Enemy released It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, one of the truly great albums of all time. So if you get a chance to listen to that, tell them Dib sent you.
You know what also happened on this date? I'm not sure how many years ago. Draymond Green, drafted by the Golden State Warriors.
There you go. Man, and it takes a nation of officials to hold him back. So I'll leave you on that note. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from